Before you start listening, please don't forget to like, sign in for 100,000 years and create an invincible family. Male, cultivation, kingdom building, system, transmigration, leadership, action, adventure, drama, fantasy, martial arts, shenxia, xuanwan. Invincible plus family development plus subordinate forces plus ensemble cast plus no female lead plus myriad realms. In a sudden transmigration, Su Xingzhou found himself trapped in a sign in space. 10,000 years later, the system is fully charged and will continue its journey through time. The story begins with the patriarch of the Su family. Furthermore, his own cultivation level is equal to the total cultivation level of the entire clan. What? The family is on the verge of extinction? Su Xingzhou casually tossed out the worst resource from his 100,000-year inventory of sign-ins, easily turning the crisis into an escape. He even bestowed upon them the strongest physique and top-tier cultivation techniques, causing the entire clan's combat power to skyrocket overnight. From that moment on, the Su family soared to great heights, their momentum unstoppable. From then on, Su Xingzhou led his family to sweep across the heavens and create an ancient and unparalleled immortal clan. Years later, looking back, the family's influence has long since spread throughout the heavens. The #1 merchant guild in all realms. The #1 assassin organization in all realms. The #1 immortal dynasty in all heavens. The martial arts holy temple. The mercenary guild. All the forces standing at the top of the myriad realms are all surnamed Su. 1. #1 signing in for 100,000 years, and becoming an ancestor right after transmigrating? Chapter 1. Signing in for 100,000 years, becoming an old ancestor right after transmigrating? Open black lens bracket brain storage area close black lens bracket Lingwu Dao realm, Zhenwu continent, Great Zhou dynasty. Beneath a cliff, in a forest that was originally silent, a hand suddenly reached out from the ground, followed by another. Then, a young man sat up and looked around blankly. This is? I'm out. Ah, I'm finally out. 100,000 years Su Xingzhou, have finally succeeded in transmigrating. At the beginning of his transmigration, Su Xingzhou was fantasizing about sweeping through all opposition and reaching the peak of his life, only to be doused with cold water by the system. Ding, system energy insufficient. Transmigration suspended. This voice caused Su Xingzhou to instantly lose heart. The only thing that comforted Su Xingzhou was that the system's functions were still usable. Using the system was simple. Sign in once a day to obtain items, cultivation physiques, characters, and more. Thus, Su Xingzhou began his dark and endless signing in within the system space. At first, signing in made Su Xingzhou feel very excited. As the number of times increased, Su Xingzhou also felt it becoming increasingly boring. After all, besides waiting to sign in every day, he couldn't do anything else. He then set up automatic sign-in and had the system put him into a deep sleep, to be awakened once the system finished recharging. And so, the scene from just now occurred. Ding, transmigration successful. Host, please hurry to the Su family in Qingyun City to bind with the family and begin cultivation. The Su family of Qingyun City? Immediately afterward, a flood of memories that didn't belong to him appeared in his mind. They unfolded in his mind scene by scene, like a movie. An hour later, Su Xingzhou slowly opened his eyes. It turned out that the person he had transmigrated into was the Su family ancestor of Qingyun City. Speaking of this Su family ancestor, he was quite a legendary figure. Originally an orphan, he had obtained a great opportunity during a desperate situation and soared to success from then on. Ultimately, relying on his powerful strength, he established the Su family in Qingyun City. Later, because his descendants' talent wasn't high, he left the family after 3 generations of direct descendants had passed away, hoping to break through to a higher level of cultivation. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. He was injured in a secret realm and died on the way home due to the severity of his injuries. Su Xingzhou had thought that now that he had successfully transmigrated, he could sweep through all opposition and reach the peak of his life. Before he could even start celebrating, the system actually required him to bind with a family to begin cultivation. Stupid system, this is such a scam. Half an hour later, Su Xingzhou finally stopped grumbling and stood up. According to the memories in his head, this place was still 40 li away from Qingyun City. After getting his bearings, Su Xingzhou began to walk forward quickly. Since he currently had no cultivation, it was best to find the Su family in Qingyun City as soon as possible. Otherwise, if some blind fool killed him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry for justice. After all, this was a world where the strong devoured the weak. Qingyun City, Su family, discussion hall. At this moment, the Su family's clan chief, Su Ziyuan, and the 5 elders of the Su family were in a meeting. However, everyone's faces were grim, and for a while, no one spoke. Seeing that no one was speaking, Su Ziyuan sighed. Everyone, now that Howard is injured, I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in the Three Clans Grand Competition a month from now. We need to prepare early. Now, over 1,000 years had passed since the Su family ancestor established the Su family. After over 1,000 years of development, Qingyun City now had a tripartite situation with the Li family, the Zhang family, and the Su family. The Three Clans Grand Competition was a tournament where the three major families selected young martial artists to compete in an arena format. Speaking of the Three Clans Grand Competition, one must mention an event from 30 years ago. 30 years ago, a spirit stone vein appeared near Qingyun City. To avoid conflicts hurting the innocent, the city lord's manor stepped in to discuss the mining of the spirit stone vein with the three major families. It was finally decided that the city lord's manor would take 40% of the profits, and the remaining 60% would be allocated to the three major families based on the rankings of their young generation's martial competition. Due to the powerful strength of the city lord's manor, the three major families had no choice but to agree. After all, the strongest members of the three major families were only at the Spirit Sea realm peak, while the city lord was already an expert at the fourth heaven of the aerial flight realm. Thus, the triennial Three Clans Grand Competition became a tradition, with each competition's ranking determining the allocation of Spirit Stone shares for the next 3 years. The first place would receive 30% of the profits, the second place 20%, and the last place 10%. In the most recent competitions, the Su family had consistently come in last, which resulted in their strength not growing very much. There was a faint trend of them being overtaken by the Liu family, which rank below the three major families. As for the Liu family, because a family disciple had joined a sect, their development momentum had been very strong in recent years. If the Su family came in last again in this Three Clans Grand Competition, they would likely be overtaken by the Liu family before the next one. The Su family had originally counted on Su Hao to put up a fight, but he had recently been injured in a plot by the Liu family. It seemed the Su family had no hope again for this Three Clans Grand Competition. The third elder, Su Jilong, said in a heavy voice, "Big brother, I've already had an alchemist look at Howard's injuries. To recover quickly, he needs a third-grade medicinal pill, the muscle and bone regeneration pill. Otherwise, he can only recover slowly. A third-grade pill probably offers little hope. Qingyuan City only has a single second-grade alchemist. As for the pill, we can only try our luck at the 10,000 Treasures Tower." Su Jilong nodded after hearing this. I'll go to the 10,000 Treasures Tower to ask in a bit. The Grand Elder, Su Jirui, shook his head upon hearing this. The Liu family's actions are clearly aimed at our family. They won't leave us any opportunities. Injuring Howard is likely just the beginning. There will be other moves later. We must prepare for the worst. Indeed, ever since Liu Long of the Liu family joined the Blazing Fire sect, the Liu family has been developing rapidly and is now almost catching up to our Su family. Especially in the past year, conflicts between the Liu family and our family have been increasing. The other elders also nodded in agreement. The second elder, Su Ziwu, said with a face full of anger, "At worst, we'll fight it out with the Liu family. There are no cowards in my Su family." Su Ziyuan smiled bitterly. "Third brother, things haven't reached that point yet. If we fight to the death with the Liu family, it will only benefit the other families." At this time, Su Jirui looked at Su Ziyuan. "Big brother, after this Three Clans Grand Competition ends, let the younger generation of the family go out for experience." Su Ziyuan paused upon hearing this, and the others also fell silent. Everyone understood what this meant. This was to have the younger generation leave so that if anything happened to the family legacy wouldn't be severed. You handle the arrangements for this. Evening, at the gates of Qingyun City, Su Xingzhou looked up at the city wall, where the three large characters, Qingyun City, were prominently displayed. Su Xingzhou let out a long sigh of relief and then walked into the city. PS. Character note: Su Ziyuan, Su Jirui, Su Ziwu, and Su Jilong are four brothers. Clan Chief, Su Ziyuan. Grand Elder, Su Jirui. Second Elder, Su Ziwu. Third Elder, Su Jilong. Fourth Elder, Su Kasheng. Fifth Elder, Su Ruoxi. 2. Number 2. I don't want to admit it either, but he gave me too much. Chapter 2. I didn't want to acknowledge him either, but he gave too much. The moment he stepped into Qingyun City, Su Xingzhou finally felt a tiny sense of security. He first found an inn, had a delicious meal, and then freshened himself up. After all, as someone about to become an old ancestor, he couldn't afford to look too sloppy, right? Then, Su Xingzhou asked around the inn about the Su family before leaving. Since this was his first time being an old ancestor for others, he had to understand the situation. He couldn't just run to the Su family and say, "I am your ancestor." He would probably be hacked to death by them. Along the way, Su Xingzhou also heard people on the roadside discussing the Su family's affairs. From the looks of it, the Su family's situation was not good. In front of the Su family residence, looking at the two young attendants at the gate, Su Xingzhou took a deep breath, placed one hand behind his back, walked forward, and put on a profound look, saying, "This old man has business with your clan chief. Please go and report it." Su Xin and Su Yan looked at each other, feeling a bit strange. In their eyes, the person before them was clearly a young man, yet he referred to himself as this old man. However, in the world of martial artists, people who were very old but looked young were countless. Some martial artists paid great attention to their appearance, so this was still plausible. But the strange thing was that the person before them seemed like an ordinary person, so it was impossible for him to have a relationship with their clan chief. The two didn't speak. After exchanging a few glances, Su Xin said, "Please wait a moment," then turned and entered the main gate. After waiting for a while, Su Xin came out and made a gesture inviting him in. Su Xingzhou's expression remained unchanged, but he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. He finally managed to get in. Otherwise, with no cultivation base at all, he couldn't have forced his way in. Just as Su Xingzhou's left foot stepped into the Su family residence, a system notification tone sounded in his ear. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Family binding successful, character attributes unlocked." Immediately afterward, Su Xingzhou felt a surge of spiritual power appear in his body. His whole body felt warm, and he even felt a bit lightheaded, as if he were floating. Enduring this sensation, Su Xingzhou followed Su Xin while checking his attributes. Open black lens bracket name close black lens bracket, Su Xingzhou. Open black lens bracket realm close black lens bracket, sky soaring realm 7th heaven. Open black lens bracket age close black lens bracket, 1888 years old. Open black lens bracket physique close black lens bracket, none. Open black lens bracket divine ability close black lens bracket, none. Open black lens bracket profession close black lens bracket, martial artist. Open black lens bracket attributes close black lens bracket, none. Open black lens bracket cultivation technique close black lens bracket, none. Open black lens bracket martial skill close black lens bracket, none. Open black lens bracket description close black lens bracket. The host's strength is equal to the total strength of the family's bloodline members. What, just like that, I'm in the Yukong realm. Seeing his attribute panel, Su Xingzhou was shocked to his core. Had he just become the #1 expert in Qingyun City? Currently, the #1 expert in Qingyun City was City Lord Zhou Hanmo, an expert at the 4th heaven of the aerial flight realm. With his current strength, he could probably walk sideways in Qingyun City. Thinking of this, Su Xingzhou instantly straightened his back and was no longer flustered, taking on the appearance of an expert. Although he now had the cultivation of the sky-soaring realm 7th heaven, under the system's concealment, he still appeared like an ordinary person after a moment. Su Xingzhou and Su Xin arrived at the Su family reception hall. Then, Su Xin gestured for Su Xingzhou to enter while he returned the way he came. As soon as Su Xingzhou entered, he saw a robust middle-aged man with his back turned. Hearing someone arrive, Su Ziyuan turned around and looked at the person before him with a puzzled expression. After confirming it was someone he had never seen before, "Does Your Excellency have some business with me?" Originally, Su Xingzhou had prepared to use reason and emotion to make the Su family believe he was their old ancestor. After all, these small families didn't have any bloodline testing capabilities. If someone with no cultivation suddenly showed up and claimed to be their old ancestor, unless their brains were waterlogged, who would believe it? But things were different now. With his sky-soaring realm 7th heaven cultivation, he didn't need to be so cautious. "I am Su Xingzhou, the Su family ancestor." For a moment, Su Ziyuan didn't even know how to respond. What was with this old ancestor who suddenly popped out of nowhere? Moreover, at a time like this, could it be a conspiracy from another family? Su Ziyuan was stunned for a while, still looking shocked. "Your Excellency, I need to confirm this matter." Thus, Su Ziyuan summoned a servant to notify the elders and the grand elders to come to the reception hall. 15 minutes later, Su family reception hall. Su Xingzhou and Su Ziyuan sat in the upper seats. The grand elders and elders sat below them in order. After hearing what Su Ziyuan said, everyone's hearts could not remain calm. Because with their strength, they truly had no means to verify the truth or falsehood of this matter. If this was true, perhaps it was an opportunity for the Su family. But if it was false, then it must be a conspiracy by other families, which would surely accelerate the Su family's downfall. While everyone was at a loss, Su Zhirui gave Su Ziwu a look. Su Ziwu immediately stood up. If your excellency is the Su family ancestor, your strength must be above ours. This junior is untalented, but I would like to boldly test you. Besides the 3 grand elders, Su Ziwu was the strongest person in the Su family, at the 8th heaven of the spirit sea realm. Hearing this, Su Ziyuan immediately spoke up. Third brother, do not be rude. Just as he finished speaking, everyone saw Su Jiwu's charging figure freeze, and then he began to stumble backward repeatedly. Immediately following that, everyone felt an aura far exceeding the spiritual sea realm peak permeate the reception hall, Yukong realm. In just an instant, the aura dissipated. However, everyone was still broken out in a cold sweat, because this aura far exceeded the city lords. It was definitely a strength at or above the sky-soaring realm 7th heaven. This much they could still distinguish. Thank you, old ancestor, for showing mercy. After this test, Su Ziwu already believed in Su Xingzhou. After all, with such formidable strength, no family in the entire Qingyun city could produce such a person. Besides, if such a powerhouse wanted to seize the Su family's property, the Su family wouldn't be able to resist anyway. The others also understood this logic. Greetings, old ancestor. Su Xingzhou waved his hand for everyone to rise and then asked, what is the current situation of the family? Su Ziyuan hesitated slightly. Although he had begun to believe that this was the family's old ancestor, some doubts still remained. But at the thought of this person's strength, Su Ziyuan could only sigh helplessly. Old ancestor, currently the Su family has 3 grand elders, all at the spiritual sea realm peak. Then there is Ziwu at the spirit sea realm 8th heaven, Zhirui at the spirit sea realm 5th heaven, Jilong at the spirit sea realm 4th heaven, Elder Kasheng at the spirit sea realm 4th heaven, Elder Ruoxi at the spirit sea realm 2nd heaven, and I am at the spirit sea realm 6th heaven. The rest are in the Qi gathering realm and body tempering realm. Then Su Ziyuan explained the family's recent events and some of the family's resources. After Su Ziyuan finished speaking, everyone in the Su family felt a bit apprehensive. After listening, Su Xingzhou felt that this Su family was simply too poor. The annual net income was less than 2 million low-grade spirit stones. And that was only because they had a share in a spirit stone mine. Otherwise, they might not even be able to make ends meet. Thinking of this, Su Xingzhou's consciousness entered the system space and looked at his piles of spirit stones that formed mountains so high the tops couldn't be seen. Fortunately, this system space was infinitely large. Otherwise, with so many things, they wouldn't even fit. Then, he found a storage ring with a storage capacity of 100,000 cubic meters in the system space and filled it with 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. These were all for cultivating the family's disciples. After all, his own strength was tied to the strength of the family members. Just as he was about to exit the system space, he saw a muscle and bone regeneration pill in an inconspicuous corner and put it into the storage ring as well. Then he exited the system space and looked at the Su family members. Seeing the old ancestor look at them, the Su family members, including the grand elders, all lowered their heads. Su Xingzhou threw the storage ring to Su Ziyuan. Ziyuan, there are some spirit stones and a muscle and bone regeneration pill inside. You see to the arrangements for the spirit stones and distribute them to the clansmen as soon as possible to improve their strength. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyuan was both surprised and delighted, hurriedly catching the storage ring. Thank you, old ancestor. Because he had heard there was a muscle and bone regeneration pill. This was a tier 3 pill. Even the 10,000 treasures tower in Qingyun City didn't have any in stock, and the value of this single pill was 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Su Ziyuan didn't think further and hurriedly used his divine sense to check inside. The others saw the clan chief holding the storage ring with trembling hands, stuttering so much he couldn't even speak clearly. Old ancestor. The Su family members couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain for the clan chief. Wasn't it just a muscle and bone regeneration pill and some spirit stones? Even if the muscle and bone regeneration pill was quite precious, there was no need to be like this. Wasn't it too embarrassing to act this way the first time they met the old ancestor? At this moment, Su Ziyuan no longer knew how to speak. However, although he didn't know how to express himself, his mind was still clear. He immediately held the ring and walked to Su Zhirui, gesturing for him to take a look. Su Zhirui took the ring with a look of disdain and then probed it with his divine sense. Holy shit! Everyone saw the usually wise and calm Su Zhirui jump up directly. At this point, everyone realized something was wrong. After Su Zhirui came to his senses, he hurriedly held the ring toward Su Xingzhou. Old ancestor, there are too many spirit stones here. We can't use them all. It's a mere billion spirit stones. This is only the first batch. Distribute them to the clansmen for use as soon as possible. When they're finished, come to me to collect more. Hearing this, the rest of the people finally reacted. Who the hell wouldn't shout, "Holy shit," upon seeing this? 1 billion spirit stones was already 10 times the Su family's entire wealth, and the old ancestor said this was only the first batch. At this moment, not a single trace of doubt toward Su Xingzhou remained in the hearts of the Su family members. I didn't want to acknowledge him either, but he gave too much. Thank you, old ancestor. P.S. Character note: the names of the 3 grand elders are Su Shujin, Su Shujie, and Su Shuwen. Realm note: Body Tempering Realm, Qi Gathering Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Yukon Realm, Divine Ability Realm, Life and Death Realm, King Realm, Imperial Realm, Saint Realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 heavens. 3. Number 3 Character Summoning Cards. Chapter 3. Character Summoning Card. After finishing the matter regarding the spirit stones, Su Ziyuan arranged a place for Su Xingzhou to stay. It was a courtyard located toward the back of the Su family manor, where few people usually passed by. Su Xingzhou expressed his satisfaction with this. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After settling Su Xingzhou, Su Ziyuan immediately had a servant bring the vitality bone restoring pill for Su Hao to take. Then, he hurriedly took the 3 grand elders and 5 elders to the discussion hall. They needed to discuss the events of the day and reformulate the family's future plans. Su Family Discussion Hall. Su Ziyuan got straight to the point. Everyone is aware of what happened today. Because of this, we need to change the family's development approach. The old ancestor's strength is at least at the sky-soaring realm 7th heaven or above, which is an opportunity for us. With the old ancestor here, at least we don't have to worry too much about the schemes of other families. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and intrigues are in vain. However, we cannot let our guard down. The family's strength is still insufficient and needs further development. Moving forward, the focus of the family's development will be on enhancing the strength of our members. Does anyone have any suggestions regarding this? Having finished speaking, Su Ziyuan looked toward the crowd. Everyone was very excited. Even the 3 grand elders were glowing with joy. Su Zhirui, however, shook his head secretly. Big brother, I believe what we need to do right now is increase the monthly cultivation resources for family members and then go to the 10,000 Treasures Tower to procure cultivation resources to enrich the family's foundation. Most importantly, we still need to develop low-key. After all, an ordinary man is innocent, but possessing a treasure makes him guilty. If we attract even more powerful martial artists, our Su family will fall into a place beyond redemption. Su Zhirui's words instantly woke up the crowd, who had been feeling a bit carried away. Since experiencing today's ups and downs, everyone seemed to have not yet fully recovered their senses. Furthermore, now that the old ancestor has returned, our gaze can no longer be limited to Qingyun City. After saying this, Su Zhirui looked at the crowd again, paused, and continued. Of course, those are matters for later. What we need to do now is win the 3 clans' grand competition and then dominate Qingyun City. Su Xingzhou lay on his bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Since transmigrating, he had been in a hurry to reach Qingyun City and hadn't checked what he had signed in for over these 100,000 years. He might as well take this time to organize it. His consciousness entered the system space. Looking at the endless items, even though he had seen them once just now, his heart was still filled with shock. Low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones formed mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even the mountain of saint-grade spirit stones was relatively smaller, yet still countless. Medicinal pills, spiritual artifacts, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and various materials were also piled up in mountains. Of course, the most eye-catching were the floating light orbs. There were tens of thousands of them at a glance. Su Xingzhou clicked on one, and instantly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Chaos Divine Demon Physique. Then he looked at the other light orbs. Azure Lotus Immortal Sword Art, Northern Dark Divine Art, Alchemy Emperor's Notes. After looking at a few, Su Xingzhou could no longer remain calm. Good stuff, mine, they're all mine. Compared to those things piled like mountains, these light orbs were the truly good stuff. Thus, Su Xingzhou checked them one by one. Of course, Su Xingzhou would never admit he was acting like someone who hadn't seen the world. Rather, he was checking with the mindset of understanding his own belongings. Ding! Automatic sign-in successful. Obtained 1 character summoning card. The sudden system notification brought Su Xingzhou's consciousness out of the system space. Su Xingzhou sat up immediately. A character summoning card? This seemed to be the first time it appeared, as Su Xingzhou hadn't seen it within the system space before. It seemed this was a sign-in item that only appeared after binding with the family. He looked at the description. Character summoning card can summon a cultivator with a higher cultivation than the host, and they will never betray you. Without hesitation, Su Xingzhou used it directly. Use character summoning card. Ding! Summoning successful. Character generating. A young man dressed in white slowly began to appear in the empty room, looking to be in his early 20s. Your subordinate YCII pays respects to the Lord. You may rise. After saying that, Su Xingzhou opened YCII's character attribute panel. Open black lens bracket. Name close black lens bracket. YCII. Open black lens bracket. Realm close black lens bracket. Life and death realm first heaven. Open black lens bracket. Age close black lens bracket. 22 years old. Open black lens bracket. Physique close black lens bracket. Immortal sword physique. Open black lens bracket. Divine ability close black lens bracket. Skybreaking. Open black lens bracket. Class close black lens bracket. Martial artist. Open black lens bracket. Attribute close black lens bracket. Gold. Open black lens bracket. Cultivation technique close black lens bracket. Grand profound holy scripture. Open black lens bracket. Martial skill close black lens bracket. Grand profound sword art. Holy crap. Life and death realm first heaven. This is the rhythm of taking flight immediately. Not only is his cultivation high, but his attributes are also extremely magnificent. I simply can't compare. With YCII's attributes, he could probably fight across levels. Su Xingzhou's heart pounded wildly, feeling an impulse to immediately take down the city lord and dominate Qingyun City. However, such a thought only flashed for a moment before being kicked away by Su Xingzhou. Taking down the city lord would be simple, but Qingyun City belonged to the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty had king realm experts. He still needed to lay low for a while. Boom. Just as YCII appeared, the martial artists in Qingyun City and even several surrounding cities felt a terrifying aura gather overhead, pressing them down so they couldn't lift their heads. Just a moment later, this aura vanished as if it had never appeared. Qingyun City, City Lord's Manor. Zhou Hanmo woke from his cultivation with a solemn expression. He immediately left the cultivation room and sent word of the situation to Tiantong Prefecture City. At this time, the Su family members still in the meeting room also stopped their discussion and looked at each other in confusion. In the end, they decided to ask the old ancestor for his opinion, as the purpose of this suddenly appearing powerhouse was unknown. A group of people hurriedly arrived at the entrance of Su Xingzhou's courtyard. Old ancestor, a powerful martial artist's aura appeared just now. Do we need to make preparations early? With a creak, Su Xingzhou opened the door and walked out with YCII. Old ancestor. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Su Xingzhou waved his hand. Don't worry, this is my friend YCII. The aura just now was released by him. From now on, he will be a one-star patron of our Su family. Yes, old ancestor. Everyone was inwardly shocked. The aura just now was even better than the old ancestor's aura. Today, it had likely already exceeded the Yukong realm. Everyone hardly dared to imagine it. In the morning, they were still worried about the family's safety, and before the day was even over, the family had 2 super experts. Thus, Su Ziyuan quickly arranged a place for YCII to stay. After the double baptism of the light orbs in the system space and YCII's attributes, Su Xingzhou knew that if he wanted to quickly improve the family's strength, relying solely on their own cultivation wouldn't work. Generally speaking, their own talent was too poor. Even with sufficient cultivation resources, it would be difficult to reach a profound realm. It seemed he still needed to take action himself. It just so happened that leaving those light orbs in the system space was a waste. Only when the family member's cultivation speed increased would his own cultivation grow faster, allowing him to better protect the family. Yes, that's right, he was doing this for the family. Thus, Su Xingzhou began to choose a physique and cultivation technique for himself. 4. Number 4. Primordial Immortal Body, Primordial Creation Technique. Chapter 4. Hongmeng Immortal Body, Hongmeng Creation Art. Su Xingzhou had already looked through the light orbs in the system space once. In the end, Su Xingzhou chose the Hongmeng Immortal Body and a Saint rank Advanced Cultivation Technique, the Hongmeng Creation Art, for himself. Among them, the Hongmeng Immortal Body was a top-tier saint body. According to what Su Xingzhou knew from his memories, the physiques existing in this world were divided into low-grade spirit body, medium-grade spirit body, high-grade spirit body, supreme spirit body, and saint body. Possessing a low-grade spirit body could already be called a genius, because it was difficult for even one low-grade spirit body to be born among a million people. Lu Long of the Lu family possessed a low-grade spirit body, which was why he was favored by the Blazing Fire sect master and taken in as a personal disciple. He was the only martial artist with a spirit body in Qingyun City and its nearby cities for many years, and the lowest achievement of a martial artist with a spirit body would be above the divine ability realm. This was the terrifying thing about spirit bodies. As for a medium-grade spirit body, one would probably have to go to the royal capital of the Great Zhou dynasty to see one. And as soon as a saint body appeared, it would be a target for top-tier forces in the Kongshuan realm to scramble over. Cultivation techniques and martial skills were divided into 5 ranks: yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and saint rank, with each rank further divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, the highest level cultivation technique possessed by the Su family was a yellow rank advanced cultivation technique. A yellow rank advanced cultivation technique could allow one to cultivate to the spiritual sea realm peak, although a yellow rank advanced cultivation technique could also allow someone to break through to the Yukong realm. The probability of a breakthrough was minuscule. Even if one luckily broke through, the subsequent cultivation speed would be incomparably slow. Therefore, if one wanted to cultivate to a higher rank, one would need a higher level cultivation technique. Since cultivation techniques were the core of a power, the techniques that leaked out were very few, let alone high-level ones. Closing his eyes, Su Xingzhou began to use the physique and cultivation technique. Use Hongmeng Immortal Body and Hongmeng Creation Art. Ding! Hongmeng Immortal Body used successfully. Ding! Hongmeng Creation Art used successfully. At the moment he heard the system notification, Su Xingzhou felt his body constantly breaking and reconstructing. It felt as if a long time had passed, yet also as if it was just an instant. The pain throughout his body disappeared. In its place was a feeling of being filled with power. And the cultivation method for the Hongmeng Creation Art also appeared in his mind. Because Su Xingzhou was the host, he directly mastered the cultivation technique to the highest level, and for the physique, he mastered all its wondrous uses. The reason a saint body was different from a spirit body was that besides giving the owner a faster cultivation speed and a ladder to higher ranks, it also had many other wondrous uses waiting to be developed by the owner. To Su Xingzhou's surprise, the Hongmeng Creation Art included an all-encompassing Grandmist martial skill chapter. Su Xingzhou's current feeling was that if they were in the same realm, he could even rub YCII into the ground. This was how an old ancestor should look. The next day, some Su family disciples felt a surge of guilt in their hearts as they watched the clan chief and the elders who had just come out of the discussion hall. Now that the family was in trouble, the family elders were staying up all night to discuss major affairs for the family, yet they were still sleeping soundly and not seeking progress. This was simply letting down the family elders too much. I really deserve to die. Thinking of this, these Su family disciples immediately went back and began to cultivate. After a night of discussion, Su Ziyuan and the elders also determined the family's subsequent development direction. Soon, the family members received a notice to collect this month's cultivation resources. Su Ziyuan didn't have time to rest and turned to go to Su Hao's courtyard. Su Hao was Su Ziyuan's child. Su Ziyuan and his wife, Chu Xin, had 2 sons in total. The eldest son, Su Hao, ranked first among the family's younger generation. The younger son, Su Xian, ranked 6th among the family's younger generation. And Su Hao also firmly held the position of number 1 in the family's younger generation with his strength at the Qi-gathering realm 3rd layer. When Su Ziyuan arrived at Su Hao's courtyard, he found that his wife and Su Xian were also there. The 3 of them were sitting and chatting in the courtyard, and it seemed that Su Hao's injuries had recovered. "Husband, you're here." Seeing Su Ziyuan arrive, Chu Xin hurriedly stood up. Su Hao and Su Xian also hurriedly stood up to salute. "Father, how are your injuries?" "They are all healed now." "Father, where did this pill come from?" Su Hao asked suspiciously after answering. Yesterday during the day, Su Jilong had come to tell him that the muscle and bone regeneration pill probably couldn't be found, and at that time, Su Hao had given up on the idea. He didn't expect it to be delivered in the middle of the night. Hearing that Su Hao was completely healed, Su Ziyuan finally felt relieved. This was sent by the old ancestor. Last night, our Su family's old ancestor returned, the one who founded the Su family. At this time, Su Xian suddenly jumped forward. "Dad, this old ancestor wouldn't be a fake, would he? The timing is just too coincidental." Thump. Ouch. Su Ziyuan directly gave Su Xian a flick on the forehead. "It has already been confirmed. Don't speak nonsense." At this time, some Su clan members who had received the notice had already arrived at the warehouse courtyard where resources were placed, waiting in line. This was the place where the Su family distributed cultivation resources. "Sai, have you heard? Our cultivation resources might be reduced starting from this month. I've heard it too. Recently, some of our family's businesses have closed down and haven't been making a profit. It's a pity my cultivation is too weak. I can't do anything. In fact, according to the original plan, the Su family was prepared to start reducing the consumption of cultivation resources by the clan members, because in recent years, the Su family's industries had been suppressed. If not for the share from the Spirit Stone mine, they would have been unable to sustain themselves long ago. While everyone was discussing animatedly, Su Jirui walked in. The distribution of resources in the Su family had always been managed by the Grand Elder. Looking at everyone's expressions, Su Jirui had already guessed their thoughts and chuckled secretly in his heart. Then he said solemnly, "Rest assured, everyone. The cultivation resources will not be reduced. You are the hope of the family. Even if the family is in difficulty, your cultivation resources will not be reduced." Hearing Su Jirui's words, several young men had already slapped themselves a few times. They were too ashamed. Su Jirui walked to the accounting table. "Alright, everyone line up and come one by one to collect your cultivation resources." Su Fiming, body tempering realm peak, 50 low-grade spirit stones. What? Quote, Su Fiming had a look of disbelief. Grand Elder, was there a mistake? Because according to his body tempering realm peak cultivation, 10 low-grade spirit stones were distributed every month. Fiming, there's no mistake. These are all for you. Cultivate well. The family will rely on you in the future. If he didn't have the cultivation of the Spirit Sea Realm, Su Jirui would have been unable to hold back his laughter. What a group of simple children. Soon, Su Jirui distributed the cultivation resources to everyone. Everyone received several times the amount of spirit stones as before, and those young men who were entrusted with the heavy responsibility of the family by Su Jirui ran home in a flash to cultivate. 5. Number 5 Mass Modification of the Holy Body. Chapter 5. Mass Transformation into Saint Bodies. Since he wanted to nurture the family, just giving spirit stones definitely wouldn't work. He also needed to provide some medicinal pills to assist in their cultivation. Su Xingzhou selected some low-grade medicinal pills, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, from his mountain-like pile of pills. Sigh, the family's strength is truly weak. They can't use high-grade medicinal pills yet, so I can only use these relatively low-level ones. Su Xingzhou grumbled while picking out the medicinal pills. At this rate, when will I ever achieve a breakthrough? I need to find a way. I can first transform them into saint bodies and then lock them in a dark room to cultivate constantly. Gia, wouldn't that mean I can achieve a breakthrough even while lying down as expected? I'm a genius. Thus, Su Xingzhou had someone summon Su Ziyuan. Upon arrival, Su Ziyuan bowed respectfully. Old ancestor. Ziyuan, I have some medicinal pills here. Take them and distribute them to the clansmen. Yes. Without overthinking, Su Ziyuan directly took the ring Su Xingzhou handed over. Old ancestor, we are preparing a banquet to welcome you back. Perfect. I also have matters to discuss with the clansmen. Old ancestor, then I shall go down and prepare. After Su Ziyuan walked out, he intended to casually check the ring before handing it to Su Jirui for distribution. Holy crap, this. Inside the ring were unexpectedly 100,000 medicinal pills. Among them were 60,000 Tier 1 medicinal pills, 30,000 Tier 2 medicinal pills, and 10,000 Tier 3 medicinal pills. All of them were medicinal pills that increased the speed of absorbing spiritual qi. Although these were auxiliary cultivation pills and relatively cheap, even a Tier 3 pill was only worth 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a Tier 3 medicinal pill with special effects like the muscle and bone regeneration pill could sell for 1 million low-grade spirit stones. But the value of these 100,000 pills still exceeded 4 billion low-grade spirit stones. Did the old ancestor rob someone's treasury, and then came back here to take refuge? At this moment, Su Ziyuan fell into deep imagination. By the time Su Jirui got his hands on it, he was already numb. The spirit stones had just been partially distributed. No, even the spare change hadn't been finished. The old ancestor gave another 100,000 medicinal pills. Can't finish giving them out. Can't finish. Simply can't finish. On the other side, the square within the Su family estate was already filled with tables and chairs. This time, Su Ziyuan only held a family banquet and did not invite outsiders. At dusk, many people were already busy in the square. After a while, Su Ziyuan and several elders arrived. By then, most of the Su family members had also arrived. The Su family consisted of the direct line, collateral lines, retainers, and servants. As for the collateral lines, although they were side branches, they still possessed the Su family bloodline, just with more distant kinship. The retainers were composed of those who sought refuge and recruited cultivators, usually used for guarding the house and handling family properties. The servants were ordinary people recruited to serve the family. Currently, the Sioux family had over 400 people in total. Among them, the direct and collateral lines together numbered about 100. There were over 100 retainers and the rest were servants. This was even after many people had left due to the Sioux family's decline in recent years. At its peak, there were nearly 1,000 people. Seeing that almost everyone was there, Su Ziyuan summoned a servant to bring the 3 grand elders. Then, leading a group of elders, he arrived at the entrance of Su Xingzhou's courtyard. Old ancestor, the banquet is ready. Hearing that it was ready, Su Xingzhou came out with YCII. Currently, aside from the clan chief and the elders, only a few individuals knew about the old ancestor's return. Many people still didn't know the reason for this gathering. When Su Xingzhou and the others arrived at the square, everyone fell silent. They curiously looked at the 2 young men standing beside the clan chief. Could these be figures from some major family? Then, everyone saw that clan chief Su Ziyuan had actually reserved the main seat in the seat next to it, while he walked to the other side. Moreover, the group of elders also took lower positions. Su Ziyuan pointed at Su Xingzhou and said to everyone, "Today's family banquet is to welcome our old ancestor back. This is the old ancestor of our Su family, who has returned from his travels. From now on, the old ancestor's words must be executed unconditionally." After speaking, Su Ziyuan pointed to YCII. "This person will be our Su family's 1-star patron, Patron Yi. His status is equivalent to a grand elder. Next, I invite the old ancestor to speak." Old ancestor? Quote, "The old ancestor is back. This old ancestor is so young. I wonder which old ancestor this is. Is he strong? This Patron Yi looks very young. I wonder how strong he is." The Su family members below immediately broke into an uproar. "I am Su Xingzhou. I have been traveling for a long time, and now I am back. From now on, let us all work together to make the Su family bigger and stronger, and create new glories. Today, everyone drink to your heart's content. Let the banquet begin." After Su Xingzhou finished speaking, Su Ziyuan began to usher everyone to their seats. But the Su family clansmen below were in a frenzy. Others might not know, but the Su family clansmen knew very well that this old ancestor was the founder of the Su family. It has been over 1,000 years since then. To live this long, how strong must he be? This also made the Su family members feel that with the old ancestor's return, he could surely save the family from its crisis. The news of the Su family ancestor's return also spread along with this family banquet. This made the situation in Qingyun City appear even more confusing. After the dinner, Su Ziyuan brought the Su family's direct and collateral members with the Su family bloodline to Su Xingzhou's courtyard. At this time, there were no outsiders around Su Xingzhou's courtyard except for the Su family's direct and collateral members. This was Su Xingzhou's order. Old ancestor. After everyone arrived, they respectfully called out to the old ancestor. Su Xingzhou opened the door. No one is allowed to spread word of today's matters. Violators will be executed for treason against the clan. Having said that, Su Xingzhou released a hint of his aura, making everyone feel for a moment as if they couldn't stand. "Yes, old ancestor." Everyone looked puzzled after hearing this, but they still decided to obey the old ancestor's command. Even Su Ziyuan, who had witnessed Su Xingzhou bring out resources twice, was very curious about what matter could make the old ancestor so serious. "All of you, come in." Inside the room, Su Xingzhou looked at everyone and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. "These are all my cultivation tools for the future." With dozens of saint bodies helping him cultivate, who could keep up with that speed? However, Su Xingzhou still maintained a serious face. "Currently, our Su family is weak, and you are the future hope of the Su family. Today, I bestow upon you saint bodies and saint rank cultivation methods. You must not spread word of this. I hope you all cultivate well and strengthen our Su family." Just as Su Xingzhou finished speaking, an uproar immediately broke out below. Even Su Ziyuan and the others, who had already seen Su Xingzhou's moves, were dumbfounded, as if they thought they had misheard. "Saint body? Quote, saint rank cultivation method? Quote, these are all things of legend. Moreover, can a saint body be bestowed upon others at will? This is simply beyond ridiculous." The others were even more shocked and at a loss. This severely disrupted their worldview. For a moment, the scene actually fell silent. Seeing that everyone seemed stunned, Su Xingzhou immediately spoke up, pulling back their thoughts. "Now, sit cross-legged." Everyone followed the command as if they had no soul, sitting cross-legged. Su Xingzhou immediately walked up to Su Ziyuan, extended his finger, and pointed at Su Ziyuan's forehead. Today, I bestow upon you the Heavenly Star Body and the Saint Rank Cultivation Method. The Heavenly Star Manual. 2 light orbs floated from Su Xingzhou's finger into Su Ziyuan's brow. In an instant, Su Ziyuan was enveloped in light, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Because Su Xingzhou's room was already enveloped by the system, the aura would not be discovered by the outside world. This was a function discovered only after YCII was summoned. Then, starting from the 3 Grand Elders, he bestowed saint bodies and saint rank cultivation methods upon them in turn. Grand Elder Su Shujie was bestowed the Primordial Saint King Body and the Primordial Profound Art. Grand Elder Su Shujin was bestowed the Great Profound Sky-Reaching Body and the Great Profound Sky-Reaching Art. Grand Elder Su Shuwen was bestowed the Supreme Profound Origin Body and the Supreme Profound Art. Grand Elder Su Jirui was bestowed the Myriad Dao Saint Body and the Myriad Law Saint Art. Second Elder Su Ziwu was bestowed the Prison Suppressing Divine Body and the Divine Elephant. Prison Suppression Art. Su Ziyuan's son Su Hao was bestowed the Chaos Divine Demon Body and the Chaos Profound Art. Su Ziyuan's son Su Xian was bestowed the Void Dao Body and the Void Ancient Scripture. Su Jirui's daughter Su Qingxue was bestowed the Immortal Phoenix Saint Body and the Immortal Phoenix Indestructible Scripture. Su Jiwu's son Su Zan was bestowed the World-Destroying Thunder Body and the Thunder World-Destroying Scripture. Close black lens bracket 6. Number 6. First level of the Divine Power Realm. Divine Power. Creation Incarnation. Chapter 6. Divine Power Realm. First Heaven. Divine Ability. Creation Incarnation. 1 hour later, everyone woke up one after another. They still seemed unable to believe that this was actually the truth. However, the changes in their bodies and the appearance of that saint rank advanced cultivation method in their minds forced them to believe it was real. At the same time, Su Xingzhou's methods were incredible to them. This was not something an ordinary martial artist could achieve. Thank you, old ancestor, for bestowing the saint physique and saint rank cultivation method upon us. Snapping back to their senses, everyone hurriedly stood up to thank the old ancestor. A few of them even lost control and broke through their cultivation on the spot. Return to your cultivation immediately. Remember, since I can bestow the saint physique upon you, I can also take it back. Under no circumstances is this to be passed on to anyone else. For now, he couldn't be too reckless. So today he only passed the saint physique and cultivation technique to those with the Su family bloodline. Only after they had cultivated for a while and his own cultivation had increased could he proceed with the next step of his plan. On the other side, after leaving the room, Su Ziyuan gave everyone another lecture on their mindset. After all, what happened today was far too bizarre, and he had to be cautious. If they weren't careful, the Su family could face total annihilation. However, what they didn't know was that from the moment they entered Su Xingzhou's courtyard, everyone's every move had been monitored by YCII, and the night passed in silence. The next day, Su Xingzhou woke up and checked his sign-in reward, but since it was ordinary, he didn't pay it much mind. Just as he was about to close the system page, he suddenly discovered that he had broken through to the Divine Power Realm First Heaven. He really could break through just by sleeping. It seemed these cultivation tools, oh, no, clansmen, were doing a great job. He then looked at his attributes. Open black lens bracket name close black lens bracket, Su Xingzhou. Open black lens bracket realm close black lens bracket, Divine Power Realm First Heaven. Open black lens bracket age close black lens bracket, 1888 years old. Open black lens bracket physique close black lens bracket, Hongmeng Immortal Body. Open black lens bracket Divine Ability close black lens bracket, Creation Incarnation. Open black lens bracket class close black lens bracket, Martial Artist. Open black lens bracket attributes close black lens bracket, None. Open black lens bracket cultivation technique close black lens bracket, Hongmeng Creation Art. Open black lens bracket martial skill close black lens bracket, Hongmeng Martial Skill Chapter. Open black lens bracket description close black lens bracket, the host's strength is equal to the sum of the strengths of the family bloodline members. Creation Incarnation. Seeing a Creation Incarnation appear in his Divine Ability column, Su Xingzhou clicked to view the description. Creation Incarnation, innate divine ability, can condense an incarnation identical to the main body and control it with divine sense. If the incarnation dies, it can be recondensed without the main body taking damage. An innate divine ability. In the Kongshuan realm, when a martial artist reaches the divine ability realm, they have a chance to awaken an innate divine ability. If they don't, they can only cultivate ordinary divine abilities. Compared to ordinary divine abilities, innate divine abilities are more suited to the martial artist themselves, consuming less energy and possessing greater power. Divine abilities come in all sorts of strange and varied forms. The simplest ones involve mimicking corresponding heaven and earth spiritual chi or manipulating matter into certain forms for attack or utility. As for the profound ones, they are like the creation incarnation or YCII skybreaking. Skybreaking can attach divine ability power to a weapon, making it indestructible and capable of breaking through anything. Just as Su Xingzhou was checking the creation incarnation, the method to condense it automatically appeared in his mind. Immediately, Su Xingzhou tried to condense the creation incarnation. Creation incarnation, condense. After a ripple in the space beside Su Xingzhou, a person identical to him slowly appeared. Su Xingzhou's divine sense probed into it, and a strange sensation immediately arose. A connection was established between himself and the incarnation, giving him the feeling of looking at himself. Su Xingzhou tried to control the incarnation to walk around, and there was no sense of discord or discomfort. Moreover, unless he said so, others wouldn't be able to tell it was an incarnation at all. However, while controlling the incarnation, the main body remains motionless. It seems he cannot control both the main body and the incarnation at the same time. He must choose one or the other. However, switching between the main body and the incarnation happens instantly. He wasn't sure if it was because they were so close inside Su Shuji's cultivation room. An aura of breakthrough flashed by. Su Shuji slowly opened his eyes, feeling the fluctuations of the breakthrough within his body. Void Soaring Realm 3rd Heaven. I've reached the Void Soaring Realm 3rd Heaven just by finishing the fusion with the Saint Physique. This Saint Physique truly lives up to its reputation. The speed of absorbing spiritual chi is also dozens of times faster than before, and this Saint rank cultivation method, just by grasping a tiny bit of it, my cultivation speed has taken off. It's terrifying. I wonder how the old ancestor obtained so many opportunities. The two Grand Elders, Su Shujin and Su Shuwen, also advanced to the Void Soaring Realm 3rd Heaven. Among the other elders and the clan chief, only Su Ziwu reached the Yukong Realm 1st Heaven, while the rest improved by 3 minor realms. As for those Chi-Si Realm martial artists, they improved by at least 4 or 5 minor realms. And the juniors in the body tempering realm improved by at least 6 or 7 minor realms. Not counting Su Xingzhou and YCII, the Su family's strength already far exceeded any other family in Qingyun City. The Su family assembly hall. The members of the Su family, having completely finished fusing with their saint physiques, gathered once again. Everyone's hearts were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Even the 3 grand elders seemed to have grown younger. After all, having broken through to the Yukong realm, their lifespans had increased significantly. In the Kongshuan realm, although everyone can cultivate, not everyone has the opportunity to do so. The 2 most important things for cultivation are cultivation techniques and cultivation resources, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to obtain these 2 things. Thus, ordinary people still make up a large proportion of the Kongshuan realm. Because they live in a world filled with spiritual chi, even though they are ordinary people, they can generally live to be 100 years old. But as soon as one breaks through to the chi-gathering realm, they begin to leave the world of ordinary people behind. A martial artist's lifespan increases every time they break through a major realm. The higher the realm, the more it increases. Chi-gathering realm martial artists have a lifespan of about 200 to 300 years. Spirit Sea realm martial artists have a lifespan of about 300 to 500 years. Yukong realm martial artists have a lifespan of about 500 to 800 years. Divine ability realm martial artists have a lifespan of 800 to 1200 years. The 3 grand elders of the Su family were already over 300 years old. If they hadn't broken through, they would have had only a few decades of lifespan left. This is because cultivation itself is a struggle against heaven, against people, and against all things. It's impossible not to suffer injuries, making it difficult to die of old age peacefully. This time, the 3 grand elders breaking through to the Yukong realm could be said to have added another 300 years to their lifespans. Not only did they no longer need to worry about their lifespans running out, but more importantly, they now had the chance to reach even higher levels. After the initial individual excitement in the assembly hall, everyone looked toward clan chief Su Ziyuan. Seeing everyone radiating the powerful aura of their breakthroughs, Su Ziyuan had never felt so emboldened and confident as clan chief. There's no need for me to say much more. Now is the time for us to revitalize the family. What we need to do next is beat the other 2 families so badly in the 3 clans grand competition that even their own parents won't recognize them. Do you have confidence? 7. Number 7 people from the prefectural city have arrived. The city lord has come to visit. Chapter 7. Visitors from the prefecture city, the city lord's visit. After speaking, Su Ziyuan looked toward the group of Su family juniors led by Su Hao. After completing the fusion with the saint body, the strongest among these children, Su Hao, had already reached the Qi gathering realm peak. Even the weakest, such as Su Xin and the others, had reached the third heaven of the Qi gathering realm, which was the realm Su Hao had been at before fusing with the saint body. In other words, the cultivation of these Su family juniors could now be considered that of minor geniuses among their peers. We have confidence. Even some of the girls among them shouted out loudly with flushed faces. Good. There is still 1 month until the 3 clans grand competition. I hope you can break through again. You must understand that the 3 clans grand competition is not our goal. It is merely the starting point for the rise of our Su family. This time, the members of the Su family who emerged from the discussion hall were filled with lofty ambitions. Qingyun City Lord's Mansion, reception hall. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men were sitting to one side. The 2 of you have come from afar. I apologize for my lack of preparation in welcoming you. Before he even arrived, City Lord Zhou Hanmo's voice drifted over. Hearing that Zhou Hanmo had arrived, the 2 stood up, and one of the martial artists, Zhang Fei, spoke. City Lord Zhou is too polite. We have come by order of the Prefecture Lord to assist City Lord Zhou in investigating the aura of a mysterious expert. City Lord Zhou, please tell us the details. Yes, please sit, my lords. Zhou Hanmo gestured for the 2 to sit and then continued. At that time, I was cultivating when I suddenly felt the aura of an expert, similar to that of the Prefecture Lord, flash through the city. That aura was merely released and did nothing else. It flashed by, and I haven't felt it since. The only news received recently was from yesterday, stating that the Su family ancestor has returned. There are no other abnormalities. Supposedly, this ancestor is the founder of the Su family, Su Xingzhou, and the Su family has already existed for over 1,000 years. I feel that this Su family ancestor might know something. Hearing this, the other martial artist among the 2, He Yucheng, also nodded. It is a bit of a coincidence. Just as the expert's aura was discovered, news of the Su family ancestor's return spread immediately after. And if this Su family ancestor has truly existed for over 1,000 years, it is very likely he has reached the same realm as the Prefecture Lord. Troubled times indeed, Zhang Fei lamented slightly. Among the 2, Zhang Fei's cultivation was at the 4th heaven of the supernatural realm, while He Yucheng was at the divine power realm 1st heaven. The 2 of them had come here because Qingyun City Lord Zhou Hanmo had sent word that the aura of a Shengjing realm expert had appeared in the city. Generally speaking, Shengjing realm experts do not appear in such small cities. If they do, something major might be happening. And the only idle experts in Tiantong Prefecture were the 2 of them. Qingyun City was precisely a small city under the jurisdiction of Tiantong Prefecture, one of the 36 prefectures of the Great Zhou dynasty. Thus, the Prefecture Lord sent the 2 of them to investigate the purpose of this expert. Zhang Fei smiled bitterly. In that case, let us first pay a visit to this Su family ancestor and see how things stand before deciding. The news of the Su family ancestor's return also began to spread after yesterday's family banquet ended. However, more people suspected that this was fake news released by the Su family. After all, the Su family had been pushed so hard by the Li family and the Lu family that they were on the verge of being squeezed out of the ranks of the great families. If that Su family ancestor had truly returned, the Li family and the Lu family would have long since ceased to exist. Because if that Su family ancestor had lived until now, he would have to be a master beyond the divine ability realm. Wiping out the Li family and the Lu family would be a matter of an instant. Yet the Li family and the Lu family were still fine even now. Most importantly, it was said that the Su family ancestor was not some figure with heaven-defying aptitude. It was simply impossible for him to have the strength to live until now. So more people still believed it was fake news. That it was the Su family trying to win over people's hearts and stabilize a family that was about to shatter. As for that fleeting aura of an expert from before, in the entire Qingyun city, only City Lord Zhou Hanmo had caught a trace of it. Others, because their cultivation was too low, were unable to perceive the specific location and only thought some expert was passing through. Furthermore, the affairs of such experts were not something they could concern themselves with, so they didn't take it seriously. Li family. An elder, Li Xuanhua, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Family head, there is news that the Su family's ancestor has returned. I heard he is the Su family founder." Li Tianxing was very puzzled. Could it be a ruse? Now that Su Hao of the Su family has been crippled, the Su family has no chance of winning the 3 clans grand competition in a month. After this, the Su family will inevitably be squeezed out of the ranks of the three great families. Spreading news of an ancestor's return at this time is likely an attempt to win over the hearts of the family members. Go and investigate whether this matter is true or false. Li family head Li Chengye said to the butler Li Zan, I heard the Su family ancestor has returned. Whether it's true or false, prepare some gifts and pay a visit. Lu family head Lu Sheng said disdainfully, ancestor? This Su family has truly gone mad. They can't even make up a story with common sense. If that ancestor were real, I'd twist my own head off and kick it like a ball. Then he instructed a servant, have someone send more cultivation resources to the eldest young master. In this three clans grand competition, my Lu family is going to step over the Su family to rise. The eldest young master of the Lu family was none other than Lu Long, who possessed a low-grade spirit body, and it was also Lu Long who had injured Su Hao of the Su family. This time, the Lu family had specifically recalled Lu Long from the Blazing Fire sect, vowing to step over the Su family on the day of the three clans grand competition, to replace the Su family and become one of the new three great families of Qingyun City. At the entrance of the Su family residence, Zhou Hanmo and the others had already arrived. By now, the Su family's gatekeepers had been changed. It was no longer Su Xin and Su Yan. The two possessed the branch bloodline of the Su family, and now that things were different from before, they would naturally no longer be arranged to serve as gatekeepers. Soon, the city lord and the others were led into the Su family reception hall. Su Ziyuan was preparing to continue cultivating when he suddenly heard a servant report that the city lord had arrived, and he immediately set off for the reception hall. City Lord Zhou's presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please forgive me. Su Ziyuan met Zhou Hanmo with a face full of smiles. In his heart, however, he couldn't help but think, could it be that Zhou Hanmo discovered something by coming at this time? Family head Su is too modest. Hearing that the Su family ancestor has returned, I, Zhou, have specially come to pay my respects. Just after speaking, Zhou Hanmo suddenly realized he could no longer see through Su Ziyuan's strength. Generally speaking, when there is a large difference in the realms of martial artists, a martial artist of a higher realm can see through the cultivation of a lower realm martial artist at a glance. Or, there must be some high-level treasure that can block an expert's investigation. Now, after completing the fusion with the Saint Body, Su Ziyuan had reached the spiritual sea realm peak cultivation. With Zhou Hanmo's strength at the fourth heaven of the aerial flight realm, he could no longer detect Su Ziyuan's cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and He Yucheng only vaguely sensed Su Ziyuan's cultivation after investigating for a moment. Spiritual sea realm peak. The two looked at each other. This was different from what Zhou Hanmo had said. Before coming, the two had also learned some information about the Su family through Zhou Hanmo. This made the two even more firm in their belief that the Su family was connected to that expert's aura. 8. Number 8 with increased strength, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 8. Strength increases, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Hearing that Zhou Hanmo was there to visit the old ancestor, Su Ziyuan looked at the two people behind Zhou Hanmo. He couldn't detect any cultivation from them at all, but they gave off a very dangerous feeling. Su Ziyuan knew that these two were likely experts of at least the Yukong realm. However, things were different now. With the old ancestor's return and the presence of the equally unfathomable patron Yi, Su Ziyuan didn't feel the slightest bit of apprehension. So he invited the three of them to sit down and said, City Lord Zhou, please wait a moment. I will go and inform the old ancestor. Soon, Su Ziyuan arrived at Su Xingzhou's courtyard. Old ancestor, City Lord Zhou is here and says he wishes to pay his respects to you. Hearing Su Ziyuan's words, Su Xingzhou happened to want to test the creation incarnation, so he agreed. He then condensed the creation incarnation and followed Su Ziyuan to the reception hall. Along the way, Su Ziyuan, who was beside him, didn't have the slightest suspicion about the creation incarnation. After all, he wouldn't dare. It seemed he would have to see City Lord Zhou's reaction to be sure. When they arrived at the reception hall, Su Xingzhou saw at a glance that one of the three had a cultivation at the fourth heaven of the aerial flight realm, while the cultivation of the other two was indiscernible. There was no need to guess which one was the city lord. When Zhou Hanmo and the other two saw Su Xingzhou, their spirits were greatly shaken. A commoner? No cultivation at all? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then it could only be that this Su family ancestor's cultivation was too high, so high that they couldn't sense it at all. This made Zhang Fei and He Yucheng feel even more bitter. When facing the prefecture lord, the two could still feel the prefecture lord's terrifying strength. But now, with this Su family ancestor standing before them, it felt as if he didn't even exist. This was simply too terrifying. This level of strength was likely far beyond that of the prefecture lord. It seemed the aura of a powerful expert from before must have been emitted by this Su family ancestor. The two looked at each other, seeing the distress in each other's hearts. Facing such a powerhouse, without knowing his temperament, if they accidentally displeased him, the three of them might not be able to walk out of the Su family's gates today. As for doubting the authenticity of Su Xingzhou's identity, such a powerhouse wouldn't stoop to deceiving such a small family. Zhang Fei, He Yucheng, and Zhou Hanmo greet the Su family ancestor. The three of them bowed directly. Although Zhang Fei and He Yucheng had many thoughts, it was only for an instant. Zhou Hanmo, on the other hand, didn't have as many thoughts. He was just shocked that Su Xingzhou actually looked like an ordinary person. Su Xingzhou raised his hand, controlling spiritual qi to lift the three of them up. This action further confirmed the thoughts in Zhang Fei's and He Yucheng's minds. You three fellow Taoists are too polite. This old man has only just returned to the family and hasn't had time to visit City Lord Zhou yet. I didn't expect City Lord Zhou to come in person. Haha, in the future, I will have to rely on City Lord Zhou's care. At this moment, Zhou Hanmo also came to his senses. This Su family ancestor appeared to be an ordinary person, but in reality, his own cultivation was simply too low to see through him. Old ancestor Su must be joking. In the future, Qingyun City will have to rely on the Su family. If old ancestor Su needs any help, please don't hesitate to speak up. We will certainly do our best to serve you. Zhou Hanmo also felt helpless. Having such a powerhouse stay in Qingyun City had its pros and cons. The benefit was that Qingyun City would definitely develop in the future. Of course, the downside was also obvious. If the city lord lacked sufficient strength, many things would become inconvenient to handle. Although he was backed by the great Zhou dynasty, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. If something happened to Qingyun City, by the time people from the dynasty arrived, they would probably only be in time to attend the funeral feast. After some pleasantries, Zhou Hanmo and the others left the Su residence. Su Xingzhou nodded secretly, as they hadn't noticed anything unusual about the creation incarnation even up until they left. It seemed that if he went out in the future, he could directly use the creation incarnation without attracting any unwanted attention. Subsequently, Zhang Fei and He Yucheng left Qingyun City. Now that they had confirmed the powerhouse was Su Xingzhou, other matters were no longer important. Compared to a lone powerhouse with no ties, a powerhouse with a family would act with some restraint and wouldn't be as big a threat to Qingyun City. If a powerhouse of this strength were allowed to act recklessly in the city, the entire Qingyun City would fall into chaos. However, through the conversation just now, the three of them roughly understood that Su Xingzhou's personality was relatively mild. If it was a disguise, there was nothing they could do anyway. Their mission in Qingyun City was essentially complete, so the two went back since the fusion with the sacred body. Su Ziyuan had brought out all the cultivation resources in the family's inventory. Combined with the old ancestor's medicinal pills, he made them freely available to those with the family bloodline. This move was incomprehensible even to the Su family's servants and attendants. Could it be that the Su family was giving up on itself? They had to think of a way out for themselves in advance. Meanwhile, the Su clan members felt an unprecedented opportunity and cultivated without stopping for a moment, hoping to use this to improve their strength. After all, with such good conditions, even a pig could achieve something remarkable. If they didn't cultivate hard, they would truly be letting the old ancestor down. Su Ziyuan watched the clan members' efforts, his heart filled with gratification. He knew that this opportunity with the sacred body fusion was a major turning point for the Su family. As long as they could seize this chance, the Su family would surely rise. When the news of the Su family opening up all its resources for the clan members to cultivate spread, there was a public outcry. This further confirmed the news to the outside world that the Su family had begun its decline. Some of the servants and attendants recruited by the Su family even left the family. Soon, more than 20 days passed. Tomorrow was the time for the three clans' grand competition. Su Xingzhou had already broken through to the fourth heaven of the supernatural realm. The sign-in rewards over these days were all resources, just like before. The three grand elders and Su Ziwu had all broken through two minor realms. Su Ziyuan and Su Jirui also broke through to the Yukong realm without any obstacles. To this point, the Su family already had 6 Yukong realm martial artists. Even in some large cities, this could not be considered weak. Among the Su family's younger generation, Su Hao had already broken through to the third heaven of the Spirit Sea realm. The others had also broken through 2 or 3 minor realms. The Su family's overall strength could be said to have reached a new height. Today was a relatively important day in Qingyun City. The auction held once every 3 months at the 10,000 Treasures Tower had begun. The 10,000 Treasures Tower was a shop for external trade established by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The 10,000 Treasures Tower's trade involved various domains, including medicinal herbs, weapons, medicinal pills, secret manuals, and everything else related to cultivation. Unlike other shops, the 10,000 Treasures Tower would hold regular auctions. The items auctioned were generally of a higher rank than those traded in the shop. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was one of the top powers in the Kongshuan realm. It could be said that wherever people lived, there was a 10,000 Treasures Tower. Consequently, the 10,000 Treasures Tower had amassed immense wealth. Of course, the 10,000 Treasures Tower's strength was not only reflected in commerce. They also possessed terrifying martial strength. Even the tower master of a small city like Qingyun City had a cultivation at the third heaven of the Yukong realm. Before the auction even started, many people had already rushed to the 10,000 Treasures Tower. There was even news that a 4th-rank medicinal pill, the Void-Breaking Pill, would be auctioned. Void-Breaking Pill, a 4th-rank medicinal pill that can help a spiritual C-realm peak martial artist increase their breakthrough success rate by 80% when breaking through to the Yukong realm. 9. Number 9 Auction. Chapter 9. The Auction. This kind of medicinal pill usually only appears in prefecture cities or larger cities, and its appearance in a city the size of Qingyun City is extremely rare. On the path of martial Dao, the Yukong realm can be considered a major hurdle. Once you achieve a breakthrough, you can roam freely between heaven and earth. Achieving a breakthrough requires the support of natural talent and a cultivation technique. However, if one's talent is insufficient, one can also rely on medicinal pills or other cultivation resources. The Void-Breaking Pill is a shortcut to achieving a breakthrough into the Yukong realm. Soon, it was time for the auction to begin. Even Su Jilong, who had been constantly cultivating, came over with the spirit stones given to him by Su Jirui. Su Jilong walked into the 10,000 Treasures Tower and was immediately shocked by the sight before him. The entire auction house was lavishly decorated, with magnificent golden lights illuminating every corner. Although he had been here many times, every visit still left him feeling inevitably shocked. Truly rich, truly imposing. However, Su Jilong believed that the Su family could achieve this in the future too. Oh, isn't this the third elder of the Su family? Why aren't you staying home and seizing the time to cultivate? Do you actually have time to attend an auction? Su Jilong, who had just entered, turned his head and saw that it was Lu Zong, the great elder of the Lu family. Lu Zong's cultivation was at the 5th heaven of the Spirit Sea realm, but now he himself was at the spiritual Sea realm peak. If it were in the past, he would have exchanged a few barbs with Lu Zong. Now, the strength of the two of them was no longer on the same level, and the gap would only widen in the future. He no longer had the desire to retort. After all, continuing the argument would only waste his time and energy. It would be better to focus his energy on his cultivation and strive to improve his strength. Otherwise, he might not even be able to keep up with the cultivation speed of his clansmen. So, he left without looking back, found a seat, and quietly waited for the auction to begin. His purpose for coming to this auction was very simple: spending. Yes, that's right, spending lavishly. This was Su Jirui's command. With so many spirit stones, it was better to exchange them for other cultivation resources than to keep them. Facing Su Jilong's silence, Lu Zong thought Su Jilong was afraid of the Lu family. He snorted disdainfully and walked inside. Before long, a handsome middle-aged man walked onto the stage in the auction hall. This was Zhao Yang, the chief auctioneer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Zhao Yang appear, everyone quieted down. Zhao Yang did not host every auction. He was only called upon to auction items when major treasures appeared. It seems the news circulating outside is true. Standing on the stage, Zhao Yang scanned the crowd below, smiled slightly, and said, "Welcome everyone to the 10,000 Treasures Tower's auction. Today, our 10,000 Treasures Tower has prepared an unprecedented feast for everyone, and we hope you all gain something from it." As Zhao Yang's voice fell, the auction officially began. A maid from the auction house, carrying a jade plate holding the auction item, slowly walked onto the auction stage. The first auction item is the rank 3 spiritual artifact, Kongyue Sword. The starting price is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Zhao Yang finished speaking, the crowd below gasped. The very first item is a rank 3 spiritual artifact. It seems we really came to the right place this time. Damn, a rank 3 spiritual artifact. I really want it, but unfortunately, I can't afford it. You must know that rank 3 spiritual artifacts are generally used by Spirit Sea Realm martial martial artists. Furthermore, not every Spirit Sea Realm martial artist possesses one. In the case of the Su family, only the clan chief and the 3 Grand Elders own rank 3 spiritual artifacts. Weapons provide a significant boost to a martial artist's strength. 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. Someone immediately shouted a bid from the audience. I bid 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. A mere 250,000 low-grade spirit stones? My Lu family bids 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Instantly, the other martial artists who wanted to bid stopped. First, the Lu family's recent momentum is too strong to provoke. Second, since the Lu family has entered the fray, the Li family and other families will certainly make a move, meaning ordinary martial artists basically have no chance now. The Great Elder of the Li family said with a smile. Great Elder Lu Zong still can't hold his composure, making a bid so quickly. My Li family bids 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Zong looked at the Great Elder of the Li family. HMPH. My Lu family is determined to have this rank 3 spiritual artifact 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Zhao Yang suddenly spoke up. Alright, the Lu family bids 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? Zhao Yang knew that 500,000 low-grade spirit stones was far from the final price of this rank 3 spiritual artifact. The Li family bids 510,000 low-grade spirit stones. The City Lord's mansion bids 550,000 low-grade spirit stones. The consecutive bids from the Li family and the City Lord's mansion made Lu Zong's expression sour. Soon, the price reached 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price was almost the limit for this Kongyue sword. This was the price offered by the Li family, while the Great Elder of the Li family and the City Lord's mansion had long since stopped bidding. Lu Zong gritted his teeth. My Lu family bids 850,000 low-grade spirit stones. Compared to the other 3 major families, the Lu family's foundation is too poor. Therefore, this rank 3 spiritual artifact was very important to the Lu family. Li family Great Elder Li Feng chuckled. The Lu family is truly formidable. My Li family withdraws. Zhao Yang appropriately struck the gavel. 850,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Lu family bids 850,000 low-grade spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? Lu Zong was waiting for Zhao Yang to strike the gavel again when Su Jilong's voice suddenly rang out. The voice was very soft, yet everyone heard it. The Su family bids 851,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Jilong smiled playfully. Lu Zong suddenly turned his head and saw that it was Su Jilong. He couldn't help but mock. Su Jilong, your Su family's assets must be almost depleted. Do you still have the leisure to participate in bidding? Do you even have any spirit stones left? Su Jilong didn't even glance at Lu Zong. Elder Lu doesn't need to worry about that. UHMPH, my Lu family bids 860,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Su family, 861,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Jilong, you are going too far. Lu Zong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, this is infuriating. He only raises the bid by 1,000 low-grade spirit stones every time. The Lu family, 900,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Su family, 901,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Lu family, 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Lu Zong spoke through gritted teeth. Everyone present could feel that the rage in Lu Zong's heart was almost uncontrollable. The Su family, 1,001,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Jilong said, maintaining his lukewarm composure. Su Jilong, you are courting death. If it weren't for the fact that they were inside the 10,000 Treasures Tower, Lu Zong would likely have already attacked. The 10,000 Treasures Tower has its rules. That is, fighting is forbidden inside the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Otherwise, the offender will be placed on the 10,000 Treasures Tower's blacklist and must compensate for all losses. Just as Lu Zong finished speaking, it seemed he couldn't hold back, and a surge of fresh blood rushed up from his throat, making his face flush. Immediately, Lu Zong calmed himself down, swallowed the blood, and glared furiously at Su Jilong, his eyes seemingly ready to shoot fire. P.S. Spiritual artifact and medicinal pill ranks range from rank 1 to rank 9 spirit stone. Exchange ratio. 1 saint grade spirit stone equals 100 top grade spirit stones equals 10,000 high grade spirit stones equals 1 million mid grade spirit stones equals 100 million low grade spirit stones. If the grade of a spirit stone is not mentioned, it is uniformly counted as a low grade spirit stone. 10. Number 10 Breakthrough Pill. Chapter 10. The Void Breaking Pill. 1,001,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Su family bids 1,001,000 low-grade spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? Zhao Yang struck the gavel, his emotions soaring. A third-grade spiritual artifact selling for this price had already exceeded Zhao Yang's expectations. Lu Zong opened his mouth, wanting to increase the bid further. But considering the price had already surpassed 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and with Su Jilong causing trouble, he feared he wouldn't be able to secure this Kongyue sword. Lu Zong simply closed his eyes, swearing to himself that he would make the Su family pay during the Three Clans Grand competition. Seeing that Lu Zong had given up on bidding, Zhao Yang immediately concluded the auction for the Kongyue sword. 1,001,000 low-grade spirit stones, going twice. 1,001,000 low-grade spirit stones, going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the Su family for obtaining the third-grade spiritual artifact, the Kongyue sword. After the sale, the maid walked off the stage. Immediately after, another maid came up, also carrying a jade tray holding an auction item. Items sold at the auction could be settled backstage at any time. However, Su Jilong was in no hurry and continued to wait for the next item. The second auction item, 10 caddies of star iron. The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's actually star iron. This is a precious artifact refining materials with extremely high hardness and toughness, very suitable for forging various spiritual artifacts. Holy crap, 10 caddies of star iron. My artifact refining materials are sorted. When they heard that the second item was 10 caddies of star iron, the crowd below was also shaken. The quality of the auction items this time is very high. 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the end, Su Jilong once again secured the 10 caddies of star iron by bidding just 1,000 low-grade spirit stones more than Lu Zong. Zhao Yang struck the gavel. Congratulations to the Su family for obtaining 10 caddies of star iron. Next is the third auction item, Spirit Transforming Grass. Soon, it was time for the final grand finale item. This was also the item everyone was most anticipating. Even the people from the Li family in the City Lord's Manor sat up straight. Although they had bid a few times before, those were for items that were non-essential. This final grand finale item was their true goal. Zhao Yang smiled mysteriously and took an exquisite jade bottle from the maid behind him. Everyone, this is our final auction item for today, and also our most precious treasure. His voice was full of allure. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that jade bottle, waiting for Zhao Yang to say those 3 words. Void-breaking pill. I won't waste any more words. This is the 4th-tier medicinal pill, the void-breaking pill. The starting price is 1 million low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hiss, it really is the void-breaking pill. I wonder who will get it this time. I must say, the Su family is really going all out today. They've bought all the auction items. I wonder if they still have the financial strength to participate in the final auction? After hearing Zhao Yang's confirmation, the breathing of the crowd below became much heavier. Many people even let out gasps of amazement. Although they had already received word, it still felt like a dream when it was finally confirmed. However, no one had any thoughts of trying to snatch it. The last person who had such an idea had their ashes scattered. 1,010,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This time, even more people participated in the auction. Some people with a bit of strength, though they knew they couldn't win, couldn't help but join in the bidding. Now, the major families and the people from the City Lord's Manor remained calm. Not one had started bidding yet, because they knew that the current participants were just playing around. The real competition hadn't even begun. Meanwhile, Lu Zong glared hatefully at Su Jilong. If looks could kill, Su Jilong would have died countless times today. Today, several items Lu Zong wanted to buy were snatched away by Su Jilong for just 1,000 low-grade spirit stones more. The key was that one couldn't use force in the 10,000 treasures tower, and he couldn't outbid him either, which left Lu Zong fuming with rage. Soon, the price reached 3 million low-grade spirit stones. The great elder of the Li family saw that the price was about right and directly added 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Li family bids 3,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hiss, adding 500,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go. That's terrifying. The Li family has made their move. The other families in the City Lord's Manor will likely join in now. It seems we won't be getting this void-breaking pill. Hearing the Li family's bid, some were amazed, while others were unwilling but helpless. Sure enough, as soon as the Li family bid, the other families in the City Lord's Manor also began to bid one after another. The Lu family bids 3,600,000 low-grade spirit stones. The City Lord's Manor bids 3,650,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Li family bids 3,800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Normally, an ordinary 4th-tier medicinal pill would be worth around 2 to 3 million low-grade spirit stones. A pill like the void-breaking pill, which can help someone achieve a breakthrough, is worth much more. Most importantly, this kind of medicinal pill is generally not circulated in the outside world. It is something that has a price but no supply. That they could auction a void-breaking pill this time was only because the 10,000 Treasures Tower suddenly brought it out. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be people from Qingyun City attending the auction. The Su family bids 3,810,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Li family Great Elder Li Feng paused visibly. This plot felt so familiar. It was just that the one being undercut was now himself. The several families refused to yield, and the price soon reached 5 million low-grade spirit stones. At this point, the people from the city lord's manor were starting to hesitate. This price was already on the high side for them. They belonged to the Great Zhou dynasty and had more than one way to obtain a void-breaking pill. There was no need to fight to the death here. But the major families of Qingyun City were different. If Su Xingzhou hadn't come to the Su family, the highest cultivation among these families in Qingyun City would only be at the spiritual sea realm peak. At this moment, if any family could buy this void-breaking pill, it would mean that before long, that family would possess Yukong realm combat power. This would absolutely make them the #1 family in Qingyun City, with a Yukong realm expert presiding. No matter how many spirit stones were spent on the void-breaking pill, they could be earned back later, and it would allow the family to reach new heights. Therefore, these major families were putting all their effort into bidding. Of course, Su Jilong was still bidding in a leisurely manner. Yukong realm? His own family already had several, and even had the old ancestor and patron Yi presiding. Furthermore, he was about to break through to the Yukong realm himself, so Su Jilong really had no intention of actually buying this void-breaking pill. His bidding was just to make things a bit more lively. If other families ended up spending more wasted spirit stones because of him, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, they called out the prices themselves. He didn't force them. Thinking of this, Su Jilong continued to call out another price. The Su family bids 6 million low-grade spirit stones. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Wanbeilu's Shock. Chapter 11. The Shock of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. The moment he called out the price, Su Jilong felt the gazes of everyone around him. No, everyone in the auction hall, fixated on him. If he weren't at the spiritual sea realm peak, he might not have been able to withstand the pressure. Su Jilong remained calm on the surface, but he thought secretly to himself. Why is everyone looking at me? I don't even plan on buying it. I just think you guys are being too slow with your bids, so I'm just saving you some time. Zhao Yang reacted in time. 6 million low-grade spirit stones. The Su family bids 6 million low-grade spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? After saying that, he struck the gavel. 6 million low-grade spirit stones, going once. This time, it wasn't just Lu Zong whose eyes were burning with rage. The Li family Great Elder Li Feng and the Great Elder of the Li family also had sparks of anger in their eyes as they looked at Su Jilong. What is this Su Jilong doing? Did your Su family just pick those spirit stones up off the ground? Do you have so many you can't spend them all? The Lu family bids 6,010,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Li family, 6,100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Li family, the Su family, 8 million low-grade spirit stones. The Great Elder of the Li family was about to speak when he was directly interrupted by Su Jilong. This time, the people from the other 3 clans stood up in anger. Damn it, are the people of the Su family idiots? The rest of the auction hall also erupted. What was wrong with the Su family today? They couldn't have brought all of their family's spirit stones to the auction, could they? Crazy. The Su family is truly crazy today. In the end, this void-breaking pill was won by the Li family at the price of 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Of course, Su Jilong deserved much of the credit for this. Additionally, the Li family had always called themselves the #1 family in Qingyun City. Therefore, they absolutely would not allow any other family to win this void-breaking pill. That was how this staggering, sky-high price came to be. This price already had Zhao Yang grinning from ear to ear. After this auction, he should be able to enter the 10,000 Treasures Tower in Tiantong Prefecture City. Finally, when the people from the other 3 clans left, they all gave Su Jilong a fierce glare. The people from the city lord's manor, however, greeted Su Jilong with smiles. Not just because of the city lord's instructions, but also because the harder the major families in Qingyun City fought, the happier they were. 10,000 Treasures Tower, Trading Room. Su Jilong sat to one side, sipping tea. A manager of the 10,000 Treasures Tower was bringing over the items Su Jilong had won at the auction. After waiting for a while, all the auction items had been delivered. Su Jilong checked them over, found no issues, and directly handed over 20 million low-grade spirit stones. After putting away the items, Su Jilong called out to the 10,000 Treasures Tower manager, who was about to leave. "Is your tower master here? I want to talk to your tower master about a big business deal." The manager initially wondered what kind of business the Su family could have that would require talking to the tower master. But then he remembered how the other party hadn't even blinked when taking out 20 million low-grade spirit stones just now. Since the other party called it a big business deal, it certainly wouldn't be comparable to what had just happened. It seemed this wasn't a matter he could decide, so he bowed and said, "Elder Su, please wait a moment." After saying that, he turned to find the tower master and explained the situation. After a while, a slightly chubby middle-aged man entered the trading room. Dressed in luxurious clothing, he cupped his hands towards Su Jilong as soon as he entered. "I heard from my subordinate that Elder Su wishes to do a big business deal with me. I wonder what Elder Su needs me to do." Su Jilong and the tower master of the 10,000 Treasures Tower, Shen Ruihong, had met before, so he also stood up and returned the gesture. "Tower Master Shen, our Su family wants to purchase some cultivation resources from the 10,000 Treasures Tower." Hearing that he was called just to purchase some cultivation resources, Shen Ruihong felt a bit displeased, but he still said with a smile, "If Elder Su wants to buy cultivation resources, you can just find a manager of our 10,000 Treasures Tower. If there's nothing else, then I'll get back to work. Please forgive the poor hospitality, Elder Su." After saying that, he cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Su Jilong knew he was being looked down upon, but he didn't care, and his calm voice drifted over. "Tower Master Shen, our Su family wants to purchase 50 million low-grade spirit stones worth of cultivation resources every month from the 10,000 Treasures Tower. I wonder if a manager of the 10,000 Treasures Tower can make the decision on this business? What 50 million low-grade spirit stones in every month?" Shen Ruihong was so shocked his legs felt a bit weak. Although a business deal of 50 million low-grade spirit stones was relatively large for him, it wasn't enough to make him lose his composure. But adding every month before the 50 million low-grade spirit stones truly shocked him. Even if you added all the major families in Qingyun City together, they couldn't sustain such a business for more than a few months. He didn't know where this Su family got their confidence. Could they be making fun of him? However, Shen Ruihong still turned around and saw Su Jilong handing over a ring. "Tower Master Shen, here are 30 million low-grade spirit stones as a deposit. When the resources arrive, the remaining 20 million low-grade spirit stones will be provided." Shen Ruihong swept his divine sense over it and immediately knew there were indeed 30 million low-grade spirit stones inside the ring. He instantly realized that the Su family must have obtained some great opportunity. With the Su family's financial strength, they couldn't casually take out 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Although these families had deep foundations, their spirit stone reserves accounted for less than half of the family's assets. Either that, or the Su family had gone mad. But that was impossible. A 1,000-year-old family wouldn't be that stupid. Suddenly, Shen Ruihong thought of that terrifying aura from a few days ago. That terrifying aura was related to the Su family. Could the Su family ancestor? Shen Ruihong didn't dare to think any further. He quickly replied, "Elder Su, please rest assured. I will go and prepare right away, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." Su Jilong remembered Su Jirui telling him that the old ancestor had given more medicinal pills, so he added an instruction. "Yes, you can provide more materials for artifact refining and alchemy. As for medicinal pills, just some high-grade ones will do." Shen Ruihong nodded repeatedly. "Since everything is settled, I'll head back now." After saying that, Su Jilong looked at Shen Ruihong with a smile. Shen Ruihong knew this was a deliberate reminder of what he had said earlier. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he hurriedly bowed. "Take care, Elder Su." After Su Jilong left, Shen Ruihong straightened up and narrowed his eyes, his mind filled with unknown thoughts. He knew the sky over Qingyun City was about to change. However, this had nothing to do with the 10,000 Treasures Tower. The 10,000 Treasures Tower only did business and did not participate in power struggles. He immediately called a manager and arranged Su Jilong's requirements. He also instructed the manager that whenever anyone from the Su family came in the future, they must be treated with the utmost courtesy and that he should be notified immediately. This time, the manager was also shocked, because even the city lord didn't receive such treatment. As Su Jilong walked back, he felt incredibly refreshed. News of the auction also spread immediately. The Su family has gone mad, squandering the family's last 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Their ruin is now certain. Upon hearing this news, the Su family's servants and attendants also panicked, and one after another, they requested to leave the Su family. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that since the Su family had acted this way, the Li family and Lu family would certainly not let this opportunity pass. The Su family was likely entering its final countdown to destruction. When that time came, those servants and attendants still in the Su family would not meet a good end. Thus, after this single day, only 20 servants and attendants remained in the massive Su family. Su Ziyuan didn't try to make them stay. Those who wanted to leave were allowed to go immediately. These people were no longer worth Su Ziyuan's attention. Su Ziyuan knew that revitalizing the family couldn't rely solely on the Su family members. They would definitely need outsiders to expand the Su family's power. But these people weren't worthy, and tomorrow was the time for the three clans' grand competition. It would be the beginning of the Su family's rise. The departure of these people simply saved him the trouble of filtering them out. 12. #12 Character Summoning Cards. 3 Races Tournament begins. Chapter 12. Character Summoning Card. The Three Clans Grand Competition begins. Soon, night was approaching. Lu Sheng, the patriarch of the Lu family, and Grand Elder Lu Zong quietly left the house, heading separately to the Li family and the Li family. It seemed an invisible conspiracy was enveloping the Su family residence. As soon as midnight passed, Su Xingzhou heard the familiar automatic check-in notification. Ding! Automatic check-in successful, obtained 1 character summoning card. Su Xingzhou was delighted. He had obtained another character summoning card. The last character summoning card had given him a great surprise. He wondered what character would be summoned this time. Without hesitation, Su Xingzhou used the character summoning card directly. Use character summoning card. Ding! Summoning successful, character generating. In an instant, he felt the room begin to grow sweltering, waves of heat rushing toward him. A young man dressed in fiery red clothes appeared, the flame mark between his brows particularly striking. Your subordinate, Lin Kang, pays respects to my lord. You may rise. Having said that, Su Xingzhou hurriedly clicked open Lin Kang's character attribute panel. Open black lens bracket, name close black lens bracket, Lin Kang. Open black lens bracket, realm close black lens bracket, life and death realm 7th heaven. Open black lens bracket, age close black lens bracket, 25 years old. Open black lens bracket, physique close black lens bracket, fire spirit saint body. Open black lens bracket, divine ability close black lens bracket, heaven burning golden flame. Open black lens bracket, profession close black lens bracket, martial artist, alchemist. Open black lens bracket, attributes close black lens bracket, fire, wood. Open black lens bracket, cultivation technique close black lens bracket, Li Fire true scripture. Open black lens bracket, martial skill close black lens bracket, Li Fire sword technique. Looking at Lin Kang's attributes, Su Xingzhou nodded with great satisfaction. As expected of a system product, it must be of the highest quality. Whether it was YCII or Lin Kang, both were prodigy figures capable of suppressing an entire era, no matter the time period. He saw that Lin Kang's attributes even included being an alchemist. Tisk tisk, I've really found a treasure. Having transmigrated until now, Su Xingzhou could be considered to have some understanding of this world. Cultivation in the Kongshuan realm can be divided into martial artist, alchemist, artifact refiner, and formation master. Relatively speaking, becoming a martial artist is the easiest. All one needs is a cultivation technique and resources. If one wants to become an alchemist, artifact refiner, or formation master, it is not so simple. This brings us to the discussion of attributes in the Kongshuan realm. Attributes in the Kongshuan realm are divided into 5 common attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and 3 special attributes: wind, lightning, and ice. Generally, every person is naturally inclined toward a certain attribute from birth and repelled by others. However, the basic requirement to become an alchemist is to possess both fire and wood attributes. To become an artifact refiner, one needs to possess both metal and fire attributes. Therefore, this directly excludes a vast number of people. It might be difficult for a person with dual attributes to appear among tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. Consequently, the status of alchemists and artifact refiners has always been higher than that of martial artists. More importantly, the medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts of martial artists all come from their hands. A formation master, however, is different from an alchemist or an artifact refiner. A formation master does not require specific attributes. One only needs a soul power twice as strong as an average person to become a formation master. Naturally, the higher the soul strength, the higher the talent of the formation master. It seems like a simple requirement, but in reality, the threshold is even higher, because the soul is the most mysterious of things. As far as Su Xingzhou knew, the highest-ranking alchemist within the Great Zhou dynasty was currently 6th rank, and Lin Kang was precisely a 6th-rank alchemist. He was even an outstanding figure among 6th-rank alchemists. If the news that the Su family possessed a 6th-rank alchemist were to spread, the Su family would likely immediately become one of the most powerful families in the Great Zhou dynasty, because even a king realm expert would not dare to easily offend a 6th-rank alchemist. Excellent. This adds another layer of protection for the Su family. Thus, Su Xingzhou directly sent a voice transmission to Su Ziyuan, telling him to arrange things for Lin Kang. At the same time, he told him that from now on, Lin Kang would be a 1-star enshrined expert of the Su family. Then, he gave Su Ziyuan a batch of jade pendants. These jade pendants were all emperor weapons obtained from check-ins. An emperor weapon is a spiritual artifact that surpasses the 9th rank. These jade pendants could prevent martial artists at or below the emperor realm from probing the owner of the pendant, while also automatically releasing a spiritual power protective shield when the owner encountered danger, unbreakable by anyone below the emperor realm. Even an emperor realm expert would have to spend some time to destroy it. However, Su Xingzhou did not mention the rank. He only said that every clansman should carry one, as it could save their lives in danger. As for the method to make these jade pendants recognize a master, it was very simple. Only a single drop of blood was required. Su Ziyuan was secretly shocked. These were surely some extraordinary treasures again, because he had never heard of a spiritual artifact that required a drop of blood to be used. Nothing the old ancestor produced was simple. He was also surprised that another enshrined expert had arrived. However, Su Ziyuan did not hesitate and quickly made the arrangements. The night passed without further words. As soon as dawn broke, people in the city began to rush toward the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena was a place built by Qingyun City for martial artists to spar. The materials used were of a slightly higher grade than ordinary buildings. Generally, martial artists below the Spirit Sea realm would find it difficult to damage. The location for the Three Clans Grand Competition was held at the Martial Arts Arena. The Three Clans Grand Competition, held every 3 years, was a major event in Qingyun City. If one arrived late, they would be squeezed into the back. Su Xingzhou did not make an appearance this time. The current Three Clans Grand Competition was merely a small occasion for the Su family. Su Ziyuan, however, took it very seriously, for this was the beginning of the Su family's rise. Early in the morning, he gathered all the Su family clansmen and came to the discussion hall. He told them about the jade pendants and the matter of enshrined expert Lin. Then everyone chose a jade pendant and performed the blood drop master recognition. The rules of the Three Clans Grand Competition were very simple. Each family would send 5 martial artists from their own family, no older than 25, to participate in arena battles. The 2 opponents would be decided by drawing lots, and the winner would advance to the next round. For each martial artist who won in the first round of arena battles, their family would receive 1 point. For each martial artist who won in the second round of arena battles, their family would receive 2 points. And so on. After the competition ended, the families would be ranked according to their scores to determine the distribution of profits from the Spirit Stone mine. If there were families with the same score, an overtime battle would be held. Each family would select 1 person from their participating martial artists for a duel, and the winner would receive 1 point. This would continue until the scores of the 3 clans were all different. Su Ziyuan looked at the Su family juniors before him and nodded with gratification. He then decided to let Su Hao, Su Qingxue, Su Junhao, Su Zan, and Su Xian, these 5 people, participate in the competition. Among them, Su Junhao was precisely the younger son of Su Jirui. He now possessed the noble spirit divine body and cultivated the noble spirit true chi technique. These 5 were currently the 5 with the highest cultivation among the family's juniors. Su Hao, 20 years old, Spirit Sea Realm 3rd Heaven. Su Qingxue, 19 years old, Spirit Sea Realm 1st Heaven. Su Junhao, 18 years old, Chi Gathering Realm 8th Heaven. Su Zan, 19 years old, Spirit Sea Realm 1st Heaven. Su Xian, 16 years old, Chi Gathering Realm Peak. Since they were going to fight, they had to bring out their strongest combat power. At this time, the area around the martial arts arena was already crowded with onlookers. Some were there to watch the excitement, while others were there to cheer for their family's martial artists. Soldiers from the city lord's mansion had already arrived to maintain order at the scene. Although there were many people, it was well organized. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the referees for every 3 clans grand competition were served by people from the city lord's mansion. Soon, people noticed that the teams from the 3 great families had arrived. 13. 13. A competition among 3 races? A competition among 4 races. Chapter 13. 3 Clans Grand Competition? 4 Clans Grand Competition. Someone turned around and saw the Lee family clan chief leading his group over. The soldiers maintaining order tactfully directed the crowd to open a path. There were some seats at the front of the martial arts arena, but not many. During every 3 Clans Grand Competition, these seats were naturally reserved for the 3 great families and the city lord's manor. At such times, ordinary people wouldn't dare to sit there. Just as the people from the Lee family took their seats, they saw the Lu family arriving as well. They also brought several younger generation members of the family. The Lu family members walked straight toward the seating area. Lu Sheng and Li Chengye both nodded to each other tacitly without saying a word. And then the Lu family members also found seats and sat down. Why are the people from the Lu family going up to the stage? I haven't heard that the Lu family is participating this year. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen at this year's 3 Clans Grand Competition. I see Lu Long. He has a low-grade spirit body. I didn't expect him to come too. Seeing the Lu family members walk onto the seating area, the crowd below the stage immediately broke into a flurry of discussion. This was because the Lu family had always stood below the stage to watch in the past. Moreover, everyone assumed by default that only the families participating in the battle would sit on the stage. While everyone was still discussing, the Li family's group and the city lord also arrived. Li Tianxing was not at all surprised to see the Lu family members sitting on the stage. Zhou Hanmo looked at the members of the Li family, and the Lu family, arched an eyebrow, and remained silent. Zhou Hanmo had already guessed some of the reasons behind the behavior of these 3 families. However, Zhou Hanmo did not speak out to expose them. For Zhou Hanmo, it was also good to let the Li family and Lu family suffer a bit. Among the great families of Qingyun City, the Su family and the Li family were slightly more kind-hearted. The Li family was never easy to deal with. If not for his high cultivation, they probably wouldn't have respected him long ago. And the Lu family, ever since Lu Long was accepted as a personal disciple by the Blazing Fire sect master, they looked down on him even more. This time they were slapping the Su family's face like this. If the Su family ancestor took action, then there would be a good show to watch. As for the Li family, one could only say they were unlucky for choosing the wrong side. Thus, Zhou Hanmo acted as if he didn't see the Lu family and walked to the seat reserved for him in the center and sat down. This scene left everyone confused. Had the Lu family already replaced the Su family to become one of the new 3 great families? The Su family is here, someone shouted. The show is starting. The Su family is going to have a miserable time today. Let's observe a moment of silence for the Su family. From afar, Su Ziyuan could be seen approaching with a few people from the Su family. Seeing that the Su family only had a few people while the other families had dozens, someone immediately lamented, after today, the Su family will likely become a thing of the past. I heard their family servants and servants have all run away. Before even reaching the stage, Su Jilong in the group felt the hateful gazes from Lu Zong and the Li family great elder Li Feng. With a slight smile, Su Jilong didn't take it to heart. After arriving on the stage, Su Ziyuan saw that Zhou Hanmo actually took the initiative to greet him. He immediately realized this must be because of the old ancestor. He didn't mind it, and after returning the greeting, he led the Su family members to their seats. When the Li family and others on the stage saw this, they were completely perplexed. Because a Su family wasn't worth the city lord lowering himself to take the initiative to greet them. Zhou Hanmo, however, clearly remembered what Zhang Fei had said to him before leaving. He needed to try his best to be on good terms with the Su family. Seeing that the people from the 3 great families were all present, Zhou Hanmo stood up as usual, preparing to announce the start of the 3 Clans Grand Competition. Before Zhou Hanmo could speak, he was interrupted by Lu Sheng, City Lord. I believe the rules of this year's 3 Clans Grand Competition can be modified. If it's always the same 3 families competing, it will only make certain families complacent, wasting resources without strengthening Qingyun City's power. After saying this, Lu Sheng also glanced at Su Ziyuan. Su Ziyuan snorted coldly, thinking, you might as well just say the Su family's name directly. Fortunately, the old ancestor is back, otherwise I really would have been screwed by you today. Since the fusion with the Saint Body, the family members had been busy consolidating their cultivation and hadn't had time to deal with the Lu family. He was just worrying about not having a reason to pull the Lu family into the game. Now he could directly avenge the injury of his son. However, on the surface, Su Ziyuan still wore an angry expression. Lu Sheng continued, if 4 families compete, with the survival of the fittest, it will only make Qingyun City stronger and stronger. What does the city lord think? Now it was Zhou Hanmo's turn to feel uncomfortable. He had intended to sit quietly and watch the drama, but he ended up being kicked a life or death question. He originally thought the Lu family just wanted to give the Su family some trouble today. After all, the two families had been fighting for a long time. This was a common occurrence. He didn't expect they were preparing to start a direct war. The key was that both sides were hard to offend. The Blazing Fire Sect's sect master was also a life and death realm expert, and the Su family ancestor was even more unfathomable. If something went wrong, even the governor might not be able to protect him. Although the great Zhou dynasty seemed prosperous, the sects and noble families within the dynasty currently posed a great threat to it. Furthermore, several princes were currently fighting for the throne. When the time came, he might only be sent out as a scapegoat to appease their anger. Zhou Hanmo felt bitter in his heart. Being this city lord was just too difficult. Zhou Hanmo could only look helplessly at Su Ziyuan and then said, "I wonder what the other clan chiefs think of this matter." The Li family agrees. The Li family agrees. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the voices of Li Tianxing and Li Chengye agreeing. Damn, they've already discussed this in advance, haven't they? It seems the Su family's opinion no longer matters. The Su family agrees. Then Zhou Hanmo heard Su Ziyuan's voice. Everyone was stunned. Had Su Ziyuan lost his mind? Shouldn't the Su family be strongly opposing it? Behind Su Ziyuan, the members of the Su family, hearing their clan chief's gnashing teeth but helpless voice, secretly gave him a thumbs up. The clan chief's acting is pretty good. Although Zhou Hanmo, Li Tianxing, and the others were puzzled, seeing Su Ziyuan's desolate figure, they also understood. It was useless for the Su family to refuse. Zhou Hanmo sighed in his heart and then faced the surrounding crowd. Today's 3 clans grand competition is changed to a 4 clans grand competition. All other rules remain the same. I announce that the 4 clans grand competition officially begins now. Hearing this news, the crowd below the stage broke into cries of surprise. Holy crap, something big really did happen. It's confirmed. The Su family is definitely finished. Some family servants and servants who had left the Su family also came to the martial arts arena. At this moment, they were still secretly rejoicing that they had left the Su family in advance. After Zhou Hanmo announced the start of the competition, people from the city lord's manor began to organize the contestants for the drawing of lots. The family disciples participating in the competition went up to the stage one by one to draw a number. First, 5 people from the Li family went up, because the 3 great families previously came with teams of dozens of people every time. Of course, the Su family was an exception this time. With so many people, it was difficult to notice some people hidden in the group. Therefore, it was usually only during the drawing of lots that everyone would know which martial artists each family had sent out. Once everyone saw clearly the 5 people the Li family had sent out, it caused quite a stir. 14. Number 14 I, Lu Long, Invincible. Chapter 14. I, Lu Long, Invincible. The 2 brothers, Li Zufeng and Li Zuyan, have actually returned. I heard that these 2 left to travel the world after the 3 clans grand competition 3 years ago. This competition is going to be something to see. These 2 were the strongest in the last one, and now they've come back to participate again. Li Zufeng and Li Zuyan were precisely Li Tianxing's sons. 3 years ago, they had taken first and second place in the competition. Now, they were both exactly 25 years old, still eligible to participate in this competition. After several members of the Li family finished drawing lots, it was the Li family's turn. The drawing order followed the previous family rankings. This time, the Li family's representatives were, as expected, several active young disciples of the family. Next was the Su family, and the crowd was no stranger to their representatives. Su Hao still came. I heard that last time, in order to save someone, he was set up and injured by Lu Long of the Lu family. I wonder if his injuries have healed? Even if Su Hao's injuries have healed, the Su family won't be able to escape their fate this time. What a pity, the people of the Su family are actually quite nice. Many people felt an affinity for the Su family because they were much more kind and reasonable in their dealings than the other families. Finally, it was the Lu family's turn to take the stage and draw lots. When Lu Long passed by Su Hao, he intentionally paused. Su Hao, haven't you learned your lesson? Coming here to seek death again, haha, you'd better pray the 2 of us don't draw the same number. After saying that, he gave a loud laugh and walked onto the arena stage to draw his lot. Su Hao narrowed his eyes. He was seeking his own death. Standing on the stage, Lu Long felt that at this moment, he was the most brilliant youth in Qingyun City. He possessed a 1 in a 10,000 low-grade spirit body, and he had been accepted as a personal disciple under a Shengjing realm expert. Today was the moment he would secure the title of one of the 3 great families of Qingyun City for his family. I, Lu Long, Invincible. Lu Long shouted his inner thoughts to everyone, then turned to draw his lot. Seeing that he had drawn number 1, Lu Long couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Was even the heavens helping him? Letting him be the first on stage to display his invincible stature. Lu Long's antics caused some of the people below the stage to curse under their breath. Damn, this Lu Long is really arrogant. Both Li Tianxing and Zhou Hanmo also frowned. This boy cannot be allowed to remain. The Li family was concerned for their own family's status, while Zhou Hanmo was worried about Qingyun City. If Lu Long were allowed to grow, he would inevitably become a scourge to Qingyun City in the future. However, Lu Long's special status and the fact that he was backed by the Blazing Fire sect made it difficult for both of them. Of course, the one feeling the most uncomfortable was Li Tianxing. Soon, the match list was released. First match, Su Hao vs Lu Long. Second match, Su Qingshui vs Lu Fei. Third match, Su Zan vs Lu Ming. Sixth match, Li Zufeng vs Li Bowen. Seventh match, Li Zuyan vs Li Hong. Once the match list was announced, the audience below the stage was dumbfounded. It had turned directly into a family versus family showdown. By a strange coincidence, 5 members of the Su family were pitted against 5 members of the Lu family. 5 members of the Li family were pitted against 5 members of the Li family. In the first match, what was the situation there? A meeting of enemies? At this time, the 4 family heads on the stage also turned their questioning gazes toward Zhou Hanmo. Zhou Hanmo had a helpless expression. It wasn't my arrangement. Damn it, you guys should just be the city lord then. What no one knew was that regarding this match list, not only was the Lu family happy, but the Su family was even happier. First match of the 4 clans grand competition, Su Hao versus Lu Long. Please, both parties, take the stage. Lu Long directly flickered and jumped onto the arena, beckoning to Su Hao with his finger. At this moment, Su Hao felt no anger in his heart. Instead, he was unusually calm as he slowly walked onto the stage. In Lu Long's eyes, this scene was a display of fear. He couldn't help but throw out several more insults. Seeing both parties on the stage, the referee signaled for the match to begin. Neither of them used weapons. Lu Long directly condensed his spiritual power and threw a punch toward Su Hao's chest. His speed so fast it was dazzling. Su Hao's eyes narrowed, and with a slight sideways movement of his body, he easily dodged Lu Long's attack. However, Su Hao didn't counterattack immediately. Instead, he stood in place, quietly watching Lu Long. Seeing his attack easily dodged, Lu Long couldn't help but be startled, but he quickly regained his confidence. Su Hao must have just gotten lucky and dodged it. He charged at Su Hao again, and this time, his attack was even more violent. He directly used his martial skill. However, no matter how Lu Long attacked, Su Hao was able to dodge with ease. His figure was like a swimming fish, fluid and unpredictable. Lu Long's attacks grew more and more fierce, yet he remained unable to hit Su Hao. His body was already beginning to show signs of fatigue, while Su Hao remained as composed as ever. This caused Lu Long's anger to skyrocket, and he no longer hid his strength. Lu Long, I'm invincible. Suddenly, an aura of the 7th level of the Qi gathering realm radiated from Lu Long's body. Oh no, this Lu Long actually has a cultivation of the 7th level of the Qi gathering realm. Su Hao is in danger. When the crowd below saw Lu Long release his aura, they knew he was about to get serious. Initially, the scene on the arena had also confused everyone in the seating area except for the Su family. Everyone thought Lu Long was playing with Su Hao, as every attack seemed to just barely miss him. It wasn't until they saw Lu Long lose his temper and release his qi that they realized Su Hao had become extraordinary. At this point, the Li family head and the others thought to probe Su Hao's cultivation, but they all returned empty-handed. All of the divine sense they sent out was blocked by something. Everyone looked at Su Ziyuan with uncertainty and suspicion. Recalling what had happened to the Su family previously, everyone's hearts suddenly skipped a beat. An ominous premonition arose within them. Soon, a miserable scream pulled their thoughts back. They saw Lu Long on the arena, his entire face now so swollen he was unrecognizable. His arms and legs dangled limply, and he was already in a state of semi-consciousness. The referee was directly stunned. This reversal was too fast. Lu Long had been fine just a moment ago, full of aggressive momentum. How did he end up like this in an instant? This was because Su Hao had wanted to play around a bit at first. Otherwise, Lu Long would likely have been flattened in less than a second. Thus, the referee quickly pulled Su Hao back and announced that Su Hao of the Su family won the first match. Su Hao gave a slight smile and then slowly walked down the arena, just as he had when he came up. For a moment, the crowd couldn't even react to this result. Lu Sheng's gaze towards Su Hao was almost murderous, his entire body's aura erupting forth. At that moment, Su Ziyuan stood in front of Su Hao. Looking at Su Ziyuan, Lu Sheng's clenched fist slowly relaxed. He knew he couldn't touch Su Hao right now, so he quickly ordered people to carry Lu Long back to the family for treatment. It wasn't until the referee announced the start of the second match that everyone seemed to accept the result. However, the following second match once again left everyone dumbfounded. As soon as the referee finished saying start, Su Qingshe's figure vanished, followed by a series of miserable screams. By the time the screams gradually quieted down, everyone saw that Lu Fei was already lying on the ground with the same swollen face as Lu Long, twitching occasionally. This caused the gazes directed at Su Qingshe to become somewhat evasive. Too brutal. By now, the way everyone looked at the Su family had changed. And the third match once again refreshed everyone's worldview. On the stage, Lu Ming heard the match begin and was just about to surrender. Before a single word could escape his mouth, he felt a punch hit his face. Immediately after, his consciousness began to blur. He didn't even know how many times he had been punched. In the fourth match, the Lu family disciple surrendered directly from below the stage. In the fifth match, the competing Lu family disciple was directly scared unconscious, and the referee declared the Su family the winner. 15. #15 Cloud and Mist Mountains, Black Wind Village. Chapter 15. Cloud Mist Mountain Range, Black Wind Stockade. The 5 matches concluded, and everyone fell into deep thought. Was the Lu family putting on a show? But wasn't the price a bit too high? Clearly, it was impossible for the Lu family to cooperate with the Su family in a performance. Currently, the Lu family and the Su family were like fire and water. The Lu family would never damage their own interests to help the Su family. The only possibility was that something unknown to everyone had happened within the Su family. They must have obtained some incredible opportunity. Zhou Hanmo had naturally known for a long time, but he hadn't expected the Su family ancestor to actually have a way to boost the strength of the younger generation. It seemed these Su family juniors had at least reached the Qi-gathering realm 7th heaven. Because of the Jade Pendant's interference, they couldn't probe anything and could only sense a bit from the fluctuations of spiritual energy during the attacks. Li Tianxing's face was grim. It seemed his plan needed to be moved forward. Li Chengye showed nothing on the surface, but no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng kept staring at Su Ziyuan. Finally, the results of the 4 clans grand competition were announced, shocking the entire city. Su family, 1st place. Li family, 2nd place. Li family, 3rd place. Lu family, 4th place. This caused the Su family to gain immense fame throughout Qingyun City in an instant. The servants and attendants who had left the Su family were also dumbfounded. Some even had the audacity to try and return to the Su family. However, these people couldn't even make it past the Su family's gates. In this 4 clans grand competition, the Lu family was undoubtedly the most miserable. To get the Li and Li families to support their participation in the competition, the Lu family had handed over a significant amount of resources. They thought it was a sure thing. Their family would be promoted to one of the 3 great families of Qingyun City, and they could just sit back and wait for the profits from the Spirit Stone Mine. In the end, not only did they gain nothing, but they also lost a massive amount of resources. At this moment, in the Lu family's meeting hall, the usual relaxed atmosphere was gone, replaced by a heavy tension. Lu Sheng said with a dark expression, "Grand Elder, please go to the Blazing Fire sect and tell the sect master that the Su family has a great opportunity that can help people achieve rapid breakthroughs." Upon hearing this, Lu Zong's heart tightened. He understood the clan chief's meaning. He wanted to use the Blazing Fire sect's hand to destroy the Su family. However, Lu Zong was worried. Such an obvious ploy of killing with a borrowed knife wouldn't escape the Blazing Fire sect master's notice. If he took his anger out on the Lu family, they would suffer the consequences. He could only pray that the Su family's opportunity was significant enough to tempt the Blazing Fire sect master. If that were the case, not only would the Lu family be safe, on the contrary, they could use this to rise even higher. This was also an opportunity for the Lu family. He stopped overthinking and planned to leave the city under the cover of night. Meanwhile, in Li Tianxing's study at the Li family residence, only Li Tianxing and elder Li Xuanhua were present. Li Tianxing handed a letter to Li Xuanhua. "Leave tonight and be careful to hide your tracks. Take this letter to the chief of the Black Wind Stockade in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Tell him that the flowers at home have bloomed, and I invite him back to admire them." Li Xuanhua was startled. He remembered the last time he heard those words was 20 years ago, on the day a family in Qingyun City was wiped out. Not daring to delay, Li Xuanhua immediately took his leave. After disguising himself, he sneaked out of Qingyun City under the cover of night. At the same time, people from the Li and Lu families also sneaked out of Qingyun City, heading in different directions. Because the 3 were heading in different directions, none of them noticed the others. The Cloud Mist Mountain Range, located in the east of the Great Zhou Dynasty, spanned across several prefectures. It was a vast, undulating mountain range shrouded in mist. The mountains were perpetually covered in mist, and sunlight could hardly penetrate the thick clouds, making the interior even more mysterious and unpredictable. Legend had it that the Cloud Mist mountain range was the place where the Cloud Mist Great Emperor passed away, and his legacy remained hidden within. In the beginning, many people went to search for it. However, most ended up in conflicts and battles, leading to many deaths within the range. Yet, tens of thousands of years had passed, and no one had found anything. As time went by, the Cloud Mist mountain range became a hiding place for bandits, outlaws, and criminals. They established many secret strongholds in the mountains, using the mist and complex terrain to repeatedly escape the Great Zhou dynasty's pursuit. It was said that in the depths of the mountains, powerful experts had built a city of sin. A king realm expert had once been brutally killed while pursuing a fugitive deep into the mountains. Since then, the Cloud Mist mountain range had become a major headache for the Great Zhou dynasty. They wanted to wipe it out but didn't know where to start. Sending ordinary soldiers was useless. If they deployed powerful experts, the Great Zhou dynasty couldn't afford the potential losses. Fortunately, the experts within the Cloud Mist mountain range didn't dare to come out easily either, for if they did, they too would face the pursuit and slaughter of the Great Zhou dynasty's experts. Thus, the situation in the Cloud Mist mountain range had persisted until now. The chief of the Black Wind Stockade, Lu Tianshang, was originally a fugitive who had been severely injured while fleeing to Qingyun City 40 years ago and was saved by Li Tianxing. Later, with Li Tianxing's help, he escaped to the Cloud Mist mountain range and established the Black Wind Stockade. After 40 years of development, it had become a sizable stronghold. Lu Tianshang's cultivation had now reached the fourth heaven of the aerial flight realm. The stockade even had 2 vice chiefs at the Yukong realm. To repay Li Tianxing for saving his life, Lu Tianshang had promised to help him with 5 matters. The previous extermination of a family in Qingyun City was one of those matters. Qingyun City was separated from the Cloud Mist mountain range by 3 cities, with the closest one being Qingyun City. If one wanted to enter the Cloud Mist mountain range to find the Black Wind Stockade, simply walking in wouldn't work. If you just went in, it would likely be difficult to come out alive. One had to first find a guide for the Black Wind Stockade. Guides was the term for those who acted as liaisons between the Cloud Mist mountain range and the outside world. Forces within the Cloud Mist mountain range generally did not communicate with the outside. Therefore, guides were very rare. The way to find a guide was also through a special contact method agreed upon beforehand. Having been there once before, Li Xuanhua quickly found the guide for the Black Wind Stockade. Following the guide, he soon arrived within the Cloud Mist mountain range. He then saw the guide manipulating a token, pointing it toward the front. In an instant, the scenery before his eyes began to change. Until a passage was revealed, the two quickly traversed through it. After another period of trekking, they arrived at the Black Wind Stockade. Upon seeing Lu Tianshang, a sense of danger made Li Xuanhua's eyelids twitch. Not daring to be disrespectful, Li Xuanhua immediately bowed and relayed the clan chief's instructions to Lu Tianshang, then handed him the letter. After reading the letter, Lu Tianshang understood Li Tianxing's intention. He knew that Li Tianxing needed him to take action, so he had the guide lead Li Xuanhua out of the Cloud Mist mountain range first. Then, after arranging the affairs of the stockade, Lu Tianshang set out from the Cloud Mist mountain range with his 2 vice chiefs. After leaving the Cloud Mist mountain range, the 3 headed straight for Qingyun City. 16. Number 16 The Heaven and Earth Transformation Talisman, Qingyun Mountain. Chapter 16. Heaven and Earth Alteration Talisman, Qingyun Mountain. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Su Xingzhou habitually checked his sign-in items. It was yet another emperor weapon. Just ordinary. He tossed it directly into the system space without a second thought. It had already been a month since he arrived in this world. Over this month, Su Xingzhou had grown accustomed to life here. Now, he was considering how to establish the Su family's ancestral grounds. The current Su family was, frankly, a bit destitute, but as long as he was there, the Su family would only become more and more glorious in the future. The reconstructed family grounds had to be worthy of the Su family's future development. First was the issue of location. In the Kongshuan realm, there was no such thing as a world center, so any place would do. For cultivation forces, the most important factor in site selection was the concentration of spiritual qi. After all, this concerned the matter of future cultivation. 2 people with the same talent would have different results if they cultivated in environments with different spiritual qi concentrations. Therefore, many forces were established on top of spiritual veins. Spiritual veins are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high grade, top grade, and saint grade. The spirit stone mine discovered in Qingyun City was a relatively small low-grade spirit vein, producing 20 million low-grade spirit stones annually. Some major forces would even set up formations on top of their spiritual veins to better protect them and utilize the escaping spiritual qi. Thus, the more powerful a force was, the more dense the spiritual qi in its cultivation environment would be. Of course, none of these were things Su Xingzhou needed to worry about. They were just spiritual veins. If there weren't any, he would just modify the land himself. Su Xingzhou glanced at the hundreds of saint-grade spirit veins in his system space. Well, these should be enough. Now he just needed to determine the location for the family grounds. The Su family in Qingyun City certainly couldn't continue to serve as the main family grounds. After all, powerful forces all occupied their own territory. In the future, the Su family in Qingyun City would simply serve as one of the Su family's external branches. Su Xingzhou decided to rebuild the Su family on a mountain range, as that would give the Su family a grander bearing, because those great sects and powerful hidden families were also established on remote mountain ranges that possessed spiritual veins. His own family naturally couldn't fall behind. Thinking about it, there didn't seem to be any suitable places nearby. As for places further away, he couldn't find a suitable one on short notice. Suddenly, Su Xingzhou slapped his forehead. Right, since spiritual veins can be modified by oneself, mountain ranges can also be modified by oneself. Su Xingzhou remembered a heaven and earth alteration talisman inside his system space. Heaven and earth alteration talisman. After use, it can change the terrain and landscape within 1,000 square kilometers. Good stuff, I'll go with you. However, just having these wasn't enough. He also needed enough strength to deal with those martial artists who would come to seek their own deaths. But the highest cultivation the Su family currently possessed was Lin Kang, who was only at the life and death realm 7th heaven. That was far from enough. Unfortunately, if the Su family were given more time, these wouldn't be problems. However, he had a solution. And that was the formations he had obtained from signing in. These formations didn't require a formation master to set up. Whether they were high rank or low rank formations, they would automatically complete their setup once spiritual qi was directly injected. This was the power of the system. Su Xingzhou rubbed his chin. This was more or less settled now. Immediately, Su Xingzhou summoned Lin Kang, and the two of them left the Su family together. Su Xingzhou already had an idea for where to use the heaven and earth alteration talisman. It was on a small mountain range 50 miles east of Qingyun City. It happened to be uninhabited and was close to Qingyun City. If the Su family in Qingyun City had any trouble in the future, it would be convenient to come to the main family since both Su Xingzhou and the other were at least in the divine ability realm. Their speed was very fast. After leaving Qingyun City, they arrived at the location in less than 15 minutes. Then, Su Xingzhou came to a spot that was roughly the center of the area he had chosen. Because using the heaven and earth alteration talisman centered on the user. Then, Su Xingzhou directly used the heaven and earth alteration talisman. In an instant, a 3D holographic, transparent display of the terrain appeared before Su Xingzhou's eyes. It was precisely the landscape of the 1,000 square kilometers surrounding Su Xingzhou. Su Xingzhou tried to directly modify a spot in front of him on this 3D holographic scene. Instantly, the terrain ahead began to change along with it. It seemed that modifications were applied to reality in real time as he edited. Su Xingzhou did not hesitate and began to modify the scene before him. First, he turned the area into a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, and then he molded 3 peaks. The middle one was the highest, while the peaks on either side were slightly lower. Then, he set up a large platform 500 meters to the east of the Great Mountain. This would serve as the family plaza in the future. Next, he began to set up steps leading down from the eastern edge of the plaza, connecting all the way to the ground. On the other side of the plaza, he set up the family hall, the reception hall, and other such places. Then, he set up various platforms at different points on the mountain body above the plaza. These places were reserved for the family to later build sites for storing cultivation techniques, alchemy, artifact refining, and other special purposes. Then, he planned out some areas suitable for living. Looking at the scene before him that had been mostly modified, Su Xingzhou directly ended the transformation of the heaven and earth alteration talisman. After all, if there were any unsatisfactory parts in the future, he would have the ability to change the world himself by then. It was only because his current cultivation was low that he had to borrow the heaven and earth alteration talisman. In the world of cultivation, for the strong, moving mountains and filling seas was merely a casual feat. Next was the matter of setting up formations and modifying the spiritual veins. Su Xingzhou first set up an imperial rank defensive formation, the Taiji Bagua formation, over the entire mountain range. Once this formation was activated, it could directly cover a range of 1,000 square kilometers, which was exactly the entire mountain range. Then he set up an imperial rank offensive formation, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Once the Immortal Slaying Sword formation was activated, it could slay emperors. Finally, he set up an imperial rank Spirit Gathering formation and a No-Fly formation. The Spirit Gathering formation was used to gather the spiritual qi escaping from the spiritual veins that were about to be placed in the mountain range, preventing it from leaking out. As for using the Spirit Gathering formation to absorb spiritual qi from the outside, Su Xingzhou didn't even care for that. The No-Fly formation was to restrict the flight abilities of martial artists. Flying was prohibited over the Su family's ancestral grounds. Of course, the restriction could be lifted for Su family members individually after finishing the formations. Su Xingzhou began to place the spiritual veins. With a wave of his hand, 100 saint-grade spirit veins appeared before him. In an instant, a majestic storm of spiritual qi swept through. If Su Xingzhou hadn't possessed the cultivation of the divine ability realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep his footing. These spiritual veins were suppressed by the system while in the system space, but once placed in the outside world, they would instantly form a storm of spiritual power that spread in all directions. Su Xingzhou and Lin Kang immediately began to drive the spiritual veins before them into the mountain range. With the addition of the spiritual veins, the imperial rank formations Su Xingzhou had set up began to be activated one by one. If Su Xingzhou's plan to keep the imperial rank formations open at all times were known by those major forces, it would likely cause another round of gasps. After all, even those forces with imperial formations and long-standing legacies didn't dare to keep their formations open all the time, because the consumption of the formations was too terrifying. Those major forces would only activate their formations when facing a crisis. But here with Su Xingzhou, just the escaping spiritual qi from 100 spiritual veins was enough to support the operation of the grand formations. Of course, Su Xingzhou didn't care about this consumption either. The two of them worked for 15 minutes before they had driven all 100 saint-grade spirit veins into the mountain range. It wasn't that Su Xingzhou was unwilling to continue driving in spiritual veins, but rather that the mountain range modified by the heaven and earth alteration talisman could only fit this many, but these were already enough, because as soon as the spiritual veins appeared, trees, flowers, and grass began to grow across the entire mountain range. They were growing at an extremely fast rate under the nourishment of the massive amount of spiritual qi. Thus, Su Xingzhou set up another imperial rank profound heaven spirit locking formation inside the mountain range. It was used to control the spiritual qi escaping from these 100 saint-grade spirit veins. Because the spiritual qi escaping directly from these saint-grade spirit veins was too terrifying, it already showed signs of liquefying. He could only add another layer of formation to control it. Even so, the concentration of spiritual qi within the spirit gathering formation was more than 100 times that of the outside world. At this point, the Su family's ancestral grounds could be considered complete. Well, from now on, this mountain will be called Qingyun Mountain. 17. Number 17 Black Wind Stronghold is attacking. Chapter 17. Black Wind Stockade attacks. Then, after Su Xingzhou carved the control method for the formation into a jade talisman, he and Lin Kang returned to Qingyun City. After setting up the formation, Qingyun Mountain was no longer a place just anyone could enter. In this way, the future safety of the Su family here was also greatly guaranteed. Most importantly, after he returned, he wouldn't have to worry at all about this place being occupied by others. Meanwhile, 3 ordinary-looking people were entering through the gates of Qingyun City. They looked cautious, scanning their surroundings from time to time. One of them whispered to the other 2, "Let's scout out the situation of the Su family and the Lu family first." These 3 were none other than Lu Tianshang and 2 others from the Black Wind Stockade. Although Li Tianxing had already explained the situation of the Su and Lu families in his letter, Lu Tianshang still felt uneasy. He decided to investigate personally after Su Xingzhou returned. He sent a message to Su Ziyuan, telling him to gather everyone from the Su family for a clan meeting. Since almost all the servants and attendants of the Su family had left, all their shops were now closed. Everyone in the Su family was staying at the Su Manor. Soon, everyone from the Su family arrived at the main discussion hall. As soon as they entered, they saw that the old ancestor was actually there. They knew something big was bound to happen today. Everyone remained silent after entering. Some servants and attendants were entering the Su family's main discussion hall for the first time, looking a bit lost upon entry. Soon, someone began arranging their seats. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Su Xingzhou immediately spoke up. the day after tomorrow. In the morning, the entire Su family will begin relocating. I have already found a new location. Use the remaining time to pack your things. Su Xingzhou paused, then added, Ziyuan, keep a few well-located shops in Qingyun City for the Su family and transfer the rest. Of course, if anyone is unwilling to relocate, the Su family will provide a settlement fee, and you may leave the family. Clearly, this was directed at the servants and attendants. As for the Su clansmen, they had to move whether they wanted to or not. The servants and attendants currently remaining in the Su family were all homeless people whose lives had been saved by the family. There were others like them, but they had all abandoned the Su family. The servants and attendants were startled by the sudden news. Was the Su family running away? Hadn't they just taken first place in the grand competition? Although confused, no one wanted to leave the Su family. Very well, you have made a wise decision. Su Xingzhou intended for everyone to first go to Qingyun Mountain to cultivate for a while. Because the Su family's current strength was still too weak, many things were inconvenient to do. With the boost from the Saint Physique and the Saint Rank cultivation method, combined with the cultivation environment of Qingyun Mountain, he believed the Su clansmen's cultivation levels would soon see an explosive growth. At that time, when the Su family re-emerged, they would officially begin their march toward the Great Zhou dynasty and even the Zhenwu continent. The meeting soon ended. Everyone currently in the Su family was loyal to the family. Therefore, what happened in the discussion hall did not leak out since the four-clan grand competition. Qingyun City had fallen into a state of eerie calm. Beneath the calm, it seemed as if a terrifying storm was brewing. Everyone was waiting to see the moves of the Li family, and the Lu family. When news of the Su family wanting to transfer their shops was spread by several buyers, more eyes in Qingyun City turned toward the Su family. Logically, since the Su family was currently on the rise, shouldn't they be vigorously expanding the family? This move by the Su family made the situation in Qingyun City even more unpredictable. Night fell. Lu Tianshang and the other two, who had gone out to gather intelligence, returned to the spot where they had separated after entering the city. One of the vice chiefs said, Stockade Master, the situation with the Su family is just as the letter stated. However, news spread this afternoon that the Su family is transferring their shops. The specific reason is unknown. The other vice chief also nodded in agreement. The situation with the Lu family is also as the letter described. There are no abnormalities for now. Then, Lu Tianshang frowned. He always felt a bit uneasy, but he couldn't put his finger on why. However, it was just a Qingyun City. Aside from the city lord's manor and the 10,000 treasures tower, there was nowhere Lu Tianshang couldn't go. In that case, we'll proceed according to plan. First, infiltrate the Su family. Find the opportunity the Su family obtained, and then take someone from the Su family to kill Lu Long of the Lu family. The two vice chiefs nodded. Then, under the cover of night, the three quietly crept toward the Su family manor. At this moment, the three, wearing masks, saw no one around and jumped directly into the Su family grounds. Little did they know, as soon as they sneakily appeared near the Su family manor, they had already been spotted by Su Xingzhou, Yi Yixian, and Lin Kang. However, Su Xingzhou and the others took no action, because although the Su family wasn't strong yet, dealing with these three was still an easy task. Lu Tianshang and the others searched the Su family manor for a while but found no valuable clues. The three exchanged glances and prepared to directly seize someone from the Su family to interrogate them about the whereabouts of the opportunity. Just then, several martial artists with auras no weaker than theirs suddenly appeared around them. A terrifying aura pressed directly down upon them. The three were instantly filled with horror. Yukong Realm martial artists. Holy crap, they're all Yukong Realm martial artists. The three looked around in panic, their hearts filled with shock. Who said the Su family only had spiritual Sea Realm peak martial artists at most? Isn't this a total setup? At the same time, they were even more shocked that the Su family had hidden themselves so deeply. Schemers, they're all freaking schemers. Having such strength yet pretending to be a family in decline. Lu Tianshang and the others looked at the surrounding Su family martial artists. They couldn't see through a single one of them, but the auras they emitted were not weaker than their own. They knew they had fallen into the Su family's control, and escaping was almost impossible. Who are you? Why have you broken into my Su family? Su Ziyuan asked coldly. Lu Tianshang and the others didn't answer. They knew they were likely to meet their end here today. But the three weren't about to just sit and wait for death. They quickly exchanged a glance and moved together in unison. All three unleashed their auras simultaneously, the spiritual qi throughout their bodies surging instantly, forming powerful waves of spiritual qi. Lu Tianshang swung the longsword in his hand, a beam of sword light slashing directly toward Su Jirui. The other two followed closely behind, each performing their own ultimate move. The three coordinated perfectly, all attacking Su Jirui in an attempt to tear open a gap and escape the Su family. Seeing the three rushing toward him, Su Jirui didn't panic but instead felt a slight surge of anger. This is too much. You think I'm an easy target just because my aura is the weakest? However, Su Jirui didn't get careless and directly performed a move he had learned from the Myriad Dao Saint art. The moment their attacks collided, sword chi crisscrossed, fists and feet clashed, and waves of spiritual chi continued to ripple outwards. 18. Number 18 turned the tables on them. Chapter 18. Turning their own plan against them. By now, the ripples of the battle had already startled everyone in the Su family. The other members of the Su family only watched from a distance, not daring to step forward. A battle between martial artists was no joke. If one were accidentally injured by the aftershocks, those with weaker cultivation might be wiped out instantly. However, the entire Su family residence was enveloped by the spiritual energy deployed by YCII and Lin Kang. Consequently, outsiders were unaware of the battle taking place within the Su family. After the clash, Lu Tianshang and his two companions retreated several steps, while Su Jirui remained completely unmoved. Although Su Jirui was only at the first heaven of the Yukong realm, his saint physique allowed him to fight above his level. Thus, while the scene just now appeared perilous, everyone in the Su family understood that Su Jirui's abilities were sufficient to handle it. However, the Su family members did not intend to let Lu Tianshang and his trio continue their assault. Therefore, everyone attacked together. What martial ethics was there to speak of at a time like this? If they could gang up on them, they would never fight one-on-one. In just a single breath, Lu Tianshang and the other two were beaten until they spat blood and went flying backward. Su Ziyuan looked at them and asked again, "Who are you people? What is your purpose in coming to my Su family? HMPH, do with us as you wish." Lu Tianshang spoke disdainfully, then glanced at the two vice chiefs, his heart filled with apology. The two vice chiefs said nothing, understanding the situation perfectly in their hearts. Today would likely be the day the three brothers met their end in the Yellow Springs. However, the two of them held no grudges. If it weren't for Lu Tianshang, they wouldn't have lived until now. Even if they died today, they had already lived many extra days. Very well. Since you refuse to speak, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Su Ziyuan prepared to move in and kill Lu Tianshang and the others. The current Su family was no longer the Su family of the past. It could be said that in the entire Tiantong prefecture, aside from the Great Zhou dynasty, the Su family no longer feared any power. They were merely a few Yukong realm martial artists. Killing them was of no consequence. This was because Su Ziyuan had once asked the old ancestor about the cultivation of the two patrons, and the old ancestor had only said one thing: only a Shengjing realm expert is qualified to serve as a one-star patron of the Su family. A Shengjing realm expert in the Tiantong prefecture, such figures could be counted on one hand, and now, their Su family had two of them. The old ancestor was truly a man of great divine abilities to be able to recruit two such figures for the Su family. However, upon recalling the old ancestor's methods, Su Ziyuan felt it was not at all surprising. Ever since learning this news, Su Ziyuan felt he could sleep much more soundly. Just as Su Ziyuan was about to strike, a terrifying aura began to permeate their surroundings. A young man dressed in white robes slowly manifested before them. His gaze was incredibly calm, as if everything was within his control. Patron Yi. Seeing the newcomer, the Su family members were all astonished. Even Patron Yi had appeared. Su Ziyuan also halted his actions. A Shengjing realm expert, Lu Tianshang and the other two were instantly struck with immense horror. This was definitely a Shengjing realm expert, because they had the fortune of witnessing a Shengjing realm expert take action in the Cloud Mist mountain range. They never expected the Su family to actually possess a Shengjing realm expert. They had hidden themselves far too deeply. They had originally thought a few Yukong realm martial artists were the Su family's hidden strength, but now even a Shengjing realm expert had emerged. Looking at the fallen trio, YCII said indifferently, "You had better confess honestly, otherwise I can make you wish you were dead." When Lu Tianshang and the others heard this, their hearts went numb. Death was something they did not fear. However, wishing one were dead was not something an ordinary person could endure. In the hands of a Shengjing realm expert, they feared even dying would be difficult. Lu Tianshang sighed, not daring to hide anything. He directly revealed Li Tianxing's plan. As it turned out, Li Tianxing intended for Lu Tianshang to first find the location of the Su family's opportunity, and then lead the Su family members to kill Lu Long of the Lu family. Then, he would kill the Su family members at the Lu family residence, staging the scene to look like the Su family members were killed by the Lu family while trying to flee. Finally, Li Tianxing and Lu Tianshang would split the opportunity between them. If everything went smoothly, the Li family would gain the opportunity, kill Lu Long, and drive a wedge between the Su and Lu families. It could be called a brilliant strategy to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he failed to account for the fact that the Su family was no longer the same. A trace of doubt flashed in Yi Yixian's eyes. The Li family? As far as I know, the Li family has no Yukong realm martial artists. How could they command you to do their bidding? Thus, Lu Tianshang fully disclosed how he had been saved by Li Tianxing while on the run and how he had agreed to perform 5 tasks for Li Tianxing as repayment. Lu Tianshang knew that playing petty tricks before such an expert would only bring him more suffering. After a moment of silence, Yi Yixian said, "I will take you to see my master. Whether you live or die will be up to him." When Lu Tianshang and his companions heard this, they were even more terrified. Such an expert actually had a master. Just what kind of magnificent figure must that master be? Coming to the Su family was simply seeking death. Meanwhile, the Su family members were merely a bit shocked, as they had always thought Patron Yi was a friend of the old ancestor. Because that was exactly what the old ancestor had said back then. This was the first time everyone had heard Patron Yi's form of address for the old ancestor. But once they remembered that the one called Master was their own old ancestor, they felt there was nothing strange about it. Lu Tianshang couldn't help but secretly complain. To think the Li family had been developing in Qingyun City for so many years, yet they hadn't even scouted the Su family's situation clearly before daring to provoke them. What Lu Tianshang couldn't understand was why the Su family, being so powerful, was still nesting in a small place like Qingyun City. With this kind of strength, let alone the Tiantong prefecture, they would be prominent even in the Great Zhou dynasty. Inside Su Xingzhou's courtyard, although it was already the middle of the night, it was as bright as day. Su Xingzhou sat at the table drinking tea. Yi Yixian and Lin Kang stood behind Su Xingzhou. Su Ziyuan and the others stood to the side. As for Lu Tianshang and the other 2, they were kneeling before Su Xingzhou. Looking at Lin Kang standing behind Su Xingzhou, Lu Tianshang felt his scalp go numb. This was definitely an expert even more terrifying than that Patron Yi. As for Su Xingzhou sitting in the middle, Lu Tianshang no longer dared to imagine. At this moment, Lu Tianshang's only thought was that he hoped for a quick and painless death. After understanding the situation, Su Xingzhou took a sip of tea. He spoke indifferently and unhurriedly. "Do you want to leave Qingyun City alive?" Lu Tianshang and the others were stunned, thinking they had misheard, and looked at Su Xingzhou in disbelief. Su Xingzhou smiled without speaking and continued to drink his tea. No one wants to die if they can live. Lu Tianshang was no fool. To live, there must be a price to pay. After a moment of silence, Lu Tianshang finally asked, "What does my lord want us to do?" "It is very simple. Continue to carry out your plan." Upon hearing these words, Lu Tianshang's heart felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through it. Was he being bullied? The Su family was so strong, how could he possibly complete the plan? Before Lu Tianshang could speak, Su Xingzhou continued, "Of course. Just change the Su family in the plan to the Li family. Once it is done, you may leave Qingyun City. These are 3 medicinal pills. If you agree, then take them." As Su Xingzhou finished speaking, he waved his hand, and immediately a medicinal pill floated in front of each of the 3 men. 4th tier medicinal pill, Qi governing pill. The 3 of them gasped. Qi governing pill, a 4th tier medicinal pill that allows a Yukong realm martial artist to break through a minor realm. The 3 exchanged glances and immediately cupped their fists. "We agree." 19. Number 19 Lu Long, dead. Chapter 19. Lu Long's end. Until they stepped out of the Su family residence, Lu Tianshang and the other 2 still felt like they were in a dream. They never expected to make it out alive, let alone receive a Qi governing pill. Happiness had come a bit too suddenly. However, the 3 of them didn't have the slightest intention of running away. After witnessing the Su family's power, they knew that if they tried to flee, they would likely become corpses before even leaving Qingyun City. Lu Tianshang looked up at the endless starry sky. "Li Tianxing, I, Lu Tianshang, have completed the 5 tasks I promised you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. As for acting against your Li family tonight, blame yourself for overestimating your strength and provoking the Su family." The Li family. The Grand Elder's room. Li Feng was meditating and cultivating when his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if something bad was about to happen. Immediately after, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Then, a figure stepped out from the nearby darkness. It was Lu Tianshang. With Lu Tianshang's cultivation at the 4th heaven of the aerial flight realm, dealing with Li Feng, who was at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm, was very simple. Furthermore, since Lu Tianxiang had launched a sudden sneak attack, Li Feng didn't even have time to react. Then, Lu Tianxiang and the other two carried Li Feng and quietly left the Li family, heading toward the Lu family. At this time, Lu Long, who had recovered quite a bit, was lying in bed. His heart was filled with immense resentment, making it difficult to fall asleep. Su Hao, I will definitely kill you and the Su family. Once I go back and bring my senior brother here, I will surely exterminate you all. Ah, this infuriates me. Just then, Lu Long suddenly noticed an extra person in his room. He wanted to speak but found that he couldn't move his entire body. Even trying to speak became incredibly difficult. Instantly, Lu Long's heart raced, and he was filled with extreme terror. He knew someone was there to kill him. This kind of method could only be achieved by a martial artist at the Yukong realm at the very least. Lu Long's brain worked frantically, trying to find a way to stall for time. However, he realized he could do nothing. He didn't even know who wanted to kill him. He could only watch helplessly as the stranger slowly approached him. Lu Long's heart was filled with fear and despair. He didn't know what to do. Lu Tianxiang's face was expressionless as he stared coldly at Lu Long. Lu Long felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to his head. His heart pounded so violently it felt like it would jump out of his throat. At that moment, Lu Tianxiang suddenly spoke. Every wrong has its cause, every debt its debtor. Remember, the one killing you is from the Li family. His voice was calm and indifferent, instilling an indescribable fear. Having said that, Lu Tianxiang directly shattered Lu Long's heart meridians with a single palm strike. Lu Long, deceased. Then, the two vice chiefs brought the heavily injured Li Feng to a courtyard near Lu Sheng's room. Meanwhile, Lu Tianxiang flew into Lu Sheng's courtyard alone. Following that, Lu Tianxiang intentionally made some noise to attract Lu Sheng's attention. Who's out there? As soon as Lu Sheng opened the door, he saw a man in black in the courtyard. Seeing Lu Sheng emerge, Lu Tianxiang chuckled inwardly. Without a word, he threw a punch at Lu Sheng. At the same time, he suppressed his aura to around the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Presumptuous! Lu Sheng roared in anger and also threw a punch at the man in black. After exchanging several blows, Lu Tianxiang feigned defeat and took a hit from Lu Sheng. By this time, the sounds of the struggle had already attracted many members of the Lu family. Then, Lu Tianxiang quickly leapt over 2 courtyards. By the time Lu Sheng caught up, he saw a man in black lying on the ground. Lu Sheng knew that his punch from earlier wasn't enough to wound that man in black. To avoid being ambushed, Lu Sheng directly unleashed his ultimate move and struck with a punch. Meanwhile, Li Feng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Sheng charging at him with killing intent. Without time to speak, he immediately tried to circulate his spiritual power for defense. However, he found that he was severely injured and could not mobilize his spiritual power at all. He wanted to speak, but it was already too late. He fell into despair, and his blood seemed to freeze in that instant. Until the moment he died, Li Feng never understood why he had suddenly appeared here, and why the hell he had been beaten into a critical state. After landing the punch, Lu Sheng saw the man in black before him lose all signs of life. While Lu Sheng was still puzzled, a servant came running in, stumbling and crying out, family head, this is bad, the eldest young master is dead." Hearing this, Lu Sheng was instantly stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. How could Lu Long be dead? He had clearly been treated and had begun to recover. He kicked the servant aside and rushed to Lu Long's room. He saw Lu Long lying on the bed, his face as pale as paper, his eyes filled with terror and despair, devoid of any breath. This must have been the work of that man in black. Lu Sheng's heart was filled with grief. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes as a single tear escaped from the corner of his eye. Lu Long was not just his son, but the hope of the entire family. Now that Lu Long was dead, the hope for the family's rise was gone. A moment later, Lu Sheng's voice rang out, raspy yet calm. "Investigate the identity of that man in black. I want them to pay for this in blood." Beneath that calm voice, an extreme madness seemed to be hidden. Any doubts regarding the man in black's death were cast aside by Lu Sheng at this moment. All Lu Sheng wanted now was to avenge his son. Soon, a servant brought news that the man in black's identity was the Li family great elder, Li Feng. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment, completely ignoring how he could so easily kill the Li family great elder, who had the same cultivation level as himself. He then gritted his teeth and said, "Li Tianxing, you actually dared to lay a hand on my Long, or I will make your Li family pay in blood." Lu Sheng clenched his fists in rage, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Li Feng was the Li family great elder. It was impossible for Li Tianxing not to know about Li Feng's actions this time. Now that Li Feng was dead, Lu Sheng directly pinned the blame on Li Tianxing. However, Lu Sheng knew that his family's strength was not yet enough to deal with the Li family. The only thing he could rely on was the Blazing Fire Sect. Calculating the time, the Grand Elder should be returning from the Blazing Fire Sect soon. He wondered if the Grand Elder could bring back any experts from the Blazing Fire Sect. Sitting by Lu Long's bedside, Lu Sheng slowly closed Lu Long's eyes, his voice choking up. Longer, rest assured, Father will definitely avenge you. Meanwhile, at the place where the Li family's Grand Elder was in secluded cultivation, an old man sat upright in cultivation, his entire body surging with spiritual power. In the distance, 3 other old men were acting as protectors for him. These were precisely the 4 Grand Elders of the Li family, yet the outside world only knew of the existence of 3 Grand Elders in the Li family. The Grand Elder currently cultivating was precisely the one who had consumed the void-breaking pill the Li family obtained at the auction. He was now on the verge of a breakthrough because the Blazing Fire Sect was quite far from Qingyun City. It wasn't until dawn approached that Lu Zong arrived at Qingyun City with the people from the Blazing Fire Sect. 20. Number 20. I'll see today who makes my Li family pay the price. Chapter 20. Today, I'll see for myself just who wants to make my Li family pay the price. Lu Zong was feeling very excited as he rushed back. Although he hadn't seen the sect master during this trip to the Blazing Fire Sect, there was a powerhouse of the divine ability realm among the Blazing Fire Sect disciples accompanying him. That was a realm beyond the Yukong realm. Looking at the adult leading the way ahead, Lu Zong's heart was filled with lofty ambitions. The day of this return would be the time for my Lu family to dominate Qingyun City. After entering the city, Lu Zong headed straight for his family. From a distance, he saw that white cloth had actually been hung on the family's main gate. Could it be that the Su family had gone to war with his family? At this moment, Lu Zong felt his heart skip a beat and hurriedly quickened his pace. Lu Zong rushed to the family's main gate, grabbed the servant standing there, and asked anxiously, "What happened?" Seeing it was Lu Zong, a hint of surprise flashed in the servant's sorrowful eyes. "Grand Elder, you're back." Then he said sadly, "Grand Elder, the eldest young master was killed by people from the Li family." Hearing this news, Lu Zong was completely stunned. Everything was fine when he left. How could someone be gone just after he went out for a trip? Besides, his Lu family and the Li family had always been on good terms. The Li family even helped them deal with the Su family, so why would they suddenly kill their family's hope? He couldn't believe it was true, but seeing everything in the family, he knew it was all true. Lu Zong's tears flowed uncontrollably as he shouted in pain, "Impossible, this is impossible." Because Lu Zong had never had children, he treated Lu Long like his own child. He had watched him grow up until Lu Long stepped into the martial Dao and awakened a low-grade spirit body. He knew that the hope for the Lu family's rise was Lu Long. When the disciples of the Blazing Fire Sect heard this, they were also stunned for a long time. Especially the leading supernatural realm martial artist. "What did you say? Junior martial brother is dead." Suddenly, a terrifying aura pressed down on the servant. The servant was directly pinned to the ground, spitting out blood. In that instant, the people around also felt their breathing become labored. Only then did Yang react and hurriedly restrained his aura. He knew that Lu Long was the master's favorite disciple. To find him killed upon returning to his family, the master would surely fly into a rage once he came out of seclusion. However, Yang felt no sadness over Lu Long being killed. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his heart. How arrogant. Did you think the outside world was the same as inside the sect, where no one dared to touch you? You didn't even bring the guardian arranged by the master. It also happens to save me the trouble of doing it myself. After all, there can only be one successor to the sect master's position. But on the surface, Yang still maintained a sorrowful expression. Soon, Lu Sheng received news of the Grand Elder's return. And Lu Sheng had been waiting for this very moment, especially after hearing that the Grand Elder had brought experts from the Blazing Fire Sect. He knew the time for his revenge had come. After meeting with Yang and the others, he immediately gathered the experts of the family and headed straight for the Li family. News of Lu Long's death also began to spread through Qingyun City led by Lu Sheng. The group arrived at the Li family manor. At this time, the Li family's gates were tightly closed. Lu Sheng kicked open the gate and charged in with his men. With experts from the Blazing Fire Sect here today, even the city lord couldn't stop him. The Lu family advanced like a hot knife through butter, soon reaching the heart of the Li family. But the Li family seemed exceptionally strange today. Only a few retainers and servants could be seen. The main figures of the Li family were nowhere to be found. HMPH, did you think you could hide and be fine after killing my son? Li Tianxing, get out here and face your death. At this moment, the Li family head and the missing Li family members were all in the Li family's secret chamber. And this secret chamber was connected to the place where the Grand Elder cultivated. Li Tianxing was somewhat excited, because news had come from within that the Grand Elder who took the void-breaking pill had already achieved a breakthrough. He was currently stabilizing his cultivation. Now, a Yukong realm martial artist had finally appeared in his Li family. With the first, there would be a second. In the future, their family would become even stronger. The Li family, Su family, and Lu family would all be stepping stones for our Li family. Thinking of the Lu family, Li Tianxing couldn't help but laugh. Thinking that just because their family produced a low-grade spirit body, they could look down on others. Hee, only a genius who has grown up can be called a genius. Right now, the Lu family should be in a fierce battle with the Su family. When our Li family's Grand Elder comes out of seclusion, it will be the time to deal with the Su family and the Lu family. Then his expression darkened. HMPH, the Grand Elder is getting more and more presumptuous. At such a critical moment, he's nowhere to be seen. He then pointed at a Li family member. Go see if the Grand Elder has returned. After waiting for a while, the person from just now did not return. Li Tianxing was a bit angry. Everyone was dropping the ball at the critical moment. After wiping out the Su family and Lu family this time, he must set some proper rules for them. Bang! Just as Li Tianxing wanted to send another person out, the door to the secret chamber was smashed open. Li Tianxing was truly furious now. These clansmen really needed to be properly disciplined. As soon as Li Tianxing turned around, he saw the clansman he had just sent out lying on the smashed door, covered in blood. Blood was constantly spitting from the corner of his mouth. It looked like he wouldn't survive. Li Tianxing was startled and looked up. Seeing that it was actually Lu Sheng, he was instantly shocked. Lu Sheng? Shouldn't Lu Sheng be in a fierce battle with the Su family right now? Why had he come here? When the other Li family members saw it was the Lu family arriving, they were also furious. A tiny Lu family dared to come and run wild at the Li family because of Lu Long's status, although the Li family still had some reservations about the Lu family externally. But now that they had been bullied in their own home, how could they possibly forgive him? Immediately, Li Xuanhua threw a punch. Li Xuanhua felt it was time for him to show off. He knew the family head and the Grand Elder didn't get along well. Now that the Grand Elder had broken through to the Yukong realm, the family was about to undergo a reshuffle. If he showed off more, maybe his ranking as an elder could be moved up. While Li Xuanhua was still thinking, a massive force suddenly struck him. Li Xuanhua felt as if every bone in his body had shattered as he was sent flying back. After landing, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. HMPH, what kind of trash dares to attack me? Yang waved his hand dismissively. Li Tianxing was shocked. This was an expert. He hadn't even seen the move clearly. However, his family now had a Yukong realm martial artist, so they weren't necessarily afraid of the Lu family. Lu Sheng, what is the meaning of this? Lu Sheng's eyes burned with fire as he glared at Li Tianxing. Li Tianxing, you actually dared to send someone to kill my son today. I will avenge him. Li Tianxing frowned, feeling something was wrong. Shouldn't the Lu family be looking for the Su family? Could it be that Lu Tianxiang messed up? That's impossible. Lu Tianxiang had long been at the Yukong realm, so doing this shouldn't be difficult for him. Moreover, Lu Long was indeed dead. Something must have gone wrong somewhere, but he knew that Lu Long's death absolutely could not be pinned on the Li family. Otherwise, the Blazing Fire sect probably wouldn't let the Li family off. As long as Lu Long wasn't killed by the Li family, even if he wiped out the Lu family, it wouldn't attract the attention of the Blazing Fire sect, so the Li family could not take the blame. Li Tianxing then shook his head. Lu Sheng, how could I possibly send someone to kill your son? Lu Sheng sneered. Li Feng was the one who killed him with his own hands. Do you think I'm blind? Do you think I'll believe your lies? Today, I'm going to make your Li family pay the price. Just then, the secret chamber door behind Li Tianxing opened, and a voice came out. Today, I'll see for myself just who wants to make my Li family pay the price. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21. The Li family is destroyed. Chapter 21. The Li family is destroyed. The Grand Elder has come out. Li Tianxing was overjoyed. Now he didn't have to worry about that expert from the Lu family. The Lu family surely didn't think they could run wild in my Li family just because they invited an expert. Since Lu Long was already dead, the Lu family was nothing to fear. He then steeled his heart. Now was the time for the Lu family's destruction. Lu Sheng, since your Lu family seeks death, Then my Li family will fulfill your wish. After Li Tianxing finished speaking, he cupped his hands toward the Grand Elder and said, I request the Grand Elder to take action and destroy the Lu family. The Yukong Realm Grand Elder smiled slightly and said, Rest assured, Clan Chief. Today is the perfect time to use the Lu family to warm up. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure blurred and he instantly vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the Lu family group. The Lu family members immediately felt a powerful pressure and began to circulate their spiritual power one after another. Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Yang Yang beside him. I request the Lord to take action. Meanwhile, the Li family Grand Elder looked coldly at the Lu family crowd. Members of the Lu family, today is your doomsday. Having said that, he circulated his spiritual power and unleashed his ultimate move toward the Lu family group. Yang Yang smiled disdainfully. It was merely the Yukong realm. He moved his body and instantly blocked the way in front of the Lu family members. Yang Yang decided to have some fun with the Li family. After all, they had helped him get rid of his junior martial brother, and he hadn't thanked the Li family yet. Without using his full strength, Yang Yang lightly pushed out a palm, which collided with the Li family Grand Elder's attack. Massive spiritual power fluctuations raged within the secret chamber, making it difficult for those around to stay on their feet. The Li family members hastily retreated to the rooms at the back of the secret chamber. The Lu family members also retreated toward the entrance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. After all, the battle taking place surpassed their cultivation levels. The Li family Grand Elder and Yang Yang exchanged a few more moves, only for the Elder to find that Yang Yang was blocking his attacks with ease. This caused sweat to break out on the Li family Grand Elder's forehead. After a few more exchanges, the Li family Grand Elder was already feeling immense pressure. He hadn't expected Yang Yang's strength to be so formidable, completely beyond his imagination. His strongest attacks couldn't even scratch Yang Yang. In fact, Yang Yang hadn't moved a single step from the very beginning. He wondered where the Lu family had managed to recruit such an expert. Just then, a sword light slashed from behind, heading straight for Yang Yang. Big brother, we've come to help you. Seeing their eldest brother falling into a disadvantage, the remaining 3 Grand Elders of the Li family could no longer stand by and immediately came forward to help. Although all 4 Grand Elders of the Li family had taken action, the situation didn't seem to improve. The 4 of them grew more and more alarmed as the fight progressed. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful surge of spiritual power forced them back. Yang Yang pulled back and looked at them with a face full of disdain. I thought you had some real capability, but I didn't expect you'd dare to kill my junior martial brother with just this much skill. What? Quote, you're from the Blazing Fire sect. At this moment, the Grand Elders of the Li family finally realized why the person before them was so powerful. Your Excellency, please wait, there might be a misunderstanding here. We know nothing about the matter regarding Lu Long. After hearing Yang Yang's identity, the Grand Elders of the Li family no longer had any desire to continue the fight. None of that matters anymore. Today, your Li family must be destroyed. Yang Yang spoke indifferently. In his eyes, wiping out the Li family was as trivial as crushing a swarm of ants. Yang Yang knew that whether the real culprit was the Li family or not was no longer important. What mattered was that as long as everyone believed the Li family was the culprit and he destroyed them, the matter of his junior martial brother's murder would be considered settled. Even if his master came out of seclusion later to inquire, no fault could be found in his actions, because the Li family great elder Li Feng is the evidence. Moreover, he would gain a fine reputation for avenging his junior brother. Having had enough fun, Yang Yang no longer intended to hold back. He instantly released his full aura. Divine Ability Realm. The Yukong Realm Grand Elder of the Li family's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Yang Yang to be a powerhouse of the Divine Ability Realm. The gap between the Divine Ability Realm and the Yukong Realm was like a natural chasm, impossible to cross. Not to mention, he himself had only just achieved a breakthrough. A wave of despair washed over the Li family Grand Elder. He knew there was no escaping disaster today, and the Li family was finished today as well. By this point, the 4 Grand Elders of the Li family could no longer summon any will to resist. Upon hearing the words, Divine Ability Realm, Li Tianxing felt as if the world was playing a joke on him. Today was the Li family's peak, yet it was also the moment of its destruction. I'm not willing to accept this. Boom! A loud explosion rang out within the Li family's secret chamber, and then a figure flew out. It was Yang. Today, Qingyun City could be described as exceptionally lively. All sorts of news were flying everywhere. Early in the morning, news spread that Lu Long of the Lu family had actually died. There was also news claiming he was killed by people from the Li family. Even more news said that the Li family great elder Li Feng had been killed by the Lu family head. Then, some people said they saw the Lu family leading men toward the Li family. At this moment, inside the city lord's manor, Zhou Hanmo's head was throbbing. Damn it, Qingyun City is about to descend into chaos. The city lord's duty was to maintain local stability. If Qingyun City fell into chaos, he would inevitably be held accountable. He couldn't interfere with the war between the Lu and Li families, but if both families harmed ordinary citizens, that would be his responsibility. Just as Zhou Hanmo was preparing to lead his men to the Li family, he suddenly felt the aura of a divine ability realm expert erupt in the city. It's the Li family. Zhou Hanmo's heart went cold. Even a supernatural realm martial artist had appeared. This definitely wasn't from the Li family, nor the Lu family. It was very likely that someone from the Blazing Fire sect had arrived. No wonder the Lu family dared to go to the Li family. As a mere Yukong realm martial artist, even if he went, it would be of no use. Just as Zhou Hanmo was pacing anxiously, a person suddenly flashed through his mind. The Su family ancestor. That's right, go to the Su family. At this time, in the Su family, Su Ziyuan was listening with great interest to a servant reporting the news from outside. Not bad, not bad. The old ancestor's method is indeed superior, causing the Lu and Li families to go to war without lifting a finger. He had to admit, this feeling was truly exhilarating, even more so than directly destroying the Li family. Su Ziyuan was starting to like this feeling. Just then, while lying on his lounge chair, Su Ziyuan suddenly felt an aura surpassing the Yukong realm erupt from the direction of the Li family. Divine ability realm? The Su family was no longer a family that hadn't seen the world. A mere divine ability realm expert wasn't enough for Su Ziyuan to take to heart. Meanwhile, the servants and attendants who remained in the Su family felt that since the old ancestor returned, the family had become increasingly mysterious. Everyone was very glad they hadn't chosen to leave. What they didn't know was that an even greater opportunity was waiting for them. Just then, Su Ziyuan heard a servant say that the city lord had arrived. Opening his squinted eyes, Su Ziyuan stretched and instructed the servant to take the city lord to the guest hall first, saying he would be there shortly. 22. Number 22 Zhou Hanmo's shock. Chapter 22, Zhou Hanmo's shock. The Li family estate. Lu Sheng looked at the scene before him, the madness in his eyes intensifying. Leave no one of the Li family alive. Yes, family head. At this moment, everyone from the Lu family rushed toward the remaining members of the Li family. Now that all the Li family experts were buried in the secret chamber, the survivors were no match for the Lu family. Lu Sheng wanted everyone in the Li family to be buried with his son. Yang flew down and landed beside Lu Sheng. There was no need for him to intervene in the matters that followed. Even the Blazing Fire sect disciples who came with him didn't need to act. If it weren't for his junior martial brother, he wouldn't have even deigned to lift a finger against the Li family. Yang looked into the distance. Next was to seize the Su family's opportunity. Originally, Yang's purpose for coming here was to prevent his junior martial brother from obtaining the Su family's opportunity and rapidly increasing his cultivation level. Now there was no need to be in such a hurry. Su family head, may I ask if old ancestor Su is in? I have a request. Su Ziyuan had just reached the entrance of the guest hall when he heard Zhou Hanmo's voice coming from inside. Su Ziyuan asked with a smile, I wonder what business City Lord Zhou has with our old ancestor? Zhou Hanmo saw Su Ziyuan playing dumb but didn't call him out on it. After all, he was the one asking for a favor. Thus, he got straight to the point. Su family head should already know what happened with the Lu and Li families. Currently, a supernatural realm martial artist has appeared in the city, and it's highly likely they are from the Blazing Fire sect. The Blazing Fire sect has been reaching into various cities in Tiantong Prefecture for years, controlling families and plundering resources. I'm worried they will use this incident as an excuse to enter Qingyun City. When that happens, it will be detrimental not only to the people of Qingyun City but also to the Su family. Therefore, I hope old ancestor Su can step forward to stop them. Zhou Hanmo was truly helpless. The great Zhou dynasty's control over local regions was growing weaker, leading some sects to start extending their reach everywhere. The ones who suffered most from such consequences were the common people. However, the great Zhou dynasty had not fallen yet, so these sects didn't dare to go too far. Because no one wanted to be the chicken used to warn the monkeys. Compared to the Blazing Fire sect, Zhou Hanmo preferred the Su family to grow powerful in Qingyun City. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Ziyuan's eyes. However, Zhou Hanmo's words also made him understand the other party's intentions. City Lord Zhou, do you mean you hope our old ancestor will act to settle this matter and prevent this supernatural realm martial artist from establishing a presence in Qingyun City? Zhou Hanmo nodded. Exactly. As long as old ancestor Su is willing to act, the city lord's manor is willing to offer a certain reward. Su Ziyuan pondered to himself. This matter was not difficult at all for the Su family. It wouldn't even require the old ancestor to act. Either Patron Yi or Feng Lin could handle it easily. But it didn't seem necessary, as the outside world didn't know the Su family was about to relocate. As for the reward from the city lord's manor, Su Ziyuan didn't think much of it. However, the fact that the old ancestor had him keep a few shops indicated that the old ancestor hadn't given up on Qingyun City yet. After some thought, Su Ziyuan decided to ask the old ancestor. I can only mention this to the old ancestor, but I cannot guarantee what the outcome will be. Seeing this, Zhou Hanmo was secretly delighted and said, then I shall trouble the Su family head. The two chatted for a few more moments, and Zhou Hanmo stood up to take his leave. My lord, the Su family is just ahead. Lu Sheng bowed slightly and pointed toward the Su family's main gate. This group was none other than Yang Yang, Lu Sheng, and the others after they had dealt with the Li family. Although the Li family had been dealt with, Lu Sheng still couldn't feel happy, because his longer would never return. Subsequently, Lu Sheng led Yang Yang and the others to the Su family, because this was what Lu Sheng had previously promised. To persuade Yang Yang to act, Lu Sheng had offered up all of the Li family's resources and half of the Lu family's, while also promising to lead Yang Yang and the others to find the Su family's opportunity. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated Su family estate before him, Yang Yang couldn't understand what kind of opportunity such a family could possibly have. However, it didn't hurt to stop by and take a look since he was in the area. After all, his junior martial brother was already dead. The Su family's opportunity would only be the icing on the cake for him. Furthermore, it was still unknown whether the Su family's opportunity would even be useful to a supernatural realm martial artist. Seeing that they had arrived at the Su family estate, Zhao Fei, a blazing fire sect disciple who had come with Yang Yang, felt that it was finally time for him to show off. He hadn't had a chance at the Li family, but wasn't this his opportunity now? Thus, he strode forward, arrived directly in front of the Su family's main gate, kicked the door open, and shouted inside, whoever is in charge of the Su family, come out, our eldest senior brother wants to see you. On this side, Su Ziyuan and Zhou Hanmo were almost at the main gate. Suddenly hearing these words, Su Ziyuan's face instantly darkened. He looked coldly toward the gate, a flash of anger in his eyes. Although the Su family's development had been declining over the years, they were still one of the three major families of Qingyun City. This was the first time someone had come to their door so arrogantly. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Ziyuan quickened his pace. Zhou Hanmo was also stunned, and then he also quickened his pace to keep up with Su Ziyuan. When the two reached the Su family's gate, they saw a somewhat thin young man with one foot on the threshold and hands on his hips, looking completely arrogant. Who are you? Su Ziyuan's cold voice rang out, accompanied by the aura of the Yukong realm pressing down on the young man at the door. Zhao Fei's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Intimidated by Su Ziyuan's aura, he couldn't help but feel a bit weak-hearted and took several steps back. When Zhao Fei realized what had happened, his face couldn't help but turn red. He had actually been frightened back by the aura of a martial artist from a small city. How could he show off in front of senior brother Yang Yang in the future? In that instant, Zhao Fei completely ignored the fact that the other party was radiating the aura of the Yukong realm. HMPH, you dare to move against me? Do you know I am a disciple of the Blazing Fire sect? Zhao Fei said, sounding tough while being weak inside. Besides Su Ziyuan, Zhou Hanmo was directly startled. Yukong realm. Su Ziyuan had actually broken through to the Yukong realm without a sound, and it wasn't just a simple breakthrough. Just the aura he radiated gave him a sense of danger. What on earth had happened to the Su family? First, the cultivation of the family's juniors had rapidly increased, and now even Su Ziyuan had broken through to the Yukong realm. And all these changes had occurred after old ancestor Su returned. The outside world didn't seem to believe in old ancestor Su's existence, but he knew that old ancestor Su was not simple. In that moment, Zhou Hanmo felt as if a thought flashed through his mind. But when he tried to think about it carefully, it felt like nothing was there. He had a feeling that if he clearly understood this thought, his future destiny might change. While Zhou Hanmo was still thinking desperately, Lu Sheng and Yang Yang in the distance also noticed Su Ziyuan. Oh, Yukong realm. Family head Lu, didn't you say the Su family had no one in the Yukong realm? Yang Yang looked lazily at Su Ziyuan, not taking it to heart. However, he began to have a bit of interest in the Su family. 23. Number 23 Divine Power Realm? Slay him with a single sword strike. Chapter 23, Divine Ability Realm? One sword to slay him. Yukong Realm? Quote, Lu Sheng was suddenly startled, and even his grief-stricken mood paused for a moment. Su Ziyuan? Yukong Realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A little over a month ago, Su Ziyuan's cultivation wasn't even as high as mine. How could he have suddenly reached the Yukong Realm? Had the world changed, or was he still dreaming? Combined with the blow of losing his son, Lu Sheng had fallen into deep self-doubt. Hearing Lu Sheng's mutterings, a sharp light flickered in Yang Yang's eyes, and he instantly perked up. Could it be that the Su family really obtained some great opportunity? To think that it even worked for a Yukong Realm martial artist. Blazing Fire Sect? Hearing Zhao Fei say he was a Blazing Fire Sect disciple, and then thinking of Zhou Hanmo's words just now, Su Ziyuan laughed out of extreme anger. I haven't even gone looking for you yet, and here you are, delivering yourselves to my doorstep. The Blazing Fire Sect was indeed a behemoth in Tiantong Prefecture, arguably the strongest sect within the prefecture. Sect Master's cultivation was not inferior to the prefecture heads. There were many powerhouses within the sect and countless disciples. In Tiantong Prefecture, there was no one who didn't know of the Blazing Fire Sect's existence. However, the Blazing Fire Sect's way of doing things could hardly be called upright, especially their actions in recent years, which had even given the prefecture head quite a headache. But the current Su family was not someone just anyone could push around. Su Ziyuan sneered, even if your sect master came, he would have to be polite in my Su family. Who do you think you are? With that, a surge of spiritual power blasted out, without the slightest restraint. Before Zhao Fei could react, he was sent flying over 10 meters by the spiritual power, rolling a few times after hitting the ground before lying motionless. What arrogance, merely a Yukong Realm. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a slightly larger ant. How dare you mention my master's name? Yang Yang didn't look at Zhao Fei but stared at Su Ziyuan. Su Ziyuan looked forward and finally noticed Yang Yang, Lu Sheng, and the others. Looking at Yang Yang, Su Ziyuan realized that the supernatural realm martial artist who had appeared in Qingyun City earlier must be him. His previous anger had cooled down, and Su Ziyuan was now feeling a bit panicked. The Su family didn't fear the Blazing Fire Sect now, but the person who could intimidate the Blazing Fire Sect wasn't by his side. Moreover, the outside world didn't know the Su family's current strength. However, Su Ziyuan didn't regret his earlier move. The Su family didn't look for trouble, but they didn't fear it either. This supernatural realm martial artist wouldn't just strike him dead, would he? The old ancestor and the two patrons should have noticed the situation here, right? Su Ziyuan thought uncertainly, while also looking behind him to see if anyone was coming. Seeing that no one had arrived yet, Su Ziyuan knew he had to hold his ground for now. So, he feigned composure and said, considering your hard-earned cultivation, if you leave now, you may still keep your life. If you wait for my family's old ancestor to take action, he will surely slay you with one sword. Ha ha ha, this guy is hilarious. He thinks he's invincible just because he defeated Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei is the weakest among us. A frog in a well, eldest senior brother is a divine ability realm powerhouse. Does this guy think the Yukong realm is impressive? A small place is indeed just a small place. The Blazing Fire Sect disciples who followed laughed out loud upon hearing Su Ziyuan's words. Yang Yang also laughed. He was no longer in a hurry to seize the Su family's opportunity, planning instead to see this so-called old ancestor first. Yang Yang's favorite thing was to crush the weak with absolute strength. Haha, then let your family's old ancestor come out. I want to see how he slays me with one sword. These Blazing Fire Sect disciples, including Yang Yang, didn't think an old ancestor of a family in Qingyun City could be very powerful. Furthermore, they hadn't heard of any powerful figures in this area, and the Lu family hadn't mentioned anything about the Su family ancestor. This led Yang Yang and the others to believe that the Su family had become a bit arrogant after gaining some strength through an opportunity. With that, the aura on Yang Yang's body instantly erupted, and a powerful surge of spiritual power gushed from his body, pressing down toward Su Ziyuan. Su Ziyuan felt a wave of pressure, but he didn't back down. Taking a deep breath, he also released his spiritual power to counter Yang Yang's. After a while, Su Ziyuan began to lose his footing, his body swaying slightly. Beside him, Zhou Hanmo's face had turned flushed, large beads of sweat continuously sliding down his face as he seemed on the verge of collapsing. Although Yang Yang's target wasn't Zhou Hanmo because he was close to Su Ziyuan, the spiritual pressure on Zhou Hanmo was only slightly less than that on Su Ziyuan. However, Su Ziyuan possessed a saint physique, so his endurance far exceeded Zhou Hanmo's. seeing both Su Ziyuan and the other in such a state, yet the so-called Su family ancestor still hadn't appeared. This scene further confirmed Yang Yang and the others' suspicions. Just as the blazing fire sect disciples were about to mock them again, a figure slowly rose from the Su family manor. With a point of a finger, a surge of spiritual power instantly broke through Yang Yang's spiritual pressure. Patron Yi is here. Su Ziyuan felt a surge of joy. He finally didn't have to bear it alone. When the spiritual pressure dissipated, both Su Ziyuan and Zhou Hanmo felt a sense of relief. Although someone like you isn't worth me drawing my sword, since you've said so, I will satisfy you once. The voice wasn't loud, yet it reached the ears of everyone present. Stop playing tricks. Are you the Su family ancestor? Come down here. Yang Yang looked up at the figure in midair and once again condensed spiritual power to strike toward the sky. This time he used his full strength, wanting to show this so-called Su family ancestor his power. YCII didn't say a word and simply struck out with his sword. There was no world-shaking commotion, nor any terrifying aura. It was just a plain, ordinary sword strike. Then, a sword light flew toward Yang Yang, its speed not particularly fast. At first, Yang Yang didn't take it seriously. Only when the sword light split his spiritual power attack without any resistance did Yang Yang realize that this sword light was not simple. Just as the thought of dodging arose, he found that he could no longer move. Yang Yang was instantly struck with horror. The other blazing fire sect disciples who had followed Yang Yang saw their eldest senior brother remain motionless after making a move and thought he intended to take the sword strike head on. Eldest senior brother, well done. Eldest senior brother, show them the power of the divine ability realm. Soon, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the sword light sank directly into Yang Yang's body. And Yang Yang's expression didn't even change one bit. Seeing this, the blazing fire sect disciples all acted as if it were exactly as they had expected and began to praise their eldest senior brother. Su Ziyuan and Zhou Hanmo were both stunned. Su Ziyuan was stunned because he couldn't understand Patron Yi's actions, while Zhou Hanmo was shocked that the Su family actually had other powerhouses. He didn't believe YCII had just come out to put on a show. He must have the ability to kill a supernatural realm martial artist. By this time, YCII had already departed. Seeing YCII leave so abruptly, the blazing fire sect disciples thought he had fled in fear after seeing that he hadn't harmed their eldest senior brother. Consequently, the crowd began to mock the Su family again. After they had talked for a while and still saw no movement from Yang Yang, they finally realized something was wrong. Their eldest senior brother was still completely motionless. 24. #24 Zhou Hanmo. I want to become a member of the Su family. Chapter 24. Zhou Hanmo. I want to become a member of the Su family. A blazing fire sect disciple tried calling out to the senior brother a few times, but found that the senior brother still showed no response. Then, the blazing fire sect disciples began to panic. Someone gathered the courage to try touching Yang Yang. Just as this disciple's finger touched Yang Yang, it actually pierced through without any resistance. This directly startled the disciple. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene unfolded. Yang Yang's entire body, along with the clothes he was wearing, began to turn into ashes and fall away from the spot where the disciple's finger had touched. This scene directly terrified the group of blazing fire sect disciples. The blazing fire sect disciples watched this scene in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Their senior brother had actually turned to ashes right before their eyes. Then, a gust of wind blew past, and the senior brother was gone. Yang Yang never dreamed that he had come here perfectly fine, only to end up unable to return. The blazing fire sect disciples were filled with fear and unease, not knowing what would happen next. They feared that the Su family would continue to attack them, and some had even begun to think of fleeing. Su Ziyuan, seeing this scene, showed little reaction, because he had already witnessed something even more shocking than this. But when Zhou Hanmo saw this scene, his pupils suddenly contracted. Ever since the sword light entered Yang Yang's body, he had been observing Yang Yang's condition. When he saw Yang Yang begin to turn to ashes, his heart was filled with shock. He had already tried to imagine this Su family expert as highly as possible, but he still underestimated him. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Zhou Hanmo's mind. He knew what that thought he had been unable to grasp was. Enter the Su family. That's right, it was to enter the Su family. He, Zhou Hanmo, wanted to become a member of the Su family. His intuition told him this was an opportunity that could change his fate. Years later, when someone asked Zhou Hanmo what the most correct decision he had made in his life was, Zhou Hanmo would answer without hesitation that it was becoming a member of the Su family. Soon, some among the blazing fire sect disciples could no longer bear the pressure and began to flee. Seeing that no one was stopping them, them. The remaining disciples also fled in a swarm into the distance. In no time, only Lu Sheng and Zhao Fei, who was lying on the ground, remained at the scene. Su Ziyuan paid no attention to Lu Sheng, because the Lu family was no longer in Su Ziyuan's eyes. Just as Su Ziyuan was about to turn and go back, he heard someone calling him from afar. Tower Master Su, please wait. Su Ziyuan turned to look and saw Shen Ruihong approaching from a distance with a few people. Shen Ruihong was the person in charge of the 10,000 Treasures Tower in Qingyun City and rarely made public appearances. His arrival undoubtedly surprised Su Ziyuan a little. Su Ziyuan knew that his fourth brother had ordered some cultivation supplies from the 10,000 Treasures Tower, but he never expected Shen Ruihong to deliver them personally. When Shen Ruihong neared the gate and saw that the city lord was also there, he didn't think much of it, considering the changes in the Su family. After Shen Ruihong and Zhou Hanmo exchanged greetings, Su Ziyuan quickly invited Shen Ruihong and the others into the Su family. After Shen Ruihong and his group entered, Su Ziyuan saw that Zhou Hanmo was also trying to follow them in. City Lord Zhou, is there something else? Zhou Hanmo gave an awkward smile, looking somewhat embarrassed. Tower Master Su, there's something I'd like to discuss with you in private. Su Ziyuan was somewhat puzzled. Now that the matter with the Blazing Fire sect had been resolved, there was no need for City Lord Zhou to ask the old ancestor for help anymore. Although puzzled, Su Ziyuan still nodded in agreement. City Lord Zhou, please wait a moment. Let me finish my business with the 10,000 Treasures Tower first, and then we can talk. The transaction with the 10,000 Treasures Tower went smoothly. After checking that the supplies were in order, Su Ziyuan directly paid the remaining 20 million low-grade spirit stones. This surprised Shen Ruihong once again. It seemed the Su family was truly beginning to rise. After the transaction, Su Ziyuan suddenly remembered that the Su family would be relocating tomorrow, and he didn't even know the specific location yet, so future transactions with the 10,000 Treasures Tower might need to be paused for now. As for whether they would continue trading in the future, Su Ziyuan couldn't be sure at the moment. Tower Master Shen, I'm sorry, but the monthly order of 50 million worth of supplies that my fourth brother mentioned earlier needs to be paused, because our Su family will be relocating away from Qingyun City tomorrow. However, Tower Master Shen need not worry. Our Su family will return to Qingyun City in the future, and if there's an opportunity, we can continue our cooperation. When Shen Ruihong heard Su Ziyuan say the order would be paused, he initially thought the Su family had placed the first order just to put on a brave face. But when he heard that the Su family was actually relocating away from Qingyun City, it left Shen Ruihong even more confused. He was now also unsure about the exact situation with the Su family. However, the Su family's affairs were none of his concern, but completing this supply order still counted as an achievement for him. After seeing Shen Ruihong off, Su Ziyuan went to find Zhou Hanmo, who was still waiting. Seeing Su Ziyuan approach, Zhou Hanmo quickly walked up to him from a distance. His face showed a mix of nervousness and excitement. He looked at Su Ziyuan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tower Master Su, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Zhou Hanmo said in a low voice. Su Ziyuan looked at him, smiled slightly, and said, City Lord Zhou, feel free to speak directly. There's no need to be so polite. Hearing this, Zhou Hanmo relaxed a little. He took a deep breath and said, Tower Master Su, I want to join the Su family. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ziyuan's expression immediately turned serious. He looked at Zhou Hanmo and asked somewhat uncertainly, City Lord Zhou, are you sure you want to join the Su family? Zhou Hanmo nodded and said, I've already thought it through. I'm willing to serve the Su family. I only hope Tower Master Su can give me a chance. Hearing this, Su Ziyuan fell silent for a moment. He didn't know why Zhou Hanmo wanted to join the Su family. However, he wasn't opposed to Zhou Hanmo joining. Zhou Hanmo's level of strength wouldn't cause any waves in the Su family, but Zhou Hanmo's identity could be quite useful when the Su family returned to Qingyun City in the future. However, when the Su family returned to Qingyun City in the future, Su Ziyuan would realize how laughable his current thoughts were. But regarding Zhou Hanmo's joining, he couldn't make the decision himself. He still needed to ask the old ancestor. After all, Zhou Hanmo's current identity was somewhat special, and Su Ziyuan didn't know how to arrange for him. So, this matter should be left for the old ancestor to decide. After thinking it over, Su Ziyuan looked up at Zhou Hanmo. City Lord Zhou, I need to report this matter to the old ancestor. Please wait a moment. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Zhou Hanmo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He also knew this matter was somewhat abrupt for Su Ziyuan and thought Su Ziyuan was politely rejecting him, but not being directly rejected meant there was still hope. I understand, Zhou Hanmo said. Quote, then, I'll await Tower Master sus good news. Su Ziyuan nodded and turned to leave. Zhou Hanmo remained standing in place, his eyes shining with anticipation and nervousness. 25. Number 25 Su Family New Rules. Light. Chapter 25. New Rules of the Su Family. Su Family. Su Xingzhou's room. Su Ziyuan cupped his hands respectfully and asked, Old Ancestor, City Lord Zhou wishes to join the Su family. How should we arrange this? Su Xingzhou was slightly taken aback. Zhou Hanmo? Joining the Su family? Su Xingzhou was a little surprised, but he didn't have any other thoughts. He was merely the city lord of a small Qingyun city. It was only for now. If time passed, he might not even qualify to join the Su family. That's fine. Let him start as a menial worker of the Su family first. You don't need to ask me about such matters in the future. You can decide on your own. Also, have him arrange the affairs of Qingyun City. Tomorrow, he will leave Qingyun City with the family for a period of time. Menial worker? Su Ziyuan thought he had misheard. A city lord now only deserves to be a menial worker in his own home? Indeed, the old ancestor is the old ancestor. He is not someone ordinary people can fathom. Ziyuan, what plans do you have for the future development of the family? Just as Su Ziyuan was admiring the old ancestor in his heart, he suddenly heard the old ancestor asking him again. Su Ziyuan was stunned. It seemed that since the old ancestor returned, the operation of the family had relied more on the old ancestor. The family appeared to be developing in a better direction, but he always felt something was missing. After pondering for a moment, Su Ziyuan respectfully replied, internally, we should vigorously cultivate the clansmen to enhance the family's strength. Only when the strength of the clansmen grows stronger can the family prosper eternally. Externally, we should recruit martial artists to develop the family's influence and industrial base. Not bad. Su Xingzhou nodded, then added, I have compiled some new rules and future plans for the Su family here. Take this to the elders and perfect them together. As soon as the words fell, a book materialized before Su Ziyuan. 4 large characters were inscribed on it, New Rules of the Su Family. After Su Ziyuan nodded in agreement, he withdrew from Su Xingzhou's room. Without rushing to read the contents of the book, Su Ziyuan immediately found Zhou Hanmo, who was still waiting. With a slight smile, Su Ziyuan spoke, City Lord Zhou, the old ancestor has agreed to let you join the Su family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hanmo was overjoyed internally. He, Zhou Hanmo, was now also a member of the Su family. He quickly bowed to Su Ziyuan to thank him. Clan Chief, since I have joined the Su family now, you can simply call me by my name from now on. I must thank the clan chief for helping me join the Su family. Good, then I'll call you Hanmo directly. However, the old ancestor said you must start as a menial worker of the Su family. Su family menial worker? This time it was Zhou Hanmo's turn to be stunned. His previously ecstatic heart instantly became less cheerful. Menial workers in cultivating families were usually recruited from ordinary people. Of course, there were also large aristocratic families that recruited body-tempering realm martial artists to serve as menial workers. But he was already a Yukong realm martial artist, yet he was only qualified to be a menial worker in the Su family. Could this be the Su family old ancestor testing his sincerity? Although there was a moment of incomprehension and feeling looked down upon, Zhou Hanmo didn't say anything. Being a menial worker was fine, at least he had joined the Su family. As long as he proved his sincerity later, he would still be highly valued by the Su family. Instantly, Zhou Hanmo's confidence surged again. Seeing Zhou Hanmo's reaction, Su Ziyuan nodded almost imperceptibly. The old ancestor wants you to arrange the affairs of Qingyun City. Tomorrow, you will leave Qingyun City with the family for a period of time. Zhou Hanmo clasped his fists in response. Though he was very confused, he didn't ask. Afterward, Zhou Hanmo took his leave from the Su family. Assembly Hall. The 3 Grand Elders and 5 Elders, including Su Zhirui, were all present. Before Su Ziyuan and the others lay the new rules of the Su family given by Su Xingzhou. These are some new rules and future plans for the Su family compiled by the old ancestor. Let's perfect them together. Everyone nodded. The old ancestor had taken action again. Su Ziyuan opened the new rules of the Su family directly. It read, Su family rules. 1. Be loyal to the family. Violators shall be executed. 2. Framing or murdering clansmen is prohibited. Violators shall be executed. 3. Using one's position or other means to harm the family's interests is prohibited. Minor offenders will have their cultivation crippled and be expelled from the family. Major offenders shall be executed. The distinction between collateral and direct branches of the family is abolished. All bloodline members shall be called direct lineages of the family. Family positions are divided into menial worker, family servant, guard, deacon, protector, elder, hall master, consultant, clan chief. Regardless of their strength, anyone joining the Sioux family must start as a menial worker, with the highest possible promotion being to consultant. A family contribution point system is established. For non-direct lineages of the family, promotion to a higher position requires both strength and total contribution points to be met. Deacons and those above the rank of deacon may receive a certain amount of contribution points monthly. Contribution points can be used to exchange for cultivation techniques, martial skills, medicinal pills, spiritual artifacts, spiritual bodies, and more. 5 halls are established. Worship hall only takes orders from the old ancestor and the clan chief, appointed by the old ancestor and the clan chief. Law enforcement hall, responsible for enforcing the Sioux family rules, and also serves as the external armed force of the Sioux family. Mission hall, issues family missions and manages the contribution points of family members. Commerce hall, manages the external industries of the Sioux family. Management hall, responsible for the family's daily operational management, handling external forces, and coordination between the various halls. Each hall shall have 1 hall master and 2 deputy hall masters. A family assessment system is established. The capable advance, the mediocre yield, and the incompetent step down. After reading this, everyone in the assembly hall fell silent. Even Su Ziyuan was astonished and full of admiration for the old ancestors' rules and future plans. It was only after reading the family rules that he understood why the old ancestor had made Zhou Hanmo start as a menial worker. Su Kasheng and Su Ruoxi exchanged glances. Both were very excited. Because both originated from collateral branches, from now on, there would be no more collateral branches in the Sioux family. Although the Sioux family did not treat direct lineages and collateral branches differently, they always felt inferior. Does anyone have any thoughts? Su Ziyuan looked at everyone. Seeing that they were all silent, he spoke and asked. Su Jirui tapped the table repeatedly with his fingers. The new rules formulated by the old ancestor are indeed very comprehensive. We just need to refine the details. Su Ziyuan nodded, agreeing with Su Jirui's view. The others also nodded in agreement. Seeing that no one else had any objections, Su Ziyuan immediately made the final decision. Then let's hurry up and refine the details, striving to complete them before tomorrow morning. In a restaurant in Qingyun City, suddenly, a young man rushed in breathlessly, took a few big gulps of water, and then said, "Did you hear? The Li family was wiped out by the Lu family, bringing people from the Blazing Fire sect. I never expected that the mighty Li family would end up like this." Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. At this moment, someone turned their head to look at them. This news isn't new anymore. Seeing everyone's gazes turn toward him, this person slowly began to speak. As far as I know, the Lu family's head has gone mad now, and the people from the Blazing Fire sect have also disappeared. What? Quote, is that true or not? Hearing this news, everyone felt their worldview had been completely overturned. This was too bizarre. Of course it's true. My cousin's uncle's nephew's sister-in-law's younger brother is in the Lu family. He saw it with his own eyes. 26. Number 26 Qingmu Sect, Jinyu City. Chapter 26, Qingmu Sect and Jinyu City. Early the next morning, Zhou Hanmo arrived at the Su family. By dawn, the preparations for the Su family's relocation were almost complete. When Su Xingzhou emerged with Yi Yixian and Lin Kang, everyone from the Su family, including Zhou Hanmo, was already waiting in the family square. Zhou Hanmo's presence still caused quite a shock among the other members of the Su family. After all, he was a city lord. This was because their thinking and perspectives had not yet fully caught up with the current Su family. However, this situation would not last for long. As soon as Zhou Hanmo saw the 3 of them arrive, he became somewhat excited. By now, he knew that the expert who had acted yesterday was the Su family's patron Yi. He also knew that besides the old ancestor, the Su family had another patron, Feng Lin, who was no weaker than patron Yi. Looking at them, Zhou Hanmo couldn't help but marvel in his heart at how right his decision to join the Su family yesterday had been. Is everyone ready? Su Xingzhou asked, looking at the crowd in the family square. We are ready, everyone answered in unison. Su Xingzhou nodded, then looked toward Qingyun Mountain and said, depart. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain. At this moment, 3 factions were in a standoff. Strictly speaking, it was 2 sides. One side was the Qingmu sect, a small school located 30 li northeast of the original Qingyun mountain range. Despite its small scale, the Qingmu sect was quite prestigious in the nearby cities. Of course, this prestige mainly came from the Qingmu sect's sectmaster, Li Qingyang. This was because Li Qingyang was a martial artist at the 6th level of the Yukong realm. Such a person was a rare existence in Qingyun City and its neighboring cities. In the past, the city lord's manors and many families of the nearby cities had tried to win over Li Qingyang, but he had refused them all. Since its establishment, the Qingmu sect had rarely recruited disciples, and the entire sect only had about 10 people. The remaining 2 factions were from Jinyu City's city lord's manor and the city's number 1 family, the Wang family. Jinyu City was located southeast of Qingyun City, about 60 li away from Qingyun Mountain. Compared to Qingyun City, Jinyu City was relatively stronger in power. Originally, Qingyun Mountain should have been discovered by Qingyun City first. Unfortunately, so much had happened in Qingyun City recently that most people's attention was focused within the city. Consequently, the people from Jinyu City were the first to discover the emergence of Qingyun Mountain. The 2 groups had been at a stalemate at the foot of the mountain for a long time, and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Suddenly, Jin Ziyu, the city lord of Jinyu City, spoke. Sect Master Li, how about we join forces? If we continue like this, we'll get nothing, and instead, latecomers will take advantage of us. Jin Ziyu was a middle-aged man with a burly build and a handsome face, exuding the aura of the 5th level of the Yukong realm. Standing beside him was Wang Zhenlin, the head of the Wang family in Jinyu City. Wang Zhenlin was older with white hair, but his eyes were sharp and spirited. He wore white robes and held a silver longsword, radiating the aura of the 2nd level of the Yukong realm. Opposite them, Li Qingyang and his disciples appeared somewhat outnumbered and weak. Li Qingyang smiled slightly and said, City Lord Jin has a point. In that case, let us join forces. Li Qingyang was also helpless. The changes here had originally been discovered first by the Qingmu sect. However, they had tried many ways but could not set foot on the mountain at all. It wasn't until the people from Jinyu City arrived that the current situation was formed. One could say the best way now was to join forces and ascend the mountain. Perhaps they could seize the initiative and obtain some opportunities. After all, this place was originally ordinary, so the sudden appearance of such a massive mountain meant that some opportunity must have appeared. Entering the mountain sooner meant more chances. Li Qingyang never thought about monopolizing the opportunity here with his own strength. He had only gained a bit of an advantage because he was close by. Seeing that Li Qingyang agreed, Jin Ziyu intended to ask about the situation. Sect Master Li, you've been here for a while. Have you discovered anything? Since the people from Jinyu City were discovered by Li Qingyang's disciples as soon as they arrived, they hadn't had time to explore the situation of Qingyun Mountain. Li Qingyang shook his head and replied somewhat helplessly, we only found a set of steps on the eastern side, but we cannot enter. Steps? Jin Ziyu and Wang Zhenlin were taken aback, feeling very confused by Li Qingyang's answer. Could it be that this place already has an owner? Or was it created by some power? If it were the latter, how terrifying would that power be? To be able to create a mountain peak whose summit was invisible out of thin air here silently was definitely not something any faction they knew could do. At their confusion, Li Qingyang smiled. Initially, he also suspected this was the residence of some major power or done by some organization, but after more than a day of investigation, he found no signs of human activity. After explaining this to the 2 of them, the 3 prepared to go to the eastern steps to investigate further. Thus, the 2 groups began to head over in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the Su family's procession was nearing Qingyun Mountain. Because there were ordinary people in the procession, the speed of travel was not particularly fast. At this point, Qingyun Mountain could already be seen in the distance. What is that? A mountain. Someone in the procession suddenly saw a mountain peak towering into the clouds in the distance, and couldn't help but cry out. Everyone stopped and looked up. They saw the mountain peak reaching into the clouds, surrounded by mist, looking like a fairyland. It was simply absurd. They were all very familiar with this place and had been here more or less. Even Zhou Hanmo had passed through here a few days ago. This was clearly just a low mountain range. How could it look like a different place after just a few days? Su Xingzhou looked at Qingyun Mountain in the distance and felt a sense of relief. That is Qingyun Mountain. It will be the Su family's future base. Hearing the old ancestor's voice, the Su family members immediately stopped feeling that there was any problem with a mountain peak appearing here, since it was related to the old ancestor. No matter how absurd it was normal. As for the family servants and servants who followed the Su family, they didn't think too much about it, but in Zhou Hanmo's heart, he immediately decided that this must be old ancestor Su's handiwork. Because this wasn't exactly a prime location, experts capable of doing this would naturally look down on it. It was even less likely that they would spend time and resources to build such a mountain peak. Coupled with the meaning behind old ancestor Su's words, this mountain belonged to the Su family. Therefore, Zhou Hanmo was already 100% certain that this was the mountain built by old ancestor Su. After chatting along the way, he had learned that today was the day of the Su family's relocation. He couldn't help but marvel at old ancestor Su's grand gesture, building a mountain to serve as the family base. Of course, it wasn't until Zhou Hanmo climbed Qingyun Mountain that he realized it wasn't just building a mountain, it was creating a miracle. 27. Number 27 Zhou Hanmo, I'm stunned. Am I from the lowest rung of the Su family? Chapter 27, Zhou Hanmo, I'm stunned, am I the lowest tier of the Su family? At the steps on the eastern side of Qingyun Mountain, Li Qingyang and the two others sighed. They had tried gathering the strength of everyone present, yet they still couldn't take half a step onto the stairs. The entire mountain seemed to be blocked by a barrier. It seems we are fated not to obtain the opportunity here. Li Qingyang was somewhat discouraged. After all this time, there was still no progress. He was already considering leaving. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Sect Master Li, Brother Jin, Patriarch Wang, why are you all here? Everyone looked up and saw dozens of people slowly approaching. The one speaking was Zhou Hanmo. Li Qingyang and the two others thought Zhou Hanmo must also have been attracted by the changes. Here, Jin Zaya's eyes lit up. Could it be that Brother Zhou has also come here seeking opportunity? If Zhou Hanmo joined them, perhaps they would have a chance to enter the mountain. Hearing Jin Zaya's words, Zhou Hanmo just smiled without speaking. Then, Zhou Hanmo stepped aside. At this moment, Su Ziyuan walked up. Fellow Taoists, this mountain belongs to my Su family. If you wish to enter, please wait a few more days. Fellow Taoist Su, don't joke around. Since ancient times, treasures have belonged to the fated. This mountain is currently ownerless territory. Jin Ziyu laughed immediately upon hearing this. He had heard of the Su family. They were a large family in Qingyun City. Apparently, the family didn't even have a martial artist in the Yukong realm yet. A family like this wants to monopolize the opportunity of this mountain? Even if Zhou Hanmo was added, it wouldn't be enough. Even Wang Zhenlin frowned. He wouldn't dare say such a thing himself. However, contrary to the two men's expectations, Li Qingyang cupped his hands towards Su Ziyuan. Since this place already has an owner, my Qingmu sect shall take our leave. Please forgive us for the disturbance. After speaking, Li Qingyang left with his disciples. Jin Ziyu and Wang Zhenlin were stunned where they stood. They were extremely surprised by Li Qingyang's departure. However, the two of them did not plan to leave right now. It was just that without Li Qingyang, staying here wouldn't yield any further progress. They exchanged glances, preparing to try their luck elsewhere nearby. But before leaving, they decided to first see what Zhou Hanmo and the others intended to do. Understanding the meaning behind Jin Zaya's words, Su Ziyuan remained silent. At this point, saying anything more would be useless. Only using facts to slap them in the face would be the most direct and effective method. Thus, Su Ziyuan turned directly to the old ancestor. Please make a move, old ancestor. Su Xingzhou smiled faintly, stepped forward, waved his hand directly, and opened the formation. He then took the lead, bypassing Jin Ziyu and the others, and walked toward the steps. Everyone else, including Zhou Hanmo, followed Su Xingzhou closely toward the steps. HMPH, putting on an act, watching the members of the Su family bypass them one after another. Wang Zhenlin let out a disdainful cold snort. The moment his voice fell, Wang Zhenlin was sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy blow. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended, pinning Wang Zhenlin down completely, unable to move. Immediately following this, a cold voice transmitted over. If there is a next time, I will definitely kill you without mercy. The one who made the move was none other than YCII, who was following behind Su Xingzhou. The Lord's actions are not for others to question. YCII's voice was cold and firm, filled with majesty and killing intent. Wang Zhenlin was so frightened by the sudden attack and pressure that he dared not move. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating at that very moment. He looked terrified at the backs of the Su family members, an uncontrollable fear surging in his heart. He didn't know who had attacked him, but he knew it definitely had to be someone from the Su family. Moreover, the person who attacked could easily take his life. Wang Zhenlin dared not speak again, only silently enduring YCII's pressure. The others who came from Jinyu City were also shocked by this scene. They looked at Wang Zhenlin, and a wave of terror rose in their hearts. At the same time, they were deeply wary of this Su family that had suddenly appeared. The Su family's strength absolutely could not be underestimated. Jin Ziyu was sweating profusely, terrified by the spectacle. He had also spoken ill of the Su family just now. Fortunately, the Su family hadn't sought trouble with him. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground right now. At this moment, he already believed Su Ziyuan's words. Soon, the Su family members and Zhou Hanmo had successively entered Qingyun Mountain. Only then did the pressure on Wang Zhenlin dissipate. He gasped heavily, feeling his heart resume beating. Wang Zhenlin raised his head, watching the Su family members disappear into the distance on the steps, his heart filled with regret and fear the moment the Su family members stepped into the Qingyun Mountain formation. Everyone, except Su Xingzhou, YCII, and Lin Kang, had their eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. Dense spiritual qi rushed toward them. They felt as if they were immersed in an ocean of spiritual qi. Looking at the flowers, grass, trees, and plants beside the steps, all were lush, verdant, and full of life. They could even see water droplets about to fall from the leaves. Upon closer inspection, they realized those weren't water droplets, they were spiritual liquid, formed by the liquefaction of spiritual qi. At this moment, everyone was too shocked to speak. Zhou Hanmo could even feel his realm loosening, and among the servants who had followed them, some had already begun breaking through their realms. Su Xingzhou, YCII, and Lin Kang seemed oblivious to everyone's reactions, continuing their ascent with calm expressions. Only after the three had walked a distance did the others recover their senses and hurry to follow. Soon, everyone arrived at the large platform Su Xingzhou had designated as the family plaza. Upon reaching the platform, Su Xingzhou turned and said to everyone, "This will be the family plaza from now on." Su Xingzhou then introduced the other reserved areas and the arrangements for each location. Ziyuan, the arrangements are up to you now. First, tell everyone about the family's new regulations. After speaking, Su Xingzhou led YCII and Lin Kang toward the central peak. Su Ziyuan immediately walked in front of everyone, waved his hand, and instantly dozens of copies of the new Su family regulations flew out, floating before them. The detailed family rules and regulations are all inside. Next, I will briefly explain them to everyone. Soon, Su Ziyuan briefly explained the family rules. Su Ziyuan's expression then became much more serious, and he spoke again. Next, I will announce the appointments of the family personnel. Hearing this, everyone immediately quieted down and looked toward Su Ziyuan. The most nervous were naturally the servants and maids who had come along. They knew the moment that would decide their fate had arrived. Patron Yi and Feng Lin shall continue to serve as the family's one-star patrons. The former Grand Elder Su Shuwen shall serve as the family's Scripture Pavilion Elder, a position equivalent to Hall Master. The former Grand Elder Su Shujie shall serve as the family's Treasure Pavilion Elder, a position equivalent to Hall Master. The former Grand Elder Su Shujin shall serve as the family's Technique Transmission Pavilion Elder, a position equivalent to Hall Master. Su Zhirui shall serve as the Management Hall Master. Su Ziwu shall serve as the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Su Jilong shall serve as the Commerce Hall Master. Su Kasheng shall serve as the Law Enforcement Hall Deputy Hall Master. Su Ruoxi shall serve as the Law Enforcement Hall Deputy Hall Master. All former Su family servants and maids shall be appointed to the position of deacon. They may go to the family's Scripture Pavilion to receive 2 cultivation techniques and to the family's Treasure Pavilion to receive 2 treasures. Upon hearing this, the servants and maids could hardly believe what they were hearing. They were actually appointed as family deacons and could even receive cultivation techniques to cultivate. They exchanged glances, then uniformly knelt down. "Thank you, Patriarch. We are willing to go through fire and water for the family without hesitation." Expressions of surprise and gratitude appeared on their faces. They knew this was the Su family's recognition and trust in them, as well as an opportunity that could change their fate. Zhou Hanmo also started getting excited upon hearing this. Because he was the only one left in the Su family yet to be announced, the next one had to be him. Even servants were appointed as deacons, so he shouldn't be too far behind. He would definitely be able to escape the status of a family menial worker. Zhou Hanmo. After a pause, Su Ziyuan continued. Continue serving as a family menial worker. 28. #28 Get another character summon card. Chapter 28. Another character summoning card. Upon hearing those words, the excitement in Joe Hanmo's heart instantly dissipated, replaced by astonishment. He, a dignified Yukon realm martial artist, had actually become the lowest-ranking person in the Sioux family. Even those ordinary people without any cultivation had a higher status than him. A feeling of helplessness arose in Joe Hanmo's heart. However, after witnessing this place, Qingyun Mountain, Joe Hanmo was even less inclined to think about leaving the Sioux family. The only thing he wanted to do now was to rapidly increase his strength here and then demonstrate his value. After all, the cultivation environment here was simply incomparable to the outside world. Even being a menial worker here was far better than being a city lord outside. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Only with sufficient strength could one gain a foothold in this world. Don't be fooled by the prestige of his city lord status. In front of true power, it counted for nothing. Joe Hanmo tightly clenched his fist meanwhile. Su Xingzhou and the other two arrived at the previously reserved platforms. They then tossed out the spiritual artifacts in their hands and infused them with spiritual qi. The moment spiritual qi was injected, these spiritual artifacts began to rapidly expand and grow, transforming into majestic palaces. Each palace exuded a powerful aura and a unique Dao charm. These spiritual artifacts were all sign and rewards Su Xingzhou had found in the system space, and they were all emperor weapons. The spiritual artifacts contained vast internal spaces, allowing their layout and shape to be altered at will. These spiritual artifacts were perfect for use as buildings like the Scripture Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, Technique Transmission Pavilion, and the Family Main Hall. Afterwards, the three concealed the auras of the spiritual artifacts and continued on to the next location. Meanwhile, the people on the family plaza only felt several powerful auras of spiritual qi pressure suddenly emanate from the distant mountain peaks, only to vanish just as abruptly. Just as everyone was looking around, they noticed several majestic palaces had appeared in the distance. Before anyone could react, they saw the old ancestor and the two protectors hurrying over from afar. Then, several more palaces suddenly appeared around the family plaza, high-grade spiritual artifacts. Seeing this scene, Joe Hanmo's eyes widened in shock. However, the members of the Su family were already accustomed to such actions from the old ancestor. At this moment, Joe Hanmo began to suspect that old ancestor Su's realm might have surpassed the life and death realm, because such spiritual artifacts were far beyond what a life and death realm expert could possess. After deploying these buildings, Su Xingzhou and the other two returned to face the crowd. By now, Su Ziyuan had finished explaining the Su family's new regulations and the appointments and arrangements for family members. Seeing Su Xingzhou return, Su Ziyuan quickly said, "Old ancestor, everything has been arranged." "Good, very good." Su Xingzhou nodded and pointed to the central peak behind him. "From now on, this peak shall be called Zishao Peak. The direct lineage and members holding the rank of elder or above shall reside on this peak." Then he pointed to the peak on the left. "This peak shall henceforth be called Lanyue Peak. It will serve as the office location for the various family halls and house the Scripture Pavilion and Treasure Pavilion." Finally, he pointed to the peak on the right. "This peak shall henceforth be called Jexing Peak. It will be the residence and cultivation place for family members holding the rank of protector. And below, the rest of you, go and arrange your accommodations first. Ziyuan, Shujie, Shuwen, Shujin, you four come with me." "Yes, old ancestor." Everyone promptly responded, and the others then left the family plaza for their living quarters. The remaining four, Su Ziyuan and the others, followed Su Xingzhou towards Lanyue Peak. Soon, the group of five arrived at the Scripture Pavilion. Su Xingzhou glanced at the Scripture Pavilion before him, then turned to Su Shuwen. "Shuwen, this Scripture Pavilion will henceforth be the place where our family stores its cultivation, techniques and martial skills. I entrust its management to you from now on." Su Shuwen bowed respectfully and nodded. "Rest assured, old ancestor. I will spare no effort in protecting the cultivation techniques and martial skills within the Scripture Pavilion." Hearing this, Su Xingzhou chuckled softly and shook his head slightly. "No need to be so tense. The family's current location is very safe. You only need to manage the operation of the Scripture Pavilion. Now that all members of the direct lineage have cultivation techniques and talent, coupled with the cultivation environment here on Qingyun Mountain, more time should be devoted to cultivation." The four of them responded in unison. "Yes, old ancestor." Subsequently, Su Xingzhou led the four into the Scripture Pavilion. Upon entering, it felt as if they had stepped into another world. The interior of the Scripture Pavilion was spacious and bright, with neat rows of bookshelves filling the view. Then, Su Xingzhou simply waved his hand, and instantly, countless cultivation techniques and martial skills flew out from the system space. They directly filled all the bookshelves. The scripture pavilion is divided into 15 floors, each corresponding to cultivation techniques and martial skills of different grades. As for the management system for family members cultivating these techniques and skills in the future, you can discuss and decide on that yourselves. Yes, old ancestor. The four responded in unison, indicating their understanding, though the shock in their hearts was beyond words. Hearing the old ancestor say the scripture pavilion had 15 floors, each with corresponding techniques, didn't that mean the highest few floors contained nothing but saint-rank cultivation methods? Even though each of them possessed a saint-rank cultivation method, they were still awestruck by the sheer number of techniques within the scripture pavilion. However, what Su Ziyuan and the others didn't know was that these techniques were only a portion of what Su Xingzhou had taken out. Shuwen, I will now impart the control method for the scripture pavilion to you. After speaking, Su Xingzhou lightly tapped his finger. A flash of light appeared and then vanished into Su Shuwen's forehead. Su Shuwen immediately felt a stream of information flood into his mind. He closed his eyes and began to organize this influx. After a moment, Su Shuwen opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement shining within them. He now completely controlled the entire scripture pavilion and could even sense every corner within it. Only now did he have a clear understanding of the quantity of cultivation techniques and martial skills housed within the scripture pavilion. The number far exceeded his imagination. Coming back to his senses, Su Shuwen hurriedly bowed with clasped hands. Thank you, old ancestor, for bestowing this method. Afterwards, Su Xingzhou and the others left Su Shuwen there and proceeded to the treasure pavilion. Here, the same scene played out as before. After handing the control method to Su Shujie, Su Xingzhou took Su Ziyuan and Su Shujin to the technique transmission pavilion. Since this place didn't require storing items, Su Xingzhou simply gave the control method for the technique transmission pavilion to Su Shujin before leaving with Su Ziyuan. Finally, Su Xingzhou brought Su Ziyuan to his own residence on Zishao Peak and took out the formation-controlled jade pendant for Qingyun Mountain. Ziyuan, this is the controlled jade pendant for the formations on Qingyun Mountain. I entrust it to you from now on. After speaking, Su Xingzhou transmitted the method for operating the formations into Su Ziyuan's mind. Su Ziyuan received the formation-controlled jade pendant, sensing the immense power contained within it. It was only now, because Su Ziyuan merely knew the control method and hadn't witnessed the formation's power firsthand, that he didn't have any particular feeling about it. Later, when Su Ziyuan personally witnessed the power of the formations, he would truly comprehend the preciousness and importance of this jade pendant soon. The sky gradually darkened. After a day of upheavals, the ordinary people within the Su family who lacked cultivation fell into a deep sleep. As for the others, they were all diligently cultivating. Among the newly appointed stewards with lower cultivation, some had already achieved a realm breakthrough. Even Zhou Hanmo felt that if he continued cultivating here for some time, he could break through to the 5th level of the Yukon realm. This was something utterly impossible outside, unless he used a massive amount of cultivation resources. But here, merely cultivating normally yielded such results. Zhou Hanmo dared not imagine the uproar it would cause if this place were discovered by the outside world. Ding. Automatic sign-in successful. Obtained 1 character summoning card. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Su Xingzhou, half asleep, heard the system's automatic sign-in prompt and suddenly jolted, his drowsiness instantly fading by more than half. A character summoning card. As for the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, Su Xingzhou directly ignored them. Since arriving at the Su family, he had already used 2 character summoning cards. Each summoned character could serve as a foundational pillar for the Su family. Since he was already awake, Su Xingzhou directly used this character summoning card and began to anticipate the result. Ding! Summoning successful. Character generating. A robust young man slowly materialized. His face was resolute, his eyes bright and piercing, revealing determination and confidence. His arms were solid and powerful, with well-defined muscle lines, as if containing boundless strength. Your subordinate, Xiao Tianzong, pays respects to the master. Rise. After speaking, Su Xingzhou directly opened Xiao Tianzong's character attribute panel. Open black lens bracket. Name close black lens bracket, Xiao Tianzong. Open black lens bracket. Realm close black lens bracket, King Realm, 4th Heaven. Open black lens bracket. Age close black lens bracket, 28 years old. Open black lens bracket. Physique close black lens bracket, Great Wasteland Battle Physique. Open black lens bracket. Divine ability close black lens bracket, 1000 Jun Strength. Open black lens bracket. Profession close black lens bracket, Martial Artist, Artifact Refiner. Open black lens bracket. Attributes close black lens bracket, Metal, Fire. Open black lens bracket. Cultivation Technique close black lens bracket, 9 revolutions forging art. Open black lens bracket martial skill close black lens bracket. 9 revolutions spear technique. 29. Number 29 Blazing Fire Sect, Blazing Sun Heaven. Chapter 29. Blazing Fire Sect, Sect Master, King Realm 4th Heaven, 7th Rank Artifact Refiner. As expected of the system's products, they must be high-quality goods. Xiao Tianzong's appearance once again refreshed the Su family's highest combat strength. With Xiao Tianzong, the Su family, based purely on strength, had already entered the ranks of the top families in the Great Zhou dynasty, not to mention that Xiao Tianzong was also a 7th Rank Artifact Refiner. As far as Su Xingzhou knew, the highest rank of Artifact Refiner in the Great Zhou dynasty was only 6th rank. The current Xiao Tianzong could already be called the number 1 artifact refiner in the Great Zhou dynasty. In fact, not only in the Great Zhou dynasty, but also in the several dynasties near the Great Zhou dynasty. 7th rank artifact refiners were extremely rare. A 7th rank artifact refiner could be said to be a major hurdle on the path of artifact refiner advancement, because to become a 7th rank artifact refiner, one first needs their cultivation to break through to the King Realm. Only with powerful cultivation can an artifact refiner support the refining of advanced spiritual artifacts, and this step has already stopped the majority of artifact refiners. If an artifact refiner wants to break through their artifact refiner realm, they need to possess sufficient talent and resources in artifact refining to continuously refine artifacts and accumulate artifact refining experience. Of course, there are certainly some exceptionally talented prodigies who can refine spiritual artifacts far exceeding their own rank even when their cultivation is insufficient. However, for now, the Su family, possessing a 7th rank artifact refiner, was already enough to be treated as honored guests in the neighboring dynasties. Su Xingzhou calmed his excited heart and looked at Xiao Tianzong. From now on, you will serve as the family's 2-star enshrinement. Blazing Fire Sect, Sect Main Hall. Sect Master sat gloomily on the Sect Master's throne, his gaze sweeping across the 2 elders in the hall like lightning. In the Great Hall, the 2 elders of the Blazing Fire Sect looked nervous, feeling uneasy in their hearts. You two, how is the investigation progressing? Sect Master's voice was deep and powerful, carrying a hint of majesty. He had just emerged from secluded cultivation only to hear that his 2 personal disciples had been murdered. The most crucial thing was that the ones who died were his 2 most valued disciples. As a top power within Tiantong Prefecture, the Blazing Fire Sect possessed formidable strength and a vast sphere of influence. It had been a long time since anyone dared to kill their sect disciples within the Blazing Fire Sect's sphere of influence. Moreover, now that his 2 personal disciples had been murdered, this was undoubtedly a great challenge to his authority and dignity. Although furious, he did not lose his head and instead sent 2 elders to investigate first. He knew that the Blazing Fire Sect was only powerful within Tiantong Prefecture. Throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, there were countless powers stronger than them. If they accidentally provoked a powerful force, the Blazing Fire Sect might face the danger of sect annihilation. Reporting to the Sect Master, we have already investigated clearly. One elder stepped forward, speaking with a slightly trembling voice. Lu Long was killed by the Li family of Qingyun City, but the Li family has since been wiped out by Yang Yang. And Yang Yang was killed by the Su family of Qingyun City. The Su family was originally one of the 3 great families of Qingyun City, and the strongest person in the family only had spiritual Sea Realm peak cultivation. There was news that the Su family ancestor returned a month ago, but few people saw him, and many did not believe it was true. Now it seems the news should be true, but the Su family ancestor's specific cultivation realm is unclear. The Su family has now left Qingyun City. According to the city lord of Jinyu City, the Su family moved to a mountain that suddenly appeared near Qingyun City. That mountain has a formation, and we cannot enter. Sect Master's brows furrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What a Su family! Sect Master's voice carried a hint of anger and majesty. Quote, they dare to be so arrogant, showing no regard for our Blazing Fire Sect. After a moment of silence, Sect Master slowly spoke. Elders, how do you think we should handle this matter? The 2 elders exchanged glances, and then one of the elders spoke. Sect Master, the grudge for the 2 personal disciples must be avenged. However, the current strength of the Su family ancestor is unknown. I suggest we release news that the Su family has occupied a treasure mountain, attracting people from other powers to first probe the Su family's true strength. Sect Master nodded in agreement. I will leave this matter for you to handle. The 2 elders respectfully nodded in affirmation. Qingyun Mountain. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, The 20 newly promoted deacons impatiently arrived in front of the scripture pavilion on Lanue Peak. Every single one of them was extremely excited, especially those who originally had no cultivation. Now they had the opportunity to step into the world of cultivation. This was undoubtedly a change of destiny for them. Therefore, their desire to follow the Su family became even firmer, because such a thing was almost impossible in other families and aristocratic families. Compared to training servants and family servants, those families and aristocratic families preferred to use resources on martial artists with high cultivation because they were more valuable. After sensing that people had arrived at the scripture pavilion, Su Shuwen, who was cultivating inside the scripture pavilion, instantly flashed to the front entrance. Seeing that they were the Su family's original servants and family servants, he waved his hand and opened the door of the scripture pavilion. Come in. Remember that each person can choose 2 cultivation techniques or martial skills. I suggest you choose 1 cultivation technique and 1 martial skill. Remember, you can only choose from the bottom 9 floors. You must not ascend to the 10th floor. After making your selections, register below. After saying the last sentence, Su Shuwen had already vanished. This scene filled these people's hearts with even greater awe and anticipation. One by one, they rushed into the scripture pavilion, and the sight before them left them astonished. The entire interior of the scripture pavilion was spacious and bright, and the bookshelves were filled with various cultivation techniques and martial skills. Even these books seemed to emit faint spiritual chi, making people feel a mysterious power flowing within them. Yellow rank elementary cultivation techniques. They are all yellow rank elementary cultivation techniques. One of the deacons flipped open a few cultivation techniques, and upon seeing the rank of the cultivation technique, he cried out in shock. His original name was Han Chen, and he was not from Qingyun City. His family life was originally quite stable, until one day 2 powerful experts fought a great battle, and the aftermath directly destroyed the entire village where he lived. He and 2 companions happened to be outside the village at the time, which allowed them to escape disaster. By the time the 3 of them returned, the powerful experts who had fought the great battle were long gone. They didn't even know who their enemies were. Finally, the 3 of them arrived at the Su family through coincidence and became Su family servants. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Han Chen's mind, and he looked up at the steps leading to the 2nd floor. Peng, Lin, follow me, hurry. At this moment, both Han Peng and Han Lin were still in shock, just like everyone else. Upon hearing Han Chen's shout, they immediately snapped out of it. Seeing that Han Chen was already on the stairs, the 2 quickly chased after him. When the 2 arrived on the 2nd floor, they saw an excited Han Chen rush out from behind a bookshelf next to the stairs on the 2nd floor, and then immediately head up the stairs again. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Han Peng asked, somewhat confused. Without answering Han Peng's question, Han Chen rushed straight up to the 9th floor in one breath. After reaching the 9th floor, Han Chen quickly flipped open a cultivation technique. When he saw that the rank displayed in the cultivation technique introduction was Earth rank Advanced, Han Chen was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. 30. Number 30 Top Grade Spiritual Body, 9th Grade Elixir. Chapter 30. Supreme Spirit Body, 9th Rank Elixir. Earth Rank High Grade Cultivation Technique. This is incredibly precious and rare in the world of cultivation. It is said that not a single Earth Rank cultivation technique has ever appeared in the entire Tiantong Prefecture, not even an elementary Earth Rank 1. One can only imagine how precious the techniques here are. Although Han Chen had never cultivated before, living in such a world meant that even ordinary people knew some basic common sense and news about the cultivation world. They simply lacked the cultivation techniques and resources. Han Chen looked at the endless bookshelves before him, feeling as if a body-binding curse had been cast upon him. The shock in his heart was beyond words. These are all Earth-rank high-grade cultivation techniques. Han Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He cautiously reached out and picked up another heavy cultivation technique from the shelf. Opening it, he saw that sure enough, it was another Earth-rank high-grade cultivation technique. Suddenly, Han Chen seemed to think of something. His eyes widened and his heart raced. Han Chen could hardly believe his own thoughts were true, so he went as far as to pinch himself. A sharp pain followed, confirming that he wasn't dreaming. He turned his head to look at the stairs not far away. They led to the 10th floor. If his guess was correct, what lay above should be the legendary. Taking a deep breath, Han Chen suppressed the urge to go further up. By this time, Han Peng and Han Lin had also caught up. Han Peng was still very confused. Brother Chen, what's going on? At that moment, Han Lin's mouth hung open, but no sound came out. He tugged at Han Peng's clothes and pointed at the cultivation technique in Han Chen's hand. With a look of shock, Han Peng looked in the direction Han Lin was pointing. He then pointed at the technique as well. looking back and forth between the two of them, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. On the first page of the cultivation technique Han Chen was holding, the words rank, earth rank high grade, were clearly written. The actions of the three caught the attention of others, and before long, the rest of the group arrived on the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion one after another. Finally, after the initial shock wore off, everyone remembered to choose their cultivation techniques and martial skills. Everyone, including Han Chen, began excitedly browsing the descriptions of the cultivation techniques and martial skills on the shelves, hoping to find something suitable for themselves. Looking at the earth rank high-grade cultivation techniques before him, a long-suppressed thought in the depths of Han Chen's heart seemed to break free. Han Chen began to browse the descriptions of these earth rank high-grade cultivation techniques. Every single one made his heart skip a beat, but he knew that choosing a technique that matched his attribute was crucial, because cultivating a technique compatible with one's own attribute would allow them to unleash its power to the greatest extent. It would also provide an advantage in cultivation speed, and he was the one who had been detected with the lightning attribute during the attribute testing conducted by the Su family last night. He was also the only one among the 20 people with a special attribute. After some thought and comparison, Han Chen finally chose an earth-rank high-grade cultivation technique called the Heavenly Thunder Art. This technique focused on the application of lightning attribute spiritual power, which matched his own attribute perfectly. Furthermore, this technique included some unique lightning attribute spiritual power techniques and moves which could rapidly enhance his strength. Having chosen his cultivation technique, Han Chen began to select a martial skill. Soon, an earth-rank high-grade martial skill called 9 Thunderstrikes caught Han Chen's attention. Opening it, he found that every move and stance recorded within was exquisite and contained immense power. Even without any cultivation, Han Chen could sense the terrifying nature of this martial skill. To him, it was absolutely a peerless martial skill. If I can successfully master this, my strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Han Chen's heart was filled with anticipation and longing. However, he also understood that cultivating an earth-rank high-grade cultivation technique and martial skill was no easy task. It wasn't as if having the techniques and resources guaranteed becoming a powerhouse. It also required the cultivator to possess exceptional talent, comprehension ability, and perseverance. But Han Chen did not shrink back. He knew that this was a rare opportunity for him. He had to seize it firmly. Soon, the others had also finished selecting the cultivation techniques and martial skills that suited them. The group went down to the first floor and registered their chosen cultivation techniques and martial skills one by one. Su Shuwen looked at the 20 people before him. These were individuals the Su family could trust in the future. Their strength would be a great help to the Su family. Thus, he spoke to them encouragingly. As long as you persevere in your cultivation and constantly break through your limits, you will surely become true powerhouses. Hearing his words, everyone's confidence grew even firmer. Afterward, the group of 20 went to the treasure pavilion. Compared to the scripture pavilion, the layout of the treasure pavilion seemed a bit more cluttered. This was because the various materials and treasures came in different sizes and categories. Therefore, long before they arrived, Su Shuje had already prepared 2 treasures for them based on their current situation. Otherwise, there was no telling how long it would take if they were left to choose for themselves. Of course, these were just recommendations. The final decision was still up to them. Here are the 2 treasures I've prepared for you. The first is the Supreme Spirit Body, and the second is the 9th rank elixir, the Creation Profound Pill. Of course, you can also choose something else for yourselves. Using the Supreme Spirit Body can transform your martial arts aptitude into that of a Supreme Spirit Body. Consuming the Creation Profound Pill will enhance your comprehension ability. Hearing Su Shuji's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. They had heard of spirit bodies before. Lu Long, for instance, possessed a low-grade spirit body. But this was a supreme spirit body. Unless the legendary saint body appeared, this was already the highest physique. Not to mention there was also a 9th rank elixir. These were treasures they wouldn't have dared to even dream of. They hadn't expected the Su family to prepare such precious treasures for them. If word got out that they possessed these 2 treasures, even the major powers of the Kongshuan realm would likely be unable to resist hunting them down to seize them. Although they knew the Su family had become extraordinary since the old ancestor's return. And the old ancestor was even more unfathomable, but they hadn't expected the Su family to be powerful to such an extent. Even those like them who knew nothing of cultivation understood what a massive sensation the things they saw today would cause in the Kongshuan realm. Yet, in the eyes of the current Su family, these seemed ordinary and unremarkable. At this moment, they were very glad that they had chosen to follow the Su family all along. They were even more grateful that the Su family hadn't chosen to abandon them because of their low status. Consequently, no one refused. they all chose these two treasures. With Su Shuji's help, they all successfully transformed into supreme spirit bodies and consumed the creation profound pill. By the time Han Chen and the others returned to Star Plucking Peak, it was already dark. At this time, in the cultivation room, Zhou Hanmo had reached the final step of breaking through to the 5th level of the Yukong realm. The cultivation environment of Qingyun Mountain exceeded his imagination. He hadn't expected to reach the brink of a breakthrough in just one day. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31. 1 year later. Chapter 31. 1 year later. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere in the cultivation room became increasingly tense. Strong spiritual energy fluctuations radiated from Zhou Hanmo's surroundings, and the air around him seemed to be affected by his aura. Suddenly, a loud noise came from within Zhou Hanmo's body, as if something had shattered. Immediately after, his body emitted a powerful aura, and the surrounding air seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force. As Zhou Hanmo's aura gradually stabilized, the commotion in the cultivation room also calmed down. A breakthrough. I've finally had a breakthrough. Zhou Hanmo opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and felt a surge of pleasant surprise in his heart. He then prepared to head out to see what the deacons, who went to choose cultivation techniques and treasures today, had selected. As soon as Zhou Hanmo stepped out, he saw Han Chen and the others just returning. City Lord Zhou. When Han Chen and the others saw Zhou Hanmo come out, they subconsciously performed a salute. At this time, Han Chen and the others had not yet fully adapted to the fact that their status was already higher than Zhou Hanmo's. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hanmo repeatedly waved his hands. You deacons are joking. There is no such thing as a city lord in the Su family. I am just a Su family menial worker now. You deacons don't need to do this anymore. If you don't mind, we can address each other as brothers from now on. Speaking of which, I'm the one getting the better end of the deal, haha. Zhou Hanmo understood his position very well. He had figured things out by now. With old ancestor Su around, the future achievements of those from the Su family direct lineage would be limitless, and those like them who worked for the Su family would certainly deal with each other frequently in the future. Most importantly, these people were deeply trusted by the Su family. Therefore, befriending them was only a matter of time, unless he didn't want to stay in the Su family anymore. For Han Chen and the others, although this was indeed the case now, Zhou Hanmo was still a Yukong realm martial artist after all, while they could only be said to have just stepped into the world of cultivation. Moreover, now that Zhou Hanmo had also joined the Su family, they would all be part of the same family from now on. Therefore, although Han Chen and the others were a bit embarrassed, they all nodded in agreement. Big brother Zhou. Zhou Hanmo smiled slightly. Brothers, you're too polite. I wonder what rank of cultivation techniques you all selected today. At the mention of this, Han Chen and the others also became excited. One by one, they very exaggeratedly spoke about what they had seen and heard in the scripture pavilion. Hearing that Han Chen and the others each had an earth rank high-grade cultivation technique and martial skill, Zhou Hanmo's originally smiling expression froze a bit. He himself only cultivated a profound rank intermediate cultivation technique. Has the Su family gone mad? They even brought out earth rank cultivation techniques, and earth rank high grade ones at that. At this moment, Zhou Hanmo was already certain that old ancestor Su's cultivation had far surpassed the life and death realm. No, looking at it now, it's likely surpassed the king realm, perhaps even surpassing the emperor realm that stands above the king realm. And upon hearing them say that there was an entire floor in the scripture pavilion full of earth rank high grade cultivation techniques, Zhou Hanmo was completely stunned. Could it be that in the time it took for him to break through a realm, the world had changed? Even Han Chen mysteriously approached Zhou Hanmo. Big brother Zhou, according to my guess, there might be heaven-rank cultivation techniques in the scripture pavilion. Boom! These words were like a clap of thunder exploding directly in Zhou Hanmo's mind. Heaven-rank cultivation technique. That is a cultivation technique extremely rare in the entire Kongshuan realm. Probably only those top-tier forces with long-standing legacies would have some records of them. And now, the Su family might actually possess heaven-rank cultivation techniques. Zhou Hanmo felt his breathing quicken. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement and shock in his heart. This news must be kept secret, Zhou Hanmo said seriously. Quote, if the outside world finds out, the Su family will surely become a target for everyone. Han Chen and the others also realized the gravity of the matter and nodded in understanding. At this moment, Zhou Hanmo had stopped speculating about the Su family ancestors' cultivation and identity. At this time, Han Chen, who was beside Zhou Hanmo, suddenly had a breakthrough, reaching the second heaven of the body-tempering realm. Feeling Han Chen's breakthrough, Zhou Hanmo looked at Han Chen, his eyes wide. Brother Han, you've had a breakthrough? Han Chen rubbed his head somewhat embarrassedly. Yeah, I just started cultivating, couldn't control it, and accidentally broke through, haha. Hearing this, Zhou Hanmo couldn't help but feel waves of shock surging in his heart again. He knew that Han Chen had no cultivation before, but he didn't expect that in less than a day after getting the cultivation technique, he had already broken through to the second heaven of the body-tempering realm. Such cultivation speed was simply unheard of. Normally, the body-tempering realm is when a martial artist builds their foundation. Ordinary martial artists might even take a year to break through one level. Only those prodigies can break through a level in just a few months. With talent like Han Chen's, he will surely go much further on the path of cultivation in the future. He might even surpass me soon. Brother Han, your talent is truly amazing, Zhou Hanmo said with emotion. Hearing Zhou Hanmo's praise, Han Chen couldn't help but feel a bit lightheaded. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and said modestly, Big brother Zhou, you misunderstand. This is all thanks to the opportunities and resources the Su family gave me. I originally had no talent. It was when we went to the treasure pavilion today that the elder transformed us into supreme spirit bodies, and we also took 9th rank elixirs to improve our comprehension. Hearing this, Zhou Hanmo completely broke down. He had a sense of unreality. Could it be that he had suffered chi deviation during his breakthrough? Were these all his hallucinations? I wouldn't suffer chi deviation just from breaking through a minor realm. Zhou Hanmo shook his head, trying to clear his mind. But when he saw the serious expressions on the faces of Han Chen and the others, he knew he hadn't suffered chi deviation. It was all real. He couldn't help but feel shocked and incredulous. How is this possible? Zhou Hanmo stammered. Quote, Supreme spirit bodies and 9th rank elixirs, these are all extremely precious things. Han Chen smiled slightly. Big brother Zhou, these were given to us by the Su family. The elder said that as long as we can contribute to the Su family, we will receive corresponding rewards. Hearing this, Zhou Hanmo was completely speechless. He felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Such a grand gesture was simply beyond his imagination. At this moment, Zhou Hanmo had completely accepted his status as a Su family menial worker. There even seemed to be a hint of relief in his heart. Being able to join the Su family probably used up all his luck. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the future scene where he would obtain Earth rank high-grade cultivation techniques, a supreme spirit body, and 9th rank elixirs. Time flies, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. 32. Number 32 Su family emerges. Chapter 32. The Su family emerges. A year passed, and Qingyun Mountain remained as peaceful as ever. However, the current Su family was very different from before. Over the past year, the Su family had provided a massive amount of cultivation resources to everyone. Items like top-grade enlightenment tea, origin fruits, 10,000-year spiritual milk, and so on were supplied almost without limit, which led to a massive increase in the Su family's strength. First, the cultivation of Han Chen and the others had all reached the sky-soaring realm 6th heaven, and a few among them had even broken through to the sky-soaring realm 7th heaven. As for Zhou Hanmo, 8 months ago, an exception was made to allow him early use of a supreme spirit body and a 9th rank elixir, the creation profound pill. Naturally, he was also given the opportunity to choose his cultivation technique and martial skill. Now, Zhou Hanmo was a divine ability realm 6th heaven martial artist who had awakened his innate divine ability. This was something Zhou Hanmo never dared to imagine before. The cultivation environment of Qingyun Mountain also far exceeded his expectations. The cultivation speed here was nearly dozens of times faster than in the outside world. Of course, those whose cultivation had improved the most were the current members of the Su family's direct lineage. Su Shuwen, Su Shujie, and Su Shujin had even broken through to the life and death realm 8th heaven. The others had similarly made massive progress. Su Ziyuan, Life and Death Realm 4th Heaven. Su Zhirui, Life and Death Realm 2nd Heaven. Su Ziwu, Life and Death Realm 6th Heaven. Su Jilong, Life and Death Realm 1st Heaven. Su Kasheng, Life and Death Realm 1st Heaven. Su Ruoxi, Life and Death Realm 1st Heaven. Su Hao, Divine Ability Realm 6th Heaven. Su Qingxue, 5th Heaven of the Divine Power Realm. Su Junhao, Divine Ability Realm 2nd Heaven. Su Zan, 5th Heaven of the Divine Power Realm. Su Ziyu, Divine Power Realm 1st Heaven. Su Xian, Divine Ability Realm 3rd Heaven. This time, among the Su family's direct lineage, those like Chu Xin who did not have Su Xingzhou's bloodline were also granted saint bodies and saint rank cultivation methods by Su Xingzhou a year ago, and their strength had likewise seen a massive improvement. Among them, the strongest, Chu Xin, had already broken through to the life and death realm 1st Heaven. Of course, most importantly, Su Xingzhou, who had been loafing around for a year, had already broken through to the 9th Heaven of King Realm. It could be said that at this moment, Su Xingzhou's strength finally truly matched his identity as the Su family ancestor. The 3 enshrined elders summoned through the system also did not disappoint. Among them, Yi Yixian broke through to the 3rd Heaven King Realm, and Lin Kang broke through to the King Realm 6th Heaven. Xiao Tianzong had even broken through to the terrifying Peak King Realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Emperor Realm. The current Su family was already enough to look down upon the entire Great Zhou dynasty, and today was the day the Su family would emerge from the mountain. After all, on the path of cultivation, blindly cultivating in seclusion will not take one far. At this time, at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, spies and scouts from various forces had already gathered. They came from various powers within the Tiantong Prefecture territory. There were scouts from major sects and cultivation families, as well as some loose cultivators, and even some forces from other prefectures within the Great Zhou dynasty. Initially, the news of Qingyun Mountain had only been spread by 2 elders of the Blazing Fire sect, attracting some small forces. This was because, in the news, the Su family did not have any great strength, and the family didn't even have a Yukong realm martial artist. It wasn't until a Divine Ability Realm 8th Heaven martial artist tried to forcibly break the formation but failed to enter that the attention of some powerful forces was drawn. They realized that there must be some powerful opportunity on Qingyun Mountain. As time passed, the news about Qingyun Mountain was spread with increasing exaggeration. Some said there were mysterious spiritual plants and treasure troves on Qingyun Mountain that could help people break through their cultivation. Some said there was an immortal on Qingyun Mountain teaching miraculous cultivation methods. Some even said there was a divine medicine on Qingyun Mountain that could extend one's life. Brother Hu, it's been a whole year, why haven't they come out yet? If I didn't occasionally see figures moving, I'd think they were all dead. Under a tree not far from the foot of Qingyun Mountain, a thin young man was looking at the person beside him and complaining incessantly. The man called Brother Hu looked toward the steps of Qingyun Mountain without speaking. Suddenly, Brother Hu's eyes lit up. He saw a figure walking down the steps of Qingyun Mountain. "They're out, someone's coming out," Brother Hu said with some excitement at this moment. With the appearance of this figure, the tranquility of the entire mountain foot was instantly shattered. This person was none other than Zhou Hanmo, who had taken the lead. Just as he stepped off the stairs, Zhou Hanmo discovered that many people had actually gathered here. Zhou Hanmo was somewhat puzzled in his heart. He hadn't expected so many people to be here. Could they have designs on the Su family? Who are you people? What are you doing here? Just as Zhou Hanmo's questioning voice fell, a burly man jumped out, pointing a saber at Zhou Hanmo with one hand. "Kid, we've waited for a year, and you've finally come out. Hurry up and hand over the opportunity you obtained inside. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life, otherwise." Humph humph. Zhou Hanmo looked at the burly man in front of him and didn't speak. He thought to himself, as expected, these people have come with ill intent. However, it was just a mere Yukong realm peak, courting death. Zhou Hanmo let out a cold laugh and casually struck out with a palm. This palm strike seemed simple, but it contained a powerful force that far surpassed the Yukong realm. The burly man felt a massive pressure rushing toward him, and he hurriedly raised the saber in his hand to block. However, Zhou Hanmo's palm force was far too powerful, sending the burly man flying directly. The surrounding crowd was shocked to see this scene. They had originally thought this burly man could easily subdue Zhou Hanmo, but they hadn't expected him to be defeated so easily by Zhou Hanmo. Divine Ability Realm. This person is a Divine Ability Realm expert. Among the surrounding crowd, some had originally been regretting that the burly man had moved first, but at this moment, they were secretly glad they hadn't made a move. At this time, the crowd gathered here began to slowly disperse. Zhou Hanmo didn't bother with them anymore. They were just clownish buffoons and couldn't threaten the Su family's existence. Instead, he took out his Su family identity token. He transmitted the situation here into it. Afterward, Zhou Hanmo headed straight for Qingyun City. The Su family identity token was a 7th rank spirit tool refined by Xiao Tianzong using 7th rank artifact refining materials. It was not only a symbol of identity for Su family personnel but also a pass that allowed free entry and exit from Qingyun Mountain. It even contained a sound transmission sub-array provided by Su Xingzhou, which could connect to an imperial rank sound transmission mother array arranged within Qingyun Mountain. Through the token, news could be sent directly back to Qingyun Mountain, and news sent from Qingyun Mountain could also be received. Of course, the functions of the identity token were far more than just that. At this time, Su Jirui was checking the message in the identity token in his hand. It was precisely the message that Zhou Hanmo had just sent back, because the management hall was responsible for the family's daily operations, handling external forces, and coordinating between the various halls. Therefore, the sound transmission mother array was currently being managed by Su Jirui. After seeing the message, Su Jirui thought for a moment and knew that someone was targeting the Su family. Then, he directly manipulated the token and put it down with satisfaction. At this moment, in the center of the mission hall, which had been deserted for a year, a task suddenly jumped out on the task recording board. Task name: Investigation. Task difficulty: 1 star. Task content: investigate the purpose of the crowd gathered at the foot of Qingyun Mountain and the information of the people associated behind them. Task reward: 5 family contribution points. Requirement: no restriction. Number of participants: 0. At the same time, all Su family members below the rank of elder received a new task notification on their identity tokens. 33. Number 33 Zhou Hanmo's Plan. Chapter 33, Zhou Hanmo's Plan. Zhou Hanmo, who was flying through the air, stopped immediately after feeling a vibration from his identity token. He took out the token and saw that it was displaying a new mission notification. Zhou Hanmo was startled. The Su family had just decided to emerge from seclusion today, and missions were already appearing. Heaven knows, he had been waiting for this for a full year, because to be promoted in rank, one's family contribution points had to reach the corresponding amount, and there were only 2 ways to obtain family contribution points. The first way was to complete missions issued by the mission hall, some of which rewarded family contribution points. The second way was to make contributions to the family. As for the second method, the difficulty of achieving it was very high. Therefore, what Zhou Hanmo focused on most were the tasks from the mission hall. By the time Zhou Hanmo finished reading the mission details, the number of people who had claimed it had already reached 10. Immediately, Zhou Hanmo clicked to accept the mission without hesitation. Then he checked the list of people who had accepted the mission, and seeing that they were all deacons like Han Chen, a slight smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, as a dignified city lord with his current cultivation in the divine ability realm, could he possibly be inferior to Han Chen and the others? I, Zhou Hanmo, am definitely taking these 5 family contribution points. Now, the Su family had over 100 members in total. Among them, there were 21 menial workers and deacons. The rest were members of the Su family's direct lineage and the 3 enshrined experts summoned by the system. There were about 70 members of the Su family's direct lineage who possessed Su Xingzhou's bloodline. In the Su family's direct lineage, the lowest position held was that of an elder. Furthermore, the direct lineage did not need contribution points for promotions, not to mention that their cultivation resources were provided in unlimited quantities. Thus, it could be said that the direct lineage had almost no need for family contribution points. The family contribution point system was actually established for others who joined the Su family. The news that someone had walked out of the mysterious mountain range also spread with Zhou Hanmo's departure. This news caused quite a sensation, because the mysterious mountain range had been watched by various major forces for a full year. During this year, there had been almost no movement within the mountain range, and it was simply impossible to enter. Now that someone had come out, they could finally learn about the situation inside. Zhou Hanmo's identity was also quickly investigated, and the moment they obtained Zhou Hanmo's information, everyone was greatly shocked. It clearly stated, Zhou Hanmo, city lord of Qingyun City, followed the Su family into the mysterious mountain range a year ago. A year ago, his cultivation was at the 4th heaven of the aerial flight realm, and now it is speculated to be around the 4th heaven of the supernatural realm. Just these 2 lines of content were enough to shock everyone. No one in the Kongshuan realm had ever been able to cross an entire major realm and break through from the Yukong realm to the divine ability realm in just 1 year. Even the prodigies nurtured by the forces standing at the peak of the world could not do it. From this perspective, there must be a huge opportunity hidden within the mysterious mountain range, and Zhou Hanmo was the key figure for entering the mysterious mountain range. Blazing Fire Sect, Sect Main Hall. Sect Master, news has come from the mysterious mountain range that the Su family entered. In the hall, the 2 elders who had previously spread the news rushed in and reported to the sect master sitting in the main seat. Upon hearing this news, a sharp light flashed in the sect master's eyes. Continue. One of the elders respectfully replied, Zhou Hanmo, the city lord of Qingyun City who followed the Su family inside, came out today. His cultivation has broken through from the fourth heaven of the aerial flight realm to the divine ability realm. According to those present at the time, it is speculated to be around the fourth heaven of the supernatural realm. Fourth heaven of the supernatural realm? The sect master continuously tapped the armrest of his chair, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Frowning, the sect master said indifferently, "We can't wait any longer. You two go and bring Zhou Hanmo here." It now appeared that there was indeed a massive opportunity in that mountain range. If they waited any longer, who knew how much the Su family's strength would increase? However, the strength of the Su family ancestor was a mystery, which had always been a worry in the sect master's heart. If the Su family ancestor's strength exceeded his own, then if he went to the Su family rashly, he might end up losing his life there. After all, if a disciple was gone, he could find another, but he only had one life. As a sect master, he could still distinguish who could be provoked and who could not. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of unease arose in the sect master's heart. This made the sect master begin to feel a bit irritable. He now only wanted to resolve the Su family matter as quickly as possible. It could not be delayed any further. Qingyun City, City Lord's Mansion. By now, Zhou Hanmo already knew the purpose of those people gathering at Qingyun Mountain. At the same time, he arranged for his subordinates to investigate the people behind the distribution of those rumors. Of course, Zhou Hanmo did not yet know that he had become a hot commodity in the eyes of many forces. He was even less aware that two elders of the Blazing Fire sect were on their way to capture him. Afterward, Zhou Hanmo went to his study and began to review the events that had occurred over the past year. He had arranged for people to prepare these before he set out, primarily so he could quickly catch up on what had happened during the year upon his return. Several hours later, a sudden knock came from outside the study door. Zhou Hanmo frowned. "What is it, City Lord? Two individuals claiming to be elders of the Blazing Fire sect are here to see you," a guard said respectfully. The Blazing Fire sect? A cold light flashed in Zhou Hanmo's eyes. The Blazing Fire sect had no prior dealings with Qingyun City, and moreover, Qingyun City was not worth the Blazing Fire sect's attention. The only connection could be Lu Long and that divine ability realm disciple. Their sending people to find him now was likely not a good thing. Suddenly, Zhou Hanmo's gaze sharpened as if he had thought of something. Could the Blazing Fire sect be the mastermind behind this Qingyun Mountain incident? Zhou Hanmo's heartbeat began to quicken. "Invite them to the living room first. I will be there shortly." When Zhou Hanmo arrived at the living room, he saw two elderly men dressed in red robes sitting there. They looked quite old, but their auras were exceptionally powerful, making them impossible to underestimate. Both of their strengths were above his own. This was Zhou Hanmo's first reaction upon seeing the two. "I wonder what brings you two elders here?" Zhou Hanmo asked. "Are you Zhou Hanmo, the city lord of Qingyun City?" Instead of answering Zhou Hanmo, one of the two looked at him and asked, "I am Zhou Hanmo." Seeing their attitude, Zhou Hanmo already had a few guesses. However, since he had now joined the Su family, he no longer needed to have the slightest dread of the Blazing Fire sect. Hearing Zhou Hanmo admit it, the two elders of the Blazing Fire sect stood up immediately. "In that case, come with us. Our sect master wants to see you. I advise you not to have any other ideas. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." Zhou Hanmo sneered inwardly but showed no emotion on the surface. To verify his theory, Zhou Hanmo decided to go and meet the sect master of the Blazing Fire sect. At the same time, a plan quietly surfaced in Zhou Hanmo's mind. He glanced indifferently at the two elders of the Blazing Fire sect and said, "Fine, I will go with you." Seeing Zhou Hanmo being so cooperative, the two did not notice anything amiss and directly took Zhou Hanmo away from Qingyun City. 34. Number 34. The Blazing Fire sect has walked right into their trap. Chapter 34. The Blazing Fire sect walking into the trap. Blazing Fire sect, sect main hall. Sect master sat on the high seat of the main hall, his eyes staring at Zhou Hanmo like torches. Divine ability realm 6th heaven. It seems the opportunity in the mysterious mountain range is quite extraordinary. "Are you Zhou Hanmo?" Sect master asked in a deep voice. Zhou Hanmo cupped his hands in a salute with a look of trepidation. "It is indeed I." Sect master leaned back slightly in his chair, his gaze still locked on Zhou Hanmo. "I heard you came out of that mysterious mountain range. Tell me, what's the situation inside? And what is the Su family's current strength?" A glint flashed in Zhou Hanmo's eyes, and he chuckled inwardly. It was just as he expected. However, Zhou Hanmo was lowering his head at this moment, so no one noticed. Then, Zhou Hanmo looked up, his expression changing as he began to grow nervous. And all of this was seen by Sect Master. Zhou Hanmo's expression began to waver, and then, as if he had made a decision, stepping forward, he cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Lai, there are ancient sect ruins inside that mountain range. There is an herb garden within the ruins, containing a vast quantity of spirit medicine, even 10,000-year spirit medicine deep within the ruins. There is also a lake of liquefied spiritual power. The Su family now has 3 supernatural realm martial artists and a Su family ancestor at the life and death realm 4th heaven. Ancient sect ruins, 10,000-year spirit medicine, a lake of liquefied spiritual power. Hearing these words, the 2 blazing fire sect elders directly cried out in surprise. Even a trace of surprise flashed in Sect Master's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. From this perspective, it made sense that Zhou Hanmo could increase his cultivation so much in just 1 short year. However, after hearing that the Su family ancestor was at the life and death realm 5th heaven, he felt a sense of relief mixed with urgency. With his current strength at the life and death realm 7th heaven, he could still take down the Su family ancestor. He gave Zhou Hanmo a deep look and then said slowly, in that case, why did you come out? Hearing Sect Master ask this question, a hint of a smile flashed in Zhou Hanmo's heart. This was exactly the situation he had anticipated, and it was precisely the result he wanted. However, Zhou Hanmo put on an angry expression and said with a dark face, yesterday, a formation in the ruins suddenly dissipated. Inside the formation was the ancient sect's pill refining room, where some well-preserved medicinal pills were found. Among them was an 8th-grade medicinal pill, the life creation pill. The Su family attacked me directly to keep the pill for themselves. I was knocked into a formation and teleported directly to the mountain range's exit, which is how I narrowly escaped. What? An 8th-grade medicinal pill, the life creation pill? The 2 elders immediately gasped upon hearing this. Even Sect Master felt a surge of shock in his heart upon hearing Zhou Hanmo's words. An 8th-grade medicinal pill, the life creation pill. This was an extremely precious medicinal pill. Rumor had it that as long as one still had a breath left, taking this pill could immediately restore bodily injuries and even allow for rebirth of severed limbs. Are you sure this life creation pill is real? Sect Master couldn't help but confirm again. Zhou Hanmo nodded. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. A spark of fervor flashed in Sect Master's heart. If he could obtain this life creation pill, it would be equivalent to having a second life. Then do you know how to enter the mysterious mountain range? Even Sect Master didn't notice that his voice was already filled with urgency and anticipation. Even that trace of suspicion he originally had toward Zhou Hanmo had lessened significantly. If Zhou Hanmo had taken the initiative to find him and say these things, there would definitely be a trick. But now, it was he who had sent people to find him, so it was impossible for Zhou Hanmo to have anticipated this in advance and set a trap for the Blazing Fire sect. Furthermore, how could a mere supernatural realm martial artist like Zhou Hanmo dare to oppose the Blazing Fire sect? Therefore, Sect Master already believed 80 to 90% of what Zhou Hanmo said. And hearing this, Zhou Hanmo was already laughing in his heart. It's coming, I've been waiting for you to say that. Then he replied respectfully, Sect Master Lai, the method to enter the mysterious mountain range is not difficult. There is a special hand seal that can open the formation. The Su family only managed to enter because they accidentally obtained it. I memorized that hand seal when I went in. Sect Master's heart grew even more fervent. In that case, let us into the mysterious mountain range right now. At this point, Zhou Hanmo said somewhat hesitantly, Sect Master Lai, I am not the Su family's match. If I go in again, I'm afraid. Before Zhou Hanmo could finish, Sect Master waved his hand directly. Don't worry, as long as you lead us into the mysterious mountain range, the Blazing Fire sect will deal with the people from the Su family. Hearing Sect Master's words, Zhou Hanmo looked delighted. Thank you, Sect Master Lai. Qingyun Mountain. Su Zhirui looked at the message sent back by Zhou Hanmo on the token, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Then he got up and went to Su Ziyuan's side courtyard. At this time, Su Ziyuan was drinking tea in the courtyard. Seeing Su Zhirui enter, he put down his teacup and smiled slightly. Second brother, you're here. Su Zhirui nodded and sat down beside Su Ziyuan. Big brother, Zhou Hanmo has sent news. He has identified who is targeting the Su family and is currently leading them toward Qingyun Mountain. A glint of approval flashed in Su Ziyuan's eyes. As a city lord, Zhou Hanmo indeed has some capability. In that case, just hand the people over to third brother and let him handle it. I'm afraid that won't do yet. A hint of craftiness flashed in Su Zhirui's eyes. The people weren't captured, they were lured here by Zhou Hanmo's design. We still need to take action to apprehend them. Su Ziyuan laughed and patted Su Zhirui. You kid, you still don't finish your sentences in one go. What power do the newcomers belong to? The Blazing Fire Sect. Su Jirui's tone was indifferent, clearly not taking the Blazing Fire Sect to heart. Hearing it was the Blazing Fire Sect, Su Ziyuan was a bit surprised but also found it expected. It's probably because of that supernatural realm martial artist. Just as well, it's time for us to display the family's strength to save the family's younger generation from being bullied when they go out in the future. Let's use the Blazing Fire Sect to make an example. Both spoke in indifferent tones, as if discussing a very common matter. Probably no one in the Tiantong prefecture would have expected that the Blazing Fire Sect, a top-tier sect that had occupied the prefecture for hundreds of years, would be sentenced to death in just a few words by the two from the Su family. Sect Master Lai, this is the entrance to the formation. Please wait a moment while I go open it. After several hours of travel, Zhou Hanmo had led the Blazing Fire Sect group to the foot of Qingyun Mountain. In order to completely take down the Su family and then occupy the mysterious mountain range, Sect Master had brought all the experts from the sect this time. After speaking, Zhou Hanmo performed some hand seals in a pretentious manner. Then, he said with an excited face, Sect Master Lai, the formation is open. We can go in now. 35. Number 35 Under the blazing sun, he died. Chapter 35. Lai Yongtian, deceased. Lai Yongtian remained silent for a moment, his gaze flickering as if he were weighing his options. He glanced at Zhou Hanmo, seemingly thinking of something, but ultimately abandoned the thought. Withdrawing his gaze, Lai Yongtian said slowly, let's go in. Zhou Hanmo, you lead the way. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hanmo immediately replied respectfully, yes. The hearts of the Blazing Fire Sect elders behind Lai Yongtian also grew heated with excitement. After all, there was an ancient sect ruins inside. Now, only their Blazing Fire Sect could enter. As for the Su family, in the eyes of these Blazing Fire Sect elders, they were already a family on the brink of extinction. Ancient sect ruins were places filled with both opportunity and peril. It was said that these ruins were formed during the great change of heaven and earth 100,000 years ago, when countless powers were destroyed in an instant. Among those destroyed powers, some were powerful enough to leave behind a portion of their legacy, which later formed these ruins. With the passage of time, these ruins would usually manifest suddenly at a specific time, attracting countless martial artists to explore them. The way these ruins appeared varied. It could be a secret realm space, or it could appear directly before the eyes of the world. To the group from the Blazing Fire Sect, Qingyun Mountain was clearly the latter. In these ruins, some had obtained spiritual artifacts exceeding the 9th rank, while others had advanced their cultivation by leaps and bounds after consuming emperor pills. Some were even fortunate enough to obtain heaven and earth treasures that increased their lifespan by 1,000 years. Therefore, even though the ruins were fraught with danger, countless martial artists still flocked to them like moths to a flame. After the group followed Zhou Hanmo into the formation, a dense wave of spiritual qi instantly rushed over them, as if they had entered another world. This level of spiritual qi concentration made the Blazing Fire Sect elders present unable to resist the urge to cultivate right then and there. Taking a deep breath, a glint of excitement flashed in Lai Yongtian's eyes. It truly was a good place. He then said to Zhou Hanmo in a heavy voice, take us to find the Su family first. Zhou Hanmo lowered his head and said, Sect Master Lai, please follow me. After speaking, Zhou Hanmo took the lead up the steps, with Lai Yongtian and the others following closely behind. In just a few moments, the group arrived at the Su family's plaza. When they reached the final step, they were shocked to find over a dozen people already waiting for them on the plaza. No one noticed that Zhou Hanmo had already moved to the back of the group, a malicious smile appearing on his face. Bang! Suddenly, a Blazing Fire Sect elder at the 8th level of the Divine Ability realm spat out blood and was sent flying out of the formation. Before the Blazing Fire Sect group could react, a figure rushed out from the group and quickly approached the dozen or so people on the plaza. By the time Lai Yongtian wanted to act, it was already too late. Zhou Hanmo, Lai Yongtian's face turned grim, and a fire of rage burned in his heart. At this point, he understood that this was a trap set for his Blazing Fire Sect. He hadn't expected Zhou Hanmo to dare to plot against the Blazing Fire Sect. What angered him even more was that Zhou Hanmo was bold enough to strike and heavily injure a Blazing Fire Sect elder right next to him. On the other side, after Zhou Hanmo reached the Su family group, he immediately cupped his hands and said, Family head, I have successfully fulfilled the mission. I have thoroughly investigated the mission from the mission hall. Su Ziyuan helped Zhou Hanmo up. You did very well. Leave the rest to us. Well done, Zhou Hanmo, since you dared to plot against the Blazing Fire Sect, then you shall perish along with the Su family, Lai Yongtian said through gritted teeth. Today, he had brought all the top experts of the Blazing Fire sect, including as many as 7 life and death realm experts. He had even brought the sect's guardian spiritual artifact, the Leo Saber, which was a spiritual artifact infinitely close to the 7th rank. This time, he would surely ensure the Su family was buried without a grave. Furthermore, he couldn't delay any longer. The Su family occupied this land. If they didn't eliminate the Su family today, their strength would only grow greater in the future. Thinking of this, Lai Yongtian did not hesitate and directly drew the Leo Saber. Today, not a single member of the Su family shall be left alive. Su Ziyuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Blazing Fire sect? You're nothing special. Today, I'll show you what true power is." Hearing Su Ziyuan's words, a flash of disdain and anger crossed Lai Yongtian's eyes. Arrogant. He hadn't expected the Su family to be so insolent, completely disregarding the Blazing Fire sect. A family that didn't even have a Yukong realm martial artist a year ago was merely lucky enough to enter a ruin. How did they dare to be so arrogant? In the entire Su family, only that old ancestor was worth his attention. HMPH, then let me show you what true power looks like. Lai Yongtian snorted coldly, and the Leo Saber in his hand instantly erupted with a powerful aura, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. "Blazing Fireblade Array," Lai Yongtian shouted, and the Leo Saber in his hand instantly transformed into dozens of flaming blade beams, slashing toward the Su family group. Just as the flaming blade beams were about to reach the Su family, Su Ziwu stepped forward. "Divine Elephant Suppression," Su Ziwu shouted, and a massive Divine Elephant Phantom began to appear in front of him. The Divine Elephant Phantom emitted a powerful aura, making even the surrounding air seem to solidify. Two powerful forces collided in the air, producing a thunderous boom that seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. The flaming blade beams and the Divine Elephant Phantom met in the air, emitting a blinding light. Ultimately, the flaming blade beams vanished, while the Divine Elephant still stood proudly in front of Su Ziwu. Seeing this, a flash of surprise crossed Lai Yongtian's eyes. This person must be the Su family ancestor. He indeed had some skill. No wonder he dared to plot against the Blazing Fire sect. However, it ends here. At this moment, having gauged the strength of the Su family ancestor, Lai Yongtian seemed to regain his confidence. "Very well, next, I'm going to get serious." Lai Yongtian gave a cold laugh, and a ball of raging fire condensed in his hand once more, which he then attached to the Leo Saber. This was Lai Yongtian's divine ability power. A layer of fire also began to appear around Lai Yongtian's body, making him look like a burning fireball. "Blazing Fire Heaven's Incineration," Lai Yongtian shouted, and the Leo Saber in his hand slashed forward violently. An even more dazzling flaming blade beam instantly swept toward the Su family group. Before the blade beam even arrived, the Su family members could already feel a surge of heat rolling toward them. "Divine Elephant Impact," Su Ziwu shouted, condensing the power of the Divine Elephant and throwing a punch forward. A layer of golden light instantly appeared on the Divine Elephant Phantom in front of him. With a long trumpet, the Divine Elephant Phantom charged violently toward Lai Yongtian's flaming blade beam. The moment the flaming blade beam and the Divine Elephant Phantom met in the air, an astonishing scene occurred. The flaming blade beam shattered inch by inch, while the Divine Elephant Phantom continued to charge toward Lai Yongtian and his group with undiminished momentum. "Impossible, you can't be this strong." Seeing this, a look of shock and fury flashed in Lai Yongtian's eyes. He hadn't expected this Su family ancestor's strength to be so formidable. Strike together. At this time, the others from the Blazing Fire sect also reacted, circulating their spiritual chi to resist. Ultimately, the Divine Elephant Phantom dissipated, but the Blazing Fire sect elders were each left with pale faces. Even Lai Yongtian looked somewhat disheveled. The faces of the Blazing Fire sect elders began to flicker with uncertainty as they looked at one another. They had come happily to explore an ancient sect ruins, but now it seemed they might not be able to return. Lai Yongtian looked at them, knowing what they were thinking, and could only say angrily, "Don't think the Su family will let you go. Only by joining forces do we have a chance to escape this ruin." None of them were fools. The Su family had only sent out one person, yet they were already unable to contend with him. If the others also attacked, they would probably be left with nothing but ash. Wanting to escape? It was simply a joke. At this time, Su Jiwu's lazy voice drifted over. "Everyone, have you decided how you want to die?" Su Jirui rolled up his sleeves and spoke indifferently. "Second brother, no need to ask. Just beat them all to death." Following that, Su Ziyuan directly made the decision. "Do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the several figures who were just beside Su Ziyuan vanished instantly, reappearing next to the Blazing Fire sect group. Then, before the Blazing Fire sect elders could react, they were struck one by one, spitting blood as they were sent flying. This scene made Lai Yongtian's eyelids twitch wildly. Your turn. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lai Yongtian's ear, and then his vision began to blur. Lai Yongtian, deceased. 36. Number 36 Faction Summoning Card. Chapter 36. Faction Summoning Card. In just a short while, all the members of the Blazing Fire sect who had come to Qingyun Mountain were killed. Watching the scene before him, Zhou Hanmo sighed with emotion. He hadn't expected that the Blazing Fire sect, a colossus that had occupied Tiantong Prefecture for hundreds of years, would meet its end like this. Seeing the battle end, Su Ziyuan arranged the next steps. Alright, clean this place up. The remaining matters of the Blazing Fire sect will be handled by the Law Enforcement Hall. Thus, the members of the Su family left one after another. Zhou Hanmo went to the mission hall with an excited face to submit his mission and report the details. After all, the reward for this mission was the family contribution points he had been longing for. He could be said to have faced danger at every step for this mission. Night fell. Ding. Automatic check-in successful. Obtained 1 faction summoning card. The soundly sleeping Su Xingzhou rolled over and was about to continue sleeping when he suddenly froze. Hearing it was a summoning card, he immediately perked up. A faction summoning card? Faction summoning card can summon all members of a faction, and they will never betray you. Good stuff. After checking in for a year and getting trash Emperor weapons and Emperor pills, he finally encountered good luck again. Su Xingzhou sat up, rubbed his hands together, and then directly used the faction summoning card. Ding. Summoning successful, generating the 12 Zodiacs faction. Immediately after, a strange light appeared, dazzling like the stars and illuminating the entire room. Su Xingzhou looked up and saw 12 silhouettes appearing within the light. They wore robes with star patterns, their expressions solemn and their auras extraordinary. Once the light dissipated, the figures became clear. Among the 12 people, there were 8 men and 4 women, and everyone looked very young. Then, a synchronized voice rang out. The 12 Zodiacs pay their respects to the Lord. Rise. This was Su Xingzhou's first time using a faction summoning card, and he didn't know how strong these characters were. So, he clicked on the leader to check their attributes. Open black lens bracket. Name close black lens bracket, rat. Open black lens bracket. Realm close black lens bracket, second heaven of the king realm. Open black lens bracket. Age close black lens bracket, 23 years old. Open black lens bracket. Physique close black lens bracket, she mouse saint physique. Open black lens bracket. Divine ability close black lens bracket, she mouse dharma idol. Open black lens bracket. Class close black lens bracket, martial artist. Open black lens bracket. Attribute close black lens bracket, ice. Open black lens bracket. Cultivation technique close black lens bracket, she mouse saint art. Open black lens bracket. Martial skill close black lens bracket, she mouse saint art. Second heaven of the king realm. Although their individual strength wasn't as great as those from character summoning cards, they had the advantage of numbers. Su Xingzhou wasn't disappointed and continued to check the attributes of the others. Ox, second heaven of the king realm. Kui bull saint physique. Tiger, second heaven of the king realm. White tiger saint physique. Rabbit, first heaven of the king realm. E-beast saint physique. Dragon, first heaven of the king realm. Azure dragon saint physique. The serpent, first heaven of the king realm. Tang snake saint physique. Horse, first heaven of the king realm. Qilin saint physique. Goat, first heaven of the king realm. Baizi saint physique. Monkey, first heaven of the king realm. Jufu saint physique. Rooster, first heaven of the king realm. Danbird saint physique. Dog, first heaven of the king realm. Auhen saint physique. Pig, first heaven of the king realm. Li saint physique. After checking the attributes of all 12 people, Su Xingzhou felt very satisfied. Good heavens, 12 king realm experts whose potential was not inferior to YCII and the others. At the same time, it filled the Su family's deficiency in king realm martial artists. As expected, products from the system are always high quality. The next day, at dawn, Su Ziwu took 4 members of the Law Enforcement Hall and headed towards the Blazing Fire sect. He couldn't have wasted his energy killing people yesterday for nothing. He had to collect some service fees. Because the number of Su family members was small at present, the Law Enforcement Hall members were all from the direct lineage, totaling 10 people. In this operation, besides Su Ziwu the Hall Master, the other 4 were Law Enforcement Hall Elder Su Jingshan, who possessed the Ancient Overlord physique and an 8th heaven of the Divine Ability Realm. Cultivation. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Su Jinglong, who possessed the Slaughter Battle physique and an 8th heaven of the Divine Ability Realm. Cultivation. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Su Hong, who possessed the Radiant Saint physique and a 5th heaven of the Divine Power Realm. Cultivation. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Su Zhang, who possessed the Vajra Saint physique and a fifth heaven of the divine power realm cultivation. These were the law enforcement hall members heading to the Blazing Fire sect this time. The experts of the Blazing Fire sect had all been killed, and those remaining were nothing to fear. Using the law enforcement hall's current strength to destroy the Blazing Fire sect was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Blazing Fire sect. On the sect's square, disciples in groups of 2 or 3 were passing by from time to time. Senior Brother Zhao, have you heard? The sect master and many elders went out yesterday. I wonder what happened? Zhao Bin smiled mysteriously. Oh, I know a little about that. My master is one of those elders, but this news cannot be spread. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sounds of several objects falling rang out, interrupting the two who were speaking. Zhao Bin turned his head to look and was immediately stunned. His eyes widened, unable to believe everything he saw. His breathing was rapid and weak, as if an invisible force was choking his throat. Because what had fallen were the corpses of the sect master and the sect elders, and his master was among them. At this moment, Zhao Bin felt as if the sky was falling, standing there in a daze, at a loss. The other Blazing Fire sect disciples on the square were equally shocked. At this time, they had only one thought in their minds: the Blazing Fire sect was finished. Sect Master Lai Yongtian offended the Su family of Qingyun Mountain and has been killed after. Today, the Blazing Fire sect is disbanded. Leave immediately, or you will be killed without mercy. A deafening voice came from overhead, and the powerful pressure made everyone feel suffocated. Everyone looked up with difficulty and saw 5 experts dressed in mysterious black clothes floating in the air. The leader had a pattern of golden towering peaks embroidered on his collar and 7 golden cloud patterns on each sleeve. The 4 behind him had the same pattern on their collars, but with fewer golden cloud patterns on their sleeves. The Su family of Qingyun Mountain? Although everyone was very confused about which power this was, no one doubted his words. Facing such experts, they had no chance of resisting, because the strongest sect master and elders were already lying on the ground. Thus, many people endured the pressure and quickly left the square, racing toward the sect's exit. Even Zhao Bin left the square with his head bowed. Soon, only Su Ziwu and the other 4 were left in the Blazing Fire sect. No one was a fool. When Sect Master was around, they could use the Blazing Fire sect's name to act bossy. But now, they only wished they had 2 more legs. As for why Su Ziwu let the remaining people of the Blazing Fire sect go, it was entirely because he felt it was too much trouble to kill them. The purpose of this trip was first to show the Su family's strength to the outside world, and second to take the Blazing Fire sect's resources. There was no need to waste energy killing those small fry. After Su Ziwu and the others plundered all the resources of the Blazing Fire sect, they directly struck and cracked the ground of the sect. In an instant, the buildings of the Blazing Fire sect were destroyed. With that, the Blazing Fire sect was completely annihilated. Afterward, Su Ziwu and the others returned directly to the Su family. The events at the Blazing Fire sect spread like wildfire through Tiantong Prefecture and even the Great Zhou dynasty as the former disciples fled. 37. Number 37 The Great Zhou Dynasty Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 37. The Great Zhou Dynasty Martial Arts Tournament. The news of the Blazing Fire sect's destruction was like a bolt of lightning that shattered the peace of Tiantong Prefecture, plunging all other forces into shock and chaos. The factions that had originally been observing from the sidelines because Zhou Hanmo had been taken away first by the Blazing Fire sect began to re-evaluate their positions and interests. Because the destruction of the Blazing Fire sect meant that the power structure of Tiantong Prefecture would undergo a major change. At the same time, it brought even more conflict over interests. Some forces had already begun considering taking this opportunity to seize the resources and territory left behind by the Blazing Fire sect. Other forces chose to maintain a wait-and-see attitude, fearing that doing so would invite trouble from the Su family of Qingyun Mountain. The relationships between the forces within the entire Tiantong Prefecture began to become complex and tense. Even the power structure within Tiantong Prefecture underwent some subtle changes because of this, and Qingyun Mountain, where the Su family was located, became a forbidden place for these forces. Although many forces were envious of the Su family occupying Qingyun Mountain and believed their rise was due to the opportunities within it, but no one held their previous thoughts anymore. After all, the destruction of the Blazing Fire sect was right before their eyes. Even the previous rumors regarding Qingyun Mountain and the Su family vanished overnight. Many forces even prepared gifts, wanting to visit the Su family, but no one dared to be the first to go, because they were still unsure of the Su family's attitude, fearing they might accidentally bring about the end of their entire organization. Compared Compared to these forces, Han Yongnian, the prefecture lord of Tiantong Prefecture, appeared exceptionally calm. He had seen such shifts in power many times. The former Blazing Fire sect had come to power in a similar way. As for the Su family of Qingyun Mountain, Han Yongnian obtained information on them shortly after the news of the Blazing Fire sect's destruction spread. Of course, it was merely some basic information gathered about the Su family. As for any designs on them, he had none. He had already given up on trying. The Blazing Fire sect's strength alone was enough to give him a headache, and now that the Su family could destroy them with thunderous force, they were clearly not an existence he could contend with. Most importantly, from the Su family's information he obtained, their style seemed to lean towards being kind and benevolent. As for whether the Su family, having gained great strength, would develop other ideas, he couldn't control that either. Soon, the topic of the Blazing Fire sect's destruction was overshadowed by another event. That was the martial arts tournament of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The correct term for the tournament should be the Great Zhou Dynasty Martial Arts Genius Grand Competition. This was a competition specifically established for geniuses under the age of 30, held every 5 years, attracting countless talented individuals. There were 3 ways to participate in the tournament. The first was through layers of matches, eventually standing out to enter the final tournament competition. First, each city would hold matches to select 3 people to enter their respective prefecture's competition, and after the prefecture matches, 20 people would be chosen to enter the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty for the final tournament. The second way was through sect quotas. The Great Zhou Dynasty would grant some powerful sects within the dynasty quotas to participate directly in the tournament. The third way was through direct participation quotas for the Great Zhou imperial family and the noble families of the capital. Finally, all participating martial artists would engage in the grand competition to select the strongest 50. These 50 people would not only receive massive rewards but would also represent the Great Zhou Dynasty in entering the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm. And this Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm was precisely the goal of those geniuses. Qingyun Mountain. Upon receiving news of the martial arts tournament, Su Zhirui went straight to Su Ziyuan and convened a Su family meeting regarding the tournament. If it were a year ago, Su Zhirui wouldn't have even considered this matter, because the Su family wasn't worthy. With the Su family's previous strength, they would likely have ended their journey after just a one-day trip in the first round of city selections. But now, things were different. The strength of the Su family's younger generation had already risen. They even had a chance to seize the tournament's first place. And this tournament was also a great opportunity for experience. Soon, the 12 juniors representing the Su family arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Su Zan looked at Su Hao, the flames of battle burning fiercely in his eyes. "Big brother, I will wait for you in the final duel. When the time comes, please don't hold back." Su Hao nodded with a smile. He knew Su Zan had always been someone passionate about fighting. The two had not sparred for over a year, and he was also looking forward to a duel with the current Su Zan. At this moment, a crisp voice came from the side. "Fourth brother, isn't it a bit early to say that? If you want to make it to the final battle, you'll have to see if I agree first." Su Qingxue waved her hand at Su Zan. Before Su Zan could speak, another voice rang out. "Fourth brother, I support you in defeating second sister anyway. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Haha, see you all at the tournament." After speaking, Su Xian directly hid himself in the Void Realm and fled. When he reappeared, he was already over 1,000 meters away from the crowd. Seeing that things were going south, the others also made excuses to leave one after another, leaving Su Qingxue alone. Su Qingxue stomped her foot in anger. "HMPH, little Xian, once I catch you, you're in trouble." Subsequently, Su Qingxue also disappeared from the foot of Qingyun Mountain. What they didn't know was that after they left, 12 more figures flew out from Qingyun Mountain. They followed the directions in which the 12 juniors had left Qingyun City. Su Yao walked on the street, and looking at the familiar bustling and prosperous scene before him, a sense of pride couldn't help but well up in his heart. A year ago, when the Su family left Qingyun City, their strength was still very weak. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the city competition. But today, with his strength, he could easily take the first place in Qingyun City's competition. Without thinking further, Su Yao soon arrived at the city lord's mansion, where Zhou Hanmo was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Su Yao arrive, Zhou Hanmo hurried to greet him. "12th young master, you've arrived. Come, please come in." At the same time, Su Jilong also led a group of people away from Qingyun Mountain and arrived at Qingyun City. There were 8 people in total on this trip, all members of the Commerce Hall. Besides Su Jilong, the others were Su Zian, Vice Hall Master of the Commerce Hall, at the 5th Heaven of the Divine Power Realm. Su Hua, Vice Hall Master of the Commerce Hall, at the 5th Heaven of the Divine Power Realm. Zhang Yushan, Su Family Deacon, at the Sky Soaring Realm 7th Heaven. Liu Jie, Su Family Deacon, at the Void Soaring Realm 6th Heaven. Kuei Liang, Su Family Deacon, at the Void Soaring Realm 6th Heaven. Wu Meng, Su Family Deacon, at the Void Soaring Realm 6th Heaven. Yang Ya, Su Family Deacon, at the Void Soaring Realm 6th Heaven. After these few days of preparation, Su Jilong had also prepared the matters for establishing a Chamber of Commerce. This trip was to Qingyun City to begin developing the Su family's Chamber of Commerce. A family's development cannot rely on depleting its existing wealth. The purpose of establishing a Chamber of Commerce was to bring more resources to the family. After arriving at Qingyun City, the group went straight to the Su family residence. The Su family residence, which had been closed for a year, was opened once again. Su Jirui waved his hand to blow away the falling dust and led everyone into the residence. 38. Number 38. Establish the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 38. Establishing the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Su Jilong entered the Su family manor, Li Chengye received the news immediately. Ever since learning that the Su family was the one who wiped out the Blazing Fire sect, Li Chengye had been in a state of constant unease. This was because he had previously sent someone to the Li family's main house in Tiantong Prefecture City to request high-level experts to take down the Su family. Fortunately, the Su family had moved away before he was ready to take action. Otherwise, the Li family might no longer exist in Qingyun City today. Since the Li family was destroyed, the Su family moved away, and the Lu family's head Lu Sheng went insane. Qingyun City had become a situation where the Li family was the sole dominant force. The remaining Lu family had also been driven into a corner by the Li family and forced to leave Qingyun City within 2 months of the Su family's departure. The Li family, meanwhile, shared the profits from that low-grade spirit stone vein equally with the city lord's mansion. After a year of development, the Li family's strength was no longer what it used to be. Furthermore, using that low-grade spirit stone vein, they had managed to produce a first-tier Yukong realm martial artist for the family. Li Chengye had even planned out the next candidate for the family's promotion to the Yukong realm. Initially, when he first learned that the Su family in the mysterious mountain range was the same Su family that had moved away from Qingyun City, Li Chengye hadn't taken them to heart. Because even if the Su family were lucky enough to emerge from there, they wouldn't be able to escape the clutches of the various major powers. But he never expected that a year later, he would hear the news of the Su family annihilating the Blazing Fire sect. Even more unexpected was that the Su family had returned to Qingyun City today. Originally, Li Chengye wouldn't have needed to worry about the Su family, but the problem lay in the fact that the Li family had occupied the Spirit Stone vein profits that originally belonged to the Su family. The Su family might not care about it anymore, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, Li Chengye had already ordered his people to start taking inventory of the family's resources. He even gritted his teeth and decided to take out double the resources to give to the Su family. Su family manor. After entering the main gate, Su Jilong dispatched 5 deacons to the locations of the last few shops the family still held to check on the current conditions surrounding those shops. A short while later, 4 of the deacons returned to the manor one after another to report on the situation around the shops they had inspected. The current conditions of these 4 locations were exactly as Su Jilong had expected. Although the surroundings were still bustling, they were not suitable as a site for the Chamber of Commerce. The one he was most optimistic about was the last one, located in the very center of Qingyun City. Soon, before Zhang Yushan could return, Li Chengye arrived instead. Looking at Li Chengye, Su Jilong was quite surprised. "Patriarch Li, why have you come?" Li Chengye said somewhat stutteringly, Elder Su, I am here to deliver the profits from the Spirit Stone vein. Inside this is the Su family's share for the past year. Since the Su family was not in the city, I collected it on your behalf for the time being, and now I have come to return it to you." After saying this, he held up a spatial ring with both hands and bowed deeply. Looking at Li Chengye's actions, Su Jilong understood the general situation after a brief thought. "Oh, then I really must thank Patriarch Li." Su Jilong specifically emphasized the word thank when he said this. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Li Chengye's face. Su Jilong didn't mind and didn't refuse, directly letting Su Zian take the spatial ring. Seeing the spatial ring being accepted, Li Chengye's heart finally settled down. At this moment, Zhang Yushan, who had gone to the last shop, also returned. However, his expression was somewhat unpleasant, and he was carrying 2 people in his hands. Looking at the two people Zhang Yushan was carrying, Su Jilong frowned slightly. What happened? Zhang Yushan threw the people he was carrying onto the ground, bowed respectfully to Su Jilong, and pointed at one of them. Hallmaster, this person is the owner of the shop next to ours. When I went there, I found that he had seized our shop. These two were just about to run away when I caught them and brought them back. Su Jilong's gaze fell upon the person Zhang Yushan pointed at. He looked wretched and his face was pale. Upon closer inspection, this person was actually Zhang Rong, a wealthy merchant in Qingyun City. Years ago, he had saved a martial artist, and that martial artist was the person lying on the ground next to him, whose life or death was unknown. That person had a cultivation at the spiritual sea realm peak. It was by relying on this person that Zhang Rong was able to thrive in Qingyun City and occupy several well-located shops. Zhang Rong said with a trembling voice, Elder Su no Hallmaster Su, I am willing to surrender all my shops. I beg Hallmaster Su to spare my life. It turned out that the shops on both sides of the Su family's shop belonged to Zhang Rong. Seeing the Su family move away and hearing that they were trapped in the mysterious mountain range, Zhang Rong developed malicious intentions. Therefore, he directly seized the Su family's shop and combined it with his own shops, which made his business much more prosperous. This time, after hearing news of the Su family, he was so terrified that he nearly lost his wits. He was just about to pack his things and flee when he was caught by Zhang Yushan, who had just arrived. After that spiritual sea realm peak martial artist was knocked unconscious by a single punch from Zhang Yushan, Zhang Rong was completely dumbfounded with fear. Su Jilong looked at Zhang Rong with a faint smile and mused for a moment before saying, Since you have taken the initiative to offer your shops, my Su family will not be polite. Yushan, take him to handle the property deed transfer procedures. Originally, Su Jilong had intended to acquire Zhang Rong's shops upon returning to Qingyun City this time, because although the Su family's shop was in a good location, the space was too small. He hadn't expected Zhang Rong to walk right into the line of fire. It just so happened to save a lot of trouble. This scene made Li Chengye, who was standing nearby, feel his scalp go numb, secretly rejoicing that he had come of his own accord. Otherwise, once the Su family took action, the Li family would be in trouble. Afterward, Li Chengye took his leave and returned to his manor. Walking out of the Su family manor, Li Chengye suddenly felt a sense of having survived a disaster. Su Jilong, meanwhile, arranged for Liu Jie and others to acquire the several shops next to Zhang Rong's. Soon, Zhang Yushan, Liu Jie, and the others returned with the shop deeds. Then, Su Jilong led everyone to the Su family's shop located in the center of Qingyun City. Including the Su family's shop, there were 12 in a row. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Su Jilong directly waved his hand and destroyed all the shops. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, not even a speck of dust remained where the shops once stood. Of course, all the people inside had already been evacuated. Holy crap, who is this? So fierce, these are Zhang Rong's shops, and he actually dares to attack them. Zhang Rong? Hey, don't you know yet? Just a moment ago, the spiritual sea realm peak martial artist who followed Zhang Rong was directly crippled by a single punch. And that person is standing right behind this man now. Immediately after, an even more shocking event occurred. Su Jilong spread his palm, and a palace-type spiritual artifact was spinning continuously. It then began to grow larger, eventually covering the area where the 12 shops had been. Directly above the palace gates, 4 large characters were written, Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Then, Su Ziyuan turned around and looked at the surrounding crowd. My Su family establishes the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce today. I hope everyone will come to support us in the future. 39. Number 39 Invitation to the Qingyun Auction of a 7th Tier Spiritual Artifact. Chapter 39. 7th Rank Spiritual Qingyun Auction Invitation. In 10 days, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce will officially open. On the opening day, an auction will be presented to everyone. It will definitely be worth the trip. Su Jilong's voice resounded throughout the street, causing a commotion. Only then did the crowd recover from their shock. Su family? Could this be the Su family of Qingyun Mountain? I recognize this man. He is the 3rd elder of the Su family. The Su family's foundation is truly unfathomable. They even have spiritual artifacts like this. The crowd looked at the scene before them in shock. They never expected the Su family to have such audacity as to use such a rare high-level spiritual artifact as the storefront for their Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, people were already beginning to look forward to how exciting the auction would be when the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce officially opened. Qingyun Mountain. After receiving the news sent back by Su Jilong, Yi Yixian and Lin Kang took the auction invitations and headed to various parts of the great Zhou dynasty. This auction was more about increasing the fame of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and laying the foundation for the chamber's future development. The second day, the entire great Zhou dynasty appeared to have become lively because today was the day of the city-level trials for the martial arts tournament. As soon as dawn broke, people began heading to the martial arts arena in the city, all for the sake of securing a good spot. Su Yao, meanwhile, arrived at the martial arts arena together with Zhou Hanmo. The city lord is here. I heard the city lord also entered Qingyun Mountain to cultivate. His strength has already reached the divine ability realm. I'm so envious. Upon seeing Zhou Hanmo arrive, the crowd automatically parted to make a path. Sounds of sighs and envy rang out from the surroundings. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed a young man following beside Zhou Hanmo. No, to be precise, Zhou Hanmo was trailing half a step behind this young man. This discovery led the crowd to speculate which power this disciple came from. Such occurrences were not uncommon every time a martial arts tournament began. Due to the limited number of slots, some powers would disperse their members to various cities to participate in the martial arts tournament. This greatly increased the number of personnel from that power participating in the tournament. The Su family had done the same. This created a phenomenon where someone usually recognized as the #1 genius of a city might end up failing to even pass the local city's martial arts tournament trials. However, in this world where strength is respected, no one would complain, because those without strength, even if they luckily passed one trial, would be eliminated in the subsequent layers of competition. After Zhou Hanmo reached the arena, he pressed his hands down, and the scene instantly fell silent. Clearing his throat, Zhou Hanmo spoke. Everyone knows the rules, so I won't say much. The Qingyun City Martial Arts Tournament trials officially begin. As Zhou Hanmo's voice fell, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. Subsequently, people from the city lord's mansion began organizing the duels for the contestants. Sword light flashed, saber shadows crisscrossed, and staves flew. The entire arena instantly reached a boiling point. The competition proceeded in full swing, with every match filled with fierce competition and a tense atmosphere. However, every time Su Yao took action, he resolved his opponent in a single move. Later on, his opponents even surrendered directly. This made the audience below even more curious about Su Yao's identity. Of course, there were also some familiar with the Su family who barely managed to recognize Su Yao. Finally, the results of the Qingyun City Martial Arts Tournament trials came out. The three selected individuals were Su Yao, Divine Power Realm 1st Heaven Cultivation, Duan Kong, Sky Soaring Realm 7th Heaven Cultivation, Huang Xingqing, Sky Soaring Realm 7th Heaven Cultivation. Furthermore, the other two both came from sect powers within Tiantong Prefecture. 3 days after the city-level tournament's end, the prefecture-level trials will take place. Therefore, the three needed to rush to the prefecture city within 3 days. Otherwise it would be considered a forfeiture. Tiantong Prefecture, Wind and Thunder Sect. The Wind and Thunder Sect was located within a mountain range called Wind and Thunder Mountain, where the terrain was steep and the climate was volatile. There was a valley on Wind and Thunder Mountain where astral winds frequently appeared, making it an excellent cultivation environment for body refining. Consequently, the cultivation techniques within the Wind and Thunder Sect were all biased toward body refining, and the Wind and Thunder Sect was famous because of this. As the original second-ranked power of Tiantong Prefecture, the Wind and Thunder Sect's strength was only slightly weaker than the Blazing Fire Sect. At this moment, in the sect's main hall of the Wind and Thunder Sect, Sect Master Lei Yunqi sat on a high seat. He was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, his expression solemn. The other Life and Death Realm elders within the Wind and Thunder Sect were also standing in the hall. Everyone looked with apprehension at the leisurely man in white before them. The terrifying King Realm aura on the man in white made everyone afraid to act rashly. And this man in white was precisely Yi Yixian, who had come out to deliver invitations. Yi Yixian slowly walked to the center of the hall, his gaze scanning the crowd as he smiled slightly. I am Yi Yixian, an enshrined expert of the Su family of Qingyun Mountain. I have come here to present an invitation to the Wind and Thunder Sect. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce established by the Su family will hold an auction in Qingyun City in 10 days. At that time, I invite you all to attend the auction. After speaking, he flicked his finger, and an invitation flew out directly, hovering in front of Lei Yunqi. The moment this invitation appeared, however, it caused the expressions of everyone in the Wind and Thunder Sect to change drastically, their faces filled with horror. Sev 7th rank spirit tool, an elder cried out directly, trembling. The hovering invitation was clearly radiating the aura of a 7th rank spirit tool. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't expected the Su family to be so extravagant that that even their invitations were 7th rank spirit tools. Their Wind and Thunder sect didn't even possess a single 7th rank spirit tool. Since the invitation has been delivered, I shall take my leave. Before everyone could recover from their shock, YCII had already vanished, leaving only a sentence echoing in the hall. The crowd looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the Su family of Qingyun Mountain did not seem to have risen by relying on the mysterious mountain range as they had thought. This invitation was clearly specially refined by a 7th rank artifact refiner, because this invitation had only reached the 7th rank in grade and possessed no power whatsoever. But this was enough to shock the people of the Wind and Thunder sect. A King Realm expert, a 7th rank artifact refiner. They knew that the Su family far exceeded their imagination. Lei Yunqi carefully put away the invitation and let out a deep breath. The Su family's strength is truly astonishing. Furthermore, prepare a gift. In 10 days, we will go to Qingyun City to participate in the auction and celebrate the establishment of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce by the Su family. 2 days later, inside the Golden Throne Hall of the Great Zhou Dynasty's capital, the great Zhou king, Zhou Yuanwu, wore dragon robes and a crown. Sitting on the throne of the Golden Throne Hall, civil and military officials stood in order on both sides of the hall. Zhou Yuanwu had a majestic countenance and a deep gaze, revealing an aura that ruled over the world. Regarding the young man in red who had suddenly intruded into the hall, many ministers showed anger on their faces yet were shocked by the other party's strength. Because formations had long been set up around the imperial palace, such that even experts at the peak of the life and death realm could not intrude a single step. And this man in red was Lin Kang, who had come all the way to deliver invitations. However, Lin Kang did not take the minister's reactions to heart and looked directly at Zhou Yuanwu. 40. #40 The Su family shocked the Great Zhou Dynasty. Chapter 40. The Su family that shocked the Great Zhou Dynasty. How dare you to show such disrespect to your majesty? Inside the main hall, a minister dressed in purple robes immediately barked a reprimand upon seeing Lin Kang's behavior. Lin Kang glanced over, and a terrifying King Realm pressure instantly swept forth. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense in an instant. The purple-robed minister's body stiffened as his face turned pale. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and he involuntarily stumbled back several steps. The other ministers also felt this powerful pressure and looked at Lin Kang with solemn expressions. A flash of shock crossed Zhou Yuanwu's eyes from atop the throne. He actually felt a hint of danger from this young man, and while this young man only possessed the aura of the King Realm 6th heaven, he himself had already stepped into the peak King Realm many years ago. Seeing the situation grow tense, Zhou Yuanwu gave a light cough. I wonder what business brings your excellency here today. Lin Kang withdrew his aura and looked at Zhou Yuanwu again. I am Lin Kang, an enshrined elder of the Su family of Qingyun Mountain. I have come this time to present an invitation to your majesty. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, established by the Su family, will be holding an auction in Qingyun City of Tiantong Prefecture in 8 days. We invite everyone to attend. The Su family of Qingyun Mountain? Zhou Yuanwu was slightly stunned. He didn't seem to have heard of this family. But a family with such a powerful expert couldn't possibly be unknown. Then, Lin Kang directly took out the invitation and used his spiritual power to deliver it to Zhou Yuanwu. Your Majesty, here is the invitation. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Kang vanished. Only then did the atmosphere in the hall relax. Afterward, the civil and military officials noticed that Your Majesty was staring at the invitation in his hand with a grave expression. It's actually a 7th rank spirit tool. A sharp-eyed minister immediately noticed something unusual about the invitation and couldn't help but blurt it out. Although the ministers were shocked by the Su family's extravagance, it was not to the same extent as the Wind and Thunder sect. This was because while 7th rank spirit tools were rare in the Great Zhou Dynasty, some did exist. The Great Zhou imperial family alone possessed several 7th rank spirit tools. What truly shocked them was just how deep the Su family's foundation was, to the point of forging even an invitation into a 7th rank spirit tool, because all the 7th rank spirit tools they had obtained came at a massive cost. At this moment, a guess they found hard to believe even crossed their minds. That was, the Su family possessed a 7th rank artifact refiner. Otherwise, who would be so insane as to forge even an auction invitation into a 7th rank spirit tool? At this thought, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Zhou Yuanwu looked in the direction where Lin Kang had vanished, a deep look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly Sword Sect. A sect whose strength was not inferior to the Great Zhou imperial family. The same scene played out here. In just 2 short days, every notable power within the Great Zhou dynasty had received an invitation to the Qingyun auction. As news broke one after another, the entire dynasty was plunged into shock. The topic of the Qingyun auction even directly surpassed the martial arts tournament. In the past, during the martial arts tournament, people would brag to each other about how formidable the genius disciples of certain families were, but this time, they were discussing which power had received an invitation and guessing which one would be next. Whether or not one received an invitation to the Qingyun auction even became a metric to prove a power's strength. The Qingyun auction. This Su family actually has such a powerful foundation. This auction will definitely be extraordinary, someone exclaimed in wonder. Using 7th rank spirit tools as invitations. What luxury and dominance, someone praised. It seems this Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is likely to have a major impact on the dynasty's power structure. People began to predict the future changes of the Great Zhou dynasty one day. Later, Tiantong Prefecture. In a courtyard, Su Qingshui looked at the 10 people before her, but Su Xian was nowhere to be seen. Where's little Xian Zi? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Su Qingshui asked. The 10 people looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. However, none of the 11 people, including Su Qingshui, were worried that Su Xian would be eliminated. At this moment, Su Feiming cautiously raised his hand. Second sister, 6th brother might have gone to another prefecture. Hearing this, Su Qingshui immediately gritted her teeth in anger. HMPH, he actually dared to run off to another prefecture. Let's see how you run when we get to the royal capital. Hearing Su Qingshui's words, even Su Zan, who usually dared to fight anyone, couldn't help but shrink his neck. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A woman who holds a grudge is truly terrifying. Afterward, the group headed to the martial arts arena of the prefectural city. For today was the day of the martial arts tournament's prefectural competition. The Great Zhou dynasty was divided into 36 prefectures, with each prefecture having 72 cities. Thus, a total of 216 people had come from various cities to Tiantong Prefecture City to continue participating in the martial arts tournament. Adding the 20 people selected from Tiantong Prefecture City, there were 236 people in total. Today, the final 20 people would be decided from these 200+ participants. This elimination rate could be said to be extremely high. Even the geniuses who had taken first place in their respective city competitions couldn't guarantee they would successfully advance. At this moment, all the participating geniuses had arrived at the martial arts arena. Looking around, there wasn't a single person with a cultivation level lower than the sky soaring realm 7th heaven. Compared to the single martial arts arena in each city, there were a full 20 here. Therefore, the rules for the competition here were also very simple. It was to defend the arena. Once the competition began, all participants could choose any arena to issue a challenge. If an arena was currently unoccupied, the challenger would automatically become the arena lord and accept challenges from other participants. If an arena was occupied, the two would engage in battle. If the challenger defeated the arena lord, they would become the new arena lord and continue to accept challenges. If a challenge failed, the participant could continue to challenge arena lords on other arenas, but each person only had 3 challenge opportunities. If all opportunities were used up without becoming an arena lord, they would be directly eliminated. Of course, arenas already in combat were not open to further challenges. Furthermore, if a battle lasted more than half an hour without ending, both parties would be considered to have failed one challenge attempt. Moreover, during the battle, falling outside the boundaries of the arena would also count as a loss. Finally, after 3 hours, the arena lords still standing on the martial arts arenas would successfully advance. If the number of arena lords was less than 20, no others would be chosen to fill the slots. If a battle on a martial arts arena had not finished after 3 hours, both combatants would be eliminated. Thus, the only way to advance to the competition in the royal capital was to be the sole person standing on a martial arts arena after 3 hours. Of course, this didn't mean one had to defend the arena for the full 3 hours. If one had the confidence to defeat an opponent instantly, they could even step onto the stage to challenge at the very last moment. Therefore, to successfully advance, participants not only needed powerful strength but also an accurate judgment of the various complex and sudden situations on the field. With an order from Governor Han Yongnian, the Tiantong Prefecture City Martial Arts Tournament Arena Challenges officially began. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41. The younger generation of the Su family has made their move. Chapter 41. Su family juniors take action. As the arena challenges officially began, the scene suddenly fell silent. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to be the first to step onto the martial arts arena. After all, those who could pass the trials in various cities and reach the prefecture city were no fools. Everyone knew that if they stepped onto the martial arts arena right at the beginning, it would be difficult to hold out until the end. As time passed minute by minute, everyone's mood grew increasingly tense. However, the 11 members of the Su family appeared quite relaxed. They chatted amongst themselves, seemingly indifferent to the upcoming battles. After 15 minutes had passed and seeing that still no one had gone up, a flash of cunning light flickered in Su Qingshe's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She turned to look at Su Zan, fourth brother. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge Big Brother? Now is the perfect opportunity. As long as you step onto the arena before Big Brother, you'll have beaten him by 1 round. How about it? Are you tempted? Action speaks louder than words. Before Su Zan could even react, she gave him a direct shove. The group had already been standing right next to a martial arts arena, and with that push, Su Zan was just a step away from being on the stage. Su Zan's sudden movement instantly caught the attention of the surrounding crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look at Su Zan. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, Su Zan looked at Su Qingshe with a face full of helplessness. Then, without hesitation, Su Zan lifted his foot and stepped firmly onto the arena. In truth, even without Su Qingshe's push, he had already been preparing to go up. To him, combat was cultivation. As Su Zan ascended the stage, even more people noticed him instantly. Many began to whisper and discuss, and the quiet atmosphere was immediately shattered. Some looked at Su Zan in surprise. Others showed expressions of disdain. Su Zan, however, stood quietly on the arena, unaffected by the outside world. With the first person on stage, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. After a short while, several more people ascended the arenas. I'll give it a try too. A young man stepped onto an arena with confident strides. Hee, I've been training for several years. It's time to show my strength, a burly man said in a booming voice. The speed of taking the stage this year seems quite a bit faster than before. From a high vantage point, Han Yongnian and several experts from within the prefecture watched the scene below, nodding from time to time. Someone seemed to recall something. I heard that the kid from the Li family has broken through to the Divine Ability Realm 2nd Heaven. I wonder if he has a chance to fight for one of those 50 spots this year? At this, someone nearby shook his head directly. It's probably a long shot. In the past, the lowest cultivation among the 50 was the Divine Ability Realm 3rd Heaven. To secure a spot with a Divine Ability Realm 2nd Heaven cultivation, it's only possible if one possesses a medium-grade spirit body. That is indeed the case. It's a pity that kid from the Li family only has a low-grade spirit body. Han Yongnian frowned slightly. He understood the difficulty of competing for those spots. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. As it turned out, the martial arts tournament was not just for the various prefectures to select enough genius martial artists to participate in the final battle in the royal capital. It was also related to the distribution of resources for each prefecture in the Great Zhou dynasty for the next 5 years. And this was precisely what gave Han Yongnian and the others a headache. Although Tiantong Prefecture was not the weakest among the 36 prefectures, it wasn't much better either. One could only say they had barely escaped the bottom few ranks. By this time, half an hour had passed since the start of the arena challenges. Out of the 20 martial arts arenas, 18 were already occupied, and this was even due to Su Zan's influence. Normally, for every prefecture city arena challenge, people would only start occupying the arenas one after another after an hour had passed. But this time, after only half an hour, it was already reaching the point of fighting for the arenas. Seeing that the 20 arenas were almost full, Su Hao spoke to the Su family members behind him. The time is about right, let's go up as well. The martial arts tournament is a good opportunity for experience. Let's treat this as a warm-up for now. Everyone nodded and began selecting their targets. Without exception, Su Hao and the others did not choose the 2 unoccupied arenas. Someone has started a challenge. Holy crap, is this person crazy? Aren't there still 2 empty arenas? He's just showing off. I want to see how he gets blasted off. Seeing that someone actually chose not to take an empty arena and instead went straight for an occupied one, the martial artists watching below immediately erupted into a commotion. On the first arena, Wu Wei looked at Su Hao, who had come up, with a dark expression. Was this guy looking down on him as the first arena lord to be challenged? Didn't that imply he was the weakest among all the lords? There were even 2 empty arenas available. Wu Wei laughed out of extreme anger. Good young man, I admit you have courage. However, courage does not represent strength. Choosing to challenge me will only be asking for trouble. Noisy, Su Hao said indifferently. Seeing Su Hao's calm expression, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Wu Hui's eyes. The atmosphere on the arena began to grow tense, and everyone looked forward to this fierce confrontation. Wu Wei directly released his Divine Power Realm First Heaven aura. He decided not to waste any more time and would directly use his strongest strike to insta-kill the person before him, and while he was at it, he'd show the people below the consequences of daring to provoke him. He stepped out, his figure like lightning as he charged toward Su Hao. Wrapped in a powerful spiritual pressure, Wu Wei was like a meteor, carrying astonishing power and speed. This scene caused the people below to gasp in unison. They began to discuss fervently. Divine Power Realm First Heaven so strong. That guy is in for it, choosing such a powerful opponent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena, anticipating the coming battle. Thud. A muffled sound rang out. Wu Hui's rapidly advancing figure came to an instantaneous halt. Su Hao gripped Wu Hui's fist with one hand, his body not swaying in the slightest. The crowd below watched this scene in shock. They had thought Wu Wei would defeat this arrogant challenger with absolute power, but they hadn't expected Wu Hui's attack to be blocked so easily by the opponent. It even looked as if he hadn't used any strength at all. That's it, Su Hao's slightly playful voice drifted out, and this voice made Wu Wei feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His face instantly turned pale. Others might not know, but he knew very clearly. In order to intimidate the crowd below and to teach this challenger a lesson, he had put his full strength into that strike just now. Then, Wu Wei felt his entire body as if it had been struck by a giant boulder. Excruciating pain surged through him. After a bout of dizziness, he flew directly off the martial arts arena. Then, Wu Hui's vision went black, and he fainted. This was naturally Su Hao's punishment for Wu Wei. Just now, Su Hao had clearly felt the killing intent that Wu Wei had inadvertently revealed. If not for that, Wu Wei might have merely lost his position as the arena lord. While everyone was still marveling at Su Hao's strength, waves of exclamations came from the other arenas. Because, besides the arena Su Hao challenged, 9 other arenas were also being challenged. What was outrageous was that all of them were successful challenges. Furthermore, all the arena lords were defeated by the challengers in a single move. Even more absurdly, several of these challengers looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, whereas most of the people there were between 25 and 30 years old, because the requirement for the martial arts tournament was for martial artists under the age of 30, and it was held every 5 years. So, basically everyone would wait until they were over 25 before participating in the martial arts tournament. After all, 5 extra years of cultivation time was enough to create a massive gap between two people with similar talent. 42. Number 42. The grand competition in the prefectural city has ended. Chapter 42. The prefecture city tournament ends. The original arena lords of the other 9 stages were now standing below, looking completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? The scene just now had occurred far too quickly. It was so fast that even the arena lords who had been knocked off hadn't reacted yet. At this moment, some of the geniuses in the field who originally felt victory was within their grasp were also shocked. They even unconsciously clenched their fists. This was because the arena lords who had been knocked down basically all had cultivation at the peak of the Yukong realm. Among them, there were even geniuses at the Divine Power Realm First Heaven. This level of cultivation was already the top-tier strength of the martial artists present. Although they believed they could also defeat these people, it definitely wouldn't be this easy. At this moment, Li Fangjia was stunned. Li Fangjia was the #1 genius of the Li family in Tiantong Prefecture City. He could even be called the #1 genius of Tiantong Prefecture. Possessing a low-grade spirit body, he had already cultivated to the Divine Ability Realm Second Heaven at only 28 years old. He looked at the young people on the stage who had successfully challenged the lords, his heart filled with shock and confusion. When did the talent of Tiantong Prefecture's martial artists become so good? Wang Yi of the Wang family was the genius second only to Li Fangjia in Tiantong Prefecture. His originally relaxed body suddenly tensed up. High above the martial arts arena, Han Yongnian and the others watched the sudden changes occurring in the field. They all thought they were overthinking or that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They found it hard to believe what they were seeing. After a while, Han Yongnian excitedly pointed at the Su family members on the arena. Which power do these people come from? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him. It seemed he had thought of something. His entire being became excited. He quickly turned to his subordinates and said, "Quick, go and bring me the registers sent up from each city this year immediately." The subordinate immediately obeyed and left in a hurry. A short while later, he returned with a register in hand. Han Yongnian took the register and flipped through it quickly. His gaze scanned back and forth across the register until it stopped on several names. Qingyun City, first place, Su Yao. Jinyu City, first place, Su Sen. Pingyao City, first place, Su Feiming. Donglan City, first place, Su Zan. As expected, it's the Su family. Seeing these familiar names appear one by one, Han Yongnin's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. Originally, he thought the Su family wouldn't participate in this martial arts tournament, because in the information he had gathered on the Su family, the oldest of the younger generation was barely in their early 20s. Participating in the next martial arts tournament would have been the best choice. Therefore, Han Yongnian hadn't paid much attention to the Su family's younger generation for this tournament. The others, seeing Han Yongnin's actions, were very confused. They immediately gathered around, looking curiously at the register in Han Yongnin's hand. Prefecture Master, have you discovered something? Someone asked in confusion. Han Yongnian nodded. The Su family, they are members of the Su family of Qingyun Mountain. Everyone showed expressions of pleasant surprise. The Su family of Qingyun Mountain. This family was currently the most talked about family in the Great Zhou dynasty. Just a single invitation sent out by them was enough to make many powers feel they were far beyond reach. As for the others present besides Han Yongnian, it was because the Su family had risen too quickly. Subconsciously, they hadn't linked such a powerful Su family with Tiantong Prefecture yet. However, after realizing this, everyone also began to get excited. It seems our Tiantong Prefecture is going to rise this time, someone said excitedly. The others also voiced their agreement. The appearance of the Su family filled them with anticipation and hope for this martial arts tournament at the martial arts arena. By now, everyone had come back to their senses, and all of this made the already tense atmosphere even more strained. To be able to defeat these arena lords so easily, their strength was not to be underestimated, even if several of them looked quite young. Of course, after several of them consecutively sent fluke-seeking challengers flying with a single move, the people below the stage recognized the strength of the Su family members even more clearly. This caused the expressions of those present to turn unsightly, especially those whose strength was at the tail end of the first tier. Because there were originally 20 martial arts arenas, they still had a bit of a chance. But now, 10 arenas were suddenly occupied by 10 people of terrifying strength. This was equivalent to their chances of successfully advancing being cut in half. It almost made them spit out a mouthful of old blood. Of course, what they didn't know was that there was also a Suzan, who was also in existence they could not defeat. The entire martial arts arena area began to be permeated by an oppressive atmosphere that made people feel somewhat suffocated. Everyone could understand the current situation, and this also caused Li Fangjia and the others to become somewhat unsettled. They always felt as if they had missed something. At this time, the arena lords on the other stages were all looking relieved. Fortunately, these people hadn't challenged them, otherwise they would certainly be among those below the stage right now. But then, their faces also turned unsightly, because the gazes of the people below the stage were filled with hostility toward them. However, the current situation also made Li Fangjia and the others afraid to act rashly. Before, they could rely on their strength and reputation to deter others from challenging them. But that wouldn't work now, because 10 of the 20 slots had essentially already been taken. The competition for the remaining 10 slots would likely be even more intense. If they went up too early, they might be worn down by others using attrition tactics. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Even their families had contacted some people who had entered through the various city competitions. As long as they could cause trouble for rival powers, their own families would pay a certain reward. Otherwise, why would some people choose to come to the prefecture city even when they clearly had no chance of competing for those 20 slots? Because if they performed well, they might be noticed by some of the great families and powers in the prefecture city, making a meteoric rise possible in the future. Moreover, those who came here were peers who were not inferior to them. If they could get to know some figures with strength and background, it would be of great help to their future development. Therefore, even if some people knew they had absolutely no chance of passing the prefecture city tournament, they would still choose to come. Although Li Fangjia and the others restrained the urge to immediately go on stage, most people had already been deeply stimulated by the scene before them. Thus, people immediately went up to occupy the 2 empty martial arts arenas. With the last 2 martial arts arenas occupied, the intense arena challenges immediately began. People had already begun to issue challenges to the arena lords. As the arena lords were constantly replaced, the arena challenge had already entered its final hour. At this time, everyone discovered another thing that caught them off guard. That was, besides those 10 arenas, there was another arena where whoever went up was also instantly defeated. This made those who originally felt they had a glimmer of hope even more frantic. Quite a few people even stubbornly chose to challenge the Su family members. As a result, under one painful lesson after another, people gradually stopped entertaining the thought of challenging the Su family. When the time reached the final hour of the arena challenge, the battles on the stages became increasingly fierce. By this time, Li Fangjia and the others also began to make their moves one after another. With 15 minutes left in the arena challenge, the situation on the field was already very clear. No one dared to challenge the 11 members of the Su family. The 7 people from the prefecture city, including Li Fangjia and Wang Yi, also firmly occupied their own arenas. The remaining 2 arenas were still constantly changing lords. The battle scenes even made Li Fangjia and the others feel alarmed. Right up until the moment the arena challenge ended, the fighting still hadn't stopped. Therefore, in the end, only 18 people passed the Tiantong Prefecture City Martial Arts Tournament. The final battle of the martial arts tournament would take place in the royal capital 5 days later. At that time, all the prodigies from within the scope of the Great Zhou dynasty would gather, and the royal capital was where the martial arts tournament truly began. 43. Number 43. The Su family is hiring. The Great Zhou dynasty is going crazy. Chapter 43. The Su family recruits. The Great Zhou dynasty goes wild. Qingyun City. Ever since the invitation letters for the Qingyun auction began to be sent out, the atmosphere in Qingyun City had grown lively. The streets were flooded with people. At a glance, one could see several Yukong realm martial artists, and occasionally, even divine ability realm martial artists appeared. Such a scene usually only occurred in a prefecture city. Although the auction was still a few days away, many people had already arrived in Qingyun City early. Their goal was naturally not the auction, but the immense business opportunities present in Qingyun City. In just 3 days, all the inns, taverns, and other lodgings in Qingyun City had been fully booked. Even the transfer prices for shops had tripled. Some shops had already changed hands an unknown number of times. Some people had already made a fortune. Zhou Hanmo had never even imagined that one day Qingyun City would present such a prosperous scene. Qingyun Mountain, the council hall. At this moment, Su Ziyuan and all the hallmasters and deputy hallmasters were gathered here. As the Su family began its external expansion, a shortage of manpower had already emerged. Therefore, the purpose of this meeting was to discuss the recruitment of personnel. Su Ziyuan sat in the main seat of the council hall. He looked around at the hallmasters and deputy hallmasters seated in their places. The Su family does need to recruit, but not just anyone can enter the Su family. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of recruitment. If individuals with ulterior motives were brought into the family, it would not only cause losses for the family but could even leave behind serious troubles. Although such a situation wouldn't pose any real threat to the Su family. However, Su Ziyuan was more concerned about the Su family's reputation. The specific recruitment matters will be handled by the management hall. Set the recruitment time for after the auction concludes. 2 days later, news of the Su family's impending recruitment was released. One statement was particularly emphasized. The Su family is recruiting. We do not look at strength, nor do we emphasize talent. Anyone can come to participate. Pass the test, and you can enter the Su family. When this news first came out, everyone even thought it was fake. After all, people strive for higher ground, water flows to lower ground. Regardless of the organization, to develop well, the primary conditions for recruiting personnel are strength and talent, because these 2 things directly determine a person's value. This is especially evident among sect forces. The entry condition for many sects is to have reached a certain level of strength or to possess exceptional talent, because, for any organization, a good-for-nothing with neither strength nor talent is naturally not worth wasting resources on. Therefore, when some people heard this news, their first reaction was that someone was maliciously causing trouble for the Su family. Some even directly arrested the person who told them the news, planning to deliver them to the Su family for a reward. And after Su Jirui personally came forward to confirm the news was true, the entire Great Zhou dynasty was in an uproar. The excitement even surpassed that of the invitation letter incident, because the invitation letter incident was an experience only available to those major powers. But this Su family recruitment was an opportunity for anyone. Compared to watching others experience it, participating personally is far more thrilling. Moreover, this is the Su family we're talking about. What could possibly be more exciting than entering the Su family? Now, the Su family had been unanimously hailed by everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty as the Great Zhou's #1 family. Even news of the Su family had crossed the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty, spreading to other countries. In a small mountain village, a young man kowtowed several times before his parents' graves, then stood up. The youth gazed at the tombstones, his eyes revealing a firm resolve. Father, mother, I will definitely join the Su family. Then, the youth resolutely set out on the road to the Su family. In a courtyard, a young man, whose dantian was crippled, was desperately tempering his body in an attempt to break through his strength. After trying various methods to no avail, he slumped in despair under a large tree. At that moment, the young man's father sighed and slowly walked over. "Howard, I heard the Sioux family is recruiting. You could go and try. The Sioux family's power is unfathomable. Perhaps they have a method to let you cultivate again." Hearing these words, a glimmer of light began to appear in the young man's despairing eyes. In a certain family, a youth, the clan chief's legitimate son, was ridiculed daily for being unable to cultivate. After leaving a letter for his father, he left the family alone. At the border of the Great Zhou dynasty, a young woman who had just evaded another pursuit brushed aside the stray hairs on her forehead and murmured, "The Sioux family, huh?" Then, her entire person vanished from the spot in an instant. 3 days later, the royal capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. Today was the day of the final battle in the martial arts tournament. Although it had been overshadowed twice by the Sioux family, the number of people paying attention here was still considerable. A huge square in the royal capital was already packed with a sea of people, bustling with excitement. For many genius martial artists, this was an opportunity to make a name for themselves, an opportunity to change their fate. Genius martial artists from all over gathered together, their ultimate goal being to compete for the mere 50 available spots. In the center of the square, 10 massive arenas had been erected. The genius martial artists who had passed the preliminary contests in their respective prefectures were gradually entering the field. Well, if it isn't Prefect Han? What's the matter? Is Tiantong Prefecture out of people? Can't even scrape together 20? Han Yongnian, who was heading towards the center of the square, paused at the familiar voice. He turned around but did not reply immediately. He looked at the person before him, a tall, middle-aged man who was looking at him with a smug expression. This person was none other than Pei Yunsheng, the prefect of Beiyan Prefecture, which bordered Tiantong Prefecture. To be honest, Beiyan Prefecture's strength was slightly superior to Tiantong Prefecture's. But, absurdly, in every martial arts tournament, Beiyan Prefecture's ranking ended up just below Tiantong Prefecture's. This had always made Pei Yunsheng grind his teeth in frustration. Therefore, he would always throw a few taunts whenever they met. Following past habits, Han Yongnian would naturally have immediately retorted with a few barbs of his own. But this time was different. His team contained a full 11 prodigies from the Sioux family. The Sioux family, that's the Sioux family. Every time he thought of this, Han Yongnian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As for this matter, Han Yongnian didn't plan to reveal it now. He just wanted to wait until the very end of the martial arts tournament to see the expressions on Pei Yunsheng's face and the faces of those who had once looked down on Tiantong Prefecture. Taking a deep breath, Han Yongnian replied with a playful smile. Although Tiantong Prefecture's strength isn't top tier, dealing with Beiyan Prefecture is more than sufficient. Pei Yunsheng sneered, "HMPH ridiculous in this martial arts tournament. My Beiyan Prefecture will definitely trample your Tiantong Prefecture underfoot. I'm not afraid to tell you, this time my Beiyan Prefecture has produced a top-tier prodigy." Su Xian. He single-handedly defeated all the other martial artists with overwhelming force. 44. Number 44. The Royal Capital Martial Arts Tournament begins. Chapter 44. The Royal Capital Martial Arts Tournament begins. Su Xian? The moment he heard this name, Han Yongnian felt it sounded somewhat familiar. Little Xian Zi? Behind Han Yongnian, Su Qingshui suddenly raised her head, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Then, Su Qingshui looked in the direction behind Pei Yunsheng. Sure enough, a teenage boy was standing among a group of martial artists. The people beside him looked at the boy with gazes full of awe and admiration. Su Qingshui slowly walked toward Su Xian, clenching and unclenching her hands a few times with a face full of smiles. "Little Xian Zi, keep running." Suddenly hearing this voice, Su Xian was startled. Then he discovered Su Qingshui standing not far in front of him. Although there was a smile on Su Qingshui's face, to Su Xian, it was even more terrifying than facing a King Realm expert. This instantly reminded him of the scenes from his childhood where he was beaten up by his second sister for being mischievous. He couldn't help but shiver. Then Su Xian quickly shook his head, driving the memories out of his mind. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Cheng He, who was beside him, immediately jump out. "Where did this little girl come from? Daring to threaten my brother Xian, do you want to MMPH?" Seeing that Cheng He was about to say something shocking, in a panic, Su Xian immediately covered Cheng He's mouth, stopping him from saying any more. Su Qingshui almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Oh my, brother Xian, how impressive." Behind Han Yongnian, Su Hao and the others grinned even wider upon hearing this. By this time, Han Yongnian had also realized Su Xian was a member of the Su family of Qingyun Mountain. He had been a bit surprised when he heard Pei Yunsheng say that Beiyan Prefecture had produced a prodigy who fought everyone else alone. It turned out he was actually from the Su family. This also made him marvel even more at how powerful the Su family truly was. Seeing the others about to step forward, Su Xian hurriedly spoke up in fright. Second sister, listen to my quibbling. No, listen to my explanation. Su Xian looked at Su Qingshui nervously, seeing that his words didn't seem to have any effect. Thus, Su Xian directly flickered and arrived behind Su Hao. Big brother, help, second sister is going to murder her own younger brother. Seeing this scene, Su Qingshui could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. At this moment, Pei Yunsheng was dumbfounded. Why were things a bit different from what he had imagined? It seemed Su Xian had a connection with the people from Tiantong Prefecture. However, Pei Yunsheng didn't think too much about it, because regardless of Su Xian's relationship with Tiantong Prefecture, this time he could only represent Beiyan Prefecture in battle, and with Su Xian around, it was impossible for Beiyan Prefecture's ranking to be below Tiantong Prefecture's this time. As time passed, people from other prefecture cities of the Great Zhou dynasty and various sect forces also arrived one after another. They stood on either side of the center of the square, forming two distinct groups. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect are here. That's Tang Ming of the Heavenly Sword sect, the most outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect's younger generation. I heard that 3 months ago, Tang Ming single-handedly killed the wanted 4 monsters of Songyun. All 4 of them were at the 5th or 6th layer of the Divine Ability realm. After seeing the people from the Heavenly Sword sect arrive, everyone began to discuss fervently. Because although the Heavenly Sword sect was a sect within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, its strength was not inferior to the Great Zhou imperial family, and as the most outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect's younger generation, Tang Ming was naturally the center of attention. The people from the imperial family and the royal capital's noble families are also here. The imperial family people look very strong. Is that the 8th prince? I wonder who will come out on top between him and Tang Ming this time. The Great Zhou imperial family's 8th prince, Zhou Pengyun, was the only genius in the Great Zhou dynasty who was on par with Tang Ming among their peers. The two had fought many times, each having their share of wins and losses. At the same time, both were favorites to win the championship. At this moment, a shrill voice rang out loudly. His Majesty arrives. Subsequently, on a high platform on one side of the square, Zhou Yuanwu walked up slowly, wearing a dragon robe and a golden crown, his bearing extraordinary. Standing beside him was the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. This was one of the few figures in Great Zhou who could stand alongside His Majesty of Great Zhou. Zhou Yuanwu raised his hands and pressed down slightly, and the scene immediately fell silent. Today is the day of the final battle of the martial arts tournament held by our Great Zhou dynasty. For this martial arts tournament, the Imperial family and the Heavenly Sword sect have provided generous rewards for everyone. All those who enter the top 200 will be rewarded with 1 4th tier medicinal pill. Those who enter the top 150 will be rewarded with 1 5th tier medicinal pill. Those who enter the top 100 will be rewarded with 1 4th tier spiritual artifact. Those who enter the top 50 will be rewarded with 1 4th tier spiritual artifact and can enter the Imperial family's high-grade spirit vein to cultivate for 1 month. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but gasp. These rewards are truly generous. They are simply too generous. There has never been such a generous reward situation in previous martial arts tournaments. In the past, only those who entered the top 100 received 4th tier medicinal pill rewards. Not to mention that those who enter the top 50 this time can also enter a high-grade spirit vein to cultivate for a month. This is the Imperial family's only high-grade spirit vein. If one could cultivate inside for a month, it could probably be equivalent to 4 or 5 months of cultivation in the outside world. Of course, these are only the surface benefits. Most importantly, cultivating within a spirit vein allows a martial artist to break through to a new realm more easily. Those who enter the top 10 will be rewarded with 1 5th tier spiritual artifact. The 3rd place winner will be rewarded with 1 6th rank elixir. The 2nd place winner will be rewarded with 1 6th tier spiritual artifact. Having said this, Zhou Yuanwu paused, his gaze scanning the surroundings before he continued. If one obtains 1st place in the tournament, in addition to the 6th rank elixir and 6th tier spiritual artifact, they will be given an additional reward of 1 earth rank low-grade cultivation technique. Boom! As soon as Zhou Yuanwu's words fell, a sensation was caused throughout the venue. An earth rank low-grade cultivation technique. This reward had already made many people's eyes turn red with envy. Even many prefecture lords like Han Yongnian felt jealous upon hearing it, because the cultivation techniques they cultivated had not yet reached the earth rank. Zhou Yuanwu Yuanwu looked at the crowd's reaction, his eyes narrowing slightly, no one knowing what he was thinking. And the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect beside him, although he had known about this for a long time. Even until now, he still couldn't understand why Zhou Yuanwu would do this, but because the cultivation technique was provided by the great Zhou imperial family, and he had already examined it and found no issues, therefore, it was not appropriate for him to say anything. He could only marvel that the great Zhou imperial family was truly generous. These generous rewards also stimulated these genius martial artists from all over the great Zhou dynasty. There were about 1,000 genius martial artists participating in the final martial arts tournament in total. Although the rewards were generous, obtaining them was not that easy, and this also caused the already brutal competition to begin smelling of blood. Soon, the long-awaited martial arts tournament officially kicked off. The rules for the first round were very simple. That was to randomly assign all participating martial artists to 10 arenas. Each arena would have approximately 100 people. Then, a 100-person free-for-all would begin. Falling off the arena would be considered elimination. The free-for-all would end when only 30 people remained on the arena. At that point, the martial artists still on the arena could enter the next round. As for the eliminated martial artists, their rankings would be calculated based on the time they fell off the arena. 45. Number 45 Su Junhao made a move. Chapter 45. Su Junhao makes his move. Under these rules, those who could successfully advance to the next round were either people of formidable strength or those with some skill and a bit of luck. As everyone was randomly assigned, the atmosphere on the arena stages began to grow tense and intense. Many martial artists were fully focused and prepared, waiting for the martial arts tournament to begin. The first round of the martial arts tournament begins now. Bang, bang. Just as a eunuch's voice announced the start of the match, several people were already knocked off the arena stages. Exciting, thrilling. Yeah, it seems the competition in this martial arts tournament is extremely fierce. Seeing this happen right at the start, the audience began to discuss it fervently. They watched the situation on the arena stages without blinking. Meanwhile, those martial artists who had been knocked off the arena stages wore faces full of regret, because they had already lost their eligibility to continue the competition on the 10 arena stages. After the initial chaos, everyone began to warily watch those around them, for fear of being sneak attacked and eliminated if they weren't careful. Of course, there were always a few exceptions. For instance, Tang Ming and the 8th Prince. A vacuum zone had appeared around these two. The same was true for other genius martial artists who had already become famous before the martial arts tournament began. On arena stage 6, Su Zan and Su Xian stood together, looking composed. It was as if the two of them hadn't come to participate in an elimination match, but to watch a show. Fourth brother, look at that guy. He's such a poser. Should we knock him down? Su Xian said, pointing at Tang Ming on the same arena stage. Su Zan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Tang Ming. Oh, then you go. Haha, wasn't I just thinking of giving fourth brother a chance to show off? Seeing his little scheme seen through by Su Zan, Su Xian laughed awkwardly and rubbed his head. Su Zan then continued, it's better to leave a few stronger ones. Otherwise, the subsequent matches will be boring. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Looking around, there were very few on the entire arena stage who could catch their eye. Su Xian curled his lip. These people were truly weak. The elimination match continued, with people falling off the stage from time to time. By this time, the martial artists on the arena stages had formed small cooperative groups. Only those extremely confident in their own strength remained alone. Although cooperating with others offered a greater advantage, such partners were not so easy to find. Only those who had known each other for a long time and fully trusted one another would feel at ease acting together boldly. Although some groups seemed to be together, they still remained guarded against each other. As the match reached this point, these cooperative groups had tacitly begun to clear out the solo martial artists. Whoosh! A sword light sliced through the air. A martial artist quickly dodged and began to counterattack. This dodging martial artist was also a swordmaster. His sword technique was as swift as a gale, dazzling to the eyes. For a moment, he actually forced the attacker to retreat and dodge repeatedly. Just then, another companion of the attacker found the perfect timing and suddenly struck. With a punch, the fist shadow instantly condensed into a ferocious lion-shaped Yao beast, pouncing toward the swordmaster. Seeing the fist shadow getting closer, the ambushed swordmaster could only hastily turn back to block. Bang! With a loud bang, the fist shadow collided with the swordlight, producing a metallic clashing sound. The swordmaster let out a muffled groan from the shock of the fist shadow and then retreated several steps. This also gave the person who had initially ambushed him an opportunity to strike. Sword light flickered and fist shadows flew. The scene was exceptionally thrilling. In the end, this sword master of no small strength was blasted off the arena stage by their combined efforts, and these two, because they had consumed a lot of energy, were cleared off the arena stage by others who took the opportunity. This scene also served as a wake-up call for those martial artists whose strength wasn't top tier yet who remained alone. Some martial artists who had originally planned to fight alone also began looking for suitable partners to team up with soon, except for top-tier martial artists like Tang Ming and the Eighth Prince. Solo martial artists were almost nowhere to be seen on the arena stages. These people had either been cleared off the arena stage by others teaming up, or had found others to team up with. Among the Su family members, besides Su Zan and Su Xian being assigned to the same arena stage, several others were also assigned together. Only Su Hao, Su Junhao, and Su Feiming were assigned to an arena stage all by themselves. Fourth brother, look. Third brother is making his move, tisk tisk. How impressive. On arena stage 6, Su Xian pulled Su Zan to look at Su Junhao on arena stage 5. On arena stage 5, a three-person team slowly surrounded Su Junhao. Among these three, a tall man was in the center, holding a greatsword. His divine ability realm third heaven aura released without restraint. The other two were a man and a woman standing to his left and right, both having a cultivation of the divine ability realm second heaven. One held a long whip, while the other held twin sabers. Their gazes revealed disdain and ruthlessness. Kid, are you going down yourself, or should the three of us invite you down? The tall man in the center spoke coldly, his voice full of threats. Su Junhao smiled slightly, unconcerned by the trio's threats. Although he wasn't very prominent among the Su family's younger generation, that was only within the Su family. Against these three, he wouldn't even need to exert himself. Meanwhile, the others on arena stage 5 were watching like they were at a show. Because now, only Su Junhao remained alone on arena stage 5. Naturally, he became everyone's next target. You three should come at me together, Su Junhao said indifferently, his voice revealing a sense of confidence. Arrogant, the tall man sneered and charged at Su Junhao, brandishing his greatsword. His movements were swift and sharp, each sword strike carrying the power to destroy everything. Su Junhao's figure flashed, nimbly dodging the tall man's attack. At the same time, the woman holding a long whip suddenly swung it. A cold light sliced through the air, heading straight for Su Junhao. Su Junhao tilted his body slightly, easily dodging the whip's attack. He then struck out rapidly, directly grabbing the whip just as it was about to be pulled back. The woman holding the long whip suddenly felt a powerful force transmitted along the whip. She wanted to pull the whip back, but found that she couldn't shake off Su Junhao no matter what. Just then, seeing Su Junhao grab the whip, the man with the twin sabers quickly rushed forward. Saber light flickered as he tried to rescue his companion. Su Junhao's eyes narrowed, and he exerted force with his hand, flinging the woman with the long whip away. The woman let out a cry of surprise, thrown several meters away by Su Junhao's strength, and fell to the ground. Su Junhao turned quickly to face the man with the twin sabers and threw a sudden punch, the wind from his fist howling. 46. Number 46. I'm in a hurry, so you all need to work together. Chapter 46. I'm in a hurry, all of you attack together. The wind from the punch instantly shattered the blade's light. Seeing the phantom of the fist rushing towards him, the man hurriedly raised his twin blades to block. However, Su Junhao's punch was far too fierce. The man's resistance was pathetic against the fist's phantom, and he was sent flying back. The man among the three holding a giant sword saw this scene, and a flash of shock crossed his eyes. He hadn't expected Su Junhao to be so powerful. Not only had he easily dodged his own attack, but he had even defeated his two companions in the blink of an eye. Just as he was considering whether to continue dealing with Su Junhao, a figure slowly walked toward him. Su Junhao looked at him with an indifferent gaze. Do you want to continue? The man gnashed his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he roared. Let's go together. With that, he raised his giant sword, his entire body emitting an even stronger aura. The two lying on the ground also understood the current situation. If they didn't eliminate Su Junhao, then the three of them would be eliminated by him. The two quickly got up, moved to the man's side, and once again circulated the spiritual energy within their bodies. Su Junhao watched as the three prepared to attack again, a look of appreciation flashing in his eyes. A martial artist should act like a martial artist. Very well, since that's the case, I'll give you a dignified exit. After speaking, Su Junhao also emitted a powerful aura from his entire body. This aura far exceeded the combined might of the three. At this point, the three had no way to retreat and roared as they charged at Su Junhao. In an instant, sword light, blade energy, and whip shadows intertwined as they attacked Su Junhao. Su Junhao formed hand seals, and a phantom of a book with constantly turning pages slowly appeared before him. Then, Su Junhao softly uttered a single word, sever. As Su Junhao's voice fell, an arc of light suddenly flew out from the book's phantom. The sword light, blade energy, and whip shadows charging at Su Junhao instantly collapsed upon contact with this light. Finally, they turned into nothingness and dissipated into the world. Then, under the horrified gazes of the three, the light continued to rush toward them with undiminished momentum. Meanwhile, everyone else on Arena Stage 5 watched this scene with their scalps tingling. Boom! The three didn't even have a chance to struggle. After being directly hit by the light, they flew out of the martial arts arena's boundaries. Finally, they lay beneath the stage, listless and weak. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that an unlucky guy was also hit by the light because he was close to the three. Then, with a face full of confusion, he flew off the arena. Haha, that's hilarious. Seeing this, Su Xian burst out laughing. A portion of the audience below the stage was also left dumbfounded. However, no one on Arena Stage 5 found it funny. They even felt a bit terrified. Su Junhao's strike just now had an aura that surpassed the fifth heaven of the divine power realm. This made them feel immense pressure and tension. If Su Junhao continued to attack them, they would probably all be eliminated one by one. Some people even began to slowly distance themselves from Su Junhao on number 9 martial arts stage. Li Fangjia and Wang Yi stood beside Su Hao, looking nervously at the surrounding crowd. At this moment, there were 36 people left on No. 9 martial arts stage, forming 7 teams. Only they and one other team had 3 members. The remaining 5 teams all had 6. This caused the crowd to start looking at the 2 teams with ill intent. Originally, Li Fangjia and Wang Yi wanted to take Su Hao to join up with the other 3-person team. However, they had to abandon this plan because 2 6-person teams stood between them. If they rashly tried to cross, they would certainly be attacked. Although the 2 of them knew Su Hao was strong, there were no weaklings here either. Moreover, there were no rules about fair duels here. Li Fangjia and Wang Yi glanced at each other, both seeing the worry in the other's eyes. They knew the current situation was very unfavorable for them, yet they felt as if they could do nothing. Li Fangjia turned to look at Su Hao and found him looking completely relaxed. A glimmer of hope couldn't help but rise in his heart as he asked in a low voice, Su Hao, do you have a plan? Su Hao scanned the surroundings, seemingly unaware that their environment was already very precarious. Then, under the expectant gazes of Li Fangjia and Wang Yi, he said lightheartedly, well, eliminating 6 more people should be enough. The 2 were stunned. He might as well have added the 3 of their names to that list. Li Fangjia smiled bitterly in his heart, not expecting their luck to be so bad this time. They might not even pass the first round. However, the 2 weren't prepared to give up and still wanted to give it one last shot. Li Fangjia let out a long breath. As things stand, we can only look for an opportunity to merge with the other 3. Wang Yi nodded. At this moment, several 6-person teams exchanged looks. The leader of one team stepped forward, looked at the other teams, and pointed at Su Hao's trio. It's time to end this free for all. We'll handle those 3, and the other 3 will be left to you. The leaders of the other teams didn't refuse upon hearing this, but they didn't act immediately either. HMPH. With a cold snort, Fan Xiangming led the 5 members of his team to stand before Su Hao's trio. Fan Xiangming looked at the 3 of them. I can give you a chance for a fair duel. We will only send out 3 people at a time. Ha ha ha. The 5 people behind Fan Xiangming laughed without any concealment after hearing this. Shameless. Li Fangjia and his companion almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is what you call a fair duel. Can you be any more shameless? Then, Fan Xiangming glanced at Li Fangjia and Wang Yi, continuing indifferently. You can choose to accept this opportunity, or you can choose not to. But I must remind you, if you don't accept, then we'll have to all attack together. The 5 behind him doubled over with laughter. Fan Xiangming enjoyed this feeling. Watching others struggle in despair before his eyes gave him an indescribable sense of pleasure. Su Hao frowned, looking at Fan Xiangming with some disdain. Then, under the shocked gazes of Li Fangjia and his companion, he slowly said, I'm in a hurry. All of you attack together. Hearing Su Hao's words, the smile on Fan Xiangming's face instantly froze. The 5 people behind him also stopped laughing, looking at Su Hao with faces full of disbelief. Is this guy crazy? To be so arrogant as to dare challenge their entire team alone. Courting death. Fan Xiangming let out a furious roar. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Since you seek your own destruction, then don't blame me for being merciless. The rest of you don't need to act. I'll do it myself. The cold voice coming from Fan Xiangming's mouth made the 5 people behind him shudder. Then, Fan Xiangming slowly drew the blade in his hand, and his cultivation at the fifth heaven of the divine power realm was displayed without restraint. 47. Number 47. All I want is to defeat you all, or be defeated by you all. Chapter 47. I only want to defeat everyone, or be defeated by everyone. When Li Fangjia and his companion felt the powerful aura emanating from Fan Xiangming, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They felt as if they had 1 foot over the edge of death. Both of them turned their heads to look at Su Hao. Although they didn't know exactly how strong Su Hao was, after these past few days of contact, they knew he wasn't someone who made empty boasts. Seeing their reaction, Fan Xiangming sneered, "Don't be in a hurry, it'll be your turn soon today, all of you must die." As he finished speaking, spiritual power began to condense within his body. The aura on Fan Xiangming's entire person became even more intense than before. Even the leaders of the other 6-person teams were drawn to look over. After all, this was only the first elimination round. Few people above the 4th heaven of the supernatural realm would choose to go all out. It's Fan Xiangming. He's actually going all out. I wonder what happened. This scene also caught the attention of many people below the stage. Fan Xiangming gripped his saber with both hands and raised it above his head, and a violent thunder attribute spiritual power erupted from his body. At this moment, the 5 people behind him were already so intimidated by his aura that they didn't dare to approach. With a roar, Fan Xiangming slashed down directly with the long saber in his hand. Instantly, a saber light flickering with thunder sliced through the air like a violent giant dragon, roaring as it surged toward Su Hao's trio. Even the air was somewhat distorted everywhere it passed. Li Fangjia and his companion looked at Su Hao nervously, wondering how he would respond. If they hadn't seen Su Hao's consistently calm expression, the two would have likely dragged him away from this place long ago. Fan Xiangming's attack drew closer and closer, the thunderlight on the saber light flickering with terrifying power. At this point, Li Fangjia and his companion could already clearly feel a faint stinging pain on their faces. At that moment, Su Hao took a step forward, and a faint golden light began to emerge around his body. What was puzzling was that Su Hao didn't even mobilize his spiritual power. He simply threw an ordinary punch. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Has this person given up resistance? Holy crap, he's trying to pull a scam at the martial arts tournament. Then, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. The moment the saber light touched Su Hao's fist, it shattered piece by piece. Until the saber light completely vanished, Su Hao remained standing where he was, completely unharmed. He hadn't even moved half a step. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, completely unable to believe their eyes. Fan Xiangming's full power strike was actually crushed directly by Su Hao's ordinary punch. Something like this would likely be difficult even for Tang Ming and 8th Prince to achieve. Li Fangjia and his companion were even more shocked into silence. They had never expected Su Hao to be able to crush Fan Xiangming's attack so easily. Seeing all this, Fan Xiangming retreated a few steps, an expression of disbelief on his face. Is that it? Your strength is a bit weak, did you not eat enough? Su Hao raised his fist and blew on it, as if he still hadn't had enough. You, who exactly are you? Fan Xiangming asked with a trembling voice. Su Hao smiled faintly. Hey, you're not worthy of knowing. After saying that, Su Hao's figure vanished from the spot. Immediately following that, 6 sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground were heard. Fan Xiangming and his 5 teammates fell directly off the stage. At this moment, Li Fangjia and his companion suddenly understood what Su Hao meant when he said that eliminating 6 more people would be enough. Ah, my Dantian, you've crippled my Dantian. Suddenly, Fan Xiangming's terrified voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, only to see Fan Xiangming lying on the ground, his face full of pain and fear. His body was trembling slightly, as if he couldn't control his muscles. Looking at the smiling Su Hao, the crowd couldn't help but shiver. For a martial artist, having their Dantian crippled was even harder to accept than being killed. Below the stage, the Fan family patriarch watched his family's future hope being destroyed, and his eyes turned red. Due to the rules of the martial arts tournament, he couldn't act now, but he had remembered Su Hao. This scene occurring on Martial Arts Arena 9 was also noticed by Zhou Yuanwu in the sect, leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Such strength had likely already faintly surpassed Tang Ming and 8th Prince. The two looked at each other, an uncertain guess forming in their hearts. However, Zhou Yuanwu frowned slightly, as if Su Hao's appearance had exceeded his expectations. Watching all this from below the stage, Han Yongnian felt a long-lost excitement fill his heart, and he seemed to have grown much younger. Beside him, Pei Yunsheng was beyond shocked, even feeling a sense of absurdity in his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Tiantong Prefecture produce such a prodigy? Although the presence of Su Junhao and Su Hao on Arena Stage 5 and No. 9 martial arts stage had caused quite a stir. The one that truly attracted the eyes of most people was Arena 3. In fact, Arena 3 had drawn a massive amount of attention from the very beginning. At this moment, on Arena 3, on one side, more than 30 people were gathered together. On the other side, a single person stood leisurely. What was ridiculous was that those 30+ people were currently looking at the person opposite them with fear and wariness. Everyone had varying degrees of injuries on their faces and bodies. There were even several people lying on the ground, and those who met that person's gaze couldn't help but retreat involuntarily. This person was none other than Su Feiming. Ever since hearing the story of his sixth brother, Su Xian, fighting all the martial artists alone during the Beiyan Prefecture City competition, Su Feiming felt as if he had undergone some kind of awakening. His entire being felt his blood boiling. And he was also full of adoration for his sixth brother. He decided he wanted to learn from his sixth brother. Therefore, since the elimination round began, Su Feiming hadn't hidden himself. He began to fight others one by one. As soon as he knocked one person down, he would move on to the next. At first, it didn't attract much attention, but as more and more people lay on the ground, it caught the eyes of everyone on the arena. By then, everyone realized that over a dozen people were already lying on the ground. But strangely, they didn't see Su Feiming eliminating anyone. He was merely knocking them down. Yes, that's right, he was just knocking them down and then switching to the next target. Someone boldly threw a martial artist who had been knocked down off the arena and found that Su Feiming didn't care. Thus, they happily followed behind Su Feiming. Once Su Feiming knocked someone down, they would throw the person off the arena to eliminate them. But then, everyone discovered in horror that Su Feiming had targeted all of them, and their speed of eliminating others wasn't as fast as Su Feiming's speed of knocking them down. Just when everyone thought Su Feiming would stop once everyone was knocked down, what made everyone's scalp go numb was that after everyone was knocked down, Su Feiming actually helped them up and then continued to knock them down. Someone asked Su Feiming in a breakdown why he was doing this. In response, Su Feiming only said calmly, "I only want to defeat you all, or be defeated by you all." Hearing this, everyone completely broke down. Where the hell did this lunatic come from? Yet none of them could beat Su Feiming. Thus, the scene from just now occurred. The events taking place on Martial Arts Arena 3 also continuously attracted the gaze of the audience below the stage. 48. Number 48 Martial Arts Tournament in Progress. Chapter 48. The Martial Arts Tournament in Progress. The martial artists still on Arena 3 were those unwilling to give up on the martial arts tournament easily. Before this, many martial artists had already jumped off the arena to eliminate themselves, unable to endure the torment. Listen to me, everyone, there are only 35 of us left now. As long as 5 more people are eliminated, the melee will be over, then we can leave the arena. Hearing someone shout, the group of martial artists on Arena 3 realized that there were indeed only 35 people left on stage. No, it was 34 people plus one madman, having been exhausted from running for their lives, supported only by sheer willpower. They hadn't had the energy to pay attention to anyone else. They didn't dare take their eyes off Su Feiming for even a moment. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell upon the 5 unconscious martial artists lying on the ground. Without hesitation, everyone moved in unspoken coordination. Some of the stronger martial artists took the initiative to block the middle of the arena. The others immediately dragged the 5 unconscious martial artists toward the edge of the arena. Only after watching the last unconscious martial artist being thrown off the arena did the others breathe a long sigh of relief. During this time, a dozen more people had been knocked to the ground once again by Su Feiming. The first round of the martial arts tournament has ended. All advancing martial artists will begin the second round in half an hour. Not until a eunuch announced the end of the first round did the people still on the martial arts arena finally relax. By this time, they no longer needed to be on guard against those around them. Some martial artists who had consumed a lot of energy immediately returned to their respective factions to begin recovering their spiritual power. Han Yongnian looked at the members of the Su family with a beaming smile. All 18 people from Tiantong Prefecture had passed the first round's melee. Aside from Li Fangjia and Wang Yeyi, the remaining 5 were also lucky enough to be grouped with the other members of the Su family. Thus, under the protection of the Su family, they all passed the first round of the competition. As for how far they could go in the second round, that would depend on themselves. Pei Yunsheng looked at the 3 people who had advanced by his side, then looked at the 18 who had advanced by Han Yongnin's side. His face was a picture of utter despair. Time passed quickly, and half an hour vanished in an instant. The second round of the competition officially began. The rules for the second round were also very simple. The 300 martial artists who successfully advanced would face off in one-on-one duels. The winners would directly advance to the next round. As for the 150 losers, they would be ranked based on their battle duration. The longer the battle lasted, the higher their ranking. Once all 300 martial artists from the first round had finished their duels, the 150 losers would begin the ranking challenges. Each person had one chance to challenge someone rank higher than themselves. If the challenger won, the two would swap rankings. If the challenge failed, the challenger's rank would drop by 10 places. There was only one restriction. The same martial artist could not be challenged consecutively. Finally, after the ranking challenges for the 150 losers concluded, the top 50 would also advance to the next round. The 100-man melee in the first round could only be described as an appetizer for the martial arts tournament. The duels in the second round were the true beginning of the exciting moments. Dark horses like Su Hao, who performed exceptionally in the first round, were also noticed by prestigious prodigy martial artists like Tang Ming, and the clamor for Su Hao to take first place in the martial arts tournament was gradually catching up to that of Tang Ming and the Eighth Prince. This led everyone to start anticipating which of the three would ultimately claim the championship. Because there were 10 martial arts arenas, 10 matches could take place simultaneously. This greatly accelerated the progress of the competition. The martial artists participating in the second round showed a significant improvement in overall strength. This also made the second round more worth watching. Sometimes, the evenly matched situations between two people on the stage provided a feast for the eyes of the audience below. To win their duels, some martial artists were forced to use their ultimate techniques. The various ultimate techniques of the martial artists brought a shocking visual feast to the audience. After one martial artist after another took the stage, the second round of duels gradually drew to a close. From Tiantong Prefecture, aside from the Su family, only Li Fangjia and Wang Yi successfully advanced to the next round. Beiyan Prefecture was even more pathetic, with only Su Xian successfully entering the next round. By this time, Pei Yunsheng's initial ambitions had been extinguished. Originally, with Su Xian's strength, he would certainly be able to enter the top 50, so Pei Yunsheng should have been happy. But looking at the people from Tiantong Prefecture, Pei Yunsheng simply couldn't find any joy. And Tiantong Prefecture's performance this time caused all the other prefecture cities to view them in a new light. After learning the full story, many prefecture governors sighed repeatedly at Han Yongnan's good fortune. Soon, the third round of the competition began. It was also one-on-one duels. The 200 martial artists who advanced from the second round continued their duels to select 100 winners. Then, the 100 losers could each challenge one of the other winners once. However, each winner could only be challenged once. If multiple people wanted to challenge the same winner at the same time, all the challengers would have to determine the strongest among them to challenge the winner. Of course, if any of the initial 100 winners were successfully challenged, then that person would also have one chance to challenge another winner. In the end, only the 100 martial artists who remained on the winning side would advance. This round of competition was the true test of a genius martial artist's sustained combat capability. Having gone through 2 consecutive rounds of competition, the exhaustion of most martial artists had intensified. Even with time to recover, it couldn't withstand the massive consumption of energy and the increasing number of injuries. For all the martial artists who remained until now were people of great strength and firm will. Even quite a few martial artists who had just entered the Divine Power Realm First Heaven were eliminated. Facing off against these martial artists, they had to maintain absolute focus. It wasn't until the third round ended that those who successfully advanced erupted in excited ecstasy, not only because the remaining matches wouldn't start until tomorrow, giving them more time to recover their condition, but also because, at this moment, they had essentially taken half a step into those 50 spots. They only had to wait for the next round to begin to truly determine the ownership of the spots. By now, the sky had already begun to darken. Therefore, the remaining matches were set to continue tomorrow. Although today's competition had ended, the shock that today's matches brought to everyone was widely spread, and the identities of those martial artists who had distinguished themselves in the competition were investigated by various factions. Of course, their primary goal was to see if these geniuses could be recruited for their own use. However, as their investigations deepened, the identities of some individuals caused a massive stir. For instance, the identities of the Su family members. 49. #49 A Dark Night for Murder. Chapter 49. A Dark Moon and a Night for Murder. Night, the Great Zhou capital, the Fan family estate. At this moment, the entire estate was shrouded in an atmosphere of sorrow. Looking at Fan Xiangming, who lay on the bed still unconscious. The Fan family Grand Elder's heart was filled with endless grief. Fan Xiangming was the only son he had fathered in his later years. He had shown startling martial talent since childhood and was the focus of the family's high expectations. He was the genius martial artist with the greatest hope of breaking through to the king realm. In their family, he was also the son he took the most pride in. However, at this moment, Fan Xiangming lay on the bed, unconscious. The news that his Dantian had been destroyed was even more impossible for him to accept. The Fan family patriarch stood behind the Grand Elder, watching as the Grand Elder seemed to have aged decades in a single instant. His heart was also full of sadness and helplessness. He knew what it meant for Fan Xiangming's Dantian to be destroyed. Not only could Fan Xiangming never cultivate again, but it also meant the family's hope of a breakthrough to the king realm was shattered. Originally, he had been prepared to deal with Su Hao, not just to avenge Fan Xiangming, but also for the interests of the Fan family. But just now, he had received news that Su Hao was actually a member of the Su family of Qingyun Mountain. The Su family of Qingyun Mountain. Just these few words weighed on him so heavily he could barely breathe. He knew well that as far as dealing with Su Hao was concerned, the Fan family could only let the matter drop. If they dared to move against Su Hao, the entire Fan family would likely face a cataclysmic disaster. The Fan family patriarch took a deep breath, patted the Grand Elder's shoulder, and offered a helpless consolation. Grand Elder, the opponent is from the Su family, that Su family of Qingyun Mountain. Do you understand what I mean? A flicker of tears and hatred flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes, but he forced himself not to let the tears fall. Rest assured, Patriarch, I understand. I will prioritize the family's interests. His raspy voice betrayed a sense of calm and a hint of resolve. The Fan family patriarch nodded. Grand Elder, do not worry. The family will spare no expense to find a way to repair a Dantian, so that Xiangming can cultivate again. The night was half over. The Fan family Grand Elder sat quietly in Fan Xiangming's room. The room was pitch black. A cold light flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes as he gazed out the window at the night sky. In the silent night sky, only a few stars flickered with a faint light, like lonely candle flames. The moon was blocked by thick clouds, unable to shed a single ray of light. He understood that the family could not become enemies with the Su family for Minger's sake. But he could not accept that Minger's Dantian had been destroyed. He had never heard of any possibility of recovery once a Dantian was destroyed. His Minger could no longer cultivate, and it seemed his own hope for living was gone as well. Thus, he decided to personally take action against Su Hao. His previous promise to the Patriarch to prioritize the family's interests was merely to avoid drawing the Patriarch's attention. From the moment he knew Minger's Dantian was destroyed, he never intended to let the other party off easily, no matter who that person was. If he couldn't even protect his own son, then what was the point of living? Vaulting out the window, the Grand Elder's figure vanished into the darkness. The capital, YCII. Su Hao was currently cultivating in his room. He held a saint-grade spirit stone in each hand, and his body emitted a faint glow of spiritual power. By now, the Fan family Grand Elder had already arrived at the YCII. As for Su Hao's room, he had already sent people to find its location. He knew Han Yangnian was at the life and death realm 7th heaven. Although he didn't fear the man, if he were discovered, it would likely affect his plan. Therefore, the Fan family Grand Elder did his utmost to conceal his aura, not daring to leak even a trace. When he reached the door of Su Hao's room, he carefully sensed the situation inside again, confirming there was nothing unusual. Thus, he prepared to push the door open, enter, kill Su Hao with a thunderous strike, and then leave. Just as his hand was about to touch the door, the scenery before him suddenly changed. One moment he was in the inn, and the next he had arrived in a world of ice and snow. A piercing cold wind howled past, and the Fan family Grand Elder immediately felt an icy chill rush toward him. A domain. It's a king realm expert. The Fan family Grand Elder was greatly shocked, and a wave of despair welled up in his heart. He hadn't expected that Su Hao actually had a king realm expert following him. Facing a king realm expert, he had zero chance of victory. Originally, he thought that with his life and death realm 9th heaven cultivation, eliminating Su Hao would be practically foolproof. But now, he likely wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. He wasn't afraid to die, but the hateful thing was that Su Hao was still alive. Then, a man wearing a star-patterned robe appeared within the domain. The terrifying aura pressed down so hard that the Fan family Grand Elder could barely stand straight. Who are you? Rat's cold voice rang out. Despite being in a world of ice and snow, cold sweat still poured from the Fan family Grand Elder's forehead. HMPH, don't think you'll get any information from me. The Fan family Grand Elder gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, then used all his strength to lift his head. A pair of hateful eyes stared fixedly at Rat. He knew it was absolutely impossible to escape from the hands of a King Realm expert. It was just hateful that he couldn't avenge Minger. Then, the spiritual power throughout the Fan family Grand Elder's body began to surge rapidly, and his entire aura became extremely unstable. Oh, you wanna self-detonate? Another flat voice echoed within the domain. Then, the Fan family Grand Elder suddenly found that the chi inside his body began to calm down uncontrollably. Immediately following that, the flow of blood throughout his body also began to slow down. Finally, he began to slowly lose consciousness. A moment later, the Fan family Grand Elder's figure appeared back at the door of Su Hao's room. Only now, he had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Rat appeared, waved his hand, and collected the Fan family Grand Elder's corpse. These changes outside the room didn't even slightly affect Su Hao inside Rat hid within a fold of space. He carefully recalled everything that had happened around Su Hao these past few days. He quickly focused his attention on today's martial arts tournament, because there weren't many people who could be considered to have a grudge against Su Hao while also being able to mobilize a life and death realm 9th heaven martial artist. The most likely candidate was the martial artist whose Dantian had been destroyed by Su Hao. Having identified the target, Rat immediately contacted Ox. After explaining a few things, Rat left the inn with the frozen corpse a deserted corner of the capital. The Fan family Grand Elder's corpse was tossed onto the ground. Rat stood beside it, circulating his spiritual power and continuously performing secret techniques with his hands. A drop of blood slowly floated out from the Fan family Grand Elder's body. Secret art, bloodline tracking. Rat gave a low shout. Then, a strange star formation appeared beneath the blood. Having absorbed the blood, the star formation began to glow brightly, emitting a mysterious aura. Then the star formation began to shift and change continuously. Then, under Rat's surprised gaze, the star formation directly collapsed, turning into spiritual energy and dissipating into the world. No blood relatives? Rat frowned. Bloodline tracking was a secret technique from his inherited memories. It could find a person's parents and children based on their blood. Unless these people did not exist, the star formation would not collapse. 50. Number 50. The Fan family of Wangdu is annihilated. Chapter 50. The capital's Fan family, annihilated. Originally, Rat had intended to use a bloodline tracking secret technique to directly locate the enemy's faction. Now, it seemed he would have to find another way. After a brief thought, Rat carried the corpse and arrived in the sky above a nearby city gate. Then, he dropped the corpse straight down. Thud. The corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, immediately catching the attention of the surrounding soldiers. A soldier shouted toward the direction of the sound, "Who goes there?" Seeing no response from the other side, several nearby soldiers looked at each other. Then, they drew the weapons at their waists and slowly walked forward. Once they were closer, they finally saw clearly that the one lying on the ground was actually a person, and there was no longer any breath of life. The men looked at one another in bewilderment. Rat remained hidden in the void above the city gate, coldly watching everything below. This person seems to be the Grand Elder of the Fan family. Someone looking at the corpse on the ground recognized the identity of the Fan family's Grand Elder. This is trouble. Go notify the general, quickly. One of them left immediately, while the others began to stand guard around the area. Hearing a soldier recognize the identity of the corpse, Rat gave a cold laugh. Hey, the Fan family, is it? It was exactly as he had expected. He remembered that the martial artist whose Dantian was crippled by Su Hao was also called by the surname Fan. And to be able to take action in such a short time, it must be a power within the royal capital. Even if they weren't a power inside the royal capital, they wouldn't be far from it. His idea was very simple. That was to use these soldiers at the city gate, who frequently saw figures from various factions, to identify the corpse's identity. However, although he now knew the identity of the corpse, Rat did not act immediately. He was waiting for these soldiers to lead him to the Fan family. Soon, the general guarding the city arrived at the scene. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he also felt his scalp go numb. These families with relatively strong power were particularly difficult to deal with. Now that a Grand Elder had actually died, things probably wouldn't settle down for several days. You go. Never mind, I'll go to the Fan family myself. You few watch this place. Don't let anyone disturb it. After saying that, the city guard general hurriedly left the city gate. Rat naturally followed closely behind him. Royal capital, Fan family estate. The Fan family patriarch was lying in bed when he suddenly woke up from his dreams with a start. He felt a sense of unease, as if he had some ominous premonition. And his intuition made him feel that this was related to the Grand Elder. Martial artists would occasionally have premonitions. These premonitions would be related to certain people or events. Furthermore, the stronger the martial artist, the clearer the premonition would be. The Fan family patriarch rose quickly and opened the door. He summoned a servant and asked, "Where is the Grand Elder now?" Reporting to the patriarch, ever since the Grand Elder entered young Master Ming's room, he hasn't come out. The Fan family patriarch frowned, feeling more and more that something was wrong. Thus, he prepared to go and see for himself. Just as the Fan family patriarch was about to take a step, a servant ran over in a panic and spoke. "Patriarch, it's bad. The city guard general from the North Gate has come to say that the Grand Elder's corpse has appeared at the city gate." Boom! The moment he heard those words, the Fan family patriarch felt his mind go blank. A strong sense of dread surged in his heart. The Fan family Grand Elder dared to assassinate a Su family disciple. His clan shall now be exterminated as a warning to others. A majestic voice resounded throughout the entire sky above the royal capital. Following that, the Fan family patriarch saw a giant image of a rat appear in the night sky, which then stepped directly down toward the Fan family estate. He just wanted to circulate his spiritual energy to resist, but to his horror, he found that he couldn't even move. The entire Fan family estate was permeated with the terrifying pressure of a King Realm expert. A King Realm expert. This was the final thought in the Fan family patriarch's mind. Boom! The entire Fan family estate vanished into nothingness after the giant rat image's single step, and that city guard general, watching the Fan family estate right before his eyes suddenly be destroyed, was filled with shock and fear. Something big has happened. He felt that the royal capital might be falling into chaos. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, several figures emitting terrifying auras appeared in the sky above the royal capital. Every single figure was a King Realm expert. The several people looking at the destroyed Fan family were also speechless. They also had some understanding of what had happened during the day at the martial arts tournament. After all, the Fan family's own strength was not considered weak. Plus there was the amazingly talented Fan Xiongming. There was a great possibility they would have become the next family in the royal capital to promote to a King Realm power. Therefore, the Fan family was also looked upon favorably by some powers that possessed King Realm experts. And from the words left by the person who had just acted, it wasn't hard for the few of them to guess the general course of events. They could only sigh that the Fan family was truly foolish to actually provoke the Su family for the sake of someone whose Dantian had been crippled. After discovering that the Su family King Realm expert who had acted had already left, the several people also departed one after another. After all, this place was now a center of trouble. Royal Capital Palace. Zhou Yuanwu's expression was somewhat gloomy as he cast his gaze toward the direction of the Fan family, murmuring in a low voice, "HMPH, the Su family, is it? Since you insist on jumping out, then let's start with your Su family." This sentence was spoken very softly. Even the chief eunuch Li Xinrong behind him did not hear it. Then, Zhou Yuanwu continued to Li Xinrong, "Arrange for people to go and handle the matters of the Fan family." Heavenly Sword Sect's lodging. Heavenly Sword Sect leader Sword Elder Wind and Tang Ming sat opposite each other. They seemed indifferent to what was happening in the outside world. Sword Elder Wind took a sip of tea. The Su family's strength cannot be underestimated. "How much confidence do you have in facing Su Hao?" "Master, although Su Hao is very strong, I have the confidence to overcome him," Tang Ming said confidently, and after speaking, he even released his aura of the Divine Ability Realm, 7th Heaven. Sword Elder Wind smiled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. Good, another breakthrough." Although it was already the middle of the night, the matter of the Fan family still caused quite a stir. The Fan family's Grand Elder wanted to take revenge on Su Hao, only to actually provoke a Su family King Realm expert to take action. This is insane. Aren't King Realm experts usually kept at home like deities? Using them to deliver invitations would still be somewhat understandable. After all, some powers also have King Realm experts. Sending out a King Realm expert would at least ensure the family doesn't lose face. But using them to protect a family disciple is a bit too much, isn't it? Is it some kind of persecution paranoia? Or does the family have so many King Realm experts that they have nothing else to do? Although, facts also proved that this time, it was thanks to the secret protection of a King Realm expert that they could avoid the Fan family's poisonous hands. But everyone still couldn't help but complain sourly. While complaining, they also began to envy Su Hao and the others. However, what everyone didn't know was that even without a King Realm expert's protection, the Fan family Grand Elder wouldn't have been able to harm the Su family members in the slightest. Rat's action further strengthened many people's determination to join the Su family, and some who originally had no intention of joining the Su family also began to waver. After all, with such a powerful family protecting them, it would be much safer when traveling abroad. The next day, as soon as it was dawn, the royal capital began to become lively again. After all, today was the final day of the martial arts tournament. It was also the day the ownership of the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm slots would be decided. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Arena Number 7, Su Ziyu vs. Du Shiying. Chapter 51. Arena Number 7, Su Ziyu vs. Du Shiying. After the events of last night, the way everyone looked at Su Hao and the others had changed. Although some might not have known at first, news of the Fan family's situation had already spread far and wide. There was envy, there was jealousy, but no one dared to harbor any hostility. After all, the ruins of the Fan family's estate had not even been cleared yet, although the Fan family's affair left everyone shocked and sighing. Today's martial arts tournament matches were still highly anticipated because today's first round of matches was for slots in the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm. The Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm was not within the Great Zhou Dynasty, but rather in Phoenix Cry Valley within the Sunset Mountain Range. The Sunset Mountain Range was a massive mountain range surrounded by 4 nations: the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Purple Cloud Dynasty, the Blazing Sun Dynasty, and the Silver Moon Dynasty. It could even be said that the 4 nations were formed around the Sunset Mountain Range. Even the powerhouses of the 4 nations had not fully explored what lay in the depths of the mountain range, because the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from some areas made even them feel a sense of dread. Once, a powerhouse from the Blazing Sun Dynasty with peaked King Realm strength entered. But in less than 15 minutes, he fled back out, heavily injured and with a face full of terror. He didn't even have time to speak before he collapsed into a coma. Not long after, he died from his severe injuries. Until the moment of his death, that powerhouse never woke up. Thus, the people of the 4 nations had no way of knowing what had happened inside. From then on, no one dared to enter the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range again. Phoenix Cry Valley was only in the peripheral region of the Sunset Mountain Range. And the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm was located exactly within Phoenix Cry Valley. Legend has it that the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm was a secret realm formed after the fall of a phoenix. Whether this rumor was true or false remained unknown. However, many opportunities and heaven and earth treasures existed within the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm. It was especially beneficial for supernatural realm martial artists. This was why these martial artists flocked to it. The Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm had a restriction. It only allowed martial artists under the age of 30 to enter. If a martial artist over 30 entered, they would be immediately teleported out. The Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm only opened once every 5 years, which was why Great Zhou's martial arts tournament was held every 5 years. Not only Great Zhou, but the other 3 nations also had their own ways of selecting participants for the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm. Actually, in the beginning, anyone could enter the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm. But as the intervals between the openings of the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm grew longer, the powerhouses of the 4 nations realized a problem. That was, the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm needed time to recover. After that, the 4 nations agreement was established. That is, each nation would only send 50 people into the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm each time. This agreement has continued to this day. And the opening time of the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm gradually stabilized at once every 5 years. Arena 1, Luo Yang vs. Zhang Han. Arena 2, He Yujin vs. Yang Xing. Arena number 7, Su Ziyu vs. Du Shiying. Will the above martial artists please take the stage for their matches? As the competition began, the matchup lists for each arena were quickly released. Holy crap, it's here, there's a Su family disciple on arena number 7. Du Shiying, isn't he the number 1 genius of the Du family? He possesses wind attribute spiritual power, is incredibly fast, and is extremely difficult to deal with. This Su family disciple is in trouble. More than that, I heard Du Shiying once relied on his speed advantage to fight the 8th prince for dozens of moves without being defeated. Hey, I think none of the Su family disciples are simple. Just wait and see. Upon hearing that a Su family disciple and Du Shiying were appearing in the first 10 arena matches, especially since the 2 were actually opponents, everyone's interest was immediately piqued. One side was a Su family disciple with a terrifying background. The other side was a renowned genius of the royal capital. This also filled everyone with anticipation. On arena number 7, Du Shiying looked at the Su family disciple opposite him with a cautious expression. He didn't take her lightly just because she looked young. He remembered what happened on arena 3 yesterday very clearly, although he wasn't on arena 3 himself. but he could still feel that Su Feiming's strength was very formidable, and although this Su Ziyu before him seemed to perform averagely, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, how could anyone from the Su family be simple? Du Shiying took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and prepared for the duel. Su family, Su Ziyu. Su Ziyu spoke in a crisp voice. Du family, Du Shiying. Du Shiying gripped the sword in his hand and announced his name. Then, the match officially began. Du Shiying directly activated his spiritual power, and the aura of the fifth heaven of the divine power realm manifested. Immediately after, a light breeze began to blow continuously across arena number 7. This was Du Shiying using his own wind spiritual power to stir the surrounding wind elements. This would also be more conducive to his movements. Then, Du Shiying's body swayed slightly, as if merging into the surroundings. His entire being began to become elusive and unpredictable. This is wind control. My god, Du Shiying actually used his innate divine ability right from the start. Someone in the crowd who knew Du Shiying cried out in surprise upon seeing this. Hearing this, others couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Du Shiying actually took this Su family disciple so seriously. Seeing Du Shiying use his divine ability power directly, Su Ziyu also entered a combat state. Then, with a tap of his foot, Du Shiying's body shot towards Su Ziyu like an arrow from a bow. He decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. Due to the blessing of the wind attribute, Du Shiying became even swifter and more agile. He even left afterimages behind. Clang! A flash of sword light sparked, bringing with it a brilliant glow. The two clashed and separated instantly. A flash of shock crossed Du Shiying's eyes. His attack had been blocked. He had already used his divine ability power, and the speed he unleashed was something even a fourth heaven of the supernatural realm martial artist could not easily track. It wasn't until the two separated after the strike that the afterimage Du Shiying left behind slowly vanished. However, in Su Ziyu's eyes, Du Shiying had merely jogged over and then slowly thrust his sword at her, and she had simply parried it casually. Boom! The audience below erupted into a chorus of exclamations upon seeing this. Du Shiying's face was solemn. He had still underestimated Su Ziyu. However, what Du Shiying didn't know was, Su Ziyu possessed the exquisite immortal body, which could see through all illusions. It also gave Su Ziyu terrifying powers of perception. The speed Du Shiying took pride in seemed only slightly faster than an average martial artist. To Su Ziyu, seeing that his previous attack had not worked, Du Shiying activated his divine ability power once more. Simultaneously, he gave a low shout, Spiral 9 Shadows. In an instant, 9 Du Shiyings appeared around Su Ziyu. 52. Number 52. Du Shiying is devastated. Chapter 52. Du Shiying's breakdown. At this moment, arena number 7 had already attracted the attention of many genius martial artists. Even Tang Ming and the 8th Prince's gazes were cast toward arena number 7. Initially, most people were more interested in studying Du Shiying's attack methods, hoping to find an effective way to counter them. As for Su Ziyu, most were simply curious. But after their first exchange, the crowd discovered that Su Ziyu's strength was actually not inferior to Du Shiying's. What was even more ridiculous was that the cultivation Su Ziyu displayed was actually only the divine power realm first heaven. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Many martial artists who knew Du Shiying's strength well were shouting, impossible, in their hearts. A flash of surprise crossed Tang Ming's eyes. He had guessed that Su Ziyu could withstand Du Shiying's attacks, but he hadn't expected it to be so easy. The 8th prince frowned slightly. He was very surprised by Su Ziyu's strength. Others might not know Du Shiying's strength, but he had personally fought against him. With the enhancement of divine ability power, Du Shiying already had the ability to challenge those at higher levels. At this time, on arena number 7, 9 Du Shiyings simultaneously raised the swords in their hands and attacked Su Ziyu. Even the expressions on their faces were exactly the same. The Spiral 9 Shadows was precisely Du Shiying's famous ultimate skill. Furthermore, it paired perfectly with Du Shiying's divine ability power. Spiral 9 Shadows simultaneously condenses 9 afterimages and allows for instantaneous switching between them. With the enhancement of divine ability power, Du Shiying could even condense a 10th afterimage. However, condensing the 10th afterimage consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, Du Shiying rarely used it, and outsiders knew even less about it. Looking at the 9 afterimages appearing around her, Su Ziyu didn't show the slightest hint of panic, because she could clearly sense which afterimage Du Shiying was hidden in. Su Ziyu turned around to face an afterimage that was originally behind her. Then, just as she raised her sword to block, she suddenly felt that Du Shiying had moved to an afterimage on the side. So, Su Ziyu followed and turned as well. At this moment, Du Shiying was terrified. When Su Ziyu first turned around, he thought it was a coincidence. Then, he switched to the afterimage on the side. To his surprise, Su Ziyu immediately turned again. Thus, a bizarre scene appeared on the arena. Su Ziyu kept turning around, while Du Shiying's 9 afterimages delayed their attack. This scene left everyone feeling extremely surprised. Why had Du Shiying stopped his attack even though he had already unleashed his famous ultimate skill, Spiral 9 Shadows? Watching the bizarre scene on the arena, the 8th prince's heart suddenly jolted. Du Shiying's true body has been discovered. In reality, performing the Spiral 9 Shadows doesn't increase the user's strength by much. The greatest function of the Spiral 9 Shadows is to interfere with the opponent's judgment, thereby launching a surprise attack, and it's very difficult for an ordinary person to accurately find the true body among the afterimages to block it. This is the truly terrifying aspect of the Spiral 9 Shadows. As Su Ziyu discovered his true body after multiple afterimage switches, Du Shiying's heart began to experience a minor breakdown, but he knew he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Otherwise, by the time his spiritual power was exhausted, he wouldn't even have a chance to strike. Now, he could only risk everything on one final attempt. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a 10th afterimage of Du Shiying slowly appeared on arena number 7. The 10th afterimage. The crowd cried out in alarm. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, suspecting they were seeing things because there were too many afterimages. Below the stage, the 8th prince clenched his fists and hissed through gritted teeth. Du Shiying. If it weren't for the martial arts tournament, the 8th prince would definitely have dragged Du Shiying out right now, and then fought him again, fighting until he unleashed that 10th afterimage. On the arena, after unleashing the 10th afterimage, Du Shiying did not hesitate. He immediately launched an attack on Su Ziyu. In an instant, Du Shiying's 10 afterimages swept toward Su Ziyu simultaneously, each carrying a terrifying aura. Yet Su Ziyu still accurately found Du Shiying's true body. After one strike, Du Shiying immediately switched afterimages. The sounds of spiritual artifacts clashing rang out continuously. The crowd watched on, even more shocked. A quarter hour later, Su Ziyu remained completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Du Shiying's 10 afterimages dissipated one by one, until Du Shiying's true body was revealed. Only then did the crowd notice that Du Shiying was already drenched in sweat, his breathing erratic. The hand holding his sword was trembling uncontrollably. Just as Su Ziyu was about to raise her hand to continue the attack, Du Shiying sat directly on the ground, waving his hands hurriedly and panting. "No more fighting, no more fighting, I concede." The crowd broke into an uproar. They hadn't expected Du Shiying to choose to concede directly. Arena number 7, Su Ziyu wins. At this moment, Du Shiying's heart was already streaming with tears. What kind of freaks are in the Su family? He had exhausted his spiritual power and yet hadn't injured Su Ziyu in the slightest. Not only was the Spiral 9 Shadows seen through directly, but every attack also rebounded with immense force. If they continued, he probably wouldn't even be able to hold onto his sword. The martial arts tournament continued. Several others among the Su family also participated in the arena battles one after another. Without any surprises, they all emerged victorious, especially in the most recent 2 arena duels. Upon hearing their opponent was from the Su family, the two didn't even step onto the arena before conceding directly. Compared to facing the Su family, the two of them preferred to preserve their condition for the upcoming quota challenge matches. Yes, this round of competition still had a challenge phase, solely to select the strongest 50 people to explore the Phoenix Fall ancient realm, but no one mocked these two, because the battles of Su Ziyu and the others had already given everyone a clearer understanding of the Su family disciples' strength. That is, it surpassed common sense. Simply and casually fighting across levels. Most importantly, the people being defeated across levels were not ordinary people. The martial arts tournament itself was a gathering place for genius martial artists. Not to mention they had already gone through several rounds of screening yesterday. Any martial artist who could remain until now would be considered a genius capable of fighting across levels anywhere else. But here, they were being casually defeated across levels by people from the Su family. Fighting across levels was one thing, but what many geniuses found unacceptable was that it wasn't just across one level. This also made some people yearn even more for the Su family. How powerful and mysterious must a family be to cultivate such disciples? Arena number 10, Su Xin vs Wang Haoyang. Soon, the name of a Su family disciple appeared in the match list once again. Just as everyone thought Wang Haoyang was also going to concede, they heard words that surprised them immensely. "I, Wang Haoyang, stand tall and upright. I will never concede." 53. Number 53 Wang Haoyang, a man of unwavering integrity. Chapter 53. The iron-willed Wang Haoyang. Wang Haoyang's voice resounded through the entire area, his eyes flashing with a resolute light. From the day he entered the sect, his master had told him one thing. We martial artists should stand tall between heaven and earth, defy the heavens even if faced with 10,000 difficulties, we must press on. These words were deeply etched into Wang Haoyang's heart, becoming the motto of his cultivation path. Whenever he encountered setbacks or difficulties, he would recall his master's teachings to inspire himself to keep moving forward. It was precisely because of this that he, whose talent was not considered top tier, could achieve what he had today. Now, facing the powerful Su family disciple, Wang Haoyang naturally would not retreat in the slightest. On arena number 10, Wang Haoyang cupped his fists. Iron Bone Sect, Wang Haoyang. Su Xin also cupped his fists in return. Su family, Su Xin. The two locked eyes and the atmosphere began to grow tense. Wang Haoyang's courage to step onto the stage was not out of recklessness. He knew the strength of the Su family disciples, but he had his own trump cards. All his confidence stemmed from the divine ability he had awakened and the cultivation technique he practiced. The Iron Bone sect was famous for body tempering, and its sect techniques leaned toward defense. Furthermore, Wang Haoyang had awakened a divine ability entirely dedicated to defense. Absolute defense. Absolute defense was known as an existence that could not be broken by those in the same realm. He had once used his absolute defense divine ability to withstand an attack from a martial artist 2 realms higher than himself. Afterward, he had only sustained some minor injuries. With his current strength at the 5th heaven of the divine power realm, he could withstand the attack of a martial artist at the divine ability realm, 7th heaven. Divine ability realm, 7th heaven. This was a realm that had never appeared in previous sessions. Even if the Su family was strong, he did not believe Su Xin could exert power exceeding the divine ability realm, 7th heaven. As the battle began, Wang Haoyang immediately unleashed his divine ability. A light screen slowly began to emerge around Wang Haoyang, gradually becoming solid. This light screen was an earthy yellow, like an indestructible wall, completely enveloping Wang Haoyang within. It's Wang Haoyang's absolute defense. Holy crap, I get it, so that's what Wang Haoyang was planning. Seeing the light screen appear, someone immediately recognized it as Wang Haoyang's divine ability. At the same time, they understood why Wang Haoyang dared to step onto the stage to challenge. Speaking of which, Wang Haoyang's fame among these geniuses was not due to his great strength, but because he was incredibly resilient to beatings. Coupled with the fact that the Iron Bone sect's techniques focused on defense, Wang Haoyang did not have many offensive methods. However, his defensive skills caused quite a headache for many martial artists who had fought him. Whenever he fought, Wang Haoyang would first exhaust the opponent's spiritual energy. Only when the opponent's spiritual energy was nearly depleted would Wang Haoyang make his move. Therefore, there were truly few peers who were confident they could defeat Wang Haoyang. This made Wang Haoyang sigh with even more gratitude for his master's excellent guidance. Although absolute defense was extremely strong in defense, it had one drawback. That was, while using absolute defense, Wang Haoyang could not move. So, while Wang Haoyang's defense was astonishing, it was not without a counter. After all, if you can't beat him, you can certainly outrun him. Seeing this, Su Xin grinned. Is he planning to fight a war of attrition with me? Perfect. I haven't had a chance to try my newly awakened divine ability. This is a good opportunity. Thus, Su Xin flickered and appeared directly in front of Wang Haoyang. Then, he cracked his neck a few times, his fists popping and cracking. With these few movements from Su Xin, his cultivation at the Divine Power Realm First Heaven was also revealed. Divine Power Realm First Heaven. Feeling Su Xin's strength, Wang Haoyang's confidence increased quite a bit. Although the Su family disciples were strong, they weren't as exaggerated as the rumors suggested. Sure enough, Master was right. If I don't even dare to face this duel, how can I talk about standing tall? At this moment, Wang Haoyang's back straightened a bit more. After arriving in front of Wang Haoyang, Su Xin didn't waste any words and directly activated his divine ability power. All-shattering. Yes, this was exactly the divine ability power Su Xin had awakened. Coupled with the radiant gold saint body, it could make every one of Su Xin's attacks even more destructive and penetrating. A golden light flashed in his hand, and Su Xin punched the light screen directly. Clang! A loud explosion rang out. The entire arena seemed to shake. After the strike, the light screen appeared unchanged. He blocked it. Wang Haoyang blocked Su Xin's attack. Seeing that Wang Haoyang had actually blocked the attack, some of the audience members below the stage broke into exclamations of surprise. Su Xin's expression didn't change at all, because he had only made a probing attack just now. From the results of the probe, this light screen indeed had extremely strong defensive power. It would probably take a few more punches to see a change. Inside the light screen, however, Wang Haoyang's expression changed slightly. He felt that some things seemed different from what he had expected. The defensive power of the light screen formed by absolute defense seemed to have weakened. Su Shin's attack had caused him some damage. While he was still puzzled, Su Shin's fists began to slam into the light screen continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Su Shin swung his fists like an untiring machine, smashing them into the light screen one after another. Meanwhile, Wang Haoyang's expression changed again and again. Then, he directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Subsequently, Wang Haoyang began to feel dizzy, and even Su Shin started to appear as a double image in his eyes. Because from the second punch onward, Wang Haoyang felt as if all of Su Shin's power was acting directly on his body. The light screen formed by absolute defense was like it didn't even exist in front of Su Shin. Then, Su Shin threw another punch. Bang! At this instant, Wang Haoyang felt as if he saw the ancestral master waving at him. He already understood that Su Shin's attacks were different from others. His absolute defense was like paper in front of Su Shin. Then, Su Shin threw another punch. Crack! A crack actually appeared on the light screen. The sudden sound immediately jolted Wang Haoyang awake. Looking at the crack appearing on the light screen and Su Shin's incoming fist, Wang Haoyang's heart was racing. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He knew that absolute defense definitely wouldn't be able to block this punch from Su Shin, and once absolute defense shattered, with his current heavily injured state, he would certainly be unable to block Su Shin's subsequent attacks. If he didn't take some action now, he might really only be able to go and listen to the ancestral master's teachings in the future. At this moment, he suddenly felt that a martial artist should be able to stoop or stand tall at the moment of life and death. Then, without hesitation, Wang Haoyang shouted loudly, "I surrender, I admit defeat." Just as Wang Haoyang shouted his surrender, Su Shin's fist directly shattered the light screen and then, without slowing down, blasted toward Wang Haoyang. For a moment, Wang Haoyang's heart seemed to stop. He even forgot to dodge. He stared wide-eyed as Su Shin's fist finally stopped right in front of the tip of his nose. 54. Number 54. I am the sixth son of the Su family. Chapter 54. I am the sixth child of the Su family. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from Su Shin's fist, Wang Haoyang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Su Shin withdrew his fist and smiled slightly. Good game. Arena Stage 10. Su Shin wins. Another victory. The Su family disciples are truly invincible. This is ridiculous. Even the absolute defense was shattered. One can only imagine the psychological trauma Wang Haoyang is feeling right now. Although everyone had already long since decided in their hearts that Su Shin would win, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when the result actually came out. Since there weren't many people in this round, the results of the 100-man arena battles were all out very quickly. Next up was the 10th slot challenge phase. Although the temptation of a slot for the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm was great, not many among the 50 people who lost their arena battles chose to initiate a challenge. This was because these people were eliminated precisely because their strength was insufficient. Therefore, the only ones who dared to initiate a challenge were Du Shiying and a few others. They weren't eliminated because they were weak, but because they had encountered even stronger opponents. Some challenges succeeded, while others failed. It was worth mentioning that both Du Shiying and Wang Haoyang were successful in their challenges. Soon, the 50 slots for the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm were finalized. By this point, everyone from Tiantong Prefecture except for those from the Su family had been entirely eliminated. Li Fangjia also ultimately stopped short of the top 50. In truth, the martial arts tournament could be considered over at this point, since the 50 slots had all been determined. However, there was a special competition following this. Those who had obtained a slot could choose to continue participating or not. It would not affect the slots that had already been secured. This was because the subsequent martial arts matches were to determine the top 10. According to past practice, although there was no mandatory requirement for everyone to participate in the final struggle for the top 10, there is no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. No genius martial artist would not want to prove that they were the strongest. Consequently, in past final battles, only a few individual martial artists would opt out. But this time, because of the presence of the group of Su family disciples, most martial artists had lost the desire to continue participating. After all, with 12 Su family disciples present, the probability of running into one was very high. Encountering them was equivalent to being eliminated. They didn't even have the confidence to compete for a top 10 seat alongside the Su family disciples. Ultimately, besides the 12 members of the Su family, only Tang Ming and the 8th prince chose to continue competing for the top 10. This once again allowed everyone to feel the sense of oppression coming from the Su family disciples. The rules for competing for the top 10 were naturally different from before. This time, the rule was simply, winners advance, losers are eliminated. Either sing a song of triumph all the way to first place, or be eliminated midway and end the competition. Tang Ming and the 8th prince were somewhat silent as they looked at how things had turned out. The two of them had fought for years without a clear victor, only for a Su family to suddenly emerge. But they soon recovered their composure. The Su family disciples were very strong, but they weren't weak either. The fact that the two of them could hold the topmost positions among the younger generation of the Great Zhou dynasty meant they naturally had extraordinary qualities. In fact, many people began to support Tang Ming and the 8th prince, hoping that they could defeat a Su family disciple just once. Otherwise, the genius martial artists of the Great Zhou dynasty would surely live under the shadow of the Su family disciples for a long time to come. Since only 14 people continued to compete for the top 10, they were divided into 7 pairs for simultaneous matches. Arena Stage 1, Su Hao vs Su Yan. Arena Stage 2, Su Qingshui vs Su Miao. Arena Stage 3, Su Zhan vs Su Feiming. Arena Stage 4, Su Junhao vs the 8th prince. Arena Stage 5, Su Xian vs Tang Ming. Arena Stage 6, Su Ziyu vs Su Yao. Arena Stage 7, Su Xin vs Su Sen. Following the announcement of the match list, the 14 people stepped onto the arena stages one after another. On Arena Stage 5, Tang Ming's eyes revealed a sense of confidence and composure. Su Xian stood opposite him, his hands hanging naturally at his sides. Looking completely unruffled, Tang Ming looked at Su Xian, cupped his fists, and spoke slightly. Heavenly Sword Sect. Tang Ming. I am the Su family's old 6, Ba Su family, Su Xian. Ranked 6. Su Xian responded with a cupped fist salute in a timely manner, his face full of sincerity. When he heard those words, Tang Ming's composed face seemed to twitch for a split second. Subsequently, the duel between the two officially began. However, neither of them made a move immediately. They stood there, watching each other as if searching for the other's flaws and weaknesses. Tang Ming knew that a battle with a Su family disciple was different from anything he had experienced before. Through his observations over the past 2 days, Tang Ming had discovered one thing. That was that the Su family disciples were not only ridiculously powerful, but each of them also seemed to possess special methods. Although Tang Ming appeared composed on the surface, he was already secretly on guard. One could not be careless when fighting a Su family member. Otherwise, victory or defeat might be decided in an instant. A sharp light began to show in Tang Ming's eyes. Su Xian, on the other hand, maintained a calm appearance, his gaze deep and quiet like a pool of clear spring water. He was in no hurry to strike, but was waiting for Tang Ming to make the first move. The atmosphere between the two gradually grew tense, and the audience below also felt this oppressive vibe. They held their breath, anticipating the start of this duel. Seeing that Su Xian had no intention of attacking for a long time, Tang Ming decided to test him first. His figure moved as fast as lightning, his sword light slicing through the air as he slashed toward Su Xian. Su Xian's eyes flashed, his body tilted slightly as he nimbly dodged Tang Ming's attack, while simultaneously swinging the sword in his hand to counterattack. Clang! The two separated as soon as they touched. Tang Ming was slightly startled, and his grip on his sword involuntarily tightened a bit. Su Xian, however, showed no change and looked at Tang Ming with great interest. Then, both of them launched attacks at the same time. Their figures flickered and crossed on the arena stage, sword moves following one after another, every attack filled with power and speed. Their moves became faster and sharper, like two bolts of lightning intertwining on the stage. After about half a quarter of an hour, the two figures separated. Tang Ming looked at Su Xian with a solemn face. He discovered that Su Xian's attainments in the Tao of the sword were actually not the slightest bit weaker than his own. He had been practicing the sword since he was a child, and his master was the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Even his master had said that his talent in the Tao of the sword was the strongest in the history of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but the Su Xian before him looked to be less than 20 years old. Tang Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of shock that someone could possess such astounding sword attainments at such an age. Thus, he first released his cultivation aura of the divine ability realm 6th heaven. Then, Tang Ming's aura began to change continuously. Behind him, a vision of the bright moon rising over the sea slowly emerged. The sea's surface was turbulent with surging waves, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, emitting pure, cold moonlight. The waves and the moonlight intertwined, forming a magnificent and mysterious picture. As Tang Ming's aura rose, the waves in the vision also became increasingly violent and surging, as if they were about to overturn the entire ocean. And that bright moon also became even brighter, its light illuminating the entire sea. A faint, ethereal sword intent also began to encircle the blade of the sword in Tang Ming's hand. This is a sword Dao vision. 55. Number 55. A sword immortal descends from the heavens. Chapter 55. Sword immortal above the 9 heavens. Sword intent. My god, Tang Ming has actually comprehended sword intent. Everyone watched the phenomenon behind Tang Ming in shock. Even from below the stage, they could feel the powerful strength and sharp sword intent contained within those waves. At this moment, even Zhou Yuanwu looked at Tang Ming with great surprise. He hadn't expected Tang Ming to break through the perfection of the formative sword intent and comprehend true sword intent so quickly. Meanwhile, Sword Elder Wind looked at Tang Ming with a gratified expression. Come, let me witness your true strength. Tang Ming's voice was low and powerful. This was exactly the title sword intent Tang Ming had comprehended. It was also the first time he had displayed it before the world. The characteristic of title sword intent lay in its unpredictability, like the tides, at times surging and turbulent, at others as calm as a mirror. In battle, title sword intent could make Tang Ming's sword techniques alternate between strong and weak, making them elusive and hard to grasp. Sword intent. This was a different kind of power from the martial Dao. Although its power was great, the starting threshold was very high. It wasn't something just anyone could master, and sword intent was the 3rd level of this power's realm. Sword intent is divided into 10 grades. After comprehending it, a martial artist still needs to continuously grasp deeper levels. If one wishes to comprehend sword intent, they must start by comprehending sword momentum. And this first step alone already eliminates the majority of martial artists. Once one has comprehended sword momentum, they can then attempt to grasp sword intent. But this step is extremely difficult. Thus, there is the intermediate step of the formative sword intent. Most martial artists first comprehend the formative sword intent and then use it as a bridge to gradually grasp true sword intent. Only then can they be considered to have truly comprehended sword intent. Of course, there are no lack of monstrous prodigies who skip the formative sword intent entirely and leap directly from sword momentum to sword intent. And above sword intent, there is the powerful sword domain realm. There are even more powerful realms beyond the sword domain. Of course, it's not to say that martial artists can only comprehend a concept by using sword-type weapons. Equivalent to sword intent are saber intent, spear intent, and so on. There are no requirements for the weapon, as long as the martial artist's comprehension ability is high enough. And if their comprehension of a certain Dao reaches a profound level, they can grasp the corresponding concept. The difference in strength between two martial artists, one with a concept and one without, is truly immense. Seeing this, Su Xian was somewhat surprised, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. Then, Su Xian stopped hiding his strength. In an instant, his aura of the divine ability realm 3rd heaven was fully revealed. Tang Ming thought to himself. As expected, members of the Su family cannot be judged by common logic. With only the divine ability realm 3rd heaven, he can fight me without being defeated. However, just the divine ability realm 3rd heaven probably won't be enough. But before Tang Ming's thought could even settle, he witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded. Behind Su Xian, a phenomenon also slowly began to manifest. A white-robed sword immortal holding a longsword hung high above the 9 heavens. His gaze was sharp and indifferent, and his body radiated a piercing sword chi. Sword immortal above the 9 heavens. At this moment, every sword cultivator present could even feel their weapons trembling slightly. This is a sword Dao vision. Everyone was shaken to their core. They hadn't expected that Su Xian had also comprehended sword intent. Another sword intent. A glint of light flashed in Zhou Yuanwu's narrowed eyes. Sword Elder Wind was also very surprised as he stared at Su Xian. Tang Ming had shown extremely high talent in the sword Dao since childhood and had been cultivating under his guidance until now. Only then did he comprehend sword intent. For Su Xian to comprehend sword intent at such an age, the Su family is truly terrifying to the extreme. Although there were rumors that the Su family only rose to power because they occupied Qingyun Mountain, but to truly powerful forces, this was simply laughable. Because from the invitations to the Qingyun auction alone, it was clear that the Su family possessed true heritage. They all unanimously believed that the Su family had simply been hiding their strength before. Just as Su Xian's phenomenon of the sword immortal descending upon the 9 heavens appeared, Tang Ming suddenly felt as if he were facing an invincible sword immortal. He could clearly feel that his own phenomenon had become somewhat unstable. This instantly filled Tang Ming with immense horror. The occurrence of such a situation was enough to prove that the sword intent Su Xian had comprehended was incredibly strong, so strong that it likely surpassed his imagination. After Su Xian repeatedly shattered Tang Ming's worldview, Tang Ming began to feel a sense of powerlessness. He never thought he would encounter such a powerful opponent. Even until yesterday, he had ridiculously believed he could defeat Su Hao. As it turned out, even his younger brother now gave off a feeling of being invincible. Su Xian swept his sword across his front, slashing to the right, and looked at Tang Ming. How is this strength? Tang Ming didn't answer, only gripping the sword in his hand tightly. Then, his entire body flickered as he rushed toward Su Xian. Su Xian smiled slightly and met Tang Ming's attack. The two figures darted across the arena, sword light clashing and sword intent crisscrossing, forming a magnificent spectacle. The spectators in the arena were all shocked by this scene. They hadn't expected to see such a brilliant duel right at the start. After all, there were very few genius martial artists who could fight Tang Ming to such an extent. After another clash, Tang Ming moved away, and Su Xian did not choose to pursue. Looking at Su Xian, Tang Ming decided to stop hiding his strength. His entire aura broke through directly from the Divine Ability Realm 6th Heaven to the Divine Ability Realm 7th Heaven. Divine Ability Realm 7th Heaven. Tang Ming was actually hiding his strength. Exciting! This is the first time a martial artist of the Divine Ability Realm 7th Heaven has appeared in the martial arts tournament. Boom! After Tang Ming displayed his cultivation of the Divine Ability Realm 7th Heaven, the audience below erupted. Immediately after, Tang Ming's aura became even sharper. The phenomenon behind him also became more solid. Second-grade sword intent. This was the extent of his full strength. If even this couldn't take down Su Xian, then he's seeing these changes in Tang Ming. Su Xian not only didn't panic but instead, his eyes lit up. Then, under Tang Ming's incredulous gaze, the phenomenon of the sword immortal descending upon the 9 heavens behind Su Xian also began to solidify. It was even more lifelike than his own phenomenon. Tang Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Third-grade sword intent, and the crowd below, watching the two constantly reveal their trump cards, became numb with shock. Is this the strength of top-tier geniuses? Trump cards really come one after another. This duel between Su Xian and Tang Ming made them suddenly realize that the previous exciting matches had all become dull and tasteless. After sensing Su Xian's third-grade sword intent, Tang Ming suddenly laughed. His smile revealed a hint of relief and determination. At this moment, he felt his heart become calm. He even cast aside the competition for the top 10 seats. He now only wanted to have a hearty and satisfying battle with Su Xian. Ha ha ha, let's fight. Having said that, Tang Ming charged at Su Xian. This time, during the fight, Su Xian clearly felt that Tang Ming's strength had undergone a qualitative change. If he didn't have the support of his third-grade sword intent, he might not have been able to effectively block Tang Ming's attacks. And this piqued Su Xian's interest. The sword techniques of both men became even sharper. Sword scars radiating sword intent constantly appeared on the arena stage. In the midst of the battle, Tang Ming was completely immersed. The phenomenon behind him was also continuously solidifying, until it reached a critical point. Tang Ming's body suddenly jolted, followed by great joy. 56. Number 56. 70% of the Void Sword Intent. Chapter 56. 70% Void Realm Sword Intent, 30% Tidal Sword Intent. Under the pressure of Su Xian's sword intent, Tang Ming directly broke through to 10% sword intent. This also made Tang Ming's battle intent even stronger. Subsequently, Tang Ming's aura surged as he shouted, "It's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, all of Tang Ming's sword intent erupted instantly. His figure rushed toward Su Xian like a bolt of lightning. Su Xian twirled his sword and smiled slightly. It indeed is time to end this. Then, Su Xian's gaze narrowed, and his expression became serious. Many people below the stage held their breath, tensely watching this duel between top geniuses. However, what happened next was so shocking that some even forgot to breathe. Tang Ming's charging figure suddenly jerked to a halt, and then he was sent flying back even faster. Thud! Tang Ming's body slammed heavily into the edge of the arena. He clutched his chest in pain, a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. In front of him, a terrifying sword scar extending from his shoulder to his abdomen was particularly striking, and the look in Tang Ming's eyes as he looked at Su Xian was filled with disbelief and shock. Su Xian still stood there, calm and composed. However, behind him, another astonishing sword Dao vision emerged. Within the endless void realm, a massive throne stood tall, as if at the end of the universe, with a sword leaning quietly against it. Around the throne, time and space became badly distorted, as if affected by a powerful force. On this mysterious throne, a man clad in a black robe sat leisurely, an unrivaled aura pressing down. Void Realm Dominator Vision. And this vision had almost completely materialized. Void Realm Sword Intent. This was the sword intent Su Xian had directly comprehended after cultivating the Void Realm Ancient Sutra. Tang Ming spoke with some difficulty. Level 7 Sword Intent. His voice was filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. He understood that there was no longer any need to continue this duel. His full-strength strike just now had been defeated by a casual blow from Su Xian. "I lose," Tang Ming said unwillingly, his voice revealing a sense of powerlessness. He had once thought highly of himself, believing no one in the Great Zhou could surpass him in sword Dao talent, but today Su Xian had taught him a lesson. Tang Ming realized he still had a long way to go. Although losing the duel made him feel frustrated and disappointed, Tang Ming had no intention of giving up. Instead, Su Xian became his goal. Tang Ming had always been crowned with the title of the strongest sword Dao genius. This had caused him to gradually lose the longing and pursuit for the sword Dao he had when he first started learning the sword. Now, Su Xian's appearance reignited his original heart for the sword Dao. Tang Ming withdrew his sword intent and turned to leave the arena. Boom! When the crowd below saw Su Xian manifest another vision, their shock reached its peak. Another sword Dao vision. Su Xian has actually comprehended 2 types of sword intent, someone exclaimed. Level 7 sword intent, so this is Su Xian's true strength, someone shouted in shock. Tang Ming's loss was not in vain, it's just that from now on, the title of the Great Zhou Dynasty's #1 sword Dao genius will likely fall on Su Xian's head, someone said with emotion. At this moment, everyone realized that this Su family disciple, who had already performed like such a prodigy, had actually hidden his strength. On arena number 4, at this time, the battle between Su Junhao and the 8th Prince Zhou Pengyun was in full swing. On the arena, the two were agile, their moves continuous, and every exchange triggered a deafening roar. Because neither used weapons, the fist-to-flesh combat made everyone's blood boil. Zhou Pengyun himself specialized in fist techniques, while Su Junhao was purely curious about Zhou Pengyun's fist techniques, so he also decided to use fist techniques. Zhou Pengyun was tall with solid muscles. Every punch contained astonishing power. Su Junhao wore a green robe and had a slender figure. Compared to Zhou Pengyun, he seemed somewhat frail, but the power Su Junhao erupted with was not the least bit weaker than Zhou Pengyun's. Zhou Pengyun's fist techniques were sharp and overbearing, each punch carrying an aura that could destroy everything. His fist winds were as fierce as a violent storm, and every strike allowed people to feel his strength. Su Junhao's fist techniques, however, were unique, fast, and accurate, with every punch precisely blocking Zhou Pengyun's attack. On the arena, Zhou Pengyun grew more alarmed as the fight went on. He had never seen such a unique fist technique. He felt as if his power could not be fully exerted, and every strike was easily neutralized by Su Junhao. It even felt as if he were throwing punches exactly as Su Junhao intended. Zhou Pengyun realized he couldn't go on like this, or he would surely lose. After another clash, Zhou Pengyun used the counter-shock force to jump out of the combat circle. "I admit your strength is great, but if you think you can defeat me with just this, then I can only say you are too naive," Zhou Pengyun said coldly. "Next, I will no longer hold back. So, show your full strength, otherwise, you won't have the chance." Su Junhao smiled faintly upon seeing this and did not answer. He just extended a hand and made a gesture, signaling Zhou Pengyun to continue attacking. Arrogant. Seeing Su Junhao's indifferent manner, Zhou Pengyun shouted in anger. Then, Zhou Pengyun directly began to mobilize the Great Zhou Dynasty's power of the Golden Dragon of Destiny to infuse into himself. The Golden Dragon of Destiny can also be called National Destiny. It is the symbol of a dynasty, representing the dynasty's fortune and national strength. To establish a dynasty, one must first condense the dynasty's Golden Dragon of Destiny. Only by condensing the Golden Dragon of Destiny can a dynasty be recognized by heaven and earth and possess the right to rule a region. To strengthen the dynasty's Golden Dragon of Destiny, one needs to continuously expand the territory and gain more commoners' faith in the dynasty, and so on. As the Golden Dragon of Destiny continues to grow, a dynasty can even be promoted to an imperial dynasty, and using the power of the Golden Dragon of Destiny to briefly boost a martial artist's strength is one of the uses of the Golden Dragon of Destiny. Of course, there is a limit to calling upon the power of the Golden Dragon of Destiny. One must be within the territory of the dynasty. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, only some members of the royal family and high-ranking officials were granted the power to mobilize the Golden Dragon of Destiny by Zhou Yuanwu. As the one with the highest martial Dao talent among the princes and princesses of the Great Zhou, Zhou Pengyun was naturally one of them, but he could only call upon 10% of the power of the Golden Dragon of Destiny, which was already terrifying. As the power of the Golden Dragon of Destiny continued to infuse into him, Zhou Pengyun's chi was also constantly strengthening. Before long, he broke through the Divine Ability Realm 6th Heaven and reached the Divine Ability Realm 7th Heaven. Clenching his fists, Zhou Pengyun felt the powerful force surging within his body and nodded with satisfaction. "Su Junhao, are you ready?" Zhou Pengyun looked coldly at Su Junhao, his voice filled with majesty and confidence. 57. Number 57. The only one who can defeat a member of the Su family is another member of the Su family. Chapter 57. Only another Su family disciple can defeat a Su family disciple. Seeing Zhou Pengyun actually use the power of the Golden Dragon of Destiny to break through to the seventh heaven of the Divine Power Realm, a flash of surprise crossed Su Junhao's eyes. Divine Ability Realm, 7th Heaven. This also made him feel a hint of pressure. However, a battle with pressure is what makes it interesting. Subsequently, Su Junhao also began to get serious. Directly circulating the noble chi art, strands of noble chi swirled around Su Junhao. His deep and captivating eyes were as bright as the stars. Su Junhao took a deep breath, adjusting his state. Just then, Zhou Pengyun suddenly launched an attack. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing in front of Su Junhao in the next instant, throwing a punch at him. The power of this punch was extremely formidable, compressing the surrounding air until it let out a sharp whistling sound. Su Junhao did not dare to be careless. Noble chi converged around him as he threw out a punch in return. Bang! With a loud boom, the two men's fists collided fiercely. Then, they each retreated several steps. Su Junhao shook his slightly numb fist, thinking to himself, as expected, trying to meet him head-on is still a bit forced. Again, Zhou Pengyun shouted, rushing toward Su Junhao once more. Watching Zhou Pengyun constantly approach, Su Junhao quickly formed hand seals. Then, the phantom of a book emerged in front of Su Junhao. Imprison. As Su Junhao uttered the word, strands of noble power flew out from the book phantom, channeling the heaven and earth spiritual chi to immediately form a closed cage around Zhou Pengyun. Zhou Pengyun's rushing body came to a sudden halt. Looking at the spiritual chi cage around him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this your only trick? Watch me break it with one punch. After saying that, Zhou Pengyun instantly erupted with a powerful aura, and golden light gushed out from his body, forming a massive golden dragon. Zhou Pengyun threw a punch, and the golden dragon roared as it pounced toward the cage with endless might. Boom! After the golden dragon struck the cage, it did not immediately dissipate. Instead, the cage began to tremble violently after being hit. Seeing this scene, a trace of solemnity flashed in Su Junhao's eyes, and he continued to form hand seals. Solidify. As Su Junhao uttered this word, the cage began to gradually stabilize. But the good times didn't last. With the continuous impact of the golden dragon, the cage began to tremble again. Seeing the cage about to shatter, Zhou Pengyun couldn't help but become smug. Give up the struggle, you can't block it. Su Junhao ignored him, his gaze firm, and the seals in his hands became even more complex. Sealing the heavens and isolating the earth. Su Junhao's voice was like thunder. As the 4 words fell, Su Junhao's face turned visibly pale. A large amount of noble power began to pour out from the book and fly toward the cage. With the addition of this noble power, the cage became even more solid, like an unshakable mountain. At this time, the golden dragon's impact had no effect on the cage whatsoever. Zhou Pengyun's expression changed. He hadn't expected Su Junhao to have such a move. Following that, Zhou Pengyun threw out 3 more punches. 4 golden dragons continuously struck the cage. Although the golden dragons were very powerful, they did not affect the cage in the slightest. Zhou Pengyun's face began to turn ugly. After performing the golden dragon attack 4 times in a row, his consumption was not small. Immediately after, the cage changed once again. Strands of mysterious sealing power began to spread throughout the entire cage. Then, Zhou Pengyun discovered to his horror that his connection with the outside of the cage seemed to have been severed. He could no longer sense any changes outside the cage. Even more terrifyingly, the strength he had briefly increased by relying on the golden dragon of destiny was also rapidly dropping, and the 4 golden dragons were also slowly fading away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Pengyun was somewhat unable to believe it. Su Junhao could actually cut off his connection with the outside of the cage. Zhou Pengyun gritted his teeth and gathered his strength again, preparing to strike the cage. However, no matter how hard he tried, the cage was like an indestructible mountain and never wavered, and the spiritual chi he consumed could not be replenished at all. In the end, Zhou Pengyun could only helplessly stop his attack. He looked at Su Junhao, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Seeing this scene, Su Junhao smiled. In fact, he didn't know if sealing the heavens and isolating the earth could actually counter the power of the golden dragon of destiny. He was just taking a gamble. Actually, what Su Junhao didn't know was the reason why a saint rank cultivation method is called a saint rank cultivation method is because it inherently carries a trace of power that transcends rules, and it is precisely this power that makes the prowess of a saint rank cultivation method far exceed other cultivation methods. With Zhou Pengyun's admission of defeat, all 7 matches had also come to an end. The winners were Su Hao, Su Qingxue, Su Zan, Su Junhao, Su Xian, Su Ziyu, and Su Xin, 7 people in total. As for the remaining 7 people, they could only compete for the last 3 spots in the top 10. Since Tang Ming lost to Su Xian, he no longer had the heart to continue competing. What he desired more urgently now was to make further progress in the Tao of the Sword and then challenge Su Xian again. As for Zhou Pengyun, after losing to Su Junhao, he felt he had lost face and also gave up on the competition. In the end, for the competition for the top 10 seats, the remaining people were actually all Su family disciples. This also caused everyone to once again marvel at the strength of the Su family. Just when everyone thought that in the remaining matches, the Su family disciples would only go through the motions, a battle broke out that shocked and crazed all the martial artists. That was the battle between Su Qingshui and Su Zan for the second place. Both of them had a cultivation of the 5th heaven of the divine power realm. Since Su Zan cultivated the thunderous world-destroying scripture, he had gained a thunder attribute in addition to his own metal attribute, and after Su Qingshui cultivated the immortal phoenix scripture, she had gained both fire and ice attributes in addition to her own wood attribute. Of course, this was also the terrifying part of a saint-rank cultivation method. The battle between the two of them even produced a might that surpassed the divine ability realm. Ice and fire phoenixes cried out in unison, and thunder roared. This forced the people below the stage to move far away from the arena, until the entire arena was beaten into a pile of ruins. Yet the two had still not determined a winner. In the end, under Su Qingshui's threat, Su Zan helplessly took the initiative to admit defeat. After this battle, the invincible image of the Su family disciples in everyone's minds was directly maximized. From then on, a saying began to spread: only another Su family disciple can defeat a Su family disciple. In the end, all top 10 seats of the martial arts tournament were taken by the Su family, and this also made Han Yongnian smile so much his mouth wouldn't close. He seemed to see endless resources being allocated to Tiantong Prefecture. With this, the Great Zhou Dynasty Martial Arts Tournament had completely concluded. The 50 people who obtained a quota for the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm would enter a high-grade spirit vein of the Imperial family starting tomorrow to cultivate for 1 month. Although the martial arts tournament had ended, everyone still felt that they hadn't had enough. Originally, after the martial arts tournament ended, many forces would hold celebratory banquets to celebrate the geniuses within their forces who obtained the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm quota. But this time, it was as if everyone had forgotten. Instead, all the forces tacitly did the same thing. That was to rush to Tiantong Prefecture, Qingyun City, because tomorrow was the time for the Qingyun auction to begin. 58. Number 58. The Qingyun auction has begun. Chapter 58. The Qingyun auction begins. The next day, Tiantong Prefecture, Qingyun City. Today, Qingyun City could be described as completely bustling, because today was the day the Qingyun auction began. As early as a few days ago, Qingyun City was already overcrowded. Thus, Zhou Hanmo decided to expand Qingyun City. Because of the large number of people recruited, the expansion was completed in just a few short days. The expanded Qingyun City was now comparable to the scale of a prefecture city. At this moment, at the city gate, 2 people appeared in the crowd who seemed somewhat out of place. One was a young man dressed in a magnificent brocade robe, holding an exquisite jade fan. Beside him followed a burly old man. Zhang Shaoli stood before the city gate, took a deep breath, and lamented, "What a truly wonderful place." The old man beside him smiled slightly and echoed, "The young lord is right. The outside world is indeed better than being inside the mountains." The two walked through the city gate. The streets inside were wide and clean, with a dazzling array of shops on both sides, offering all kinds of goods. The pedestrians on the street moved in an endless stream, bustling with activity and full of vitality. Zhang Shaoli looked at all of this with a sparkle in his eyes. He pointed to a restaurant ahead and said, "Old Tai, it's rare to come out. Let's have a good meal before the auction starts." Tai Shan nodded, and the two of them walked toward the restaurant together. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, as soon as Su Jilong opened the doors of the Chamber of Commerce, he saw that the front was already packed with people. Seeing this scene, Su Jilong stepped forward and smiled at everyone. "Welcome everyone to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Today is our grand opening, and all goods are 20% off. Additionally, the auction will begin in half an hour. Please wait for a moment." Boom! As Su Jilong's voice fell, the crowd erupted in cheers, their faces filled with excitement. This news also spread through Qingyun City like wildfire. Many people waiting at the door couldn't wait and rushed into the Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering, everyone was shocked by the scene inside. The space on the entire first floor was already comparable to 1/3 of Qingyun City, a spatial spiritual artifact. This was a function that only appeared in special spiritual artifacts above the 7th rank. Those who had just entered were already shocked by the Su family's grand display. Shen Ruihong couldn't help but sigh repeatedly upon seeing it. This was even more grand than their 10,000 Treasures Tower headquarters in the Great Zhou dynasty. The entire first floor had been divided into several areas for medicinal pills, spiritual artifacts, cultivation techniques, martial skills, rare treasures, and more. A dazzling array of items was displayed on various stands, making it a feast for the eyes. Here, whether it was medicinal pills or spiritual artifacts, they all started at the 3rd rank or higher. This also allowed everyone to feast their eyes. Although some people couldn't afford them, seeing so many medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts before them was one of life's great pleasures. Even the concentration of spiritual qi within the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was higher than outside. This caused many people to not want to leave the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce even if they weren't buying anything. The Wind and Thunder sect wishes the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce a prosperous opening. The Li family of Tiantong Prefecture wishes the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce a prosperous opening. The Iron Bone sect wishes the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce a prosperous opening. Soon, various forces also began to enter the Chamber of Commerce one after another and expressed their congratulations to the Su family. After these forces arrived, they went directly into the auction hall within the Chamber of Commerce. The auction hall was divided into 2 floors. On the first floor, there was the auction stage on one side, with rows of seats opposite it. The second floor consisted of individual private booths surrounding the auction stage. Furthermore, each booth could block outside probes. Those with invitations were led to the booths upstairs by attendants from the city lord's mansion. These attendants were naturally requested from Zhou Hanmo by Su Jilong. Currently, the Su family was short-staffed and could only find some people to help out for now. As for the others, they could choose any seat in the first floor hall. On the second floor of the auction hall, inside a private booth, Lei Yunqi and several elders were scrambling for a pot of tea, pouring it into their mouths. You guys let go, I am the sect master, let me drink first. Lei Yunqi glared at an elder through the gaps between his fingers. No, you're the sect master, your cultivation is high. Drinking this won't have any effect, that elder glared back, refusing to give in. Damn, then my cultivation is the lowest, let me drink first. Another elder with the lowest cultivation took the opportunity to shout. Stop, 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 if this continues, no one will get to drink, I'll divide it equally. Seeing that it was going to drag on, Lei Yunqi helplessly suggested a compromise. The others hesitated for a moment before slowly letting go. Then, the group gathered around, staring at the teapot in Lei Yunqi's hand. Then, under their watchful eyes, Lei Yunqi divided the tea in the pot equally according to the number of people. Just as he wanted to hide the teapot behind his back, an elder grabbed his hand. Sect master, the tea leaves haven't been divided yet. Seeing all the elders looking at him, Lei Yunqi somewhat awkwardly opened the teapot and took out the tea leaves. Once the tea leaves were distributed, everyone leaned back in their chairs and began to drink their tea with satisfaction. Slurp, slurp. For a moment, strange sounds echoed throughout the booth. As it turned out, the tea leaves used for this tea were none other than enlightenment tea. This was a good thing for enhancing comprehension ability in the cultivation world. At the same time, it could also help some martial artists break through their bottlenecks. However, it was extremely precious. Even a power like the Wind and Thunder sect only possessed 3 leaves of enlightenment tea, and they had always been reluctant to use them. After drinking the enlightenment tea, everyone immediately felt a cool aura flowing through their bodies, as if a force was stimulating their potential. Their eyes became bright, and their thinking became more agile. Some doubts they had in their cultivation were suddenly enlightened at this moment. After a while, this feeling disappeared, but they still benefited immensely. Then, with synchronized movements, they carefully took out the enlightenment tea leaves from their cups and stored them away, then smiled at each other. Everything was understood without words. By this time, many forces had already entered their booths. Then, the people on the first floor discovered a bizarre scene. That was, many people in the second floor booths were actually asking the attendants where to get more tea. Even many people on the first floor looked at them with disdain. They were supposed to be major forces, yet they were acting like this over some tea. It was simply embarrassing. The Heavenly Sword sect wishes the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce a prosperous opening. The Great Zhou Imperial family wishes the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce a prosperous opening. With the arrival of the people from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Great Zhou Imperial family, at last, it was exactly the time for the auction to begin. Everyone stopped what they were doing and began to wait in anticipation. After all, after witnessing so many things from the Su family, everyone's expectations for the auction were getting higher and higher. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Jilong slowly walked onto the auction stage. Clearing his throat, he said, "Welcome everyone to today's auction. I am Su Jilong, and I am in charge of this auction. I declare the first auction of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce officially open." 59. Number 59 Life and Death Breakthrough Pill Dragon Essence Fruit. Chapter 59. Life Death Realm Breakthrough Pill Dragon Origin Fruit. As Su Jilong finished speaking, a maid appeared on stage carrying a jade tray containing an auction item. This maid was also from the city lord's estate. However, the auction item was covered by a black cloth, blocking any probes from divine sense. Everyone was guessing what this first auction item could be, for the quality of the first item would reveal the scale and caliber of this auction. After approaching Su Jilong, the maid carefully placed the jade tray on the auction table and stepped aside. Next, Su Jilong gripped a corner of the black cloth and scanned the crowd. Then, Su Jilong whipped the black cloth away. The first auction item. A 7th rank elixir, the Life-Death Realm Breakthrough Pill. Su Jilong's voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. A 7th rank elixir. The very first item was actually a 7th rank elixir. Medicinal pills of this rank almost never appeared in the Great Zhou dynasty. This was because the highest ranking alchemist in the Great Zhou dynasty was only at the 6th rank. Furthermore, high-rank medicinal pills from the outside world generally didn't flow into a dynasty like Great Zhou. Thus, hearing that the first auction item was a 7th rank elixir caused such a massive reaction from everyone. The Life-Death Realm Breakthrough Pill can help a martial artist at the peak of the life and death realm comprehend 0.5% of domain power, allowing them to break through into the half-step king realm. Upon hearing the description of the Life-Death Realm Breakthrough Pill, the entire auction hall fell into a state of shock. This was because breaking through from the life and death realm to the king realm required a martial artist to comprehend domain power, and this single step directly barred the majority of life and death realm martial artists. Many life and death realm peak martial artists could not take even a half step into the king realm their entire lives. Although it was only 0.5% of domain power, it still counted as having 1 foot in the king realm. Once that 0.5% was comprehended, everything that followed would become much simpler. By steadily comprehending the remaining 0.5% of power, one could truly step into the king realm. At that time, not only would their strength be greatly enhanced, but even their lifespan would increase significantly. This caused a look of madness to flash in the eyes of several elders at the peak of the life and death realm. Seeing the fervor in everyone's eyes, Su Jilong knew they understood the effects of the life-death realm breakthrough pill, so he spoke directly. Starting price. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hiss. Hearing the starting price of 100 million low-grade spirit stones, everyone gasped in unison. They knew a 7th rank elixir was valuable, but they hadn't expected the starting price to reach 100 million low-grade spirit stones. This price was an astronomical figure for many martial artists, almost beyond imagination. Only the powerful forces on the 2nd floor could afford such a sum. The Li family of the royal capital bids 100 million and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Sacred Mountain sect bids 100 million and 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Iron Bone sect bids 100 million and 1 million low-grade spirit stones. In just a short while, the price had actually soared to 150 million low-grade spirit stones. This left the people on the 1st floor somewhat dazed, feeling that it was simply too ridiculous. In ordinary auctions, items worth over 10 million low-grade spirit stones were already rare. But here, not only was the starting price 100 million low-grade spirit stones, but the bidding forces came one after another. While this shocked them immensely, it also made them realize the profound foundations of these great powers. An auction of this level was no longer something they could participate in, as expected of an auction where even the invitations were 7th rank spirit tools, 160 million low-grade spirit stones, 170 million low-grade spirit stones. Before they could even snap out of it, the price continued to climb. After all, that was the king realm. Whether or not a power possessed a king realm expert was a watershed, and the number of king realm experts was equivalent to the weight of a power's voice. Following that, when the price reached 260 million low-grade spirit stones, a bid came from a private booth on the 2nd floor that shocked everyone to the core. 300 million low-grade spirit stones. It had actually jumped straight to 300 million low-grade spirit stones. In all the auctions they had experienced, they had never heard of such a high bid. Many martial artists had likely never even seen this many spirit stones. By this time, the forces that had started the bidding had long since withdrawn from the competition. Only some of the top powers in Great Zhou were still bidding. Ultimately, this life-death realm breakthrough pill was won by the Great Zhou imperial family for the high price of 420 million low-grade spirit stones. This allowed the crowd to once again sense the foundation and strength of a top-tier power. The second auction item. A 6th rank elixir, the marrow cleansing pill. I'm sure everyone knows the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, haha, so I won't say much more. Starting price, 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's actually a marrow cleansing pill. When the crowd heard that the second auction item was a 6th rank elixir, the marrow cleansing pill, there was an immediate commotion. Although the marrow cleansing pill's rank wasn't high, its effects were extremely powerful. It can help a martial artist cleanse their body of impurities, improving their physique and cultivation speed. The lower one's cultivation level when using the marrow cleansing pill, the more significant the effects. Because of this, marrow cleansing pills have always been used to nurture the younger generation within various powers. However, because the alchemy materials for the marrow cleansing pill are rare, the quantity that can be refined is not large. Even if an alchemist refines a marrow cleansing pill, it is usually snatched up immediately by some major power. Therefore, marrow cleansing pills are rarely seen circulating in the outside world. 20,100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 21 million low-grade spirit stones. This time, even many people on the first floor participated in the auction. Even though they knew they wouldn't be able to win it in the end, they still couldn't help but bid. Bids rose one after another, and the atmosphere grew tense and fierce. Standing on the stage, Su Jilong watched all of this with satisfaction. At the same time, he was actively stirring up everyone's interest in the bidding. 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Just as the people on the first floor were thinking of continuing to participate in the bidding, a bid from a private booth on the second floor once again announced a price that extinguished the thoughts of everyone on the first floor. Damn it, being rich is so great, isn't it? They actually jumped the price by 20 million low-grade spirit stones at once. Many people on the first floor glared toward the second floor, but they were powerless. 55 million low-grade spirit stones. But it was quickly surpassed by a bid from another private booth. Ultimately, this marrow cleansing pill was purchased by an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect for the high price of 90 million low-grade spirit stones. The third auction item. An 8th rank spirit fruit, the dragon origin fruit. Boom! The auction hall instantly erupted into chaos, and everyone's gaze focused on the jade box containing the dragon origin fruit on the auction table. Some people were so shocked they even stood up directly. An 8th rank spirit fruit, although not as precious as a medicinal pill or spiritual artifact of the same rank, this was an 8th rank item. This was the first time an 8th rank item had appeared publicly in the Great Zhou dynasty. Many people stared at the jade box, their breathing becoming rapid. 60. Number 60. You dare steal from the Su family? Have you thought about how you're going to die? Chapter 60. Daring to snatch my Su family's things. Have you thought about how you want to die? Su Jilong looked at everyone's reaction and was very satisfied in his heart. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The Tier 8 Dragon Origin fruit is produced by a Dragon Origin fruit tree nourished by the essence of a Dragon clan member with Saint Realm strength. It can be used for alchemy or consumed directly. Consuming it directly can increase a King Realm martial artist's cultivation by 1 heaven, while also healing internal injuries and increasing the consumer's lifespan by 500 years. After speaking, Su Jilong opened the jade box on the stage, revealing the crystal clear, jade-like dragon origin fruit inside. In an instant, the martial artists close to the stage felt a powerful life force emanating from it, as if it were the source of life itself. Saint Realm. Increase a King Realm martial artist's cultivation by 1 heaven. Heal internal injuries. Increase lifespan by 500 years. These words deeply stimulated everyone. Greed flickered in many people's eyes. If it weren't for a sliver of rationality reminding them that this was Su family territory, they might have already tried to snatch it. Su Jilong cleared his throat and announced loudly, starting price, 200 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. After speaking, Su Jilong closed the jade box and quietly waited for the bids. However, for a moment, not a single person bid. The entire auction hall fell into a dead silence. This wasn't because no one wanted the dragon origin fruit, but precisely because it was too precious. The final winner would inevitably be those factions standing at the peak of Great Zhou, or perhaps the Great Zhou imperial family. As for others, showing greed might only bring trouble upon themselves. Therefore, everyone was waiting to see the major factions on the second floor bid. Meanwhile, some factions on the second floor who were prepared to act were considering how to successfully bid for the dragon origin fruit. This led to the current situation. In a private box on the second floor, Zhou Yuanwu sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the jade box on the auction stage, his face unreadable. Then, he said to Li Xinrong beside him, "Win it at all costs." Li Xinrong was slightly startled and hurriedly bowed, replying, "Yes, Your Majesty." In another private box, a heavenly sword sect elder looked at Sword Elder Wind and asked, "Sect leader, should we bid for this?" Sword Elder Wind shook his head. "Just do our best. In my estimation, Zhou Yuanwu will definitely bid for it at all costs this time." Rumors say the old emperor's lifespan is nearing its end, but whether true or false, this dragon origin fruit can debunk those rumors. At that time, no one will dare to cause trouble in the great Zhou dynasty for at least several hundred years. I believe Zhou Yuanwu won't fail to see the logic in this. The other elders also shuddered slightly upon hearing Sword Elder Wind's words. The old emperor of Great Zhou. He was a brilliant and legendary figure. After taking over, he single-handedly eliminated treacherous officials, cleared internal strife, repelled foreign enemies, and propped up Great Zhou when it was on the verge of collapse. He himself was a martial arts genius, and there were even rumors in the royal capital that he had broken through to the emperor realm. This was how the Great Zhou dynasty managed to maintain itself until now. In a corner of the first floor hall, a hint of shock flashed in Zhang Shouli's eyes. He had only heard there was a grand auction here and came out to take a look. He never expected to encounter such a spiritual fruit. "Old Tai, we must obtain this dragon origin fruit," Old Tai said somewhat helplessly. "Young lord, we probably don't have enough spirit stones." Zhang Shaoli frowned slightly. "No, we must get the dragon origin fruit. With it, my father will surely break through to the emperor realm. By then, even if the old emperor of Great Zhou is still alive, he won't be able to do anything to us." Old Tai sighed slightly, seeing the determination in the young lord's eyes. He knew he couldn't change the young lord's decision and also guessed his plan. But he still wanted to try and persuade him. "Young lord, the Su family has multiple king realm experts. To possess such treasures, their strength must be extraordinary. With just the two of us, I'm afraid." Zhang Shaoli waved his hand, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Old Tai, say no more. This is our only chance. We'll find an opportunity in a moment. Once we have it, we'll leave the city immediately. As long as we reach the Cloud Mist mountain range, no one can do anything to us." Zhang Shaoli dared to do this because he had a certain level of confidence. Because Old Tai was a peak king realm expert, such an expert was already a martial artist standing at the peak in Great Zhou. If they were determined to leave, no one could stop them. Heavenly Sword Sect bids 210 million low-grade spirit stones. Great Zhou Imperial Family bids 500 million low-grade spirit stones. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect the Great Zhou Imperial Family to directly raise the price to 500 million low-grade spirit stones. This was not giving others a chance at all, and it clearly showed the attitude that the Great Zhou Imperial Family wanted this dragon origin fruit. Some factions that intended to bid suddenly didn't dare to speak up. After all, not every sect was the Heavenly Sword Sect. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Sword Sect's private box, Sword Elder Wind took a sip of tea and laughed softly. "Hey, Zhou Yuanwu has quite the plan. Let's bid one more time." Thus, one of the elders immediately shouted toward the auction stage. Heavenly Sword Sect bids 510 million low-grade spirit stones. Great Zhou Imperial Family bids 600 million low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the Heavenly Sword Sect elder finished speaking, Li Xinrong immediately followed up. Now everyone was even more dumbfounded. The Great Zhou Imperial Family wasn't yielding an inch, and every price increase was absurdly high. Just as everyone was waiting for the Heavenly Sword Sect to continue bidding, a sudden change occurred in the hall. Two figures dressed in black robes were rapidly approaching the auction stage. By the time everyone noticed, one of the black-robed figures had already reached the stage. Everyone was shocked. Someone was trying to snatch the dragon origin fruit. Su Jilong reacted immediately, and in an instant, the aura of the life and death realm first heaven exploded. Presumptuous. Su Jilong stared sharply at the black-robed figure, his voice full of majesty. Just as Su Jilong was about to strike, a peak king realm pressure suddenly filled the auction hall, rendering everyone unable to move. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure took the opportunity to reach for the jade box containing the dragon origin fruit. This series of actions was completed within 3 breaths. At this moment, when Zhou Yuanwu and Sword Elder Wind in the private boxes saw this, it was too late to act. Zhou Yuanwu was even more furious as he watched. Just as the black-robed figure's hand was about to touch the jade box, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded suddenly occurred. The black-robed figure was sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy object. and the Peak King realm pressure in the auction hall vanished in an instant. Humph, courting death. Following that, a cold snort echoed through the auction hall. A well-built young man suddenly appeared on the auction stage. Along with the young man's appearance, a terrifying aura permeated the entire auction hall. This aura was so strong it far exceeded the limits of the Peak King realm. Now, the two black-robed figures were lying on the ground, their true identities revealed. It was none other than Zhang Shaoli and Old Tai. Su Jilong was overjoyed when he saw the young man, and his tense nerves relaxed. Deacon Xiao, you're here. Xiao Tianzong nodded, then looked at Zhang Shaoli and the other. Daring to snatch my Su family's things, have you thought about how you want to die? If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Peak King Realm? Die. Chapter 61, Peak King Realm? Die. Boom. A powerful Peak King realm pressure bore down on Zhang Shaoli and the other man. Although it was also a Peak King realm pressure, it was worlds apart from the pressure released by Old Tai. At this moment, the two at the center of the pressure felt like a small boat swaying precariously in a violent storm, almost unable to withstand this immense pressure. Zhang Shaoli and Old Tai turned deathly pale, their bodies beginning to tremble as if they would be crushed at any moment. Only now did Old Tai realize that his Peak King realm strength, which he took such pride in, was utterly laughable before the Su family. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanwu and Sword Elder Win's expressions changed drastically after sensing Xiao Tianzong's strength. Both of them were also at the Peak King realm, so they could more clearly sense Xiao Tianzong's power. If they were to fight him, they would likely be defeated, or even killed, by Xiao Tianzong within 10 moves. This gave the two of them a sense of absurdity. Just what kind of family was the Su family? Why was everyone's strength so ridiculously high? Generally speaking, for powerful martial artists, it was easy to defeat an opponent in the same realm, but extremely difficult to kill them. Because the stronger one was, the more methods and life-saving trump cards they would have. My lord, we were ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. We are willing to offer compensation. Please, spare our lives. Old Tai forced himself through his fear and spoke with great difficulty. By this time, Zhang Shaoli's consciousness was already becoming blurred. Xiao Tianzong sneered, looking at the two of them. Compensation? Daring to touch something belonging to my Su family isn't something that can be resolved with mere compensation. Old Tai's face was ashen. He knew Xiao Tianzong would not let them off easily. Seeing that Xiao Tianzong was about to act, Old Tai gritted his teeth, scrambled up to kneel before Xiao Tianzong, and said hurriedly, "My lord, spare me. I am willing to do anything for the Su family. I only ask that you spare my life. My Peak King realm strength must be of some use, please. Show mercy." At this moment, dignity and morality had all been cast to the back of Old Tai's mind. He only thought about saving his own life. Looking at Old Tai kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Xiao Tianzong frowned in distaste. "Oh? Peak King realm? Your strength is too weak. My Su family has no need for it." With that, Xiao Tianzong did not hesitate. He directly channeled his spiritual energy, transforming it into a giant hand that gripped Old Tai and Zhang Shaoli. At this moment, Old Tai was in despair, because he discovered that even after mobilizing his spiritual energy with all his might, he could not break free from the giant hand. Just where did this terrifying figure come from? As the aura of death approached, Zhang Shaoli also regained his senses. Facing death, Zhang Shaoli's heart was filled with regret and fear. "You can't kill me. My father is the city lord of the city of Sin, and he's about to break through to the emperor realm. If you kill me, my father will definitely avenge me. As long as you let me go, I'll give you whatever you want." Xiao Tianzong's movements paused slightly in surprise. These two actually came from the city of Sin. However, never mind that the city lord of the city of Sin hadn't broken through to the emperor realm yet. Even if he had, so what? Hey, since your father is so powerful, how about I send him down to accompany you in a few days? Then, under the terrified gazes of Old Tai and Zhang Shaoli, Xiao Tianzong directly crushed the two of them. In an instant, a mist of blood erupted. Xiao Tianzong gave a light wave of his hand, and even the blood mist vanished. Only the faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood remaining in the air served as proof that a Peak King realm martial artist had once existed here. This outcome allowed everyone to once again experience the formidable strength of the Su family. A Peak King realm martial artist was killed just like that. It also took everyone's awe of the Su family to the next level. Faced with the allegiance of a Peak King realm martial artist, even the great Zhou imperial family or the Heavenly Sword sect wouldn't be able to act this way. Even after Xiao Tianzong had left, the crowd had still not come to their senses. At this moment, Su Jilong smiled slightly and stepped forward to speak. Everyone, my apologies. There was a small incident just now during the auction. Now, we shall continue the auction of the Dragon Origin fruit. The Great Zhou Imperial family has bid 600 million low-grade spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? Su Jilong's voice broke the silence of the venue, and everyone finally snapped out of it. In the end, the Dragon Origin fruit was purchased by the Great Zhou Imperial family for 800 million low-grade spirit stones. The fourth auction item. A 7th rank spirit tool, the Jade Shattering Spear. The 8th auction item. A 7th rank spirit tool, the Wind and Thunder Sword. As the auction continued, one item after another was sold. Since purchasing the Dragon Origin fruit, the Great Zhou Imperial family had not made any further bids. This allowed many forces to breathe a secret sigh of relief, while also enabling them to bid on the items they desired. The atmosphere of the auction grew more and more heated as precious medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts were put up for sale, sparking competition among various forces. The 29th auction item. 10 Supreme Enlightenment Tea Leaves. Supreme Enlightenment Tea Leaves have 10 times the enlightenment effect of ordinary Enlightenment Tea Leaves. The starting price is 500 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid increase must be no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing that it was actually Supreme Enlightenment Tea Leaves, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Everyone knew that enlightenment tea leaves could allow a person to enter a state of enlightenment. If one were to cultivate in such a state, it would be just like using a cheat code. But because the effect was heaven-defying, obtaining them was extremely difficult, and those were just ordinary enlightenment tea leaves. What was being auctioned now were supreme enlightenment tea leaves with 10 times the effect of ordinary ones. Everyone could hardly imagine how heaven-defying the cultivation effect would be if they brewed tea with supreme enlightenment tea leaves. However, the starting price of 500 million also made many people feel a bit discouraged. Yet, for the forces on the second floor, they understood the effects of those supreme enlightenment tea leaves even better. Therefore, they began to bid without hesitation. Four Seas Fortress bids 510 million low-grade spirit stones. Profound Heaven Palace bids 520 million low-grade spirit stones. The price soared, and every increase made some people on the first floor cry out at the astronomical cost. Everyone was speechless. The competition for these supreme enlightenment tea leaves was truly beyond their imagination. The Heavenly Sword Sect bids 850 million low-grade spirit stones. As the price climbed higher, forces like the Heavenly Sword Sect also began to join in. The Great Zhou Imperial family bids 860 million low-grade spirit stones. The Heavenly Sword Sect bids 870 million low-grade spirit stones. Finally, with Sword Elder Wind gritting his teeth, he secured the 10 Supreme Enlightenment Tea Leaves for 1.2 billion low-grade spirit stones. This caused the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect to beam with joy. Just as everyone began to look forward to the next auction item, Su Jilong looked at the crowd and gave a mysterious smile. Next is the finale item of this auction, the 30th auction item. 1 high-grade spirit vein. 62. Number 62 Tai Zhengzheng. I have a bold idea. Chapter 62 Tai Zhengzheng. I have a bold idea. Swish swish swish. Everyone's eyes turned toward Su Jilong on the auction stage. Some could hardly believe what they had just heard. Could a high-grade spirit vein actually be put up for auction? In the entire Great Zhou, only 2 high-grade spirit veins had ever been discovered. One was occupied by the Imperial family, and the other by the Heavenly Sword Sect. And these 2 spirit veins were what had forged the current Great Zhou Imperial family and the Heavenly Sword Sect. But now, the Su family was actually going to auction off a high-grade spirit vein. Had the Su family gone mad? Or was the Su family already so powerful that they didn't even care for a high-grade spirit vein anymore? Some even began to suspect that there was something wrong with this high-grade spirit vein. Otherwise, how could the Su family bear to put it up for auction? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and doubt. Seeing the crowd's confusion, Su Jilong gave a faint smile. It seemed he had already anticipated their reaction. Then, Su Jilong took out a transparent crystal ball-like object and placed it before everyone. Everyone, please look. Inside the ball, there seemed to be a miniature world of mountains and rivers, with winding mountain ranges and gurgling streams. Most eye-catching was a massive spirit vein at the center, its spiritual chi surging as if it were about to overflow from the crystal ball. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They could feel that dense spiritual chi which was almost physical. It was undoubtedly a high-grade spirit vein. Heaven and Earth Sealing Technique. This is the Heaven and Earth Sealing Technique. Someone below the stage who seemed to have heard of such a method shouted out in shock. The Heaven and Earth Sealing Technique could only be performed by a Saint Realm expert. It could capture all things in a part of the world and directly condense them into a seal. Once the seal was broken, it could be unfolded and restored to its original state. The others broke into repeated cries of shock after hearing the explanation. The methods of a Saint Realm expert. At this moment, the crowd didn't dare to imagine how the Su family had obtained these auction items, and in their eyes, the Su family was now shrouded in an even more mysterious light. Watching the crowd's reaction, Su Jilong continued, "The Su family can guarantee that this is a complete high-grade spirit stone mineral vein, and the method to break the seal will be disclosed to the winner after the auction ends. Additionally, the total amount of spirit stones in this high-grade spirit vein is approximately 60 million high-grade spirit stones. 1 million high-grade spirit stones can be mined annually. The starting price is 200 billion low-grade spirit stones. Each bid increase must be no less than 100 million low-grade spirit stones." As Su Jilong's voice fell, the entire auction venue plunged into a brief silence. Then, like a powder keg being ignited, the auction hall instantly erupted in a frenzy. "Holy crap, a starting price of 200 billion low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who can even afford that?" someone exclaimed, dumbfounded, their voice full of disbelief. 200 billion, this is simply insane, someone muttered, their face filled with incredulity. "Doesn't this mean only the great Zhou imperial family and the Heavenly Sword sect can afford to bid?" someone said unwillingly. Many were even trembling, clearly shocked to the extreme by this price. Of course, they were only shocked by the starting price. Compared to the value of a spirit stone mineral vein, this starting price was actually not high. In truth, Su Jilong's decision to auction this high-grade spirit vein wasn't for the sake of earning spirit stones. In fact, this entire auction wasn't meant to earn spirit stones. It was to continue building momentum for the Su family. Although this spirit vein could yield 60 million high-grade spirit stones, the value of a spirit stone mineral vein isn't calculated that way. Because mining spirit stones is extremely difficult, and the higher the grade of the vein, the harder it becomes. Furthermore, mining spirit stones also involves significant expenses. Therefore, unless a power has more high-grade spirit veins than they can use, they generally won't conduct mining. Instead, they would invest many spirit stones to maintain the spiritual chi concentration of the high-grade spirit vein. This was the case for the Great Zhou dynasty and the Heavenly Sword sect. And the benefits brought by a high-grade spirit vein are numerous. The most common use is for cultivation. The extremely high concentration of spiritual chi allows a martial artist to break through realms more easily. One can also plant spirit medicines and spirit trees near the spirit stone mineral vein. In short, maintaining a high-grade spirit stone mineral vein can bring many other benefits to its owner. At this time, Zhou Yuanwu and Sword Elder Wind were equally shocked. Each of them controlled a high-grade spirit stone mineral vein and had gained immense benefits from them. The spirit stone mineral vein before them was even more massive and precious than the ones they held. If they could win the auction, it would at least allow their respective powers to reach a higher level. Their normally calm and unshakable mindsets also began to stir with excitement. A voice echoed in both their hearts. They must obtain this spirit stone mineral vein. The Great Zhou imperial family bids 210 billion low-grade spirit stones. The Heavenly Sword sect bids 220 billion low-grade spirit stones. The remaining forces watched as the Great Zhou imperial family and the Heavenly Sword sect continuously outbid each other, feeling unwilling in their hearts yet helpless. While the Great Zhou imperial family and the Heavenly Sword sect were still bidding, an unusual voice came from the second floor. "Everyone, listen to me. I have a bold idea." Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward the speaker, only to find it was the sect master of the Iron Bone sect, Tai Zhengzheng. He stood on the second floor corridor, looking down with an excited expression. Seeing everyone looking at him, Tai Zhengzheng continued, "Since none of our individual forces have enough financial power to bid, why don't we pool the resources of all our forces together to participate in the auction? As long as we can win this high-grade spirit vein, we can sign a contract based on the proportion of our contributions and develop this vein together. What do you say?" The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. Many were tempted. However, they didn't dare to participate. After all, this was snatching food from the mouths of the two giants, the Great Zhou imperial family and the Heavenly Sword sect. The risk was too great. Seeing their hesitant expressions, Tai Zhengzheng understood their concerns. He continued, "Don't worry, everyone. Forces like the Profound Heaven Palace, the Four Seas Fortress, and the Purple Cloud aristocratic family will all participate. With so many of us, they won't dare to act against us easily. These words indeed put many at ease. Because the Iron Bone Sect, Profound Heaven Palace, Four Seas Fortress, and Purple Cloud aristocratic family were the strongest forces besides the Great Zhou Imperial family and the Heavenly Sword Sect. With all these forces combined, even the two giants wouldn't find it easy to take action. Feiyu's sect agrees to join. Dingai Pavilion agrees to join. Soon, almost all the forces had joined in, which made the already involved groups feel even more reassured and confident. This scene caused Zhou Yuanwu's expression to turn ugly. All the forces within the dynasty had actually united. Was this a challenge to the majesty of the Great Zhou Imperial family? But just as Tai Zhengzheng had said, with so many forces united, even the Great Zhou dynasty couldn't easily make a move. At this moment, Tai Zhengzheng also began bidding 300 billion low-grade spirit stones. 63. Number 63 Iron Bone Sect makes a comeback. Chapter 63. Iron Bone Sect's counterattack. Zhou Yuanwu's expression grew even uglier. He knew that if these forces united to bid, it would be much harder for him to obtain the high-grade spirit vein. Zhou Yuanwu stood inside the private box, his gaze fixed like a torch upon the crystal ball on the auction table that sealed a high-grade spirit vein. The Great Zhou Imperial family bids 310 billion low-grade spirit stones. Seeing the Great Zhou Imperial family continue to bid, a hint of amusement flashed in Sword Elder Wind's eyes. This auction had become complicated ever since the Iron Bone Sect and other forces joined. The Heavenly Sword Sect bids 320 billion low-grade spirit stones. As the three parties continuously raised their bids, the atmosphere in the auction house grew increasingly tense. Every price increase felt like a heavy blow to the heart of everyone present. Soon, the price had reached 450 billion low-grade spirit stones. Although this price was acceptable to the three forces participating in the bidding. However, this bidding war was subtly showing signs of losing control. Since none of the three forces wanted to give up, the price would only continue to climb higher. It would only end once it exceeded the limits of two of the forces. At this moment, a scene unfolded that surprised everyone. A Heavenly Sword Sect elder spoke to Su Jilong on the auction stage with a look of regret. This price is too high. The Heavenly Sword Sect abandons the bid. After speaking, he covered his heart with one hand, feigning a look of intense heartache. This sight stunned everyone present. What was going on? The Heavenly Sword Sect gave up just like that? Given the Heavenly Sword Sect's strength, they shouldn't be unable to afford this price. But everyone noticed that despite the Heavenly Sword Sect elder's exaggerated expression, there was no genuine sign of distress. Countless question marks popped up in their minds. This scene also caused Zhou Yuanwu's brows to furrow. He felt as if a conspiracy was targeting the Great Zhou dynasty. His gaze occasionally swept over the Iron Bone Sect and the other major forces who were whispering amongst themselves, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. The Heavenly Sword Sect's withdrawal was extremely unexpected, but before he could think further, the Great Zhou Imperial family's bid was immediately suppressed by the Iron Bone Sect and the other major forces. In fact, as soon as the Great Zhou Imperial family made a bid, the Iron Bone Sect and the other major forces immediately followed suit. The price was constantly being refreshed, and Zhou Yuanwu's heart sank. When the price reached 600 billion low-grade spirit stones, Zhou Yuanwu finally felt a hint of pressure. The Heavenly Sword Sect group, however, watched the events unfolding in the auction hall with serene expressions, occasionally exchanging a few words among themselves. Following this, the continuous bidding made Zhou Yuanwu increasingly convinced that the Heavenly Sword Sect's withdrawal was highly suspicious. If the Iron Bone Sect and the other forces didn't have a stronger power backing them, how would they dare to unite against the Great Zhou Imperial family and the Heavenly Sword Sect? Wait, the Heavenly Sword Sect? Suddenly, Zhou Yuanwu seemed to realize something. A burst of anger instantly surged into his heart. He finally understood why Sword Elder Wind had abandoned the bid. The Heavenly Sword Sect must be behind the Iron Bone Sect and the other forces. Heavenly Sword Sect, damn them! Zhou Yuanwu roared softly in anger. Li Xinrong, who was standing nearby, was startled and whispered, "Your Majesty." Zhou Yuanwu sat down, rubbed his forehead, and leaned back against the chair. He then took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. After a moment, Zhou Yuanwu said weakly to Li Xinrong, "Let's abandon the bid." By this point, Li Xinrong had also guessed the general situation. His heart felt cold. This was just this auction. If the Heavenly Sword Sect truly allied with the Iron Bone Sect and the other forces later on, Then, the Great Zhou imperial family would face an unprecedented crisis. The Great Zhou imperial family abandons the bid. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the crowd below the stage was first greatly astonished, and then their faces lit up with ecstasy. They succeeded. They actually managed to bid for a high-grade spirit vein right from the jaws of the two giants, the Great Zhou imperial family and the Heavenly Sword sect. This feeling was like a dream. At this moment, everyone seemed to envision the prosperous future of their respective forces, utilizing the high-grade spirit vein for development. Meanwhile, Tai Zhengzheng on the second floor exchanged smiles with a few others, as if everything was under control. Afterward, they all looked toward the Heavenly Sword sect's private box. Everything understood without words. It turned out that the Heavenly Sword sect was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Ever since Su Jilong announced that the final auction item was a high-grade spirit vein, Sword Elder Wind knew that Zhou Yuanwu would never give up, and he himself was equally unwilling to give up. But this would lead to one result. The high-grade spirit vein would ultimately be sold for a price neither of them could bear. Therefore, Sword Elder Wind came up with this plan. Sword Elder Wind also anticipated that Zhou Yuanwu would definitely figure out the plan. But by the time he figured it out, it would already be too late. As for the Heavenly Sword sect's mid-auction withdrawal, it was meant to make Zhou Yuanwu react sooner. Once Zhou Yuanwu realized that this was an alliance of all forces excluding the Great Zhou dynasty, he would most likely stop bidding. This also prevented the price of the high-grade spirit vein from being driven sky high. Sure enough, everything unfolded just as Sword Elder Wind had predicted. In the end, the Ironbone sect and the various other forces successfully bid 700 billion low-grade spirit stones for the high-grade spirit vein. With the auction of the final item completed, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auction concluded. But the shock it delivered to the crowd was far from over. The items the Su family auctioned this time were among the most supreme existences within the Great Zhou and its surrounding states. Some were even existences that the Great Zhou dynasty's power couldn't normally access. This elevated the Su family's standing in everyone's hearts by another level. The Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auction has now entirely concluded. Thank you very much for attending. Those who successfully won bids can come to the backstage shortly to complete the transactions. Thus, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce auction ended in perfection. Everything that happened at the auction swept across the entire Great Zhou dynasty like a fierce wind immediately after the event concluded. The news even spread to the three surrounding states of the Great Zhou dynasty. Whether it was the top-tier medicinal pills, spiritual artifacts and spirit fruits, or the shocking high-grade spirit vein, all of it pushed the Su family's reputation to its peak. Great Zhou dynasty, royal capital. At this time, the 50 people who obtained slots for the Phoenix Fall ancient realm were following the royal capital Imperial Guard to the location of the high-grade spirit vein. They would cultivate there for 1 month. Along the way, Su Hao was filled with confusion. He found it strange why, when he was receiving the martial arts tournament reward, that eunuch kept hinting that he should cultivate the rewarded earth rank cultivation technique. He had read it and there seemed to be no problem with it. But he just couldn't figure it out. Was it simply because it was a precious earth rank cultivation technique? Just as Su Hao was still pondering, they arrived at the location of the high-grade spirit vein. Everyone else looked excited, including Tang Ming and Zhou Pengyun. Although both of them had entered a high-grade spirit vein many times, their usage was not unrestricted. Every time they entered to cultivate, it allowed their strength to make significant progress. The members of the Su family, however, looked calm. You may enter now. Find a spot inside to cultivate. I will wait for you here 1 month from now. The leading Imperial Guard general finished speaking to Su Hao and the others before leaving. With his subordinates. Haha, I can't wait to go in and cultivate everyone. I'll go ahead first. As soon as Du Shiying finished speaking, he was already at the entrance. The others immediately rushed in after him. Finally, the Su family group slowly walked in Tiantong Prefecture, Qingyun City. At this moment, a piece of news suddenly spread, instantly causing a massive sensation. The Su family will be recruiting personnel on Qingyun Mountain 2 days from now. 64. Number 64. The recruitment test for the Su family members has begun. Chapter 64. The Su family recruitment test begins. As soon as the news broke, it immediately caused a sensation throughout Qingyun City. As the news spread, the entire Great Zhou also began to tremble because of it. In the eyes of the public, the current Su family had already become a dream-like holy land for cultivation, powerful family experts, the ridiculous strength of family members, and a profound family foundation. Every single aspect drove the masses into a frenzy. Everyone had already begun looking forward to the recruitment 2 days later. Although some people left because the auction had ended, even more people began pouring into Qingyun City and several surrounding cities. Some people even had to spend the night outside the city because they arrived late. This caused those who had arrived in the city early to be filled with deep emotion. Great Zhou Dynasty, the royal capital, inside the high-grade spirit vein. Su Hao and the others had all entered the spirit vein. Upon entering, the concentration of spiritual qi was indeed immediately different from the outside world. Du Shiying took a deep breath, feeling the changes of the spiritual qi within his body, and was secretly delighted. Haha, as expected of a high-grade spirit vein, it really is different. After speaking, Du Shiying immediately found a spot and began to cultivate. The others also quickly picked a spot and entered a state of cultivation. With only 1 month's time, no one wanted to waste a single second. Su Xian sniffed and then showed a face of disdain. Big brother, this isn't all that great. Alright, just cultivate for now. Not everywhere is like Qingyun Mountain. You can't stay at home forever in the future. Su Hao smiled and patted Su Xian, then signaled for everyone to begin cultivating. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Ming opened his eyes in confusion. He felt that the speed at which he was absorbing spiritual qi seemed to have slowed down slightly. Tang Ming turned his head to look around but found nothing unusual. He suspected it was just his imagination. Thus, he re-entered his cultivation state and continued to cultivate. After a while, Zhou Pengyun also opened his eyes in confusion and made the same movements as Tang Ming. Seeing that everyone was cultivating, he didn't think much of it and continued his cultivation. Half an hour later, many people sensed the change in the spiritual qi. Even though it was their first time entering a high-grade spirit vein, they noticed that the rate at which the spiritual qi concentration was dropping was somewhat inconceivable. Many people were still wondering if this was the result of too many people coming this time. However, someone soon discovered something different. He found that the spiritual qi concentration around him was slowly rising. This person was none other than Wang Haoyang. Because he was relatively close to Su Hao and the others, Wang Haoyang clearly felt that the spiritual qi was gathering toward them. Because Wang Haoyang was standing quite close, the spiritual qi concentration around him also followed suit, rising instead of falling. However, Wang Haoyang did not say anything. He only marveled once again in his heart at the terror of the Su family members. Thus, Wang Haoyang cautiously began to move towards Su Hao and the others. He found the closest possible position and entered his cultivation state again. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that after moving here, his current cultivation speed had improved even further. This made Wang Haoyang's heart bloom with joy. Although Wang Haoyang's movements were very subtle, they were still noticed by a few people. At first, these few people didn't care and were even mocking Wang Haoyang in their hearts for being a fool. After all, when cultivating, one continuously absorbs the surrounding spiritual qi, causing its concentration to drop. Many people cultivating together is not as fast as cultivating separately to absorb spiritual qi. This was common knowledge. The Su family had already gathered 12 people. Surely the surrounding spiritual qi concentration was already very low. Wouldn't Wang Haoyang moving there make the spiritual qi concentration even lower? The few people shook their heads and went back to cultivating. But after cultivating for a while, they felt the surrounding spiritual qi concentration had dropped significantly again. At this time, when looking towards Su Hao and the others, they were shocked to find that 3 more people had actually gathered near the Su family members. This also aroused the suspicion of one of them. So, he also walked towards Su Hao and the others. However, with every step he took, the shock in his heart deepened. The closer he got to the Su family members, the higher the spiritual qi concentration actually became. He almost cried out but suddenly covered his own mouth. He wanted to prevent himself from shouting out because he couldn't control himself from the excessive shock. Then, this person looked around and saw that no one seemed to have noticed him. After being secretly pleased, he also tiptoed towards Su Hao and the others 2 days later. Qingyun Mountain. At this time, the foot of the mountain was already packed with people. Martial artists from all directions formed a vast sea of people. They were either standing or sitting, and some even climbed onto surrounding trees and rocks just to be closer to Qingyun Mountain. In the distance, more people could be seen rushing toward Qingyun Mountain. They're here, the Su family people are coming down. Just as the crowd was discussing spiritedly, someone suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned to the steps of Qingyun Mountain, only to see several figures walking down. As Su Jirui's group approached, the voices of discussion in the crowd gradually died down. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Everyone was looking forward to the recruitment test that was about to begin, their hearts filled with excitement and nervousness. Many people were guessing exactly how the Su family would conduct the test. If they didn't look at strength or value talent, it would be very difficult to filter out those with true potential. After all, in a world where the strong are respected, what could be more important than strength and talent? Su Jirui stood before the crowd, his eyes revealing a profound wisdom. He knew that many people present must be wondering what the Su family's test actually was. With a slight smile, Suzhirui then spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. Welcome everyone to Qingyun Mountain to participate in this Su family recruitment. I know you are all curious about our Su family's selection criteria. Now, I will tell you the answer. His voice spread clearly across the entire foot of the mountain, allowing everyone to hear it distinctly. Then, Suzhirui continued. A martial artist fights against heaven for their fate. It cannot be denied that talent is needed, but talent does not determine everything. How far a martial artist can go depends more on whether they have the great perseverance of being indomitable and that unwavering heart nature to pursue being a peak expert. If you lack talent, my Su family can give it to you. But if you don't even have the heart to become stronger, then even if your strength is great and your talent is high, my Su family does not need such a person. Boom. As soon as Suzhirui's voice fell, it was as if thunder rumbled in the minds of the people present, shaking their souls. Different lights flickered in everyone's eyes. Some eyes were full of determination, some were thoughtful, and some were filled with the regret of a sudden realization. Suzhirui looked at the crowd below, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Now I announce that the first stage of the Su family recruitment test officially begins. 65. Number 65. The first challenge. Ascend Su family square. Chapter 65. The first trial. Ascending to the Su family square. Rules for the first trial. Reach the Su family square by climbing the steps before sunset to pass. Suzhirui's voice echoed through the mountains like the morning bell and evening drum, reaching everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, looking at one another with eyes full of confusion. That's it? What kind of trial is this? Are the Su family's standards really just this? A confident young martial artist said disdainfully, his voice loud enough for those around him to hear. With these steps, I can climb hundreds in minutes, another martial artist responded jokingly, drawing chuckles from the crowd. However, some martial artists remained cautious, knowing the Su family wouldn't set such a simple trial. One experienced middle-aged martial artist frowned in thought and cautioned, "Don't underestimate this trial. Since the Su family set such a rule, there must be a deeper meaning. We'd better be careful." Watching Suzhirui and the others depart, some martial artists approached the first step with a relaxed mindset, preparing to pass this stage quickly. The moment they stepped into the range of the Qingyun mountain formation, they were suddenly stunned. Rich spiritual qi swept through their bodies, making them feel as if they were in an ocean of spiritual qi. This spiritual qi was exceptionally pure and dense, surging into every martial artist's body like a tide. It gave their meridians and dantian an unprecedented sense of fullness. Some were surprised to find that as they breathed, their cultivation was actually improving unconsciously. Holy shit, a martial artist couldn't help but swear, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Another martial artist stammered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this even a trial? This is mind-blowing, someone remarked with emotion. A few people even sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. This scene left those behind them dumbfounded. What's going on? Are these guys here to be funny? They can't even move before climbing a single step? At this moment, a burly man with a full beard couldn't stand it any longer. He stepped forward and kicked away a martial artist who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating in his way. Out of the way, the bearded man shouted angrily and stepped forward. Then, while everyone was completely bewildered, after pausing for a second, the bearded man actually sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, and the martial artist who had been kicked away didn't even seem to want to regain face. Surprisingly, he just got up and started to cultivate again. This scene left the crowd behind them completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Aren't they taking a trial? Aren't they climbing steps? What are they doing now? Is this a trap set by the Su family? They don't look like they've fallen into a trap. Just then, the aura of a cross-legged martial artist surged, and a stronger aura spread out. I've had a breakthrough, ha ha ha. Now, the people behind could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward. Cries of shock could be heard one after another. This also made everyone begin to understand why the Su family was so powerful. At the same time, the desire to join the Su family grew wildly in their hearts. Finally, someone remembered that they were still in the middle of a trial, so they turned and walked toward the first step. Arriving at the first step, out of caution, the person carefully observed it for a moment. Finding nothing unusual, they felt relieved and tried to place one foot on the step. At this point, there was still nothing out of the ordinary. So, the person breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, it seemed there wouldn't be any problems with these initial steps. Just as both of their feet stood on the first step, a change occurred. They felt the pressure on their body suddenly double. Caught off guard, they were slammed face down onto the first step. To others, it looked as if someone had simply lost their balance and fallen after stepping onto the first tier. A few people even laughed outright. With the first person attempting the climb, many others finally realized they were still in the middle of the assessment. Thus, quite a few people approached the steps, ready to begin the trial. Thump, 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 as the sight of several figures stepping onto the stairs and immediately falling appeared before everyone. The crowd finally realized there was something wrong with the steps. Those who had been mocking stopped laughing. Everyone looked at the steps with uncertainty and doubt. The person who had first stepped onto the stairs pushed themselves up with both hands, took a breath, and slowly spoke. "It's the pressure, it's doubled." What? Quote, this also greatly shocked the people behind. As expected, the Su family's trial was not that simple. This made many people begin to take this trial seriously. It also added a sense of urgency to everyone's hearts. After all, there was a time limit, so people began to slowly try and ascend the steps. Despite being mentally prepared, those who stepped onto the first tier still turned somewhat pale. Seeing others successfully ascend, the rest of the crowd also began to try. Once those on the first step stabilized themselves, they began to try for the second step. After successfully standing firm and finding that the pressure did not increase, those on the second step breathed a long sigh of relief. Seeing no change for those on the second step, the people behind followed closely. Soon after, the gap between everyone became apparent. Some could quickly adapt to the pressure on the steps and move forward steadily, while others needed to rest for a while after every single step. But what puzzled everyone was that some of those in the lead were not the strongest. The pressure on these steps was exactly what was released by the formation that Sujirui and his team had set up. Of course, it wasn't as simple as just releasing pressure. Furthermore, the pressure felt by each person was different. The formation would apply a specific pressure corresponding to each individual's strength. The stronger the strength, the greater the pressure received. And this pressure was all-encompassing. As some who reached the 100th step began to ascend to the 101st, the pressure on them suddenly doubled again. This caused the faces of some who were unprepared to turn even paler. Some even failed to stand firm and were crushed directly onto the steps. This scene made everyone fall silent. They realized that the difficulty of this trial might far exceed their imagination. At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that some people seemed to be continuing forward, unaffected. 66. Number 66 Spiritual Energy Sealed. Chapter 66. Spiritual Power Sealed. Seeing this, the other martial artists felt an indescribable emotion surging within them. Why are you all human, yet only you can do this? One martial artist even looked up and shouted, "My fate is in my own hands, not in heaven's." The crowd on the steps also became more serious. Many people began to lower their heads and continue their ascent. Soon, at the 200th step, the pressure doubled once more. At the 300th step, the pressure doubled again. It continued until someone reached the 900th step. The crowd on the steps had now formed three clearly distinct groups. The people in the first group were all above the 800th step. The people in the second group were mostly around the 600th to 700th steps. As for the remaining people, they were all below the 500th step. By now, some people, unable to bear the increasing pressure, had started walking back down. Several individuals even sustained serious injuries because they forced themselves to advance against pressure that exceeded their limits. This made many others begin to hesitate. The atmosphere on the steps grew even more tense. All the initial ease and levity had completely vanished. As everyone continued to climb, more and more martial artists reached their limits and had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw from the steps. Because on these steps, one had to endure pressure from all directions at every moment. Meanwhile, some from the first group had now reached the 999th step. Based on previous patterns, the pressure on the next step would undoubtedly double once more. At this moment, many eyes turned towards those martial artists standing on the 999th step. They were currently the ones who had advanced the farthest, and observing them could provide insight into the conditions ahead. After a moment's hesitation, those standing on the 999th step began attempting to set foot on the 1000th step. A tall, burly martial artist took a deep breath and slowly raised his right foot. His movements were slow, yet they carried an extraordinary resolve. When both his feet landed firmly on the 1000th step, as expected, an immense pressure instantly surged over him. But then, to his utter horror, he discovered that the spiritual power he had been circulating had come to a complete halt. No matter how hard he tried to circulate it, there was no response whatsoever. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The martial artist hastily retreated back down. He immediately felt his spiritual power resume its circulation. This brought him immense relief and a sense of private gratitude. If he had retreated any later, it likely wouldn't have been just spitting blood. At this point, the others all looked at him. Everyone had clearly witnessed what just happened. If it were merely a doubling of pressure, it definitely wouldn't have caused him to spit blood directly. Spiritual power sealed. And this martial artist made no attempt to hide it, directly explaining the situation he had just experienced. What? Spiritual power sealed. These 4 words immediately caused everyone's expressions to change drastically, because many people had managed to get this far precisely by relying on the circulation of their internal spiritual power to resist some of the pressure. If their spiritual power was sealed, they might be unable to withstand the pressure ahead. Rui and a few others stood at the edge of the plaza, watching the scene below. Hall Master, isn't this a bit too harsh? One of them, observing the performance of the people below, couldn't help but ask. Because he knew that the 1000th step was where the true trial began, and even greater surprises awaited them further on. Rui smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as if it could pierce through the layers of pressure and reach straight into people's hearts. The path of martial arts has always been filled with hardships and obstacles. What our Sioux family needs are not flowers raised in a greenhouse, but pines and cypresses that can grow amidst wind and rain. Rui spoke slowly, his voice firm and powerful. These trials may seem harsh, but their true purpose is to sift out those who possess genuine, great perseverance and a heart that pursues the peak. Only such individuals can keep pace with the Sioux family's future development, become the mainstays of our Sioux family. As more and more people arrived at the 999th step, some finally began attempting to stop circulating their spiritual power and rely solely on their physical strength to resist the current pressure. Just as everyone was experimenting, a youth directly bypassed them and stepped towards the 1000th step. Then, he stood steadily on the 1000th step. Next, under everyone's astonished gazes, the youth didn't pause for a moment before lifting his foot again and stepping onto the 1001st step. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, someone suddenly realized this youth possessed no cultivation whatsoever. This discovery shocked everyone present beyond measure. An ordinary person with no cultivation was actually walking ahead of everyone while enduring pressure 10 times their own. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. The martial artists with powerful cultivation levels looked at each other in confusion, unable to comprehend this scene. Many among them had only managed to get here by relying on their profound spiritual power, reserves and bodies tempered by that spiritual power. Yet this youth before them seemed to have surpassed them using only the strength of an ordinary person. It made them feel as if all their years of cultivation had been for nothing. The youth stood on the steps, his figure appearing both solitary and resolute. Before everyone could recover from their shock, 2 more youthful figures stepped onto the 1000th step from behind them, and these 2 individuals also possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Everyone's minds were filled with question marks. Since when had ordinary people become so ridiculously strong? It even led some to momentarily suspect that the formation's pressure beyond the 1000th step had vanished. Impossible, the formation must have failed. I, Huang, refuse to believe this is real. A young man dressed in splendid robes cursed and grumbled as he walked towards the 1000th step. Thump! Before his feet could even find stable footing, his entire body directly knelt onto the 1000th step. This dispelled everyone's doubts. As more people arrived, some slowly began to ascend to higher steps, enduring both the spiritual power seal and the tenfold pressure. Now, a clear dividing line began to form at the 1000th step. Many people stopped here, not daring to proceed further, while those who had crossed the 1000th step trudged forward with difficulty. As they pressed on, the pressure on their bodies also continuously increased. 11-fold, 12-fold, until a full 19-fold pressure. By now, fewer than 10,000 people could still continue forward. The ones still highest up remained those 3 youths with no cultivation. The trio had already reached the 1999th step. Following closely behind them was a young woman dressed in black, and these 4 were enduring a full 20-fold pressure. Next, trailing over 100 steps behind these 4, were several thousand people. At this moment, everyone was intently watching the 4 figures above, because they were about to step into the final 1000 steps, and what they would encounter on those final 1000 steps filled the hearts of those still pressing onward with tension. 67. Number 67, the terrifying last 1000 steps. Chapter 67. The terrifying final 1000 steps. On the 1999th step, Qin Yu turned his head to look at the 2 people beside him who were of similar age. His eyes filled with admiration. Having come all this way, he knew very well the pressure he had to face. If it weren't for the last shred of obsession in his heart supporting him, he probably would have been crushed down below long ago. However, looking at these final 1000 steps, his heart was surprisingly calm. All the fatigue, pain, and struggle became insignificant at this moment. because he knew that as long as he crossed these last 1,000 steps, he would be able to personally avenge his parents in the future. The two youths beside him also showed determined expressions. One of them clenched his fists, as if making a silent vow in his heart, while the other closed his eyes, seemingly making final mental preparations. Immediately after, the young girl in black also stepped onto the 1999th step, a look of resolve in her eyes. Just then, the four of them stepped forward simultaneously, entering the 2000th step. This time, just as they set foot on the step, visions simultaneously manifested across the final 1,000 steps. It was as if a mysterious power had been awakened. Suddenly, a wild wind roared on the steps before them, and gusts of astral wind swept through. One could even see flashes of dazzling cold light within the astral wind from time to time, filled with an indescribable sharpness. And from the steps even higher up, the rumbling of thunder could be heard. Witnessing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but hold their breath, their hearts filled with immense shock. What kind of trial is this? A martial artist said with a trembling voice, his eyes full of awe. First the ceiling of spiritual power, and now all these dangers. As expected, the Su family is not so easy to enter. Another elderly martial artist couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His voice drew agreement from many people around him. How are they supposed to pass the steps after this? Someone's voice carried a sense of disbelief. Shen Hao gazed firmly at the astral wind ahead, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. He knew well that the power contained within the astral wind ahead was anything but ordinary, but he had no intention of retreating in the slightest, because this was his only chance. If he couldn't enter the Su family, he would never be able to cultivate again for the rest of his life. At the thought of his Dantian being destroyed and his inability to absorb heaven and earth, spiritual qi, a wave of unspeakable bitterness surged in Shen Hao's heart. But even so, he did not give up on even a shred of hope. In his view, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would never give up on pursuing his dream of the martial Dao. Thus, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Shen Hao was the first to step onto the 2000th step. Everyone's eyes turned toward Shen Hao. Even the three people beside him looked at Shen Hao in surprise. The moment Shen Hao entered the range of the astral wind, a flash of cold light struck toward him. That cold light was as sharp as a sword, slicing through the air and bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. At this time, due to the sudden increase in pressure, Shen Hao was simply unable to dodge. The crowd below all held their breath, their eyes fixed on Shen Hao's figure, wondering what his fate would be. Shen Hao faced the sudden cold light, his heart also tightening. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he would encounter an attack as soon as he came up. Since he had not yet adapted to the increased pressure, he could only move his body with difficulty to try and dodge as much as possible. Chila. Although Shen Hao's reaction speed was extremely fast, due to the sudden increase in pressure, he was ultimately a split second too slow. The cold light flashed by, and a small but deep wound appeared on his shoulder, blood instantly staining the clothes around the wound. Shen Hao let out a muffled groan and frowned. He knew that now was not the time for pain, he had to reach the square as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Enduring the intense pain, Shen Hao continued to step forward. Every step was exceptionally difficult, but his gaze remained firm. Seeing this, the hearts of the crowd below also sank. The steps ahead were full of danger. One mistake could even cost them their lives. This also caused some people's hearts to waver. Qin Yu pursed his lips and also stepped directly into the range of the astral wind. The girl in black didn't say a word and followed suit. The last of the four appeared to be the oldest among them. A sense of world weariness showed in his eyes. It was hard to imagine what a youth had gone through to have such a deep gaze. Then, a look of determination crossed his face as he followed the steps of the three in front, entering the challenging astral wind. As time passed, more people arrived at the 1999th step. Some entered the astral wind range without looking back, continuing forward. They either wore expressions of grit or had eyes full of resolve. Each possessed the courage to forge ahead and the determination to never stop until their goal was reached. Others hesitated, standing on the steps and looking at the astral wind ahead, their hearts filled with hesitation and fear. Looking at the martial artists who had already entered the astral wind range, they couldn't help but feel admiration and envy. However, when they thought of the hardships and dangers they might face, their footsteps involuntarily stalled. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a day had gone by. After enduring the astral windblades, the four of them went through several more hardships in succession. A section of steps with thin air, a section with corrosive mist, and a section that constantly alternated between extreme cold and extreme heat. These trials were not only great challenges to their physical strength and endurance but also ruthlessly tempered their will and psychological resilience. By now, they had arrived at the 2799th step. Before them was an area where thunder constantly flashed, the rumble of thunder echoing and lightning flickering incessantly. Behind them were some martial artists who were continuously catching up. Looking at the lightning, the four of them were also shocked. But no one had any thought of retreating. On the contrary, their gazes became even more resolute. Only this last section of steps remained. Having experienced so much, it was even more impossible to give up now. None of the four hesitated and stepped directly onto the steps above. Immediately after, the expressions of all four changed simultaneously, because they discovered that their movements had become very sluggish. The final section of steps was not only filled with terrifying thunder but also hidden with a mysterious power that made the movements of those who entered exceptionally slow. The four struggled hard, trying to adapt to this sluggish state. Gotcha! A bolt of lightning struck a step right in front of the four of them. A puff of black smoke immediately rose from the spot that was hit. The eyelids of the four twitched wildly, and their faces turned even paler. 68. Number 68. The Mirror of Inquiry. The Tower of Time. Chapter 68. Heart-questioning mirror. Time-space tower. Qin Yu grit his teeth and took the first step forward. The other three followed closely behind him. Though their pace was slow, every step was exceptionally firm and powerful. After Qin Yu's group of four, other martial artists also began to enter the final section of the lightning-covered steps one after another. Before long, the sky began to darken. This caused the martial artists who were still many steps away from the plaza to grow increasingly anxious, because they were on the verge of missing their chance to enter the Su family. Finally, the sun sank behind the western mountains. This signaled the end of the first trial. The martial artists who had not yet reached the plaza immediately lost all chance of entering the Su family. At that moment, all the pressure and phenomena on the steps vanished. As the pressure and phenomena disappeared, a relaxed atmosphere began to permeate the steps. The martial artists who successfully passed the first trial breathed sighs of relief, relieved smiles appearing on their faces. Following that, those who had experienced the spiritual power suppression were pleasantly surprised to find that their cultivation had actually grown significantly. At this moment, on the Su family plaza, about 10,000 people stood scattered about. Everyone's gaze was gathered at the very front, watching a person speak. This person looked exactly like YCII. However, what none of them knew was that everything before their eyes was an illusion they were experiencing. From the moment they stepped onto the Su family plaza, they had already entered the second trial. The second trial tested one's heart nature. The plaza had long since been covered by the Emperor weapon, the heart-questioning mirror. Everyone who entered the plaza's range would directly enter an illusion, and everyone's illusion was different. The heart-questioning mirror would create a world that perfectly matched one's imagination, based on the original intention deep within their heart for cultivating the martial path. In this world, the entrants could fulfill all their dreams and do anything they wanted. Some might want endless wealth and power, while others might desire supreme fame and status. Still others might want to become the strongest person in the world. But when all of this is achieved, would they still have the heart to continue pursuing the martial path? This was the test of the second trial. In a room, YCII and the others quietly watched the various scenes displayed on the heart-questioning mirror. These scenes were the experiences of every martial artist currently within the illusion on the plaza. Everyone's actions within the illusion were being recorded by the members of the Su family. Standing behind YCII, the only way to break the illusion was to remain committed to pursuing the martial path even after everything had been achieved. Hallmaster, someone has come out, one of the people behind YCII said, pointing to a darkened area on the heart-questioning mirror. Meanwhile, on the plaza, Qin Yu blinked his eyes, looking confused. He remembered that when he stepped onto the plaza just now, there was no one there. How did so many people suddenly appear, and everyone else looked so strange? However, Qin Yu didn't think too much about it and simply waited quietly on the spot for the second trial to begin. This was precisely one of the abilities of the heart-questioning mirror. Once the illusion shattered, it would erase all of the entrants' memories of the illusion. At the same time, this avoided impacting the mental states of some individuals. Shortly after, Shen Hao and the other two also woke up. Following the awakening of the four, more and more people on the plaza began to wake up. After all, for those who could persevere and reach this place, their heart nature was already not bad. An hour later, as many as 8,000 people had woken up on the plaza. From the heart-questioning mirror, it could be seen that the remaining people were completely intoxicated by everything they possessed in the illusion, and these were the people who needed to be eliminated in the second trial. In the end, the 8,000 who passed the second trial were informed, amidst their bewilderment, that they had successfully passed the Su family's second trial. At the same time, these 8,000 people would officially become Su family menial workers. With this, the Su family recruitment trial officially concluded. Those who failed the trial were all escorted off Qingyun Mountain. Although the Su family recruitment trial had ended, the Su family's popularity did not wane. It even showed a trend of reaching new heights. This was because word of the spiritual qi concentration on Qingyun Mountain had spread. This made the 8,000 who passed the trial the envy of everyone in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Night fell. Ding! Automatic sign-in successful. Obtained one-time space tower. Su Xingzhou ignored the voice and continued sleeping. The next day, waking up early, Su Xingzhou remembered that he seemed to have signed in for something different, so he began to check it out. The time-space tower is divided into 3 levels of space, and opening it requires a continuous consumption of spirit stones. The first level can accommodate 1,000 people, with a time flow ratio of 1 to 10. That is, 1 day in the outside world is 10 days inside the tower. The second level can accommodate 100 people, with a time flow ratio of 1 to 100. The third level can accommodate 10 people, with a time flow ratio of 1 to 1,000. Su Xingzhou's eyes widened, his shock beyond words. He could hardly believe his eyes, and waves of emotion rippled through his heart. Is this really the reward I obtained? A time-space tower? After speaking, Su Xingzhou seemed to think of something. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, revealing a mischievous smile. Then, Su Xingzhou went to a platform on Lanyue Peak. He directly released the time-space tower. A simple and elegant small tower flew out from Su Xingzhou's system space and hovered in the air. It then began to slowly grow larger until it covered the entire platform. The body of the tower was carved with complex patterns, flowing with a mysterious and unfathomable luster, as if it resonated with the laws of this world. All of this naturally caught the attention of some members of the Su family. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In just a moment, several figures appeared around Su Xingzhou. Old ancestor. The group bowed in unison. Su Xingzhou waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Then, looking at Su Ziyuan, he said, "Ziyuan, this is the time-space tower. The time flow inside is different from the outside world. Arrange for the clansmen to enter and cultivate here from now on." Su Ziyuan and the others' eyes widened, their gazes locked onto the time-space tower before them that exuded an ancient aura. They could not stop the shock in their hearts. Afterward, Su Ziyuan nodded solemnly. He knew that with this time-space tower, the Su family was about to usher in a new era. Thus, Su Ziyuan led the group to bid farewell to Su Xingzhou, then went to arrange the matters concerning the time-space tower and the newly recruited personnel. Left alone, Su Xingzhou stretched his limbs. Thinking that it had been over a year since his transmigration, he hadn't yet had a good look at the outside world. Now that the family was operating stably, he could take this opportunity to go out and wander around. While hesitating about where to go, he suddenly thought of what happened at the auction. Su Xingzhou's eyes lit up, and he then went to Xiao Tianzong's courtyard. 15 minutes later, 2 figures flew out from Qingyun Mountain. 69. Number 69. Goodbye Lu Tianshang. Chapter 69. Meeting Lu Tianshang again. Half a day later, Qinjun City. Su Xingzhou and Xiao Tianzong walked side by side, leisurely entering Qinjun City. The city's towering walls and magnificent gates gave off a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Above the city gate, the characters for Qinjun City were carved with powerful strokes, exuding an inviolable majesty. Passing through the gate, they found a wide street. The two walked slowly along it, soaking in the city's ambiance. This was one of the mandatory passages for anyone wishing to enter the Cloud Mist Mountain range. After entering Qinjun City, the two arrived at an ordinary restaurant. Choosing a seat by the window, Su Xingzhou ordered 2 pots of tea and several specialty dishes, then began to wait quietly. The restaurant was bustling with all sorts of people coming and going, the clamor almost drowning out the noise from the street outside. A short while later, a waiter approached carrying the food and 2 pots of tea. After serving the dishes, he took advantage of a moment when no one was looking to quietly drop a slip of paper by Su Xingzhou's hand. Su Xingzhou said nothing and silently tucked the note away. Once they finished eating, the two walked out of the restaurant. Su Xingzhou opened the note to see an address written on it. Su Xingzhou put the note away, the two exchanged a glance, and then they headed toward the specified address. Before long, they arrived at a secluded alleyway. Su Xingzhou stepped up to a door and knocked in a specific pattern. Immediately after, an old man opened the door. The old man sized up Su Xingzhou and Xiao Tianzong for a few moments. "Is there something you need?" Su Xingzhou chuckled and said leisurely, "Cloud and mist entwine, mountains high and waters long." The old man looked around to confirm no one was nearby, then opened the door and motioned for Su Xingzhou and his companion to enter. As the two stepped into the courtyard, the old man closed the door. Please wait a moment. With that, the old man went into the inner room and led out a young man, saying to Su Xingzhou's group, just follow him. Outside Qinjun City, on a small path leading to the Cloud Mist mountain range, a group of 3 was walking rapidly. An hour later, they arrived at a hidden spot within the mountains. The youth stepped forward, manipulating a command token to point at the space ahead. Following a series of shifts, a hidden path slowly appeared within the mountains. The man stowed the token and turned to the other 2. This path leads directly into the interior of the Cloud Mist mountain range. The 3 were Su Xingzhou, Xiao Tianzong, and the Black Wind Stockades guide. Su Xingzhou knew how to find a Black Wind Stockade guide because he had interrogated Lu Tianshang a year ago. While Su Xingzhou and his companion were capable of finding the city of Sin on their own, it would have required significant effort. It was far easier to go through the Black Wind Stockade. Without lingering, the 3 quickly followed the path deep into the mountains. After some trekking, Su Xingzhou's group arrived before the gates of the Black Wind Stockade. At that moment, inside the council hall of the Black Wind Stockade, torches burned brightly in the hall, casting flickering shadows. Lu Tianshang sat in the seat of honor, with 2 vice chiefs and several confidants seated below. The envoys from the city of Sin have already come 3 times, and each time their demands are more excessive than the last. Lu Tianshang's brow was furrowed, his voice laced with deep concern. Our stockade's resources are nearly exhausted. If we pay such an exorbitant protection fee again, I'm afraid we won't even be able to maintain our daily livelihoods. An older strategist, his face also etched with worry, said helplessly, Stockade Master, we all know the methods of the city of Sin. If we refuse to pay, they will surely dispatch experts. When that time comes, I fear. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, with anxiety written on everyone's faces. Protection fees were an unspoken rule within the Cloud Mist mountain range. Under the pretext of defending against threats from the dynasties outside the mountains, the city of Sin would periodically collect resources from all the various organizations within the range, and the people who entered these mountains were mostly exiles and fugitives who could no longer survive in the outside world. Thus, they could only endure the rules here. Stockade Master, someone has arrived. Just as everyone was brooding, a guard hurriedly knocked on the door of the council hall to report. Lu Tianshang motioned for him to speak. What is it? His voice was steady and powerful, showing an air of authority that brooked no interruption. The guard lowered his head and replied, It's 2 people from outside the mountains. They say they have important business and need to see the Stockade Master. Hearing that they were from outside the mountains, Lu Tianshang frowned. I'll go take a look. You all wait here for a moment. Subsequently, Lu Tianshang walked out of the council hall and arrived at the stockade gate, where he saw 2 men in extraordinary attire standing outside. Upon getting a closer look, Lu Tianshang was suddenly struck with shock. Stammering as he spoke, Su old ancestor Su. Seeing Lu Tianshang's bewildered look, Su Xingzhou joked with a smile, Chief Lu, it's been a year. How have you been lately? Good not good. Lu Tianshang was extremely nervous now, his speech becoming somewhat incoherent. He truly hadn't expected the Su family ancestor to come looking for him in the Cloud Mist mountain range. Information in the Cloud Mist mountain range wasn't exactly isolated. He had heard quite a bit about the Su family's affairs in the outside world. Even though more than a year had passed since the incident with the Li family, suddenly seeing the Su family ancestor now still caused Lu Tianshang's heart to descend into utter chaos. Su Xingzhou was taken aback and asked curiously, Oh? Has Chief Lu run into some trouble? Lu Tianshang hesitated for a moment but finally decided to speak out, so he invited Su Xingzhou and his companion to the council hall first. Upon arriving at the council hall, Lu Tianshang directly had Su Xingzhou sit in the seat of honor. Xiao Tianzong stood behind Su Xingzhou. This scene made Lu Tianshang's heart race even faster. He clearly remembered the 2 Shengjing realm experts who had stood behind the Su family ancestor back then. Although this man hadn't been there at the time, he was clearly a top-tier expert as well. The sight also made the eyelids of the 2 vice chiefs twitch wildly. The 2 of them hadn't expected the stockade master to go out to meet someone and bring back the Su family ancestor. As for the other stockade confidants, they didn't dare make a sound seeing this. To survive in the Cloud Mist mountain range, one had to be smart. The grass on the graves of those who lacked vision was already 3 feet high. After Lu Tianshang recounted the sequence of events, Su Xingzhou understood the gist of it. It seems the city lord of the city of Sin wants to make a breakthrough to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. After listening, Su Xingzhou immediately identified the crux of the problem. Emperor realm. Lu Tianshang and the others were shocked beyond measure upon hearing those 2 words. Then, Su Xingzhou continued, You know the location of the city of Sin, right? Take us there, and we'll help you resolve this matter. Hearing this, Lu Tianshang was instantly overjoyed. With the Su family stepping in to mediate, the city of Sin would certainly stop making things difficult for the Black Wind Stockade. Lu Tianshang hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Su Xingzhou, and the others followed suit in a rush. Then, Lu Tianshang stood up and asked, when does old ancestor Su plan to head to the city of Sin? Let's go right now. 70. Number 70. I want to borrow your city lord's head. Chapter 70. I want to borrow your city lord's head. Old ancestor Su, the city of Sin is just ahead. In a dense forest, Lu Tianshang pointed ahead and turned to speak respectfully to Su Xingzhou. This time, besides Lu Tianshang, 2 vice chiefs of the Black Wind Stockade had also come. Su Xingzhou looked up and saw the view ahead suddenly brighten. A massive city appeared not far away, its walls entirely dark red, with people constantly moving in and out of the city gates. Most striking were the several sun-dried corpses hanging from the city tower, swaying continuously in the wind. Old ancestor Su, we need to go and apply for an identity token first, otherwise we won't be able to stay in the city for long. Lu Tianshang said somewhat cautiously. He knew the Su family was very strong. He had even heard from people coming out of the city of Sin a few days ago about the Su family, sending out auction invitations. When he heard it then, he was still lamenting how incredibly lucky he was to have returned from the Su family alive. However, the power of the city of Sin had been deeply rooted in his heart for many years. Therefore, comparing the two, he still felt the city of Sin was the stronger one. Su Xingzhou was taken aback, then waved his hand and said, no need. There's no need for such trouble. Lu Tianshang was a bit dazed. Was this the confidence of the powerful? Before long, the group of 5 arrived at the city gate. Standing at a distance earlier, they hadn't felt much. Now that they were close, a bloody aura immediately rushed toward them. Halt, you lot, take out your tokens. Suddenly, a guard at the city gate shouted to stop Su Xingzhou and the others. Su Xingzhou turned to look. It was actually a Yukong realm martial artist. It seemed the city of Sin had decent strength. No wonder it could stand for so long in the Cloud Mist mountain range. Then, Su Xingzhou said directly, Tianzong, take action. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure spread in all directions. At the same time, a sky-piercing aura began to continuously churn the spiritual chi at the city gate, forming a terrifying spiritual chi vortex. King Realm. Lu Tianshang and the other 2 widened their eyes and shouted with some difficulty. Although the pressure wasn't aimed at them, it still made the 3 of them somewhat unsteady on their feet. Meanwhile, the guards at the city gate were now all pinned to the ground by the pressure. Even some people passing by the city gate were pressed down, unable to move. Everyone looked in terror at the 5 people standing at the city gate. Boom boom boom. Immediately after, sky-piercing auras erupted from several locations within the city of Sin. And these auras were rapidly approaching. Who goes there? How dare you run wild in the city of Sin? Before the person even arrived, a slightly furious voice rang out. Feeling the experts from within the city constantly approaching, the guards lying on the ground felt much more relieved. One by one, they looked fiercely at Su Xingzhou and his group. Some were even thinking about what positions they should use to hang these people from the city tower later. In just a moment, one person was the first to arrive at the city gate. This person was the 3rd elder of the city of Sin, Withered Bone. He released his 7th heaven of King Realm aura without any concealment. After arriving in the air above the city gate, Withered Bone immediately saw the 5 people standing right in the middle of the entrance. He immediately shouted, presumptuous to dare cause trouble here. I think you've grown tired of living. Having said that, Withered Bone immediately channeled his spiritual power, intending to give the people before him a painful lesson. Although there was a King Realm expert among them, just being in the King Realm was not enough. Noisy. Su Xingzhou picked his ear, blew on his finger, and didn't even lift his eyelids. Upon hearing Su Xingzhou's words, Xiao Tianzong immediately took action. Just as Withered Bone was about to strike, a terrifying pressure swept toward him. Thud. The sound of an object hitting the ground rang out. Withered Bone fell directly from the heights and knelt before Su Xingzhou and the others. At this moment, Withered Bone's knees were completely shattered, and the ground even sank slightly. In an instant, intense pain shot to his brain, and Withered Bone couldn't help but gasp for breath. His eyes were filled with horror. Just now, he couldn't even put up the slightest resistance before being slapped down by the pressure. At this moment, Withered Bone suddenly regretted coming so quickly. And this scene left the others from the city of Sin bewildered. This was the 3rd elder of the city of Sin. Why did he kneel directly to these people? Because Withered Bone was currently facing away from them. They couldn't see the fear in his eyes at all. But Lu Tianshang and the other 2 clearly saw Withered Bone's terror. At this moment, the 3 of them only wanted to shout one thing. Old Ancestor Su is awesome. So this was what Old Ancestor Su meant by not needing to be so troublesome. At this time, several more people arrived in succession. Seeing the scene before them, the newcomers' pupils all constricted, their expressions becoming solemn. They knew Withered Bone's strength. An expert who could suppress Withered Bone to such an extent must be a peaked King Realm master, because they didn't feel any pressure exceeding the King Realm. Your Excellency, for what reason have you come to the City of Sin? Dark Nether, the Grand Elder of the City of Sin, stepped forward slightly and asked, looking at Su Xingzhou and the others. As for Withered Bone kneeling on the ground, he was directly ignored. Su Xingzhou's eyebrows rose slightly. Simple, we've come to borrow something from your city lord. Dark Nether frowned, complaining incessantly in his heart. What the hell, was this a posture for borrowing things? They might as well have a knife held to his neck. If it weren't for the fact that he only had the strength of the ninth heaven of King Realm, he would have gone up and sent them flying with a punch long ago. Our city lord is currently in seclusion. I wonder what your excellency wishes to borrow. If it's convenient, you can tell me first. I can still make decisions on some matters here. Oh? Su Xingzhou looked at Dark Nether with a half-smile. Quote, I'm afraid you can't make the decision for what I'm borrowing. I want to borrow your city lord's head. What? Will you go and get it for me? You. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Dark Nether's expression changed, and the others also showed looks of anger. Your Excellency, do not think our City of Sin is easy to bully. Dark Nether shouted coldly. He hadn't expected the visitor to be so bold. Su Xingzhou snapped his fingers, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. You're right, I just think you're easy to bully. At this moment, Lu Tianshang and the other two behind Su Xingzhou were completely shocked. They hadn't expected things to develop to this point. However, not only did the three of them not feel afraid, they even felt their blood boiling. At this time, two more figures flew rapidly from within the city. Feeling the auras behind him, Dark Nether abandoned his previous caution and gave a sinister smile. Haha, our deputy city lord has arrived. Now you'd better consider. Bang! Before Dark Nether could finish his sentence, he was instantly sent flying backward. Then, he was embedded directly into the city wall. Su Xingzhou slowly withdrew his fist and looked at the remaining people. Do you few have anything to say? If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71 Zhang Yiwu Death. Chapter 71, Zhang Yiwu Death. Feeling Su Xingzhou's gaze on them, the group instantly felt as if they were facing a mortal enemy. Their hearts pounded wildly. Where on earth did this terrifying person come from? The Grand Elder, with the strength of the ninth heaven of King Realm, was actually sent flying by a single punch. Then wouldn't it take less than a punch for the rest of them? Fortunately, the two Vice City Lords mentioned by Dark Nether soon arrived at the scene. Seeing the Vice City Lords arrive, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, both Vice City Lords were peak King Realm experts. At least their safety was guaranteed. When Hong Tingyi and Lin Chenzhou arrived at the city gate and saw this scene, they were also completely dazed. In just this short time, of the 5 great elders of the City of Sin, one was sent flying, one was kneeling, and the remaining 3 were acting submissively? Ah damn it, I want you dead. At this moment, a voice filled with soaring rage came from the distance. Then, a figure quickly approached Su Xingzhou and the others from the city wall. Bang! Before even reaching Su Xingzhou, the figure flew back even faster and was embedded in the same spot. The only difference was that he was embedded deeper. Hong Tingyi and Lin Chenzhou were deeply shaken. They looked at each other, both understanding what the other meant. Neither of them had seen how Su Xingzhou made his move. Things have become troublesome. When did such a terrifying person appear in the Great Zhou dynasty? Where is your city lord? Can you call him out now? Hong Tingyi braced himself and spoke. My lord, the city lord is currently in seclusion. Bang! Another figure appeared on the city wall. Lin Chenzhou, standing beside him, was terrified as a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He almost involuntarily blurted out, Please wait a moment, my lord. I'll go call the city lord right now. Then, he vanished in a flash. Hey, he certainly runs fast. Su Xingzhou clenched his fists a few times and spoke with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. At this time, the remaining 3 elders of the City of Sin swallowed with difficulty. Seeing the smile on Su Xingzhou's face, the 3 of them couldn't help but take a step back. Withered Bone, kneeling on the ground, was now numb. He desperately wanted to pass out. but the intense pain from his knees kept stimulating him, forcing him to stay conscious. Just then, the spiritual chi above the city of Sin suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Immediately after, a terrifying aura surpassing the king realm spread out in all directions. From the center of the city, this caused an unspeakable trembling in the hearts of many. Ha ha ha, I have finally broken through, Lear. Your father is going to avenge you right now. Then, a sonorous voice rang out from the city, echoing in everyone's ears. Lu Tianshang and the other two were a bit nervous. This must be the city lord of the city of Sin breaking through to the emperor realm. They wondered if the Su family ancestor had a way to contend with an emperor realm expert. Following that, a figure appeared before Su Xingzhou and the others. He was dressed in black, with sharp facial features, and the aura around him was constantly surging. Clearly, he was in a state where he had just broken through his realm and had not yet fully mastered it. This person was indeed the city lord of the city of Sin, Zhang Yuwu. Although he had been in seclusion breaking through his realm just now, his divine sense had still noticed some of the situation here. Just as he was about to attack Su Xingzhou, he suddenly saw Xiao Tianzong standing behind him. Instantly, his eyes turned crimson, and his gaze revealed a suffocating killing intent. It's you are the one who killed my son. The aura all over Zhang Yuwu's body began to turn chaotic. A terrifying pressure erupted in an instant. Xiao Tianzong stepped forward, completely indifferent to Zhang Yuwu's pressure. Are you talking about that little thief I crushed to death? Boom! Zhang Yuwu was furious and attacked directly, throwing a punch. A terrifying surge of spiritual power rushed toward Xiao Tianzong. Xiao Tianzong was fearless and likewise threw a punch. Bang! An invisible wave spread out from between the two. He blocked it. The hearts of Lu Tianshang and the other two behind him finally settled down. Seeing his attack actually being blocked, Zhang Yuwu attacked again in rage. This time, Xiao Tianzong didn't hold back and struck out with a full power punch. Bang! The moment the two fists collided, Zhang Yuwu felt a massive force transmit through. At the same time, an extremely strong spiritual chi entered his body, constantly destroying his physical form. PFF'd. While spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhang Yuwu himself was also flying backward rapidly. Then, he crashed straight through the city wall behind him. After smashing through several more houses in a row, Zhang Yuwu finally stopped. This feeling seems quite good. Xiao Tianzong rubbed his fist and murmured to himself. At this moment, Lu Tianshang and the other two gaped in shock, unable to close their mouths for a long time. As for Withered Bone, he had already fainted on the ground when Zhang Yuwu released his pressure indiscriminately. Thump thump thump. My lord, please spare our lives. The remaining three elders of the city of Sin all knelt down and began kowtowing incessantly. In the distance, Zhang Yuwu looked at Xiao Tianzong with a face full of disbelief. How could a king realm martial artist have such strength? Feeling the wretched state of his internal body, Zhang Yuwu knew his life was coming to an end. His eyes stared venomously at Xiao Tianzong, as if he wanted to tear a piece of flesh off him. PFF'd. Zhang Yuwu couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Then, his eyes began to lose focus. Sensing Zhang Yuwu's life force fading away, Xiao Tianzong said to Su Xingzhou, "My lord, it has been dealt with." Su Xingzhou nodded, then looked at Lu Tianshang and the other two, saying, "Your trouble is resolved." The three looked at each other. This was more than just resolving a trouble. It was simply dealing with the person who caused the trouble as well. If you don't pull up the weeds by the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Su Xingzhou knew this principle well. His purpose in coming here was to deal with the city lord of the city of Sin. As for the rest, there was no need to worry about them. Afterward, they began their return to Black Wind Stockade. It wasn't until long after Su Xingzhou and the others had left that anyone at the scene dared to move slowly. City of Sin, Council Hall. The expressions of Hong Tingyi and the others became subtle. Now that Zhang Yuwu was dead, the city of Sin needed a new city lord to step forward and take charge. Hong Tingyi and Lin Chenzhou were the strongest candidates for the position, but neither would yield to the other. In the end, they failed to reach a conclusion and parted on bad terms. At this time, in the room where Zhang Yuwu's body was kept, a wisp of black qi suddenly drifted up from the ground and quickly entered Zhang Yuwu's corpse. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Zhang Yuwu's finger suddenly twitched. Immediately after, Zhang Yuwu abruptly opened his eyes. He stood up unsteadily, appearing somewhat incoordinated. It wasn't until he had taken a few steps that he began to move normally. Zhang Yuwu took a deep breath. Quote, "What a wonderful Sentai, the soul-devouring devil emperor, have finally emerged." 72. Number 72 Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm. Chapter 72. Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Great Zhou Dynasty, Imperial Capital, at the high-grade Spirit Vein. A squad of soldiers, military bearing neat and orderly, stood before a formation, ready for battle. Zhou Yuanwu and other court ministers stood in the middle of the formation. On the other side, various sect forces, led by Sword Elder Wind, stood by. Today was the deadline for those who had obtained a spot in the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm to cultivate in the high-grade spirit vein. Although, after the Qingyun auction, the Great Zhou imperial family's attitude towards the various forces within its borders was unclear. However, the Great Zhou currently dared not provoke a war with all the forces within its borders. This was also why many forces could still confidently let their disciples continue to cultivate within the spiritual vein. At this moment, inside the high-grade spirit vein, everyone had already stopped cultivating. To be precise, they had stopped cultivating several days ago, but since the formation had not opened, they couldn't leave, so they could only continue to wait for the formation to open. From time to time, people looked at Su Hao and the others, their eyes filled with amazement. Not just because they had become stronger, but also because the spiritual qi overflowing from the spiritual vein was completely gathered and absorbed by Su Hao and the others. This forced them to end their cultivation state early. Similarly, they also gained more benefits from this. The amount of spiritual qi absorbed alone was more than what they would normally absorb in a month. Therefore, everyone was still very satisfied in their hearts. But there was one person whose expression was not good. That was the 8th prince, Zhou Pengyun. At this moment, the formation opened with a roar, and a wave of heaven and earth spiritual qi swept in. Feeling the spiritual qi again, everyone was extremely speechless. They had never imagined that one day, they would find the spiritual qi outside so dense. What's going on? A general who came in to lead everyone out was full of astonishment. He even turned his head to look around, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. His heart was full of doubt, because he could barely feel a trace of spiritual qi here. Where was the promised high-grade spirit vein? He remembered that when he left a month ago, the spiritual qi here was still very dense. At this moment, his heart began to panic. If something happened to the spiritual vein, he would be held responsible. Moreover, His Majesty was right outside the formation. His inner panic made him disregard these genius figures in front of him. So, he asked angrily, "What exactly did you do? How dare you?" Zhou Pengyun immediately shouted loudly. At this moment, the general suddenly woke up, realizing that there was a prince among this group. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Your Highness, spare my life." Zhou Pengyun waved his hand and said with a solemn expression, "I will personally report this matter to Imperial Father. You don't need to say more, just take us out first." Thinking of this matter, Zhou Pengyun couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. When he discovered this, he had wanted to stop Su Hao and the others from what they were doing. As a result, Su Xian, without any martial virtue, immediately started beating him. In the end, he could only give up. Therefore, he watched helplessly as the spiritual qi in the high-grade spirit vein was completely absorbed. If they wanted to use the high-grade spirit vein for cultivation again, it would probably take a lot of time to recover. Afterward, everyone followed the general out of the spiritual vein's formation. These genius martial artists were also a bit excited at this time. Because today they were going to the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm they had cultivated diligently for so many years, all for this moment today. The people from the various forces outside were also very happy to see that the aura of their disciples had clearly increased significantly. They couldn't help but praise the imperial family in their hearts for being truly generous. Zhou Yuanwu, however, frowned and secretly circulated a cultivation technique. Then, the gloom on his face flashed and disappeared, and all of this went unnoticed. Half a day later, Sunset Mountain Range, Phoenix Cry Valley. The Great Zhou Dynasty's group of over 100 people arrived here. At this time, hundreds of people could already be seen gathered within the valley. These people were naturally visitors from the other 3 countries. "The people from the Great Zhou Dynasty are here," a burly middle-aged man said leisurely after seeing Zhou Yuanwu and the others appear. Then, he subtly glanced at Su Hao and the others. The speaker was none other than Yan Feng, the lord of the Blazing Sun dynasty. Hearing Yan Feng's voice, the 2 other dynasty lords next to him also looked over immediately. And their gazes also fell on Su Hao and the others. At this time, not only the Great Zhou dynasty knew about the Su family's strength, but news had also spread to the other 3 countries. The matters concerning the Su family also greatly shocked the people of the 3 countries. But since they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the people of the 3 countries were more curious about the Su family. When the group arrived before the people of the 3 countries, many were sizing up Su Hao and the others. "These are the people from the Su family? They don't look particularly special," someone whispered. Just as everyone was discussing, Phoenix Cry Valley suddenly began to shake. The ancient realm is about to open, someone exclaimed excitedly. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned towards the distance. They saw a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations appearing in the air not far away, emitting a dazzling light. Immediately after, it was as if a rift was torn open directly in the air. A crack appeared, gradually expanding, and finally forming a gradually stable light screen. Through this light screen, the scene inside could be vaguely seen. This scene made many genius martial artists present hold their breath, as it was their first time seeing such a sight. When the light screen was completely stable, a voice sounded, "Prepare to enter the ancient realm. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, the ancient realm will automatically send you out." Boom! As soon as this voice fell, the genius martial artists present could no longer hold back. One by one, they all rushed in. Su Hao and the others also didn't hesitate, following the crowd into the ancient realm. After all, it was their first time entering a secret realm. Naturally, they were very curious about what the secret realm would be like inside. Su Hao and the others passed through the light screen, instantly feeling as if they had arrived in another world. Firstly, the concentration of spiritual chi here was higher than outside. At the same time, they could feel terrifying auras emanating from the depths of the ancient realm. Just as he was about to speak, Su Hao suddenly froze. Because he found that Su Qingshui and the others, who had just been beside him, were all gone. Random teleportation? Interesting? Su Hao pondered. Then, without further thought, he chose a direction and sped away. The other members of the Su family also didn't take the random teleportation to heart. At this moment, the Phoenix Fall ancient realm began to liven up. Even in the depths of the ancient realm, some terrifying existences opened their eyes. 73. Number 73 Faction Summoning Card, Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Chapter 73, Faction Summoning Card, Tianji Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. By now, Su Xingzhou had already returned to Qingyun Mountain. Ever since obtaining the Time-Space Tower, Su Xingzhou felt his cultivation was rapidly increasing with every passing moment. Just yesterday, Su Xingzhou directly broke through to the first heaven of Imperial Realm. This excited Su Xingzhou so much he almost couldn't sleep the entire night. After all, as the old ancestor, he had finally become the highest in realm within the Su family. Night fell. Ding! Automatic check-in successful. Obtained 1 faction summoning card, 1 emperor weapon, Starry Sky Bow. The next morning, Su Xingzhou opened his eyes and habitually checked the rewards from the automatic check-in. A faction summoning card. Instantly, all drowsiness vanished as Su Xingzhou sat straight up in bed. Use the faction summoning card. Ding! Summon successful, generating the Tianji Pavilion faction. Then, peculiar fluctuations began to ripple through the room, and 3 figures slowly materialized. The 3 wore white robes embroidered with silver star patterns. Tianji Pavilion's Heavenly Secret Master, Heavenly Profound Master, and Heavenly Celestial Master pay respects to our Lord. Su Xingzhou was taken aback. Was the Tianji Pavilion just 3 people? Rise. Are there only the 3 of you in the Tianji Pavilion? Heavenly Secret Master stepped forward, bowing slightly. My lord, the Tianji Pavilion consists of 1 Pavilion Master, 2 Deputy Pavilion Masters, 8 Protectors, 30 Stewards, 1,000 core disciples, and 3,000 ordinary disciples. The rest are all waiting outside the door. Hearing this, Su Xingzhou's eyes lit up. He then began to inspect Heavenly Secret Master's information. Open black lens bracket. Name close black lens bracket. Heavenly Secret Master. Open black lens bracket. Realm close black lens bracket. 4th Heaven Imperial Realm. Open black lens bracket. Age close black lens bracket. 33 years old. Open black lens bracket. Physique close black lens bracket. Heavenly Secret Saint Body. Open black lens bracket. Divine Ability close black lens bracket. Heavenly Secret Technique. Open black lens bracket. Occupation close black lens bracket. Martial Artist. Open black lens bracket. Attribute close black lens bracket. Wind. Open black lens bracket. Cultivation Technique close black lens bracket. Tianji Secret Records. Open black lens bracket. Martial Skill close black lens bracket. Tianji Secret Records. 4th Heaven Imperial Realm. Su Xingzhou's expression froze, unsure whether to be happy or upset. Not even a day had passed, and he was no longer the highest in realm again. He then shook off this thought and continued to inspect the information of Heavenly Profound Master, Heavenly Celestial Master, and the others. he discovered that both Heavenly Profound Master and Heavenly Celestial Master also possessed the Heavenly Secret Saint body. Moreover, both of their cultivations were at the first heaven of Imperial Realm. The 8 protectors had supreme spirit bodies, with cultivations at the 9th heaven of King Realm. All 30 stewards had high-grade spirit bodies, with cultivations at the 6th heaven of King Realm. The 1,000 core disciples had medium-grade spirit bodies, with cultivations at the Divine Ability Realm 6th heaven. Finally, the 3,000 ordinary disciples had low-grade spirit bodies, with cultivations at the sky-soaring realm 7th heaven. After reviewing the Tianji Pavilion's strength, Su Xingzhou's earlier upset feelings were swept away. This was a formidable force. Su Xingzhou pondered for a moment and finally had an idea. Over the past half-month, he had essentially traveled through the 4 nations of Great Zhou. He had even visited a few places beyond the 4 nations. After some thought, he had already made arrangements for the Tianji Pavilion. You shall go to the Zanyu dynasty to establish the Tianji Pavilion. Quickly master the intelligence network throughout the entire territory of the Zanyu dynasty. Before you go, find Jirui. From now on, you will liaise with him. Yes, Lord. The 3 answered in unison and then withdrew from the room. An imperial dynasty. This was a power above a regular dynasty, and the 4 nations of Great Zhou were within the territory of the Zanyu dynasty. One day later, Zanyu dynasty, imperial capital city. A pavilion quietly appeared. In front of the door was a couplet. First line, within the Tianji Pavilion, stars move, calculating all under heaven. Second line, beyond the profound gate array, sun and moon are long, determining the universe. Horizontal scroll, heaven and earth in the palm. 3 days later, across the territory of the Zanyu dynasty, branches of the Tianji Pavilion began to appear one after another. Even some of the dynasties under the imperial dynasty's jurisdiction began to see Tianji Pavilion branches. Zanyu dynasty, imperial capital city, within the imperial palace. A eunuch bowed, holding a letter with both hands. Your Majesty, this is a message from the Shadow Guards. Kai Shao stopped reviewing the memorials and picked up the letter to open it. It read, the Tianji Pavilion began appearing in the imperial capital city 3 days ago. It currently exists in various locations throughout the imperial dynasty and within its subordinate dynasties. Specific personnel, unknown. Faction composition, unknown. Strength, unknown. Bang! Kai Shao's expression turned furious. His right hand clenched into a fist and slammed heavily onto the imperial desk, causing the ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone on the table to tremble slightly. Instantly, all the eunuchs and palace maids in the great hall were terrified, kneeling and prostrating on the ground, not daring to look up. Incompetent, you only managed to investigate this much in 3 days. Tell Ying Qianchong I'm giving him 1 more day. If there's still no progress, he can bring his head to see me. Meanwhile, within the Phoenix Fall ancient realm, 2 groups of people were locked in fierce combat. At the center of the battlefield, a 6th-rank spirit fruit emitted an enticing fragrance. At that moment, a martial artist flew over from the distance at extreme speed, his face filled with terror, frequently looking back as he ran. It seemed as if some ferocious beast was chasing him from behind. Seeing someone approach, both fighting sides simultaneously halted their battle, eyeing the newcomer with vigilance. Run run, the Su family's old 6 and old 8 are coming. The rapidly flying martial artist didn't even stop shouting this sentence before directly vanishing from everyone's sight. What? The people on the ground immediately changed their expressions drastically and then scattered in all directions. No one even cared about the 6th-rank spirit fruit anymore, fearing they would run too slowly. Not long after, 2 figures strolled leisurely into view. Hey, 6th brother, pretty good luck, there's a 6th-rank spirit fruit here. After speaking, Su Xin excitedly took out his spiritual artifact shovel and directly dug up the entire spirit plant. Then, he contentedly stored it away in his spatial ring. Immediately after, the 2 continued walking forward at a leisurely pace. A good while later, the 2 groups that had been fighting earlier dared to slowly return. Everyone looked at the large hole dug in the ground, their expressions turning extremely ugly. They're going too far. A younger martial artist clenched a fist and punched a tree hard. A martial artist beside him immediately pulled him. Hey, young man, don't get excited, we can't afford to provoke these people. From the Su family, I heard that a few days ago, a team ran into these 2 from the Su family. Just because they ran a bit slow, they even had their underpants stripped off. Another person nearby sighed helplessly. What bad luck, entering with these people from the Su family. I heard in the past, those who entered could break through their realms inside. This time, it's probably hopeless for us. It seems we won't get any opportunities out here. Let's just head straight to the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool. It opens in 2 days. The pool's energy is immense. It's impossible for the Su family to absorb it all. The others also nodded in agreement. Thus, everyone proceeded directly to the location of the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool. The Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool could be said to be the greatest opportunity within the entire ancient realm, because the spirit pool contained a special spiritual energy. Absorbing it could purge bodily impurities and widen meridians. Its effect was comparable to a marrow cleansing pill, and this was the reason why so many genius martial artists fought desperately to get in. Most importantly, the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool was very large with abundant energy, allowing everyone who entered to absorb it simultaneously. 2 days later, beside the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool, about 170 to 80 people had gathered. At this moment, basically everyone who had entered the ancient realm and was still alive had come here. 74. Number 74 Ancient Realm Beast Tide. Chapter 74. Ancient Realm Beast Tide. At this moment, a strange scene was forming by the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool. On one side, Su Hao and the others stood together. On the other side, everyone else had moved far away. Many people looked at Su Xian and Su Xin with eyes full of anger, but no one dared to take a step forward. Su Xian and Su Xin, however, paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd. In fact, the two of them occasionally pointed at the people around them, as if discussing which side to start with would be better. Those in the direction they pointed at couldn't help but feel an urge to flee. At that moment, a change suddenly began to appear in the air above the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone's attention was completely drawn to it. Finally, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the misty fog above the spirit pool slowly began to disperse, revealing the true appearance of the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool. The pool water presented a deep crimson gold color, emitting a mysterious glow. Faintly visible were tiny golden flames dancing on the surface of the pool, but they were not burning. It's open. Seeing the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool open, many of those present rushed directly into it. Su Hao and the others naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity either. In the blink of an eye, everyone had entered the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool. Just a quarter of an hour later, some people's bodies began to turn bright red, with veins bulging on their foreheads. Clearly, they had reached their absorption limit. These people could only leave the spirit pool with regretful expressions, because if they didn't leave, even without actively absorbing, the energy within the spirit pool would continuously enter the martial artist's body. But they did not leave. Instead, they sat on the shore and began to digest their gains. This was not only because the ancient realm had not yet ended, but also because cultivating on the shore was several times faster than outside. So, although some had reached their absorption limit, they were unwilling to leave just yet. Half an hour later, less than 50 people remained in the spirit pool. Many who had left the spirit pool looked enviously at those still absorbing. Of course, many more secretly prayed in their hearts that others would absorb less energy. Because in the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool, the more energy one absorbed, the stronger their aptitude. Moreover, the energy in the spirit pool was very helpful for future cultivation. Suddenly, some began to notice something unusual. Su Hao and the others' absorption speed not only didn't slow down but instead became faster and faster. Even whirlpools had gradually formed around them. Roar, roar. At that moment, several beast roars suddenly came from the distance. The sounds were filled with immense power. Everyone vaguely felt that something seemed off. There were indeed many Yao beasts within the ancient realm. In these past few days they had killed no less than 800, if not 1,000, Yao beasts. But the Yao beasts they had seen were far less powerful than these roars sounded. However, since no other abnormalities were detected, everyone didn't delve deeper into the matter. And with so many people gathered here, some didn't feel any danger. An hour later, only Su Hao and the others remained in the spirit pool, still absorbing energy. By now, the pool water had visibly dropped significantly, and many on the shore had already broken through their realm by absorbing the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool's energy. At that moment, everyone heard the Yao beast's roars again, and the entire ancient realm began to shake. What's going on? Quote, some people looked around in shock. Roar, roar. The sounds grew closer. Some had already begun to panic. Even geniuses like Tang Ming and Zhou Pengyun were becoming uneasy. They all had some understanding of the Phoenix Fall ancient realm. This situation had never been heard of before. At this time, Su Hao and the others remained undisturbed, still absorbing energy. Boom! The ground began to shake. Someone flew into the air to look into the distance and was so frightened they fell back down. Beast tide. The person who fell stammered out the words, their heart still trembling uncontrollably. These words made everyone's faces pale with fright. A beast tide had actually appeared. Everyone knew very well how terrifying a beast tide was. More importantly, the Yao beasts in the ancient realm were not weak. If a beast tide occurred, it would be nothing short of a disaster. More people began flying into the air to check the situation. They saw countless Yao beasts from all directions gathering toward the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool, running on the ground, flying in the sky, looking out. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. This sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. Soon, someone realized, this didn't seem like a beast tide. It was more like something was controlling it from behind. This discovery made everyone even more horrified. If a beast tide was terrifying, then a controlled beast tide could only be described as horrifying. At this point, despair began to fill many people's hearts. As the ground shaking intensified, the beast tide drew closer. In just a moment, the beast tide had arrived. Looking at the Yao beasts before them, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Yao beasts at the forefront of the beast tide all emitted life and death realm auras. At this moment, even someone like Tang Ming, a top-tier genius among the four nations, began to turn pale. Just as some, unwilling to give up, wanted to start resisting, everyone was puzzled to find that these Yao beasts weren't attacking them. They were just forcing them to retreat step by step. Splash! Someone was directly pushed off the shore into the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool. Then, more people began falling into the spirit pool. Only when no one remained on the shore did these Yao beasts stop. All of them stared at the people in the spirit pool. At first, everyone was confused about what these Yao beasts wanted. But just a quarter of an hour later, someone began to realize these Yao beasts want us to deplete the spirit pool's energy. Because just then, someone who couldn't withstand the continuous invasion of spirit pool energy directly exploded. This scene made everyone's hearts sink. They had already absorbed to their limits. Now, being forced back in was no different from waiting for death. But seeing that all around them were life and death realm Yao beasts, any other ideas in their minds were extinguished. A living dog is better than a dead lion. They would drag it out for as long as they could. Those who had hoped others would absorb less when the spirit pool first opened now wished others would keep absorbing non-stop. With everyone joining in, the spirit pool's water level dropped even faster. And deep within the ancient realm, in a formation, several powerful Yao beasts looked up at the weakening formation and couldn't help but roar excitedly a few more times. Bang! Back at the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool, the number of people exploding after reaching their absorption limit gradually began to increase. An aura of despair began to envelop the air above the spirit pool. At that moment, Su Hao opened his eyes. Feeling the abundant power within his body, Su Hao couldn't help but clench his fists and murmur to himself. Divine Ability Realm 9 Heavens. The Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool is indeed impressive. 75. Number 75. Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm Collapses. Chapter 75. The Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm Collapses. Crash! Su Hao directly stood up. As Su Hao stood up, everyone's gaze focused on him. Not just people, even the surrounding Yao beasts looked over. Although Su Hao had been absorbing the spirit pool's energy earlier, it didn't mean he was unaware of his surroundings. He just didn't care. Hello there. Su Hao revealed a set of white teeth and waved at the surrounding Yao beasts. Others seeing this scene were all shocked to their core. Although everyone knew the Su family was strong, this was practically seeking death. Everyone else wished the Yao beasts wouldn't notice them. Yet Su Hao actively attracted the Yao beasts' attention. Then, to everyone's stunned disbelief, Su Hao's figure vanished on the spot. Boom! A life and death realm Yao beast was flipped over, and Su Hao's figure appeared atop it. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. Was Su Hao insane? How dare he do this? The surroundings were filled with life and death realm Yao beasts. After one Yao beast was flipped, the surrounding Yao beasts all roared in anger. At this moment, deep within the ancient realm's formation, a Peak King realm Yao beast suddenly felt puzzled, because it discovered that the life and death realm Yao beasts it controlled were all becoming agitated. Immediately after, it even found that one Yao beast had lost connection. Then, one Yao beast after another began losing connection with it. It let out a few uneasy low growls. Thus, it attempted to extend its divine sense to check the situation outside. To its delight, the range its divine sense could extend had actually increased. This indicated the formation's power was weakening, and they would soon be able to escape. At this moment, beside the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool, under everyone's astonished gazes, Yao beasts kept falling, and the scene began to descend into chaos. Some Yao beasts even directly fell into the Phoenix Blood Spirit Pool. But to everyone's shock, any Yao beast that fell in, regardless of its realm, instantly exploded, and they could still sense that where the Yao beasts fell, the spirit pool's energy seemed to increase. Now, with Su Hao attracting the Yao beasts up front, others could no longer hold back and jumped out of the spirit pool. Facing Yao beasts, they might have a slim chance of survival, but staying in the spirit pool meant certain death. After some life and death realm Yao beasts died, the lower tier Yao beasts they had intimidated and brought along gradually regained clarity. Inner fear made them all flee from this place. This also eased the minds of everyone present. It seemed they had a chance to escape. At this moment, Su Hao's body shimmered with golden light, like a war god constantly weaving through the Yao beasts. Each pass took the life of a life and death realm Yao beast. This scene also filled everyone's hearts with terror. Finally, all the lower tier Yao beasts scattered, and the spirit pool's shore was left covered with life and death realm Yao beast corpses. Though already dead, those Yao beasts still emitted astonishing auras. Now, everyone finally relaxed. A wave of post-crisis joy instantly washed over them. Su Hao shook the blood off his fists, gazing at the Yao beast corpses lost in thought. The scene of Yao beasts falling into the spirit pool had also caught his attention. After brief contemplation, he understood the general origin of this spirit pool's energy. Then, he directly threw all those life and death realm Yao beast corpses into the spirit pool. Bang bang bang. As Yao beast corpses kept exploding, the spirit pool's energy grew stronger. Then Su Hao directly jumped into the spirit pool to continue absorbing energy. And now, only the Su family members were still absorbing energy in the spirit pool. Su Hao's actions made others roll their eyes in disbelief. What kind of monsters were these Su family members? At this moment, the Yao beasts still in the formation suddenly felt the formation seemed to be strengthening again. This made them feel even more uneasy. 3 hours later, the spirit pool was almost visible to the bottom. Then, a loud boom suddenly came from deep within the ancient realm. Immediately after, the entire ancient realm began shaking violently. Roar roar. Excited roars of Yao beasts kept coming from deep within the ancient realm. Now, people outside the ancient realm also watched the violently shaking entrance light screen with shock and doubt. If the ancient realm had issues, those who entered might all perish inside. And this loud boom directly awakened everyone still cultivating inside the ancient realm. Many even overreacted and jumped up. After experiencing the earlier beast tide, their nerves had become overly sensitive. They thought another beast tide was about to happen. Many directly stopped cultivating, flew into the air, and began checking the situation. But after checking for a long time with no findings, they could only helplessly descend. Then, Su Hao directly opened his eyes. He keenly sensed a King Realm aura fluctuation just now. It seemed something unknown to them had happened in the ancient realm. Now, some began thinking of retreat, wanting to leave the ancient realm. But the Phoenix Fall ancient realm had a special rule. That was, after entering, one couldn't leave voluntarily. They could only wait a month for the ancient realm to expel them. Now the spirit pool's energy was almost absorbed by Su Hao and others. So continuing to cultivate here had no special effect. There might even be life-threatening dangers. This also made some people start to feel anxious. But they dared not leave this place, because with many people here, facing danger at least meant not being alone. At this moment, deep within the ancient realm, several King Realm Yao beasts kept ramming the formation, trapping them. Boom boom. Suddenly, the formation shattered. The emerging King Realm Yao beasts kept roaring excitedly. Simultaneously, they recklessly vented their emotions. In an instant, the area around the formation suffered terrifying destruction from these Yao beasts. What these Yao beasts didn't notice was, after the formation shattered, starting from the formation's center, the ancient realm also began shattering. Those fragments directly fell into the spatial turbulence. Just as everyone beside the spirit pool was lost in thought, a Yao beast emitting overwhelming momentum charged toward their direction. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. But then, an even more terrifying scene appeared before everyone. The area behind the Yao beast was actually shattering continuously. They could clearly see the spatial turbulence behind the shattering. Damn it, the ancient realm is collapsing, someone shouted in horror. This time, they were doomed, because spatial turbulence could only be entered by Saint Realm experts. Even Saint Realm experts, if careless, could be devoured by spatial turbulence. And the shattering part of the ancient realm wasn't far from them anymore. The aura of death kept approaching. 76. Number 76. The Spirit Boat That Shocked Everyone. Chapter 76. The Spirit Boat That Shocked Everyone. Su Hao frowned. The scene before him made it difficult for him to act. However, he wasn't worried about his own safety or that of Su Qingshui and the others, because they all possessed jade pendants given by the old ancestor. Before they left the mountains this time, their father had specifically told them about the jade pendant's function. Resisting the spatial turbulence before them was naturally not a problem. Then, he glanced at the others with a hint of pity. These people would likely all perish within the spatial turbulence. Hey everyone, listen to me. Does anyone want to live? I have a way. Just as everyone was falling into despair, a voice drifted down from the sky. Startled, everyone quickly looked up. It was actually Su Xian of the Su family. Su Xian was seen flying back and forth in the air, shouting continuously. Su Xian's words exploded in everyone's minds like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. No one wanted to die if they could live. Upon seeing it was Su Xian, however, the crowd hesitated, because they didn't think Su Xian could lead them safely through the spatial turbulence. Yet, hope still couldn't help but rise in some people's hearts. I want to live. What do I need to do? I want to live too. I can give you all my cultivation resources. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. These people naturally understood that if they wanted Su Xian's help, they would inevitably have to pay a price. Seeing someone respond, Su Xian laughed. Haha, easy, easy. Now, it only takes 20 million low-grade spirit stones per person to return home safely. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can use other resources instead. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Everyone's faces stiffened. This was almost the price of a 6th-rank elixir. Among these martial artists, the strongest of whom were only in the divine ability realm, very few could actually produce such an amount. However, if 20 million low-grade spirit stones could buy a chance at life, they would still be getting a great deal. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, Su Xian continued. Those who want a spot, go to Su Xin to hand over your resources. Spots are limited, first come, first served. Hee, old 8th, collect the spirit stones. Hearing Su Xian call him, Su Xin rubbed his hands together and replied excitedly, alright, 6th brother, I love this job. In the end, over 30 people decided to trade for a chance to save their lives. Naturally, this was all due to their trust in the Su family. And these 30-odd people were also basically all from the Great Zhou dynasty. Although these people had handed over their resources, some of their expressions were not pleasant, because besides spirit stones, all other items were valued at half price by Su Xin. The remaining people basically gave up struggling altogether, because they felt that the terror of the spatial turbulence was not something a divine ability realm kid could handle, let alone while carrying others. At this moment, seeing that the 30-plus people surrounding Su Xin had finished handing over their resources, Su Xian directly pulled out his prized possession, an 8th-rank spiritual artifact, a flying spirit boat. In an instant, it went dark above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up at the dark shadow above, their faces full of shock. A massive spirit boat was seen hovering over everyone's heads. Moreover, the spirit boat was constantly colliding with the space of the ancient realm, producing ripples. Is this a spirit boat? Someone said in disbelief. Boom! The crowd erupted in a frenzy. At this moment, no one doubted Su Xian's words anymore. A spirit boat was not just a spiritual artifact used by powerful forces for travel. More importantly, it could easily carry people safely through spatial turbulence. But these people had only heard of spirit boats. This was their first time seeing one, because the construction of a spirit boat was extremely difficult. Furthermore, a special spiritual artifact like a spirit boat started at the 8th rank. Consequently, many people's breathing became rapid with shock. Those who had paid their spirit stones, however, were ecstatic. Seeing the reactions of the crowd below, Su Xian was very satisfied. Old 8th, bring the people onto the spirit boat. Soon, the 30-plus people who had paid their resources boarded the spirit boat. At this moment, a profound sense of security surrounded these people. Seeing that Su Xian had brought out a spirit boat, Su Hao and the others also intended to board. Just as Su Hao stepped onto the deck of the spirit boat, a pair of arms immediately blocked him. Then, Su Xin politely said to Su Hao, "Big brother, please hand over the spirit stones." "Thank you." Su Hao's face darkened. "Good boy, you're actually collecting spirit stones from your own family." The other members of the Su family following behind Su Hao also stopped in their tracks. Danger. Upon hearing these words, a large danger character immediately appeared in Su Xian's mind. Then, without hesitation, Su Xian directly activated his void sacred physique and hid in the void. Su Hao directly picked up Su Xin with one hand and strode toward the interior of the spirit boat. Su Xin, it seems Big Brother has shown you too little care lately. Come, let's go inside and have a good chat. At this moment, Su Xin also realized that he had seemingly gotten a bit too carried away. Big brother, I was wrong. Su Qingxue and the others, however, burst out laughing. After Su Hao and the others entered the spirit boat's interior, Su Xian reappeared. By now, the shattered area of the ancient realm was not far from everyone. Everyone could even feel the chaotic aura of the spatial turbulence. Those still below had all flown into the air by now, constantly crying out to Su Xian for help. Let me on too, I have 20 million low-grade spirit stones. No, I'll give 30 million. Me too, same for me. But Su Xian unhurriedly extended a finger toward the crowd. Now, it's 100 million low-grade spirit stones per person. Hearing Su Xian's words, everyone felt a sweetness in their throats, an urge to cough up blood. But watching the approaching spatial turbulence, they could only grit their teeth and agree. Many even wrote IOUs for tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. This also made those who had chosen to trust the Su family from the start feel secretly lucky. It wasn't until everyone had boarded the spirit boat that the despairing aura surrounding them finally began to dissipate. Looking down at the King Realm Yao beast that had been ground to pieces after being swallowed by the spatial turbulence, everyone felt a wave of lingering fear. Immediately after, Su Xian activated the spirit boat. Instantly, a barrier of light enveloped the spirit boat. Then, the spirit boat plunged directly into the spatial turbulence, streaking toward the junction between the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm and the Kongshuan Realm. Sunset Mountain Range, Phoenix Cry Valley. Ever since the ancient realm began to collapse, the entrance barrier deployed in Phoenix Cry Valley had started to shake continuously, and it was gradually intensifying. The hearts of everyone outside were also in their throats. After all, those able to enter the ancient realm were the top geniuses of their respective forces. If anything happened to them, it would be a significant blow. At first, they didn't know what was happening. But then, someone discovered that the ancient realm was actually collapsing. This discovery caused everyone to start worrying. Until finally, they watched helplessly as the entrance shattered and the terrifying spatial turbulence appeared. Watching the laws of the Kongshuan realm continuously repair the shattered space, their hearts sank. Just then, the prow of a spirit boat pierced through the spatial turbulence and appeared before everyone's eyes. 77. Number 77. Fellow Taoist, there is a ray of light above your head. Chapter 77. Fellow Taoist, there is a light above your head. A spirit boat, someone cried out in shock. Compared to those geniuses, these experts understood even better how terrifying a force possessing a spirit boat was. To own a spirit boat, one needed at least a Saint Realm expert to preside over the power. Otherwise, it would likely only bring total destruction to one's own organization. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Why would such a power appear here? Suddenly, a terrifying thought occurred to someone. Could it be that the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm was destroyed by this power? And their purpose for coming here now was to wipe them out as well? But now that the other party's spirit boat had appeared, it was impossible for them to escape. They could only wait quietly. Perhaps they had guessed wrong. As the entire spirit boat emerged within Phoenix Cry Valley, the entrance to the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm completely collapsed. After losing the connection to the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm, the shattered space was quickly repaired by the laws of the Kongshuan Realm. What no one knew was that at the moment the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm collapsed, a formation deep within the Sunset Mountain Range also dimmed and lost its effect. Buzz. As the spirit boat hovered, the protective light shield surrounding it was hidden. Bang! A figure jumped straight down from the spirit boat, accompanied by a long laugh. I, Wang Haoyang, have returned, ha ha ha. Following that, more people jumped down from the spirit boat. It was only then that the experts staying behind discovered that these people were actually the geniuses they had sent in. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. They had all thought these people had perished in the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm. They hadn't expected them to emerge from a spirit boat. Until the end, no one else came down, and the spirit boat sped off into the distance. After questioning the geniuses, the experts learned that it was actually the Su family's spirit boat. But then, a terrifying possibility occurred to everyone. Could it be that the Su family has a Saint Realm expert? Otherwise, where did this spirit boat come from? For a moment, the experts from the four nations fell silent. Afterward, the experts from the four nations inquired about the events that had occurred within the ancient realm. But in the end, these experts still couldn't understand why the ancient realm had collapsed. They only knew one thing. From now on, the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm would no longer exist. What no one knew was that the ultimate reason for the collapse of the Phoenix Fall Ancient Realm was that Su Hao and the others had absorbed the energy from the spirit pool too quickly. Because the energy of the spirit pool was related to the operation of a formation deep within the ancient realm. Ultimately, this led to everything that happened. Zan Yu Dynasty, Imperial Capital City, in front of the Tianji Pavilion. Du Zaitung had been pacing here for a long time. He was the newly appointed commander of the Shadow Guards. His superior, Ying Qianchong, had been dismissed and executed by His Majesty for failing to investigate information about the Tianji Pavilion. He was now in a state of panic, because time was running out for him as well. But so far, he had only managed to uncover some simple things. Thus, he prepared to personally enter the Tianji Pavilion to see if he could discover anything. After taking a slow breath, Du Zaitung stepped directly into the Tianji Pavilion. As soon as he entered the pavilion, Du Zaitung felt a mysterious aura sweep over him. It was as if everything about him was being seen through. Du Zaitang's heart tightened and he secretly became alert. Looking up, he saw a young man sitting at a simple wooden table. The young man's eyes were deep, as if they could see into one's heart, making Du Zaitung feel a wave of alarm. "Fellow Taoist, I wonder what brings you to my Tianji pavilion?" The young man's voice was low and calm, seemingly not surprised in the least by Du Zaitang's arrival. Du Zaitung took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Then, Du Zaitung stared intently at the young man before him, wanting to see something. But he discovered that there seemed to be a layer of hazy mist around the young man, obstructing all of his investigation. Then, Du Zaitung gave a bitter smile. It seemed he had been too naive. If the Tianji Pavilion's information could be probed so easily, then wouldn't Ying Qianchong have died in vain? Since he was already here, Du Zaitung decided to see just what the Tianji Pavilion was capable of. "I wonder if Your Excellency is the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion?" Heavenly Profound Master shook his head slightly. "Naturally not, but I can still manage to save fellow Taoist's life." "Save my life?" Du Zaitung was stunned, then became slightly angry. He was a dignified Emperor realm expert holding the position of Shadow Guard commander. There weren't many people who could threaten his life. But then, Du Zaitung had another thought. Could he be referring to His Majesty? Thinking of this, Du Zaitung calmed down, preparing to see what this person would actually say. Thus, Du Zaitung cupped his hands and said, "Then I ask for Your Excellency's guidance." Heavenly Profound Master had a mysterious look on his face and said with a faint smile, "Fellow Taoist, there is a light above your head. Please return home as soon as possible to find out. After this matter is over, we shall discuss the matter of saving your life in detail." Du Zaitung was somewhat puzzled. What could possibly happen at his home? He was the dignified Shadow Guard commander, in charge of all intelligence in the Zanyu dynasty. Could there be something he didn't know? After bidding farewell, Du Zaitung headed toward his home. But the further he walked, the more uneasy he felt. Subsequently, he quickened his pace. When he entered his residence, he found nothing unusual, which allowed his heart to settle slightly. Was that person from the Tianji Pavilion just talking nonsense? However, just as he was about to push open the door to his room, he heard a man's voice inside. In an instant, he felt his blood boil. Bang! Du Zaitung kicked the door open. Immediately, several terrified screams came from the room. He saw the two people in the room hurriedly looking for clothes to cover their bodies. Du Zaitang's face turned ashen. "You slut, you deserve to die." Since the man was currently facing away from him, Du Zaitung couldn't see who it was. Only the rage in his heart drove him to directly condense spiritual power and strike out with a palm. Bang! Just as the attack was about to land, the defensive spiritual artifact on the man's body was triggered. It blocked Du Zaitang's attack. Just as Du Zaitung was about to continue his attack, the man turned around. At the same time, he shouted, "Stop!" Du Zaitung was stunned. The man before him was actually the Crown Prince. Without giving Du Zaitung time to react, the Crown Prince pulled Du Zaitang's wife into his arms. Then, he said with some disdain, "Since you've seen it, I'll lay my cards on the table. I like your wife very much. If you're smart, you'll pretend you don't know about this. Otherwise, HMPH. The Crown Prince said no more and walked straight out. Du Zaitung stared at the Crown Prince's back, fire practically spitting from his eyes. 78. Number 78. Du Zaitung was horrified. Chapter 78. Du Zaitang's horror. Ah! Du Zaitung roared in anger, then powerlessly released his clenched fists. It wasn't that he didn't want to act, but because the Crown Prince wore a defensive spiritual artifact. With his strength, he simply couldn't harm the Crown Prince. However, in his heart, Du Zaitung had already placed the Crown Prince on his must-kill list. Then, Du Zaitung looked at his wife, He Yuzhao. There wasn't a trace of emotion in his eyes, as spiritual power continuously condensed in his hand. This person deserved to die. Since he couldn't kill the Crown Prince now, he would deal with this bitch first. Seeing Du Zaitung walking toward her step by step, clearly intending to strike, He Yuzhao was somewhat afraid. "I am now the Crown Prince's woman. If you dare touch me, the Crown Prince won't let you off." It would have been better if He Yuzhao hadn't mentioned it. At her words, the anger in Du Zaitang's heart flared even brighter. He the Crown Prince? I'll send him down to join you. Bang! Under He Yuzhao's terrified gaze, Du Zaitung struck directly, blowing her apart with a single punch. After dealing with He Yuzhao, Du Zaitung suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. To think he was considered a genius of his generation in the Zanyu dynasty, having served the imperial dynasty with all his heart, to end up in such a state. After calming down, Du Zaitung suddenly thought of the Tianji Pavilion. Right, to the Tianji Pavilion. Then, Du Zaitung did not hesitate and left the residence without any lingering attachment. Before long, Du Zaitung arrived in front of the Tianji Pavilion. Du Zaitung pushed the door open and entered, seeing that the young man from before was still sitting in the same spot. Heavenly Profound Master's expression remained calm as he asked, Commander Du, have matters been settled? Du Zitong wasn't at all surprised that the young man called him Commander Du. From previous events, it was already clear that the Tianji Pavilion possessed more intelligence than the Shadow Guards. Du Zitong gave a helpless smile. Not only had he offended the Crown Prince, but in a few days, he might even be executed by your majesty for failing his duties. Escaping was even more impossible. With his cultivation at the first heaven of the Emperor realm, he would likely be killed by the imperial family's experts before he even left the borders of the Zhan dynasty. I beg your excellency to tell me a way to save my life. Heavenly Profound Master raised his hand, signaling Du Zitong to sit down first. Only then did he slowly speak. Commander Du, I wonder how you view the Zhan dynasty. Shua. Du Zitong stood up abruptly, then sat back down with a sense of resignation. Du Zitong's initial reaction of standing up was merely a reflex. After all, this was a taboo topic in the Zhan dynasty. As a high-ranking member of the Shadow Guards responsible for the intelligence of the entire Zhan dynasty, he especially understood the consequences of discussing such matters. But now, he no longer needed to care about these things. Du Zitong pondered and said, the emperor of the Zhan dynasty is headstrong and mediocre in ability. Most of the imperial family's descendants only know how to enjoy themselves. Many ministers in the court have numerous grievances. If not for the imperial family's deep foundations, it would likely have been difficult to maintain the current situation long ago. Precisely because he held the imperial dynasty's intelligence, he knew the current state of the Zhan dynasty even more clearly. Heavenly Profound Master nodded slightly without making any comment. Then he continued to ask, does Commander Du have any thoughts of seeking revenge? Hearing this, Du Zitong naturally understood what the other party meant. A surge of anger couldn't help but rise in his heart, but because this was the Tianji Pavilion, he forcibly restrained himself. Then Du Zitong asked coldly with some displeasure, I wonder what your excellency's intention is in asking this? Heavenly Profound Master didn't mind Du Zitong's attitude, maintaining a calm expression. Naturally, it's to see if you are worth the Tianji Pavilion saving. My Tianji Pavilion is not a charity. If you want to live, it's very simple. Join my Tianji Pavilion, and I can guarantee your life will be safe and your great revenge will be avenged. Du Zitong was stunned. Was this the way to save his life? Although the Tianji Pavilion was mysterious, the Zhan dynasty's foundations were incredibly deep. From what he currently knew, there were several Saint Realm experts. How could a tiny Tianji Pavilion dare to boast about keeping him safe? For a moment, it became silent inside the Tianji Pavilion. Do you know that the Zhan dynasty has Saint Realm experts? Heavenly Profound Master said nothing, only nodding. After Du Zitong spoke, the Tianji Pavilion fell silent once more. After 15 minutes, Du Zitong saw that the person before him still had an unchanging expression. A glimmer of hope couldn't help but rise in his heart. A voice seemed to constantly tell him in his mind to agree to join the Tianji Pavilion. Somehow, as if possessed, Du Zitong actually agreed. But after agreeing, there wasn't a hint of regret in his heart. Instead, there was an indescribable feeling of refreshment, since there was no longer a place for him in the Zhan dynasty. Joining the Tianji Pavilion might not be a bad choice. Heavenly Profound Master smiled slightly, as if everything was within his grasp. Then, Heavenly Profound Master raised his hand and pointed a finger at Du Zitong. A streak of light flew from his fingertip and sank directly into Du Zitong's forehead. Du Zitong was startled. He hadn't reacted at all just now. This only showed that the strength of the person before him was far above his own. I have severed the connection between you and the soul lamp in the Imperial Palace. From now on, you can go anywhere in this vast world. Du Zitong was utterly shocked. The soul lamp was a 9th-tier spiritual artifact of the Zhan dynasty. It could record a martial artist's soul aura and track their location at any time. Unless a top-tier Saint Realm expert intervened, it was impossible to block the tracking of the soul lamp. This was also why Du Zitong didn't dare to leave the Imperial dynasty directly. If one wanted to completely sever the connection with the soul lamp, it could only be done by someone whose strength surpassed the Saint Realm. Could the strength of the person before him surpass the Saint Realm? The more Du Zitong thought about it, the more horrified he became. No wonder that no matter how the Shadow Guards investigated, they couldn't find even a shred of information about the Tianji Pavilion. How could a Tianji Pavilion presided over by such a powerful being be easily investigated by them? At this moment, Du Zitong completely believed that the person before him could keep his life safe. Just as Heavenly Profound Master severed the connection between Du Zitong and the soul lamp, the soldier in charge of guarding the soul lamp in the Imperial Palace was suddenly struck with panic. He He immediately went to the imperial study, knelt down, and said with his head lowered, "Your Majesty, Commander Du's soul aura has disappeared from the soul lamp." The brush in Kai Shao's hand stopped abruptly, his brows furrowing. Once the soul lamp recorded a person's soul aura, if the aura disappeared, there were only two possibilities. The first was that the person had died. After a person died, their soul aura would automatically disappear. The second was that an existence surpassing the Saint Realm had forcibly severed the connection. With Du Zitang's strength, he couldn't have come into contact with an existence surpassing the Saint Realm. That left only the first possibility. Go and investigate the last place Du Zitang appeared. Yes. Then, the soldier withdrew. Kai Shao put down his brush and rubbed his temples. Then he turned to the eunuch standing nearby and asked, "Has little Nine's whereabouts been found?" The eunuch standing nearby immediately bowed and replied, "Replying to your Majesty, according to the news sent back by the Shadow Guards, the last place the 9th princess appeared was at the border of the Great Zhou dynasty. We are currently still tracking her." 79. Number 79. The upheavals of the Great Zhou dynasty have brought forth new character summoning cards. Chapter 79. Changes in Great Zhou. Character summoning card appears again. Bang. You can't do anything right. I see no reason for the Shadow Guards to exist anymore. Kai Shao was fuming with rage, his voice echoing continuously throughout the spacious imperial study. The eunuchs and palace maids were pale with fright, each lowering their heads and not daring to make a sound. After taking a deep breath, Kai Shao dismissed everyone. Once everyone had left, Kai Shao spoke directly to the air. Have the imperial household consecrated elder go there and make sure to bring Xiaoju back. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain things to the Tiansheng imperial dynasty. A response suddenly came from within the quiet imperial study, after which it fell into silence once more. Then, Kai Shao seemed to think of something, a cold light flashing through his eyes as he muttered, "Tianji Pavilion, damn it. Qingyun Mountain." Time passed leisurely. A month had passed since the Su family's recruitment. By now, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had spread across the Great Zhou dynasty, and there were even many Qingyun Chamber of Commerce shops in various places within the three surrounding countries. With the addition of 8,000 people, Qingyun Mountain had finally begun to become lively. With these people joining, the various halls of the Su family had completed their personnel replenishment. Although not much time had passed, the strength of everyone in the Su family had undergone rapid and violent changes. Of course, this was all due to the existence of the Time-Space Tower. After Su Xingzhou returned from outside and placed several saint-grade spirit veins inside, the concentration of spiritual qi within the Time-Space Tower also increased. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Time-Space Tower, Su Shujie, Su Shujin, and Su Shuwen had already cultivated to the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm. Following closely behind was Su Ziwu, at the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm, Su Ziyuan, at the 5th heaven of the Emperor realm, Su Zhirui, at the 3rd heaven Imperial realm, Su Jilong, at the 2nd heaven of the Emperor realm, Su Kasheng, at the 1st heaven of the Emperor realm, Su Ruoxi, at the 1st heaven of the Emperor realm. The last person was Xiao Tianzong, who had now cultivated to the 7th heaven of the Saint realm. The rest of the Su family were cultivating on the 2nd floor. Among the 8,000 new recruits, each was given 2 months of free cultivation time on the 1st floor. In the future, if they wanted to continue entering the Time-Space Tower to cultivate, they would need to use a certain amount of family contribution points. It was worth mentioning that all 8,000 people were bestowed with high-grade spirit, bodies and earth-rank cultivation techniques and martial skills. At this time, the one with the highest cultivation among these people had already broken through to the life and death realm. Since placing the saint-grade spirit veins in the Time-Space Tower, Su Xingzhou had returned to his lifestyle of lying flat. He usually spent his time reading the books he got from the system space sign-ins and sunbathing. It was precisely because he had read many books that he discovered the reason why Ling Zan could not cultivate. Ling Zan was one of the 4 people who performed the best when the Su family was recruiting personnel. Besides Qin Yu, the other 3 were Shen Hao and Kai Qingxiao. Among them, Qin Yu was originally an ordinary person. As for Shen Hao, his dantian had been destroyed and was repaired by Su Zhirui using an emperor pill. Regarding Ling Zan, even Su Ziyuan and the others couldn't find the reason. Ultimately, it was Su Xingzhou who discovered the cause in an ancient book. Because Ling Zan possessed the Saint Physique, the Chaos Sword Physique, he needed a wisp of Chaos Qi to activate his physique. Furthermore, he could not cultivate before the Sword Physique was activated. Kai Qingxiao already had a cultivation level and possessed a high-grade spirit body. Finally, all four were bestowed with heaven-rank cultivation techniques and supreme spirit bodies. Among them, Ling Zan had his chaos sword physique activated by Su Xingzhou using a wisp of chaos qi. Moreover, the four were permitted to enter the second floor of the time-space tower to cultivate. Now, all four had reached the life and death realm cultivation level. As for Su Hao and the others who returned from the Phoenix Fall ancient realm, they also entered the second floor of the time-space tower to cultivate. All of a sudden, a cultivation craze swept through Qingyun Mountain. During this period, it's worth mentioning that Su Xingzhou once again obtained a character summoning card, and this summon directly brought an Imperial Realm Formation Master to the Su family, compensating for the Su family's deficiency in formations. Just as the Su family on Qingyun Mountain was immersed in cultivation, a major event suddenly occurred in the outside Great Zhou dynasty. That was, the 9th Prince Zhou Heng, who had long been considered the most useless, actually forcefully defeated the 8th Prince Zhou Pengyun in a conflict. This incident caused the Great Zhou dynasty, which had begun to calm down, to become lively once more. As everyone knew, the dynasty was currently in a period where several princes were vying for the throne. Naturally, the 1st prince and the 8th prince had the highest support. The 8th prince in particular had attracted the support of many forces with his extremely high martial talent. Meanwhile, the 9th prince was the most inconspicuous of the many princes, with mediocre cultivation and no one paying him any mind. The sudden display of matchless strength left everyone confused for a moment. Could it be that the 9th prince had been hiding his capabilities in the shadows all along? For a time, all sorts of rumors and speculations were rife. This also made some forces that were still watching from the sidelines even more hesitant. Following this conflict between the 8th prince and the 9th prince, the struggles between the many princes also began to increase. Inside the capital, within the imperial study, Zhou Yuanwu looked at the investigation results before him, his brows tightly furrowed. Compared to the outside world, as the ruler of the country, he had a deeper understanding of Zhou Heng. This matter was definitely not as simple as the outside rumors suggested. He knew whether or not Zhou Heng had hidden his strength. The only explanation could be that Zhou Heng had obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. And the investigation results in Zhou Yuanwu's hands also showed that it was precisely after returning from this trip outside that Zhou Heng's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Subsequently, Zhou Yuanwu put the investigation results aside and stopped thinking about it. Just a divine ability realm, he couldn't cause any waves yet. On the contrary, it was good to have this incident with Zhou Heng. It saved him the trouble of adding fuel to the fire himself. He didn't care which prince eventually succeeded the throne. Only the strong could sit firmly as the heir to the Great Zhou dynasty. Compared to these things, what Zhou Yuanwu cared about more was the Su family. The Great Zhou dynasty already had one heavenly sword sect, and now an unfathomable Su family had suddenly appeared. This was by no means a good thing for the dynasty. Zhou Yuanwu stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside, his heart filled with unknown thoughts at this moment, deep within the Sunset Mountain range. As a certain formation completely shattered, the entire mountain range trembled. Following that, spiritual qi began to leak out continuously from the place where the formation had shattered. The vibration of the mountain range this time could be clearly felt even by the 4 kingdoms of Great Zhou. This situation occurring meant either a battle between powerhouses or the birth of a great treasure. If it were a battle between powerhouses, there would surely be more than one vibration. Clearly, the probability was high that the latter caused this vibration. Coupled with the matter of the Su family's Qingyun Mountain, this caused countless martial artists from the 4 countries to begin swarming toward the Sunset Mountain range. Everyone wanted to use this opportunity to soar to the heavens in one bound. As the number of martial artists entering continued to increase, more and more news also began to spread. Finally, a piece of news that drove people crazy came out. A martial artist, while fleeing for his life, accidentally discovered a secret realm that was currently opening. This news exploded like a clap of thunder across the 4 kingdoms of Great Zhou, and countless people were moved by it. 80. #80 The Su family has established 3 pavilions. The hidden realm of Sunset Mountain has appeared. Chapter 80. The Su family establishes 3 pavilions. The secret realm of the Sunset Mountain range appears. A secret realm, that was a place legendary for containing endless treasures and opportunities. If one could enter, they might obtain a heaven-defying opportunity and reach the peak of life. From then on, coupled with the recent stimulation from the Su family of Qingyun Mountain incident, for a time, the 4 nations of the Great Zhou were plunged into a frenzy. As time fermented, this news also reached further places. For instance, some countries surrounding the 4 nations of the Great Zhou dynasty, although these countries were quite distant from the Great Zhou nations, the news seemed to have grown wings and spread there rapidly. In an instant, some of the top powers from these countries also began to swarm toward the lands of the four nations. Qingyun Mountain, Su family. Upon receiving the news, Su Jirui smiled slightly, not particularly concerned. Everyone thought the Su family had achieved its current status by obtaining an opportunity at Qingyun Mountain, but what they didn't know was that Qingyun Mountain was created by the Su family ancestor. If they wanted to rely on a secret realm to develop into a power like the Su family, it could only be said that they were too naive. While tempering is an indispensable part for the strong, Su Jirui did not intend to let the family participate in the secret realm's tempering just yet. After all, the secret realm was only just about to open. Based on the deductions regarding the Phoenix Fall ancient realm in the Sunset Mountain range, exploring it now would most likely only yield minor opportunities. It was better to cultivate in the time-space tower. As for whether to go or not, that would depend on if any further news surfaced. By now, the family's numbers were significant, and the Su family had powerful experts in the three paths of alchemy, artifact refining, and formations. Therefore, Su Jirui prepared to set about establishing the Su family's three pavilions: the Alchemy Pavilion, the Artifact Refining Pavilion, and the Formation Pavilion. After all, the strength of a family did not rely solely on the strength of the martial Dao. Alchemy, artifact refining, formations, and other various aspects also needed to keep pace. These would also be a massive help for the Su family's future development. Having made his plans, Su Jirui went to Su Ziyuan's courtyard. "Big brother?" Su Jirui called out softly as he entered the courtyard. Su Ziyuan was savoring tea by the stone table in the courtyard. Hearing the voice, he looked up with a slight smile on his face. "Jirui, is something the matter?" Su Jirui was not surprised to see Su Ziyuan in the courtyard. Although the time-space tower's effects were startling, there was a limit on the number of people. The third and second floors were not for the exclusive use of just a few of them. Other direct lineage members and enshrined experts of the Su family were also scheduled to enter and cultivate. Furthermore, blind secluded cultivation alone cannot produce peak experts. Moreover, as the clan chief and hall master, there were family matters they needed to handle, so they couldn't remain in cultivation constantly. Su Jirui walked to the stone table and sat down, getting straight to the point. "Now that our Su family has corresponding enshrined experts in alchemy, artifact refining, and formations, I believe it's time to establish the Su family's three pavilions: the Alchemy Pavilion, the Artifact Refining Pavilion, and the Formation Pavilion." "Indeed, and this was also within our plans." Su Ziyuan nodded, then continued after a moment of thought. "I will go and explain this to the three enshrined experts later. As for the selection of personnel, do you have any thoughts?" Su Jirui didn't speak immediately. He picked up a teacup and took a sip before continuing. "I want to select the first batch of members for the three pavilions from our direct lineage. The numbers won't be large, and with the existence of the time-space tower, the speed of training will be very fast. This way, our Su family will soon have its own alchemists, artifact refiners, and formation masters." Su Jirui finished explaining his thoughts in one breath without pausing. After listening, Su Ziyuan nodded in agreement. The two then continued to chat about other family matters deep within the Sunset Mountain range. In a place with dense spiritual qi, quite a few martial artists had already gathered. Basically, the martial artists of each nation gathered together. Although various forces usually had conflicts unless it was a blood feud, familiar people were relatively safer at a time like this. The lowest cultivation among the martial artists who could reach this place was the divine ability realm. Among them, there was no shortage of king realm experts. After all, this was already considered deep within the Sunset Mountain range, not a place where low realm martial artists could set foot. Because the connection between the secret realm gap created by the broken formation and the outside world was currently unstable, only spiritual qi was continuously leaking out. Consequently, some of the martial artists who arrived here were sitting cross-legged in cultivation. What puzzled the martial artists of the four nations was that the people from the Su family of Qingyun Mountain had actually not appeared. However, they didn't dare to speculate too much about the Su family. They could only suppress their thoughts and quietly wait for the secret realm space to stabilize. Just then, the space above the secret realm suddenly trembled, and everyone looked up in confusion. A massive black shadow appeared in the sky, leaving everyone uncertain and alarmed. As the massive black shadow continued to move, it gradually revealed its true form. "That's a spirit boat," someone exclaimed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually a spirit boat. Seeing the appearance of the spirit boat, many people thought it was the Su family arriving. Because so far, within the scope of the four nations, the Sioux family was the only power that possessed a spirit boat. But immediately after, a shocking scene occurred. Following the appearance of the first spirit boat, over a dozen more spirit boats appeared one after another. The people of the Great Joe Four Nations looked at each other, their eyes revealing inscrutable expressions. Clearly, they were all surprised and wary of these sudden spirit boats. At this moment, they also realized that the people coming were not the Sioux family. It seems this trip to the secret realm will be much more complicated than we imagined, a Heavenly Sword Sect elder said in a heavy voice. Other experts from the four nations nodded in agreement. They began to warily observe those spirit boats, preparing to deal with any situation that might arise. Just then, figures suddenly flew out from the spirit boats and landed on the ground. Blazing Flame Dynasty, Phantom Sea Dynasty, Dali Dynasty, Four Directions Alliance. By now, the experts of the four nations also recognized the origins of these people. These people were all from dynasties and sect forces under the sphere of influence of the Zan Yu dynasty, except they were more powerful than their four nations. They knew the news would spread, but they didn't expect it to be so fast, although they also didn't want more people to discover this secret realm. Such things were beyond their control. With the arrival of the crowd, the impact caused by the broken formation was also gradually disappearing. The secret realm is accessible, a martial artist shouted excitedly. As the words fell, many people began to rush toward the secret realm. The experts of various nations also followed closely behind and began to enter. Just after everyone had entered the secret realm, the space above it vibrated once more, and an inconspicuous spirit boat slowly appeared. After the spirit boat stopped, figures flew out from it and landed on the ground. These people were dressed in uniform black robes, with a mysterious lotus pattern embroidered on their chests. After landing, these people did not communicate and directly entered the secret realm quickly. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 Holy Ruins Sword Enlightenment Cliff Trial Tower. Chapter 81. Holy Land Ruins Sword Comprehension Cliff Trial Tower. Bang! In a valley within the secret realm, two life and death realm martial artists separated immediately after exchanging a palm strike. Not far from them, an 8th grade spiritual plant swayed quietly, emitting a faint halo. For life and death realm martial artists, an 8th grade spiritual plant was already considered a very precious existence. The two glanced at each other, a hint of greed flashing in their eyes. However, in the recent exchange, they had also felt each other's powerful strength. Therefore, neither of them attacked again easily, but instead began to calculate in their hearts how to seize this spiritual plant. However, what the two didn't know was that further away, there was a life and death realm peak martial artist hiding their aura in the shadows. I am Liao Can of the Jade Void Valley from the Dali Dynasty. This spiritual plant is of great use to me. I hope this fellow Taoist can part with it. I would be most grateful. One of the life and death realm martial artists said in a deep voice, attempting to use his background to force the other party away. Liao Can of the Jade Void Valley? Never heard of you, then do you know who I am? The opposing martial artist sneered. To be able to cultivate to this level, who hasn't experienced some life and death perils? How could they be scared off by just a few words from someone else? Liao Can frowned, somewhat puzzled. May I ask who your excellency is? Ha ha ha, you don't even know who I am, so why should I fear you? Even if I kill you now, no one will come to seek revenge for you. After saying this, the martial artist opposite Liao Can wasted no more words and immediately raised his hand to unleash his ultimate move. Then, the two were locked in combat once again. Meanwhile, the life and death realm peak martial artist in the distance watched the two fighting with a chuckle, in no hurry to make a move. I'm rich. Outside a palace, a formation master shouted excitedly. This place was already located near the center of the secret realm. The surrounding buildings hinted at the glorious existence that once was here. This formation master was named Zhao Yunlin, a 6th grade formation master. After coming to the secret realm, his luck was quite good, and it didn't take long for him to encounter this complex of buildings. After searching several palaces, he discovered that this was the ruins of a holy land called the Divine Sword Sect. A holy land. That was a power with quasi-emperor level combat capability. Just thinking about it made Zhao Yunlin's soul tremble. Unfortunately, such an existence actually met its destruction overnight. From the few fragments of records he had found so far, he discovered that a great war seemed to have occurred 100,000 years ago, and this great war directly caused the destruction of countless powers, even resulting in a gap in the cultivation civilization. When he saw these records, even with Zhao Yunlin's powerful soul as a formation master, he was somewhat dazed. He found it hard to imagine what exactly happened 100,000 years ago. After processing it for a long time, Zhao Yunlin steadied his mind and continued exploring other palaces. According to the records, the palace where Zhao Yunlin was currently located was a place where the Divine Sword Sect stored medicinal pills. Due to the passage of time, the formations here were no longer as strong as they once were. Through his unremitting efforts, he finally broke through the palace's formation. Such scenes were countless within the secret realm. After a period of exploration, various pieces of information within the secret realm began to spread, especially after hearing that this was actually a holy land ruin. It attracted even more powerful martial artists. Some people quit while they were ahead and fled the secret realm early, while others, due to greed or overconfidence, ended up with their lives and cultivation extinguished. As they delved deeper, several places appeared in the secret realm that countless martial artists flocked to. The first was the Sword Comprehension Cliff. The Sword Comprehension Cliff was located in the center of the secret realm, half being a plain and half being a vertical, smooth cliff. On the cliff, there were sword Dao marks left by great experts of the sword Dao. Some martial artists directly comprehended sword intent under the Sword Comprehension Cliff, and this person hadn't even comprehended sword momentum before. Afterward, news continued to spread about people comprehending sword Dao concepts. The spread of this news made countless sword Dao martial artists give up on searching for other opportunities and come directly to the Sword Comprehension Cliff. For sword cultivators, this place was the greatest opportunity. After all, the enhancement of a martial artist's strength by a concept was immeasurable. The second was the Trial Tower. Unlike the Sword Comprehension Cliff, the Trial Tower did not test a martial artist's comprehension ability. Instead, it was a place that tested a martial artist's strength. The Trial Tower had a total of 99 floors. Anyone could enter to challenge it, and they would receive a reward for every floor they passed. The higher the floor passed, the better the reward obtained. It was said that if one could clear all the floors, they would obtain an earth-shattering opportunity. Therefore, many martial artists came to the Trial Tower Qingyun Mountain. Su family. Su Jirui was slightly stunned when he saw this news. He hadn't expected that the secret realm in the Sunset Mountain Range would actually be a holy land ruin, especially seeing the appearance of the Sword Comprehension Cliff and the Trial Tower. A glint couldn't help but flash in Su Jirui's eyes. From the looks of it, this holy land ruin still has some training significance for Su Hao and the others. Although in the cultivation world, the age of Su Jirui and the others was not considered old. In the eyes of some long-lived super experts, they were even like infants. But if it weren't for the old ancestors' return, people like them might have stayed like this for the rest of their lives. Although they now had the aptitude to pursue the peak of martial arts, their mindset could no longer compare to the passion of the youth. Of course, this didn't mean they lacked the determination to pursue martial arts, but rather that they had a different path to take than Su Hao and the others. And Su Hao and the others were at the age where they should go out and venture into the world. After all, the Su family would eventually have to rely on them. Blindly cultivating alone could not hone their heart nature and experience. It just so happened that they had also cultivated for a while, and now it was time to go out and get some exercise. Thinking of this, Su Jirui gave a faint smile. Then, after swiping his finger across the family token a few times, he continued to check other information 2 days later. Sword Comprehension Cliff. A young man was sitting cross-legged in silence. Between each breath, the sound of a sword humming seemed to faintly emanate. The surrounding air vibrated slightly with his breathing, and even the spiritual chi between heaven and earth was drawn to him. The few people around him had already been forced to move some distance away by this change. As time passed, the commotion around the youth grew louder and louder. Sharp sword intent began to surround his body, as if he were merging with this world. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, jolting the surrounding people back repeatedly. With the eruption of this aura, the sword intent around the youth became as solid as substance, seamlessly integrated. Immediately afterward, an aura that was both ethereal and real emanated from these sword intents. "This is sword domain," a well-informed middle-aged martial artist cried out, eyes full of disbelief. 82. Number 82 Soviet War Challenge Trial Tower. Chapter 82. Su Zan challenges the Trial Tower. What? A sword domain? The surrounding people gasped upon hearing these words. A sword domain, simply put, is a type of domain, but it is something that requires at least a king realm expert to comprehend. Unlike a regular domain, it requires a martial artist to have a unique understanding and extremely high comprehension ability in the way of the sword to comprehend their own sword domain. Compared to a sword domain has stronger attack and destructive power. Some experts might have high realms, but they lack that tiny bit of insight into the way of the sword, so they can never take this step. If it were just comprehending a sword domain, it wouldn't be enough to shock everyone so much. But what if the one who comprehended the sword domain was a youth, and one whose cultivation was not even at the king realm? How is this possible? A martial artist shook his head while backing away. I wonder which family's prodigy this is. If I could get to know him, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Indeed, such a prodigy is simply unheard of. The king realm is already within his reach. While everyone was discussing fervently, the youth slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain endless sword intent, sharp and profound. As the youth slowly stood up, the sword intent around him was gradually withdrawn into his body. A moment later, the youth looked just like an ordinary person. Su Xian saw everyone looking at him, flipped the hair on his forehead, and flashed a mouthful of white teeth. "Don't fall for me. I'm just a legend." Everyone felt their vision go dark. The image of a perfect genius youth shattered into pieces instantly. Soon, some martial artists suppressed their discomfort and wanted to step forward to make his acquaintance. After all, being on friendly terms with someone who would at least be a king realm expert in the future was something those martial artists who couldn't reach the king realm could brag about. However, Su Xian didn't plan to waste time here. He still wanted to check out the trial tower. Without giving them a chance, Su Xian directly vanished into the void realm. Look, someone else has broken into the 40th floor. Suzanne? I wonder which power this person belongs to be so courageous. Judging by this person's previous clearing speed, there's a great chance he'll enter the top 10 of the trial tower. At this moment, in front of the trial tower in the Divine Sword Sect Holy Land ruins, a wave of exclamations was rising due to someone's rapid progress. Unlike the sword comprehension cliff, the trial tower has an age limit. Only martial artists under 100 years old can enter. Therefore, the trial tower can also be said to be a place for genius martial artists to showcase themselves. Furthermore, the trial tower has a real-time leaderboard for the tower challenge. It records the top 100 challengers who have reached the highest floors. This also stimulated many genius martial artists' desire to become famous overnight. Currently, the highest person on the board is Xiao Zijun, who has reached the 48th floor. This person is the chief true disciple of the Taiyi Sword Sect, a top sect within the sphere of influence of the Zhanyu dynasty. For a sect, disciples are generally divided into several ranks: utility disciple, outer sect disciple, inner sect disciple, personal disciple, and true disciple. Unlike the other types of disciples, true disciples are generally the candidates to succeed the next sect leader. While everyone was discussing, Suzanne had already quickly cleared the 40th floor and arrived at the next level. Inside the trial tower, Suzanne watched the 10 figures around him gradually vanish. He said nothing, quietly waiting for the passage to the next floor to appear. "The 41st floor, this speed is simply incredible," someone exclaimed. "He's already entered the top 20 of the leaderboard. This is another prodigy," another martial artist lamented. At this moment, outside the trial tower, Xu Zhanpeng watched his name being pushed down the leaderboard by Suzanne, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. But then, he helplessly unclenched his fists. Thinking of the terrifying opponent on the 40th floor, Xu Zhanpeng still felt a sense of powerlessness. While everyone was marveling, Suzanne had already reached the 42nd floor. Looking at the two black-clothed martial artists at the 6th level of the King Realm who appeared before him, Suzanne's expression didn't change at all. Once the figures solidified, Suzanne didn't hesitate and directly attacked the two of them. Bang! With one punch, one of them was sent flying by Suzanne, crashing heavily in the distance, clearly losing his combat capability. The other person took the chance to thrust a sword at Suzanne, attempting to seize this opportunity to counterattack. However, Suzanne's reaction speed was faster. He quickly dodged to the side and threw a punch at the same time. Seeing he was about to be hit, the black-clothed martial artist hurriedly turned and held his sword in front of him to block. Clang! A crisp sound of collision rang out as Suzanne's fist met the black-clothed martial artist's sword, sparks flying everywhere. Thump thump thump. Although the black-clothed martial artist barely blocked the strike with his sword, the disparity in strength was too great. His sword was knocked out of his hand, and he was forced back several steps. Suzanne gave his opponent no chance to breathe, taking several steps forward and throwing another punch. The black-clothed martial artist hastily activated his King Realm domain, attempting to withstand this attack. However, even after activating the domain, it didn't hinder Su Zan in the slightest. Su Zan's attack shattered the black-clothed martial artist's domain like splitting bamboo, and then his fist struck the man's chest. The black-clothed martial artist directly transformed into spiritual chi and dissipated within the trial tower. This was clearly because Su Zan's attack exceeded the black-clothed martial artist's endurance. Seeing the black-clothed martial artist who had been lying on the ground also begin to transform into spiritual chi and dissipate, Su Zan stopped his intention to continue attacking. He knew this meant he had passed. As Su Zan cleared floor after floor, the martial artists outside the trial tower were so shocked they were speechless. Originally, they thought Su Zan's speed would start to slow down after passing the 40th floor, but they didn't expect him to become even more valiant as he fought. His clearing speed didn't slow down at all. This was what truly shocked them. At this moment, the genius martial artists at the top of the trial tower leaderboard began to lose their composure after seeing their names being surpassed. After all, those at the top of the leaderboard were all geniuses. Who didn't have a bit of pride? Seeing oneself surpassed by an unknown person always takes a little time to accept. On the contrary, Xu Zhanpeng no longer felt the resentment he had at the beginning. If he had only surpassed him alone, it could only be said that he was weak. But if he surpassed everyone, then his being surpassed seemed rather insignificant. At this moment, Xu Zhanpeng even hoped in his heart that this Su Zan could surpass Xiao Zijun in one go. Holy crap, the 46th floor. Su Zan couldn't possibly surpass Xiao Zijun, could he? No way, no way, someone muttered in disbelief, then was startled by their own thought. You should know that the Taiyi Sword sect, where Xiao Zijun belongs, is an existence that can rival the Zan Yu dynasty. To be able to take the position of chief true disciple in such a power, one can imagine how formidable Xiao Zizhen's strength is. At this time, the people from the four nations who knew Su Zan's origins were also dumbfounded. With shock, they knew the Su family disciples were strong, but they didn't expect them to be this strong. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Su Zan had already arrived at the 48th floor of the trial tower. 83. Number 83 Su Jilong. Although I thank you, I still have to kill you. Chapter 83. Su Jilong. Although I thank you, I still have to kill you. Senior brother Li, could Su Zan really be about to surpass? At this moment, a disciple of the Taiyi Sword sect who was present nudged the person next to him and spoke with some difficulty. He didn't even have the courage to say the words that followed. Beside him, Li Cheng remained silent for a while, looking toward the trial tower with a complex expression. Then Li Cheng looked at the figure at the front of the line, opening his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, the facts were right before his eyes. Su Zan's strength had already surpassed their senior brother Xiao, even exceeding their imagination. Senior brother Xiao was already the strongest prodigy they had ever seen. Even in the entire Zan Yu dynasty, he was among the strongest geniuses. He couldn't imagine what kind of power could cultivate a prodigy like Su Zan. At this moment, at the very front of the line, beneath Xiao Zizhen's seemingly calm face, his heart was in turmoil. As the strongest prodigy of the Taiyi Sword sect, he had always been full of confidence and never spared a glance for geniuses of his generation. Even for those few prodigies in the imperial dynasty who were as famous as him, he believed it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. However, today, Su Zan's strength made him feel an unprecedented pressure. Seeing this, Xiao Zijun walked straight toward the trial tower, preparing to begin the challenge once more. He wanted to prove that he was the strongest. Look, Xiao Zijun is challenging the trial tower again. Someone immediately noticed Xiao Zizhen's movements. It seems Su Zan's performance has made even Xiao Zijun restless. Haha. Now there's going to be a good show. Following Xiao Zizhen's lead, some other prodigy martial artists couldn't resist starting their own challenges in the trial tower. At this time, Xiao Zijun went directly to challenge the 48th floor of the trial tower. For challenges in the trial tower, except for the first time when one must start from the first floor, subsequent challenges allow one to directly choose a level that has already been reached. Of course, there are no rewards for repeatedly challenging the same floor. Rewards are only granted for the first time it is cleared. The entire trial tower is divided into 99 floors. The opponent on the first floor is an ordinary martial artist of the same realm. For every floor cleared thereafter, one more ordinary martial artist of the same realm is added as an opponent. Up until the 11th floor, the opponent is an ordinary martial artist one minor realm higher than the challenger, also starting with one person. Then, for every floor cleared, one more ordinary martial artist a minor realm higher is added. The 21st floor features an ordinary martial artist two minor realms higher than the challenger, and so on for the subsequent levels. Inside the 48th floor of the trial tower at this moment, Su Zhan looked at the 8 King Realm 6th Heaven martial artists before him, his expression remaining unchanged. Su Zhan was unaware of what was happening outside, and even if he did know, he wouldn't have cared. For Su Zhan, only battle could spark his interest. Battle made him happy. Blazing Flame Dynasty, a mountain forest. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, dappling the ground. The air was filled with the scent of earth and vegetation, a scene of peace and tranquility. However, this peace was suddenly shattered by several figures flashing past at high speed. Several people looked panicked, frequently glancing behind them as if something were closely pursuing them. Family head, go quickly, I'll hold them back. The speaker was a middle-aged man, his eyes filled with resolve and determination. This man was named Zhang Hu. He was originally a loose cultivator who had joined the Lu family by destiny and became a guard for the Lu family. As Zhang Hu spoke, he also pushed out a palm strike, shoving the others toward the distance. He then turned to face the rear, spiritual chi surging through his body, assuming a posture as if facing a formidable enemy. He knew that staying behind meant certain death, yet he chose to stay nonetheless. Uncle Zhang, a youth in the group, cried out anxiously, his eyes full of worry and reluctance to leave. Lu Tianyu looked at Zhang Hu, hesitated for a moment, and finally prepared to lead the others away. If they didn't leave now, none of them would be able to escape. Jia, trying to leave? It won't be that easy. Just then, a cold, sinister laugh came from the distance. Before the person even arrived, a blade light had already struck. Bang! With a loud crash, Zhang Hu was sent flying backward. Immediately after, a group of men in black appeared before Zhang Hu like ghosts. Zhang Hu tried to struggle to his feet, but one of them stepped on him. A mere life and death realm cultivator, yet you dare dream of stopping us? Ha ha ha, don't let a single one escape. The leader of the men in black didn't look at the fallen Zhang Hu, but instead at Lu Tianyu and the others not far away. As soon as he finished speaking, the others behind him immediately went to pursue Lu Tianyu's group. Lu Tianyu and the others hadn't gotten very far, so the men in black surrounded them directly. Lu Tianyu looked at the men in black surrounding them, his eyes filled with anger and indignation. Who are you? Why are you hunting us? Lu Tianyu suppressed his emotions, trying to stall for time through conversation to find an opportunity to escape. Do it, the leader of the men in black sneered, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. As a gold-ranked assassin, Ghostblade understood the principle that delays bring complications. If you can eliminate the target, don't waste words. As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding men in black began their attack. The battle erupted instantly, with the flashes of blades and shadows of swords intertwining. The members of the Lu family were forced back step by step. Ghostblade seemed unsatisfied with this and swung his blade directly at Lu Tianyu. Watching the attack approach and feeling the pressure emanating from it, Lu Tianyu's expression darkened. My life is over. Just then, a dazzling light descended from the sky, instantly shattering the blade light. Ghostblade's expression tightened as he looked up into the sky. He saw a group of people dressed in azure attire standing in the air. The leader had a pattern of a towering golden mountain embroidered on his collar, and 7 golden rolling cloud patterns on each sleeve. The people behind him wore the same attire, though with fewer golden rolling cloud patterns on their sleeves. The moment he saw these people, a glimmer of hope returned to Lu Tianyu's eyes. I am Lu Tianyu, the family head of the Lu family of the Blazing Flame Dynasty. I beg your excellency to save my Lu family. We will surely reward you handsomely. Damn it, Ghostblade cursed under his breath. Someone who could shatter his blade strike must be no weaker than him. If these people intervened, dealing with those from the Lu family would likely become difficult. Su Jilong, suspended in the air, sized up the people below without making a further move. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. While Ghostblade was still pondering how to handle this, Lu Tianyu grew anxious, thinking the newcomer looked down on what he had offered. Thus, Lu Tianyu cupped his hands toward Su Jilong again. I beg your excellency to act. I am willing to offer the Lu Family Merchant Guild as a reward for your assistance. After speaking, Lu Tianyu felt uneasy and somewhat resentful, but he had no other choice at this point. Although the men in black hadn't explicitly said so, he knew it was definitely because of the Merchant Guild. If he died, the Merchant Guild would be seized anyway. It was better to use it to save their lives. As long as he remained, there might be a chance for a comeback in the future. Hearing the words Merchant Guild, Su Jilong's eyes lit up. His original goal for this trip was to establish the influence of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in the Blazing Flame Dynasty. He hadn't expected a ready-made merchant guild to be delivered to his doorstep. Looking at the men in black below, Su Jilong was quite grateful, yet he still intended to send them on their way. Then, Su Jilong spoke indifferently to those behind him. Do it. 84. Number 84 Su Jilong. I'm a legitimate businessman. Fighting and killing is no good. Chapter 84. Su Jilong. I am a proper businessman. All this fighting and killing is so unseemly. At Su Jilong's command, Su Zian and the others behind him immediately rushed down. In an instant, flashes of blades and swords interwove once more as battle erupted instantly. Lu Tianyu carefully protected his family, nervously watching the development of the battle. Although he didn't know the outcome, at least there was a glimmer of hope for now. Seeing this, Ghostblade's face turned extremely gloomy. He looked at Su Jilong unwillingly, a flash of fierce sharpness in his eyes. He knew today's mission was already impossible to complete. He could only look for another opportunity later. Although they were martial artists, they were assassins first and foremost. Unless success was absolutely guaranteed, they would not engage in frontal combat. Ambush and assassination were their forte. Retreat. At Ghostblade's order, all the men in black began preparing to disengage and retreat. However, they wanted to retreat, but Su Jilong would not let them off. In matters like this, it's better to eliminate the root of the problem. He didn't want to suddenly get assassinated in the future. Although assassinations from this dynasty couldn't harm him, Su Jilong was a proper businessman. All this fighting and killing was so unseemly. Don't let a single one escape. Su Jilong's calm voice came from above. Hearing this, Su Zian and the others no longer held back, each quickening the pace of their attacks. One by one, the men in black began to be mercilessly slain. Seeing this, Ghostblade couldn't help but panic internally. One must know that the assassins he brought were at least at the life and death realm in cultivation. Besides himself being at the 5th level of the King Realm, there was even a gold-ranked assassin at the King Realm 2nd Heaven. Yet now, in just a few breaths' time, they were being slaughtered to the last. Even that 2nd level King Realm assassin was already in constant peril, on the verge of being slain. And on the other side, there was the unfathomable Su Jilong who hadn't even made a move yet. Thinking of this, Ghostblade broke out in a cold sweat. He nervously watched Su Jilong while slowly stepping backward. Seeing that Su Jilong showed no intention of attacking, Ghostblade felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately prepared to retreat directly. Just as Ghostblade turned his head, Su Zian had somehow already appeared behind him. That 2nd level King Realm assassin was now lying quietly on the ground. Where do you think you're going? Let me give you a send-off, Su Zian said with a smile, looking as if he were greeting an old friend. Yet the long sword in his hand was already unsheathed, its tip pointed directly at Ghostblade's throat. Ghostblade's expression changed drastically. His body jerked backward, trying to create distance. Simultaneously, his King Realm domain expanded. Using the power of the domain, the sharp blade in Ghostblade's hand shot out, aimed straight at Su Zian's face. However, Su Zian was faster, following closely like lightning. A fist swung out, and the oncoming blade fell aside. Then, a flash of sword light from Su Zian's hand. Ghostblade only felt a chill at his neck, followed by a wave of intense pain. You, Ghostblade's voice cut off abruptly, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Then, his body fell powerlessly to the ground, blood staining the earth. Su Zian sheathed his sword and looked up at Su Jilong. Hall Master, the men in black have all been slain. Su Jilong nodded, his figure descending to the ground. Lu Tianyu and the others watched all this from the side, their hearts filled with shock. Then, Lu Tianyu hurriedly came before Su Jilong, his face full of gratitude. I am Lu Tianyu, head of the Lu family. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving our lives. May I ask how you should be addressed? Su Jilong looked at Lu Tianyu without speaking, but some information surfaced in his mind. Lu Tianyu, cultivation at the King Realm 1st Heaven, current head of the Lu family in the royal capital of the Blazing Flame dynasty, and the person in charge of the Lu family merchant guild. After the previous head of the Lu family died, he succeeded to the position. He led the declining Lu family to develop into one of the 4 great merchant guilds of the Blazing Flame dynasty. Currently, the Lu family merchant guild is being suppressed by other merchant guilds, and there are clan members within the Lu family attempting to seize control of the guild. These were all part of the information Su Jilong had obtained from the Blazing Flame dynasty branch of the Tianji Pavilion before coming. Although these matters were significant troubles for Lu Tianyu, for him, they could hardly be considered troublesome, and he could just take advantage of the Lu family merchant guild to quickly establish a branch of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in the Blazing Flame dynasty. I am Su Jilong, president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Head Lu, you are too kind. Qingyun Chamber of Commerce? Lu Tianyu felt this name was somewhat familiar upon hearing it, but for a moment, he couldn't recall. Without thinking further, Lu Tianyu bowed respectfully again, his attitude even more deferential. Thank you, Guild Master Su. The promise made earlier still stands. However, I still need Guild Master Su to accompany me to the royal capital. Once I have dealt with my current affairs, the Lu family merchant guild will be handed over with both hands. Su Jilong nodded. He wasn't afraid of Lu Tianyu going back on his word. At most, it would waste a bit of his time. If Lu Tianyu kept his promise, it could also be of great help to him. As the influence of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce grew larger, he had discovered quite a few problems. If the Chamber of Commerce remained small, it would be fine to use only the current members of the Su family. But the Chamber of Commerce was also continuously developing. Even with the people recruited by the Su family, it wasn't enough. Therefore, he changed the development model of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Members of the Su family served as the management layer, responsible for the chamber's development and management. The daily operations of the Chamber of Commerce would recruit a group of members separately. These people belonged solely to the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, not the Su family. Thus, if the Lu family merchant guild could be used by him, he could quickly establish the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce in the Blazing Flame dynasty. Father, Uncle Zhang is not going to make it. At that moment, a young man's voice rang out from a distance. Su Jilong and Lu Tianyu both turned to look. They saw a youth of about 15 or 16 running over, his face full of anxiety. Lu Tianyu seemed to remember something, his face turning pale. Earlier, he had been so eager to thank Su Jilong that he had momentarily forgotten about Zhang Hu's situation. Lu Tianyu hurriedly rushed to Zhang Hu's side to check his condition. Zhang Hu, how are you? Zhang Hu opened his eyes with difficulty. Seeing Lu Tianyu, he forced a faint smile. Family head, I am afraid I can't hold on. For Zhang Hu, who was only at the peak of the life and death realm, to survive a single strike from Ghostblade at the 5th level of the King realm was already incredibly lucky. Lu Tianyu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Zhang Hu was one of his most trusted subordinates, who had loyally protected the Lu family for many years. Seeing him in such a state now, Lu Tianyu felt immense pain. Yet he could do nothing. At that moment, Su Jilong and the others also came to Zhang Hu's side. Seeing Zhang Hu's injuries, Su Jilong already understood the situation. He then said to Lu Tianyu, Head Lu, I have some medicinal pills here that might be of help. As he spoke, Su Jilong took out a small porcelain bottle from his robes and poured out a pill, emitting a faint fragrance. The moment the pill appeared, the surrounding spiritual qi became active. This is an 8th grade pill, the Greenwood Vitality Pill? Quote, Lu Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. Even the other members of the Lu family stared in shock at the pill in Su Jilong's hand. Seeing Su Jilong nod, for a moment, Lu Tianyu felt wild with joy. Zhang Hu could be saved. Lu Tianyu took the pill with trembling hands and carefully fed it to Zhang Hu. A moment later, Zhang Hu's complexion gradually improved, and his breathing became much steadier. Thank you, Guildmaster Su, Lu Tianyu said gratefully. Meanwhile, before the trial tower in the Sunset Mountain Range, Xiao Zijun walked out of the trial tower with a face full of unwillingness. Although he had successfully passed the 48th floor this time, unfortunately, he was stopped at the 49th. However, he had done his best. This was the first time he had felt so powerless. Compared to that, he now wanted even more to know the challenge results of that person named Su Zan. Just as he turned to look at the ranking board, he was so shocked he froze in place. On the ranking board, it clearly displayed first place, Su Zan, 70th floor. Before Xiao Zijun could regain his senses, the information on the ranking board changed again. First place, Su Zan, 71st floor, 85. Number 85 Blood Sacrifice Array. Light. Chapter 85. The Blood Sacrifice Grand Array. If Su Zan had challenged up to the 50th floor, Xiao Zijun felt that with some effort, he still had a chance to surpass this person. But facing Su Zan, who was challenging the 70th floor, no, the 71st floor, all that remained for Xiao Zijun was to look up in awe. It wasn't just Xiao Zijun. Even the other genius martial artists on the rankings only felt reverence and admiration for Su Zan. When a person's strength is similar to one's own, it only inspires thoughts of competition and surpassing them. But if that person's strength is far superior, then all that remains is reverence and looking up in awe to them. Su Zan was exactly like that at this moment. Outside the trial tower, those King Realm experts who were barred due to age restrictions also sighed deeply. They were aware of the challenges within the trial tower. Which martial artist who managed to cultivate to their realm wasn't once a prodigious youth? But compared to Su Zan, what kind of genius could they be considered? Looking at the trial tower, their hearts were filled with complex emotions. Su Zan's performance left them shocked and incredulous. Who exactly is this Su Zan? An old man at the King Realm cultivation level couldn't help but mutter to himself, his eyes revealing curiosity and admiration for Su Zan. The 71st floor of the trial tower. Seeing a martial artist at the 9th heaven of King Realm appear before him, Su Zan put away the playful look in his eyes and began to become serious. Unlike the previous black-clothed martial artist, this one wore black battle armor and wielded a long saber flashing with cold light, possessing an imposing aura. Furthermore, the armored martial artist's gaze was no longer dull. It was as if he were a real person. A terrifying aura emanated from him, like a ferocious beast, ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. Of course, Suzan starting to fight seriously didn't mean this warrior gave him immense pressure. Rather, to him, only a warrior like this could be considered an opponent. The previous battles were merely warm-ups for him. At this moment, he finally felt interested in the fight. Once the armored martial artist solidified, he immediately activated his domain and rushed towards Suzan. His long saber aimed directly at Suzan's face. His movements were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. A flash of surprise crossed Suzan's eyes, but it quickly returned to indifference. Clearly, he hadn't expected the opponent to be so resolute. Licking his lips, Suzan charged forward to meet him. An opponent like this is interesting. Suzan's fist began to continuously gather lightning attribute spiritual chi, flashing with lightning, and a terrifying aura constantly radiated outwards. The armored martial artist clearly felt the threat of Suzan's punch, but he did not retreat. He directly unleashed his divine ability. His body was instantly enveloped by a layer of golden light, as if transforming into an indestructible fortress. Boom! Suzan's fist and the armored martial artist's long saber violently collided, letting out a deafening roar. A horrifying shockwave spread outwards from the center of their collision. The surrounding space seemed to tremble. The armored martial artist was forced back several steps by this force. Evidently, the armored martial artist struggled to withstand Suzan's strike. After stabilizing his stance, Suzan didn't pause and continued his assault on the armored martial artist. The two engaged in battle again, saber light flashing and thunder roaring. Waves of powerful, terrifying auras constantly erupted from the center where the two clashed. Fortunately, this was inside the trial tower, which formed its own space, impervious to destruction. If this were the outside world, this area would likely have been ravaged beyond recognition by their fight. Time to end this. After fighting for a while longer, Suzan had adapted to this intensity of combat rhythm. With a low shout, Suzan prepared to end the fight immediately. He was impatient to fight stronger martial artists. The armored martial artist seemed to sense something as well. Spiritual chi surged throughout his body, and his eyes sharpened. He gathered all his spiritual chi into the long saber in his hand, preparing to unleash a final strike. The light on the long saber grew brighter and brighter, as if it were about to tear the air apart. Suzan showed no fear whatsoever. Lightning flared brightly around his body, like a thunder god descending. Then, both of them launched their attacks simultaneously. After one strike, they separated, arriving at the positions where the other had just stood. The lightning around Suzan receded into his body. The armored martial artist, however, remained motionless in his saber-swinging posture. If observed closely, one could see that cracks had spread across the armored martial artist's body. Subsequently, the armored martial artist slowly dissipated as his spiritual chi faded within the trial tower. After ending the fight, Suzan closed his eyes, quietly sensing the changes in his body. A fervent battle intent within his body began to grow stronger. This was the deep-seated yearning for battle. Suzan opened his eyes, and a startling glint of battle intent flashed through them. Then, Suzan stepped directly into the entrance to the 72nd floor. At this time, the crowd outside the trial tower had grown numb watching Suzan pass another level. Could he possibly pass all the levels of the trial tower directly? Someone voiced this question. No one refuted, and no one agreed. They were beginning to find it difficult to believe what they were seeing. According to the Divine Sword Sect's records, prodigies from ordinary dynasties could only pass a dozen floors of the trial tower. Prodigies from top-tier dynasties could reach the 30s. Prodigies from ordinary imperial dynasties could reach the 40s. Prodigies from top-tier imperial dynasties could reach the 50s. Beyond that level were the tiers only reached by the prodigies of Holy Lands and Divine Dynasties. Holy Lands and Divine Dynasties, these were superpowers that possessed quasi-emperor realm, martial artists, and perhaps even martial artists at the Great Emperor realm. Above the Saint realm was the quasi-emperor realm. To martial artists like them, who rarely even saw a Saint realm expert, such powers were like insurmountable mountains to be looked up to. As Suzan continued to pass levels, the number of martial artists gathered before the trial tower increased rather than decreased. Martial artists from various dynasties, sects, and aristocratic families had gathered, all coming to witness Suzan's challenge. For them, a scene like this might only happen once in their lifetime. In the crowd, the 9th Prince of Great Zhou, Zhou Heng, looked at Suzan's ranking, a strange expression flashing in his eyes, while a crazy thought began to grow rapidly in his heart. Deep within the ruins, a group of martial artists wearing black robes gathered in front of a peculiar stone tablet. This stone tablet was inscribed with ancient runes, emitting a mysterious aura. The leader was an old man, his face covered in deep wrinkles, and his eyes held a chilling coldness. However, when he looked at the stone tablet, the fervor in his eyes was hard to conceal. It was as if what lay before him was not a stone tablet, but a peerless celestial maiden. Third Elder, it's here. A black-robed martial artist behind the old man stepped forward and whispered. Yes, begin setting up the blood sacrifice grand array. 86. Number 86 Soul-Devouring Bead. Chapter 86, Soul-Devouring Pearl. As the third elder finished speaking, an old man emerged from the group. This old man stood before the stone stele, closed his eyes, as if sensing everything around him. Suddenly, an intangible force emanated from within his body, beginning to probe the surroundings. This force was invisible and intangible, yet one could feel its presence. This was soul power, and this old man was unmistakably a formation master. Found it. Before long, the old man's face lit up with joy, and he opened his eyes. Immediately after, more soul power surged forth, rushing towards the location he had just probed. As the soul power churned, the spiritual chi also began to grow active. An ancient and complex formation structure gradually took shape in the old man's mind. As more and more of the formation structure was perceived, sweat began to bead on the old man's forehead, and his face started to turn pale. Clearly, with his level of strength, the old man was insufficient to fully probe the complete formation. PFF'd. Abruptly, the old man's face went deathly white, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Wei, are you alright? The third elder asked urgently. It's nothing. Elder Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved a hand at the third elder. Quote, truly worthy of an imperial rank grand formation. With my strength as a peak 7th rank formation master, I could only glimpse a fraction, 1 or 2 parts out of 10, before reaching my limit. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the demon race sealed here must have been back then. Elder Wei then sighed with emotion. HMPH, no matter how powerful this demon was, 100,000 years have passed, and with this heavenly steel suppressing it, even if it's not dead, it won't have much strength left. The third elder spoke disdainfully. After finishing, he looked at the stone stele before him, the fervor in his eyes almost overflowing. Have you found the location to set up the blood sacrifice grand array? Hearing this, Elder Wei also set aside his thoughts, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a serious expression, found it. According to the records in the Black Lotus secret canon, I've located the position mentioned within. Excellent, then let's begin setting up the array. Hearing Elder Wei's words, the third elder felt a surge of wild joy in his heart. Immediately, the black-robed martial artists sprang into action. They retrieved various array-setting materials from their spatial rings and placed them in corresponding positions according to Elder Wei's instructions. These were all key components of the formation. Then, Elder Wei began using his soul power to guide spiritual chi and inscribe formation patterns. These formation patterns could only be sensed by fellow formation masters. 1 formation pattern, 10 formation patterns, 100 formation patterns, 1,000 formation patterns. Pattern after pattern was inscribed, finally connecting into a whole, a full 3,900 formation patterns. This could already be considered a top-tier 7th rank formation. The rank of a formation is determined by the number of its formation patterns. 7th rank formations have between 2,000 and 3,999 patterns. After setting up the blood sacrifice grand array, Elder Wei's face grew even paler. Even with his strength, setting up this blood sacrifice grand array was somewhat strenuous. He even had to consume medicinal pills midway to recover, but it was finally completed. Third Elder, the blood sacrifice grand array is set up if the records in the Black Lotus secret canon are not mistaken. As long as enough martial artists' essence blood is absorbed, it will be sufficient to corrode a node of this imperial formation. When that time comes, the heavenly steel can be taken. Ha ha ha, good, excellent. The third elder was overjoyed. He had waited too long for this moment. Alright, you all withdraw first. I'm going to start activating the soul-devouring pearl. Hearing the words, soul-devouring pearl, the black-robed martial artists behind him all revealed looks of fear in their eyes. Even Elder Wei was no exception, his eyes also showing gravity. Subsequently, everyone except the third elder retreated a great distance away. Only then did the third elder take out a pitch-black wooden box from his spatial ring. Opening the box, inside lay a pearl quietly emitting a dark red glow. As the box opened, the surrounding air seemed to become oppressive at that moment. At this time, even someone as strong as the third elder, an Emperor Realm expert, was extremely cautious. The soul-devouring pearl is one of the Black Lotus cult's supreme treasures, forged from the demon core of a quasi-Emperor Realm soul-devouring demon dragon. When used in conjunction with the essence blood of the soul-devouring demon dragon, it can capture a person's divine soul, turning a martial artist into a walking corpse that only knows slaughter. Furthermore, once released from the soul-devouring pearl's control, the martial artist will die immediately. Because it used a quasi-Emperor Realm demon core, after its creation, the soul-devouring pearl directly reached the level of a 9th-rank spiritual artifact. Even Saint Realm experts could fall victim if they were not careful. Therefore, merely hearing the words, soul-devouring pearl, even before its activation, sent shivers down the spines of the martial artists present. This was enough to show the terrifying nature of the soul-devouring pearl. After taking out the soul-devouring pearl, the third elder did not immediately activate it using the soul-devouring demon dragon's essence, blood. Instead, he first took out a jade plaque forged from the soul-devouring demon dragon's skull. After channeling his spiritual chi, a protective spiritual chi barrier immediately manifested around the third elder. The function of this jade plaque was precisely to resist the soul-devouring pearl. The third elder certainly did not wish to become the first sacrifice to the blood sacrifice. Grand Array. Seeing that everything was prepared, the third elder then took out the soul-devouring demon dragon's essence blood and dripped it into the soul-devouring pearl. The moment the essence blood entered the soul-devouring pearl, the surrounding space seemed to tremble under an intangible force. The glow on the surface of the soul-devouring pearl suddenly intensified. As the runes flowed, it emitted a soul-shaking aura. The air around began to distort violently, as if countless ghosts were whispering. The third elder stared intently at the changes in the soul-devouring pearl, his heart filled with both tension and excitement. Subsequently, the surface of the soul-devouring pearl began to calm, and the surrounding disturbances slowly subsided. Seeing this, the third elder knew the soul-devouring pearl had been successfully activated. Spiritual chi surged in his hand as he directly drove the soul-devouring pearl into the ground. Then, the third elder's figure flashed, and he reappeared beside Elder Wei. With the third elder's departure, everything around the stone stele returned to how it was when they arrived. Trial Tower. At this moment, the crowd was watching numbly as the floor number behind Su Zhan's name on the ranking list changed from the 98th floor to the 99th. Several Emperor Realm experts had even appeared here by now. As for the experts hiding in the shadows, there were even more. These experts did not come merely to watch Su Zhan challenge the Trial Tower. Because Su Zhan's identity information had long been investigated, and Su Zhan hadn't made any effort to hide it. If Su Zhan's identity was mysterious coupled with such genius performance, it might have made some forces hesitate to take outrageous actions. But what if he possessed immense talent but lacked a powerful backing? This had led some forces to begin plotting. Regarding the Su family, the experts from other dynasties and sects or aristocratic families were not overly apprehensive, especially those forces with Emperor Realm experts presiding. Peak King Realm is, after all, only King Realm. Without entering the Emperor Realm, even a genius who can fight against a first heaven of the Emperor Realm cultivator. What about facing a fifth heaven or even a seventh heaven Emperor Realm cultivator? Which of the Emperor Realm experts present hadn't cultivated for several thousand years? In terms of methods, they had plenty. The Su family was merely a small 1,000-year-old family. Although they had opportunities, their time was short, not enough to reach a level that would make these old monsters wary, and the experts present were well aware of each other's intentions. Just as the many experts were secretly scheming, Su Zhan inside the trial tower also began his final battle. P.S. Formation ranks correspond to the number of formation patterns. First rank formations, 1099 patterns. Second rank formations, 100,199 patterns. Third rank formations, 200,299 patterns. Fourth rank formations, 300,599 patterns. Fifth rank formations, 600,999 patterns. Sixth rank formations, 1,1999 patterns. Seventh rank formations, 3,999 patterns. Eighth rank formations, 6,999 patterns. Ninth rank formations, 9,999 patterns. Imperial rank formations, 10,000 plus patterns. 87. Number 87. The final battle in the trial tower. Chapter 87. The ultimate battle in the trial tower. The 99th floor of the trial tower. Su Zhan let out a long sigh. Even he was finding it hard to endure after fighting continuously for so long. Although there was always some time to recover after each victory, the opponents grew progressively stronger, and the recovery time was insufficient to restore him to his peak condition. Fortunately, only the final floor remained now. The very air on this floor seemed to be permeated with a faint sense of pressure. Su Zan did not have to wait long. 9 figures began to materialize slowly. Each of these 9 individuals exuded a powerful aura, their cultivation at the second heaven imperial realm displayed without reservation. Clad in various types of battle armor and wielding different weapons, they directly surrounded Su Zan in the center. However, Su Zan had experienced such scenes many times before, and his heart remained utterly calm. Is it finally about to end? At this moment, Su Zan's heart was unexpectedly serene. His voice was not loud, but it echoed continuously within the space of the trial tower. As the 9 assumed combat stances, Su Zan knew the battle he had been anticipating had begun. Fight! Su Zan roared, charging first towards the martial artist closest to him. Breaking their formation now would be to his advantage. If he waited for all of them to charge at him, even if he could withstand it, he would inevitably sustain some injuries. Therefore, Su Zan chose to take the initiative. The armored warrior attacked by Su Zan reacted swiftly, thrusting out with his sword, and the two immediately clashed in combat. Simultaneously, the other 8 also joined the fray. For a time, flashes of lightning and the incessant clang of weapons colliding filled the trial tower. Su Zan darted left and right under the siege of the 9. Though slightly at a disadvantage, he stubbornly persisted. Gradually adapting to the rhythm of the 9's assault, Su Zan also began to seek opportunities to counterattack. After trading a fierce punch with a fist technique martial artist, Su Zan used the recoil force to suddenly pivot, dodging a blade slash from another. In the same motion, he grabbed that person's wrist and, with all his strength, delivered a palm strike. Before the opponent could even react, their body dissipated into spiritual chi. Huff huff. Su Zan's panting echoed in the trial tower, but his gaze remained tightly locked on the remaining 8. Although he had swiftly eliminated one with a thunderous move, Su Zan was not feeling relaxed. That palm strike had been executed with his full power, aiming for an instant kill. Even he could not unleash such an attack again in a short period. However, after killing one, Su Zan's current situation had improved significantly. The hunt begins. Su Zan's eyes grew sharp, looking at the 8 as if they were prey. Now it was Su Zan's turn to dominate. Without waiting for them to act first, Su Zan took the initiative, his figure shooting like lightning towards one of the martial artists wielding a long spear. A long time passed, watching the last figure before him dissipate into spiritual chi. A wave of exhaustion suddenly washed over Su Zan's heart. At that very moment, he suddenly felt a powerful force surge from within his body, and all his fatigue vanished completely. Third Heaven King Realm the First actually had a breakthrough now. Su Zan's heart surged with wild joy. His long battle within the trial tower had not been in vain. Seems like Big Brother is also at the Third Heaven King Realm. Suddenly, the corner of Su Zan's mouth lifted, and a thrilling idea flashed in his mind. Casually storing the trial tower's reward without even a glance, he directly placed it into his spatial ring. Afterwards, Su Zan did not hesitate. With a thought, he left the trial tower. And as the last second Heaven Imperial Realm warrior dissipated, Su Zan's ranking information transformed into golden characters. This signified that Su Zan had passed all levels of the trial tower and could now enter any level for repeated challenges. The moment the outside world noticed this change, it immediately erupted into an uproar. And those Emperor Realm experts also began to stir restlessly. The instant Su Zan arrived outside the trial tower, even he was stunned. The scene before him was shocking. Why were there so many people? And the gazes of everyone were focused on him, their eyes flickering with various complex emotions. This directly made Su Zan feel a bit embarrassed. Rubbing the back of his head, Su Zan wore a puzzled expression. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Su Zan could even react, several figures had already appeared beside him. Each one exuded a profound aura, their presence not inferior in the slightest to the armored warriors on the trial tower's 99th floor. Su Zan was instantly bewildered. Was this another level of challenge? Seeing Su Zan about to activate his spiritual power to fight, the few men were directly startled. Young friend Su, don't fight. I am Shu Chen of the Taiyi Sword Sect, said a 6th Heaven Imperial Realm martial artist, clasping his fists. Jian Tongguang of the Four Directions Alliance. Li Yaren of the Dali Dynasty. Puyang Chu of Green Bamboo Island. Hearing the newcomers introduce themselves, Su Zan realized this was not the trial tower. Somewhat awkwardly, he also clasped his fists. May I ask what business you have? The few Emperor Realm experts exchanged glances and, surprisingly, spoke the same words simultaneously. I wish to invite you, young friend, to join the Taiyi Sword Sect, Four Directions Alliance, Dali Dynasty, Green Bamboo Island. After speaking, the four men oddly stopped talking at the same time, looking at each other. Subsequently, a burst of hearty laughter erupted from among them. Su Zan did not speak, gesturing for them to speak one by one. Young friend Su, to our knowledge, the highest cultivation in the Su family should be around the Peak King realm. With your exceptional talent, staying in the Su family would likely be a waste. Therefore, my Tai Sword sect wishes to invite you to join. At that time, a Peak Emperor realm expert would personally guide your cultivation, and all cultivation resources would be provided at the level of a vice sect leader. What do you think, young friend? Shu Chen said it all in one breath, then looked at Su Zan. Su Zan did not speak, looking at the other three. After the remaining three also finished speaking, Su Zan understood their intentions. However, Su Zan did not pay much mind to what they said. What a joke. The Su family's highest cultivation is Peak King realm? Peak Emperor realm? Is that supposed to be strong? But Su Zan did not expose this. After all, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Besides, they hadn't provoked him, and he was a very polite person. So Su Zan politely replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I currently have no plans to join any other faction." Shu Chen and the others wanted to say more, but Su Zan gave them no chance. He directly stepped past them, wanting to locate Su Hao and the others. He had finally managed to catch up to his big brother's realm. If he didn't engage in a hearty, true man's battle now, how could he justify his relentless struggle within the trial tower? Just as Su Zan was still searching, another figure directly blocked his path. 88. Number 88 Su Zan. The third level of the Emperor realm? Nothing special. Chapter 88, Su Zan, Third Heaven Imperial Realm? Nothing special. Su Zan frowned, looking somewhat displeased at the newcomer. He was still thinking of finding his elder brother for a sparring session. What was wrong with these people? Without waiting for the other party to speak, Su Zan's tone turned icy as he spoke directly. "I will not join your faction. Please leave." Wang Shixuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Zan to be so blunt, but he didn't take it to heart. Quickly, Wang Shixuan regained his composure. He had seen this kind of thing many times before. He was just a person from a minor family. If his own family hadn't valued this person's talent, and if he hadn't happened to be nearby, he probably wouldn't have made this trip at all. What's the use of having high talent? A genius who hasn't fully grown is ultimately just an ant. It's normal for geniuses to be a bit arrogant. Otherwise, why call them geniuses? But as soon as they heard his background, there wasn't a single genius who hadn't lowered their head. He believed Su Zan would be the same in a moment, and he thoroughly enjoyed watching the martial artists hailed as geniuses submit before him one by one. Don't be so quick to refuse. Do you know of the Ling Mountain Wang family? Wang Shixuan asked with a hint of pride. Su Zan raised an eyebrow slightly. There was no related impression in his mind. Oh, so it's the Ling Mountain Wang family. Never heard of it. Having heard the first half of the sentence, Wang Shixuan was just about to bask in Su Zan's admiration when the second half abruptly choked him. Meanwhile, Shu Chen and the others behind Su Zan all gasped in shock upon hearing that the newcomer was actually from the Ling Mountain Wang family. It's actually the Ling Mountain Wang family, that hidden family with multiple saint realm experts. Then, they smiled somewhat helplessly. Even the Wang family had come. It seemed they had no chance at all. Hearing the exclamations from Shu Chen and the others, a smug smile curled at the corner of Wang Shixuan's mouth. Minor families are just minor families. They don't even know about the Ling Mountain Wang family. Now you've heard it. My Wang family has multiple Saint Realm experts overseeing it. Join my Wang family, and you will have the chance to receive personal guidance from a Saint Realm expert, even the opportunity to access more advanced cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Hearing Wang Shixuan still talking, Su Zan grew impatient. Are Saint Realm experts that impressive? Give him a little more time, and he could beat them down in minutes. However, Su Zan couldn't be bothered to argue with him further. Step aside. Seeing Su Zan act like this, Wang Shixuan's face instantly darkened. This was the first time someone dared to behave this way in front of him. Su Zan, you should think this through carefully. I'm giving you one last chance now. As he spoke, Wang Shixuan unleashed the full aura of his third heaven imperial realm, pressing it all towards Su Zan in an attempt to force the person before him into submission. Sensing Wang Shixuan's action, Su Zan simply laughed. I haven't made a move, so you really think I'm easy to bully, huh? Very well, third heaven imperial realm, is it? Perfect to use you to test my current strength. The spiritual power within Su Zan's body began to surge, and then he suddenly threw a punch. A terrifying offensive force instantly assaulted Wang Shixuan. Seeing this, Wang Shixuan's heart flared with anger. He actually dared to attack him, seeking death. With a cold snort, Wang Shixuan swiftly mobilized the spiritual power within his body and met Su Zan's punch with one of his own. Boom! The forces of the two collided in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding air seemed torn apart by these two powerful forces, forming rippling waves. Xu Chen and the others nearby also hadn't expected Su Zan to attack directly, and many of the martial artists closer to the trial tower were even directly knocked to the ground by this force. In an instant, a large number of low-level martial artists began to flee in panic. There was no choice. A battle between experts wasn't something just anyone could watch. If they were too close, a single misstep, and just the residual shockwaves of the fight could kill many low-level martial artists. Third Heaven King Realm. After the exchange, Su Zan's cultivation level was also directly revealed before everyone. Xu Chen and the others were utterly shocked. They never imagined Su Zan's cultivation had reached the Third Heaven King Realm. At the Great Zhou Dynasty's martial arts tournament, Su Zan's cultivation was only at the Divine Ability Realm. How much time had passed? He had already broken through to the King Realm? Even for a prodigy, this cultivation speed shouldn't be this fast. No wonder you dare to make a move, so you've broken through to the King Realm. Is this the source of your arrogance? Wang Shixuan's voice, infused with spiritual power, exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Having retreated from the attack, Wang Shixuan looked at Su Zan, his eyes filled with disdain. Although Su Zan's breakthrough to the King Realm surprised him, and coupled with passing the Trial Tower's challenge, his strength definitely wasn't limited to the Third Heaven King Realm. But he, Wang Shixuan, wasn't comparable to the trash inside the Trial Tower either. Su Zan smiled slightly, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. The source of my arrogance? Hey, my confidence has never been my King Realm cultivation. Saying no more, Su Zan preferred to explain with action. If you can win the fight, whatever you say is right. If you can't win the fight, whatever you say is wrong. It's that simple. Then, the spiritual power within Su Zan's body surged once more, this time even more violently and turbulently than before. Immediately after, his figure vanished into the air like a ghost, instantly appearing before Wang Shixuan and throwing another punch. This time, Wang Shixuan's expression changed instantly. He could feel this punch was at least 10 times stronger than the previous one. It had definitely reached the level of the Imperial Realm. Even he couldn't ignore it. Setting aside his previous thoughts, Wang Shixuan also had to get serious. Watching the two fight evenly matched, Xu Chen and the others inwardly marveled. They knew Su Zan's strength had far exceeded their imaginations. After a fierce exchange, the two finally separated. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Zan's face, while Wang Shixuan wore a grave expression. He had to admit he had misjudged. Su Zan was strong, even absurdly strong. Although he was also a genius, when he was at the Third Heaven King Realm, he could at most fight across 5 minor realms. Looking at Wang Shixuan's grave expression, Su Zan laughed. Third Heaven Imperial Realm? Is this the source of your arrogance? Nothing special. Good. Wang Shixuan laughed in extreme anger. This time, I want you dead. With a loud shout, Wang Shixuan directly took out his 8th grade spiritual artifact, the Scarlet Silver Spear. Then, Wang Shixuan's figure flashed, charging towards Su Zan like lightning, the Scarlet Silver Spear in his hand stirring up a fierce wind. A sharp whistling sound tore through the air, as if even space itself was being ripped apart. Seeing this scene, Xu Chen and the others were also inwardly shocked, hesitating whether they should intervene to save Su Zan. Wang Shixuan had already used his full strength. This strike wouldn't be easy for even them to block. Although Su Zan was strong, if this strike landed, even if he didn't die, he would likely be seriously injured. If they intervened, they would directly offend the Wang family, a consequence they couldn't bear either. However, just as everyone thought Su Zan was about to face a life or death crisis, he remained unfazed, a smile on his lips. Su Zan looked at the charging Wang Shixuan. The real show is about to begin. 89. Number 89. We've already killed them. Why waste words? Chapter 89. The killing's already done. Spare me the speech. An even more powerful aura erupted from Su Zan, while flickering lightning radiance spread across his entire body. At that moment, even the sky darkened. Dark clouds rolled, and a fierce wind howled. One could even faintly hear the rumble of thunder from above. Everyone was shocked by this power, staring dumbfoundedly at Su Zan. They knew that everything happening was absolutely connected to Su Zan. Putting on an act die, Wang Shixuan shouted loudly, forcibly dispelling the unease in his heart. He didn't believe it. What great ability could a mere King Realm cultivator possibly have? Wang Shixuan swung the long spear in his hand, thrusting it towards Su Zan with a sound that tore through the air. Lightning flashed in Suzan's eyes as he threw a punch directly onto the tip of the scarlet silver spear. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing rang in everyone's ears. Many martial artists with low cultivation covered their ears in pain with both hands. PFF'd. Wang Shixuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body sent flying backward. Suzan immediately flew forward, closing in on Wang Shixuan at an even faster speed. His left hand grabbed the scarlet silver spear, while his right hand clenched into a fist once more, gathering spiritual power. Continuous sounds of thunderous explosions emanated from Suzan's right fist. Wang Shixuan's eyes widened as he looked at all this in terror. At this moment, he panicked. He could clearly feel that this punch exceeded what he could withstand. If this punch landed, he would absolutely die. Watching Suzan's fist continuously approaching him, Wang Shixuan's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Suzan, if you kill me, the Wang family will never let you off. Suzan snorted with disdain at Wang Shixuan's threat. What are you barking about? Just as Suzan was about to unleash his punch, a figure suddenly shot through the air at extreme speed, accompanied by a loud shout, "Stop!" The newcomer released his sixth heaven Imperial Realm cultivation without any concealment, swinging the longsword in his hand to unleash a terrifying sword radiance aimed at Suzan. The situation instantly reversed. Everyone else couldn't help but sweat for Suzan, wondering what choice he would make. In their view, if Suzan insisted on killing Wang Shixuan and took this sword strike head-on, even if he didn't die, he'd lose half his life. But if he spared Wang Shixuan, he would likely face immediate retaliation from the Wang family. Hearing the voice, Wang Shixuan's eyes instantly regained their light, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. He shouted loudly to the newcomer, "Big brother, save me." However, when Wang Shixuan looked at Suzan again, he saw a massive fist of thunder directly smashing towards him. Madman, madman. At this moment, only this single thought remained in Wang Shixuan's mind. Bang! In the end, the fist still landed on Wang Shixuan's body. Wang Shixuan's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the ground as his life force began to rapidly fade. After landing, he even rolled several times. Just as Suzan had no time to turn his defense, the terrifying sword radiance also arrived before him. Shu Chen and the others had already closed their eyes, unable to bear seeing a prodigy of their generation meet such an end. Clang! The sword radiance arrived as expected. Just as everyone thought this was the sound of Suzan being struck, they discovered the reality was not so. They saw a handsome young man in white robes standing in front of Suzan, blocking that terrifying sword radiance. The appearance of this white-robed youth plunged the entire area outside the trial tower into silence. His movements were light and graceful, as if he had blocked that lethal sword radiance without expending any effort. Looking at the youth before him, Suzan grinned. "Big brother, you finally came out. I've already broken through to the third Heaven King realm. Let's find a place to fight?" His words showed no regard whatsoever for the Wang family or the newly arrived sixth heaven Imperial Realm powerhouse. "A pity, you're still one step behind." Su Hao chuckled lightly, his eyes revealing a profound wisdom and an unflustered demeanor. Suzan was stunned for a moment before understanding. He scratched his head. "Damn, you broke through again." Just as Suzan was about to say something more, an enraged voice came through. "You dare kill a member of my Wang family?" Following the voice, a middle-aged man in luxurious robes slowly stepped forward. This person was precisely Wang Shixuan's elder brother, Wang Tianan. Only then did the crowd recover from the earlier shock, and the scene immediately erupted in an uproar. Suzan frowned tightly. "What a nuisance, here comes another one." After speaking, Suzan stepped forward, ready to deal with the trouble, but Su Hao stopped him. "Fourth brother, let me handle this." Suzan happened to want to see Su Hao's current strength, so he simply stepped back. Su Hao turned around to face Wang Tianan. "The killing's already done. Spare me the speech. I'm standing right here. Do you dare make a move?" For a moment, everyone was dumbstruck. Were all the members of the Su family this bold? Wang Tianan's face darkened like water. When had he ever suffered such provocation? But then he recalled how his full power attack had been easily blocked by the person before him. Coupled with the presence of someone capable of killing Wang Shixuan nearby, if he forced a fight now, he probably wouldn't gain any advantage. After calming down completely, Wang Tianan realized he couldn't actually do anything. Fine, what an impressive Su family. The Wang family, will remember today's events. After weighing the situation, Wang Tianan decided to return to the Wang family and directly invite the Saint Realm Old Ancestor to emerge, to annihilate the Su family with thunderous force. It seemed that after so many years of the Wang family not taking action, the world no longer held them in awe. This time, let the Su family feel the wrath of the Wang family. Thus, after retrieving Wang Shixuan's corpse, Wang Tianan left directly. Watching Wang Tianan leave, Su Zhan was somewhat puzzled. Big brother, why not kill him? Su Hao sighed somewhat helplessly. Imperial Realm martial artists have already begun cultivating soul power. Their offensive and life-preserving methods are numerous. For the first to third heavens it's okay, as they've just started contacting soul power and don't have many techniques, which is why you could kill him just now. But with our current strength, a sixth heaven Imperial Realm martial artist like this isn't easy to kill, unless we use our trump cards, which isn't necessary. Besides, with our cultivation speed, it won't be long before we reach the Imperial Realm. We can kill him then, it's not too late. Su Zhan nodded. Since that was the case, let the bullet fly for a while. He would eventually take action anyway. Meanwhile, the other people present looked at Su Hao and the other with faces full of shock. What was happening to this world? Since when would a member of the Wang family be scared off by a single sentence? And it was a sixth heaven Imperial Realm powerhouse at that. Shu Chen and the others swallowed hard, looking at Su Hao with some disbelief. If their own cultivation hadn't reached the Imperial Realm, they might not have even noticed that Su Hao's cultivation when he made his move was merely at the King Realm. This was another prodigy genius, no less formidable than Su Zhan. At this moment, they realized their understanding of the Su family was still far too little. The few of them exchanged glances, sharing the same thought in their hearts. The heavens of the Zhenwu continent were about to change. Blazing Flame Dynasty, Royal Capital, Lu family residence. At this moment, Su Jilong and his group were following Lu Tianyu through the main gate of the Lu family. 90. Number 90 Lu Tianyu. Second uncle, I heard you want to take over my position? Chapter 90. Lu Tianyu. Second uncle, I heard you want to take my place? After conversing with Lu Tianyu along the way, Su Jilong gained a clearer understanding of the Lu family. The Lu family was not originally a family from the royal capital of the Blazing Flame Dynasty. Under the leadership of the previous old clan chief, Lu Tianyu's father, Lu Wuan, the family developed well and eventually relocated the entire clan to settle in the royal capital. Initially, the Lu family only dealt in the trade of cultivation materials. As the business grew larger, Lu Wuan planned to establish the Lu Family Merchant Guild to expand into other ventures. However, he mysteriously disappeared during a business meeting trip. From then on, the Lu family's business began to plummet. After Lu Wuan's disappearance, Lu Tianyu succeeded to the position of clan chief, taking full charge of the family business. In the end, relying on his exceptional business acumen, Lu Tianyu not only restored the family's business but also single-handedly established the Lu Family Merchant Guild. After becoming the absolute authority of the Lu Family Merchant Guild, Lu Tianyu began investigating his father's disappearance. However, just as everything was moving in a positive direction, the guild started being targeted by unknown forces. Not only were various businesses being snatched away, but voices opposing Lu Tianyu's continued control of the Lu Family Merchant Guild also began to emerge within the family. For a time, this left Lu Tianyu somewhat flustered. During this period, Lu Tianyu even discovered that someone seemed to be keeping an eye on him and his son. The recent assassination attempt was also something Lu Tianyu had foreseen some signs of, which is why he planned to send his son away to hide in advance. Yet, he never expected that assassins would still catch up. As for what happened afterward, that was when he encountered Su Jilong. After hearing Lu Tianyu's story, Su Jilong also fell silent. After finishing his account, seeing that Lu Tianyu had also fallen into silence, Su Jilong knew he had realized the problem as well. However, Su Jilong did not point it out explicitly. Some things don't need to be spelled out. Those who should understand will naturally understand, especially someone as intelligent as Lu Tianyu. Yet, when facing loved ones, people often have different concerns that sway them and affect their judgment. But after carefully sorting things out, one will always find where the problem lies. Perhaps this is a case of the onlooker sees most of the game. Su Jilong was very grateful that, although his own family was weak before the old ancestor returned, it was very united. Seeming to have figured it all out, Lu Tianyu even apologized somewhat awkwardly to Su Jilong. Because he realized that what he thought was a good Lu Family Merchant Guild now seemed like a hot potato, and he had already promised to hand over the Lu Family Merchant Guild to Su Jilong, never expecting it to turn out like this. However, after Su Jilong revealed his Emperor Realm cultivation, Lu Tianyu felt reassured. Ultimately, it all comes down to the issue of strength. If he also had Emperor Realm strength, these problems probably wouldn't have much impact in his presence. Through observation and conversation along the way, Su Jilong also discovered Lu Tianyu's excellent business acumen and capabilities. If he could recruit him into the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, it would definitely be a great asset. Su Jilong felt somewhat delighted. He never expected that a trip to the Blazing Flame Dynasty would also lead him to encounter a talent. Therefore, even before arriving at the Lu family, Su Jilong extended an invitation to Lu Tianyu. In the end, after thinking for a long time, Lu Tianyu agreed. After Lu Tianyu agreed, Su Jilong directly said to him, "After returning to the Lu family, you can act entirely according to your own ideas. I've got your back." This could also be considered a test Su Jilong set for Lu Tianyu. He wanted to see how Lu Tianyu would handle the subsequent matters. He would also assign Lu Tianyu's future tasks based on this. Clan Chief? Clan Chief, you've returned. The servant at the gate seemed somewhat surprised to see Lu Tianyu back, because currently, there were rumors within the Lu family that the clan chief had been assassinated and killed while away. Because of these rumors, the Lu family had been in a state of panic recently. Lu Tianyu waved his hand and led Su Jilong into the Lu family compound. Then, Lu Tianyu summoned a family servant. "You go notify the family elders to meet me in the council hall." Seeing Lu Tianyu, the servant was first startled, then quickly bowed his head and replied, "Clan Chief, the elders are already in the council hall." Just before the servant lowered his head, Lu Tianyu clearly saw a flicker of panic in his eyes. Without speaking, Lu Tianyu waved his hand, dismissing the servant. Only, Lu Tianyu's gaze grew a bit colder. Then, Lu Tianyu slightly bowed and said to Su Jilong, "President, please follow me." At this moment, in the Lu family council hall, not only were the family elders present, but many from the Lu family's direct lineage were also there. Although Tianyu's whereabouts are currently unknown, our Lu family cannot be without a leader for a day, and the guild also needs someone to preside over it. I believe I have some capability and can competent the positions of clan chief and guild president. Who agrees? Who opposes? At this moment in the council hall, Lu Yongkong was looking quite smugly at the Lu family elders and the direct lineage members. Lu Yongkong, with what qualifications do you think you can become clan chief? Don't think I don't know about the things you've done. I never expected you wouldn't even spare Tianyu. One elder said through gritted teeth. Second elder, one must speak with evidence. I believe in Yongkong. Another elder glanced at the speaker. Just as Lu Tianyu and the others arrived at the council hall entrance, they heard the sound of argument inside. With a cold laugh, Lu Tianyu pushed the door open directly. I oppose. Seeing Lu Tianyu enter, the council hall instantly fell silent. Some were panicked, some were delighted, some were surprised. Lu Tianyu's gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Lu Yongkong. Second uncle, I heard you want to take my place? Lu Tianyu's voice was calm yet carried a hint of chill. Lu Yongkong's face changed, but he quickly regained his composure. Tianyu, you've been missing for so long. The family and the guild both need a leader. I believe I am capable of competent this role. Is that so? Lu Tianyu gave a cold laugh but didn't continue. Instead, he turned and cupped his hands toward Su Jilong, saying, President, apologies for letting you witness this farce. Then, without paying further attention to the people in the council hall, he directly led Su Jilong and the others to the side of the main seat in the council hall seating area. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, he had Su Jilong sit in the main seat. Tianyu, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought a group of outsiders to our Lu family meeting? Just as Su Jilong sat down, an elder immediately stood up and shouted loudly. Su Jilong didn't speak, smiling as he scanned the crowd, then crossed his arms in front, looking like he was ready to enjoy the show. After settling Su Jilong, Lu Tianyu looked up at the crowd, expressionless. Then, word by word, he uttered a statement that shocked everyone from the Lu family present. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is the new president of the Lu Family Merchant Guild, Su Jilong. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.